Chapter 801. Each time before the attack, Han Xing had already run a long distance in advance. Even if you have the attack power to kill Han Xing with one blow, what's the use if you can't hit him? So, they are going to focus on Han Xing's second weakness. That is the territory. Han Xing's territory is too shallow, and there are almost no troops. As long as they can hold him back, and then summon a large number of troops to strangle him, and fight a protracted war, he will be exhausted soon. But, before summoning troops to surround and kill Han Xing, they have to solve another problem. That is, how to deal with his chain explosion arrows. You know, the first 2 times, Han Xing was besieged by a large number of troops, and then released that arrow. In the end, more than a dozen lords were killed along with their troops. Everyone knows that the more troops there are, the greater the explosive power of Han Xing's arrow. He can clear all your troops with just one arrow. So, Han Xing is now almost invincible. Unless those top monsters attack with force, there is not much chance to kill him. Even Han Xing himself couldn't help but sigh. The Tianji Liuguang step given to me by the Tianji Lord, plus the eternal shadow end I just drew, has brought me a transformation. Now I am much stronger than in the 3rd round. Just like that, 9 days have passed in a flash. From the start of the 4th round to now, 15 days have passed. That is to say, the competition process is just halfway through. During these 9 days, Han Xing encountered many challenges and sieges again, but he suppressed them all. His killing points soared from over 300 to over 1,000. Of course, his ranking in the killing points list did not rise but fell, and he dropped directly out of the top 10,000. There was no way. After 15 days, the battle situation in the entire competition continent became more and more intense. Those lords were almost crazy in the fighting. Every moment, a large number of lords died in the fighting, and some lords were resurrected after death and continued to participate in the fighting. After half a month, there were also many lords who were directly eliminated because the number of resurrections was used up. Therefore, Han Xing's more than 1,000 killing points seemed to be a lot, but in fact, compared with the lords participating in the entire competition continent, it was not so prominent. Of course, his ranking in the killing points list was not high. But in the points ranking, Han Xing's ranking was constantly rising. From 198th 9 days ago, it has now climbed to 145th. At this rate, it is even possible to enter the top 100. There are 1,000 silver flags in the entire competition continent. But lords like Han Xing, who can hold the silver flag for more than 10 days are rare. You know, most lords, even those who are only 1 level below the top monsters, can only hold the silver flag for a period of time before it is snatched away. Then they can only snatch the silver flag of others. After a few times, it will take a lot of time. But Han Xing is different. The power he created in the several battles was too terrifying. Especially in the last few attacks, the enemies didn't even see his figure clearly, and they died one after another. This unknown method, compared to the powerful strength, scares the lords more. So, he can hold the silver flag so safely for so many days. And Han Xing's ranking has naturally attracted the attention of many top monsters. Many top monsters have even begun to look for Han Xing's location in the Lord's continent, wanting to meet him. Moreover, Han Xing has not wasted time these days, and uses Eternal Shadow and every day to improve his agility attribute. After 9 days, his agility has increased by 900,000. In other words, this agility is enough for him to use the Skylight Shuttle unscrupulously for 1800 seconds, which is 30 minutes. It can be said to be very good. Until this day, Han Xing finally met a woman. She was quietly suspended in the air, wearing a white robe that was spotless, and her sleeves fluttered like snow in the wind. Behind her, a 2-meter-long long sword was carried diagonally behind her. The pure white scabbard was wrapped with blood-colored silk ribbons, which were so strange and dazzling in the sun. Han Xing looked up and saw a face that was almost beautiful to the extreme. Blue blood vessels were faintly visible under the porcelain white skin, the lips were as bright as blood, and a teardrop mole under the narrow and long phoenix eyes added a bit of strangeness. The moment they saw this woman, Han Xing and 2 gangs stopped at the same place. Because they both felt a fatal threat from each other, 2 gangs' huge metal body trembled slightly, and he said in disbelief, "Yao Lian." Hearing this name, Han Xing also frowned immediately. The name of Yao Lian has been heard since the first round of auditions. As one of the top demons, this woman not only has terrifying strength, but also has a stunning face. So she is also one of the most popular players in the normal competition. At this moment, this woman's right hand casually rests on the hilt of the knife, and her slender 5 fingers seemed to be integrated with the knife, revealing a natural killing intent. She opened her red lips and uttered a cold voice. "Are you the killer star?" Facing this question, Han Xing nodded. "What's the matter?" "No," the woman said lightly, with a cold look in her eyes. "I'm just passing by, and I want to find a few top demons to sacrifice the knife. But those people are too far away from me. I heard that you are here, and your record is not bad, so I want to fight you to the death." She expressed her intention very directly, which is to fight with Han Xing. Han Xing was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Can I refuse?" "No." As soon as Yao Lian finished speaking, a dazzling knife light suddenly exploded in the air. Zheng. Han Xing's pupils shrank suddenly, and he almost instinctively dodged sideways. A strand of black hair fell, and a bloodline slowly appeared on his cheek. So fast. There was no time to think. The second knife was coming. The big sword was as light as nothing in the woman's hand, but it swept across with the momentum of destroying the world. "Benefactor, retreat quickly." Tu Gang roared, his body suddenly expanded and protected Han Xing. Clang. After a dull metallic sound, Tu Gang stood there in a daze, as if he had been cast a spell of immobilization. When he turned his head with difficulty, he took a last look at Han Xing. The metal mouth opened slightly, as if saying, "Go quickly." The next moment, a thin line suddenly appeared on Tu Gang's dark blue metal body from head to toe. Tu Gang's body gradually separated from both sides, as if it was cut by a nano-level laser knife. The blade was neat and smooth, and there was no flaw. Boom! With a dull bang, the two halves of Tu Gang's metal body split apart. Until then, a crack extending for thousands of miles appeared on the ground under his feet. It seemed that the whole land was split by this knife. Han Xing's pupils suddenly contracted, and the scene of Tu Gang being split in half by a knife was still echoing in front of his eyes. Too fast. That knife, without even charging or shaking, was just a casual wave of the demon lotus, and it cut open Tu Gang's alloy body, and even the ground was split by a 10,000-meter crack. Is this the strength of the top demon? Han Xing's eyes showed a strong shock. However, before he could recover from the shock of Tu Gang being killed instantly, Yao Lian's blade had been raised again. Her eyes were still cold, as if the previous blow was just a casual swipe to brush away the dust. "You dodged well," she said lightly, "but can you still dodge the next blow?" Before she finished speaking, Yao Lian's figure suddenly disappeared. Zheng! The blade light was like snow, and it cut to Han Xing's neck in an instant. Han Xing almost instinctively leaned back, and at the same time, his right hand flipped, and a black longbow appeared instantly. Dang! The bowstring collided with the blade, sparks flew. Yao Lian's blade was slightly deflected, but the remaining power still cut Han Xing's shoulder, and blood splattered. Puff! At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Han Xing's mind, and he also evaluated the strength of both sides. That is, Yao Lian crushed him in all aspects. Yes, in all aspects. Not only in speed, but also in attack power, and even in attack speed. Han Xing was no match for this woman at all. In a flash, Han Xing made a decision. He gritted his teeth and retreated 100 meters with the help of the sword slashed by Yao Lian, opening up a short distance. At the same time, his fingers were on the bowstring. In this case, let's see who has stronger attack power and kill the other party first. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows shot out of the air, each of which was wrapped in a dark destructive force, so fast that even the air was torn apart. Yao Lian's eyes moved slightly, and the big sword in his hand spun lightly. Ding! 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 3 arrows were chopped down accurately. But Han Xing did not stop, and a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Explode! Boom! The arrow that was cut down suddenly exploded, and the dark energy storm instantly engulfed the demon lotus. However, the next second, shwa! A snow-white knife light tore through the darkness, and the demon lotus stepped out unscathed, and even the corners of her clothes were not stained with dust. Not a bad arrow, she commented, her tone still calm. But it's not enough to kill me. Han Xing looked at the woman with a serious face. This was the first time he encountered such a perverted opponent. This sense of oppression was much stronger than the cold knife and Helena at the beginning. Han Xing gritted his teeth again. In that case, let's try this. He suddenly pulled the bowstring, and an arrow burning with fire and dark power slowly condensed. Ultimate Shadow Prison, Arrow of the Falling God. When the arrow was shot, the sky and the earth changed color. Dual origin combat skills fusion. Good talent. Yao Lian finally showed a trace of seriousness. holding the knife with both hands, and the blade was shining with strange blood light. As she uttered softly, "Demon Sword Blood Moon." The next moment, her figure suddenly disappeared. And above Han Xing's head, a blood-colored moon appeared. Under the reflection of this moon, a beautiful figure holding a big knife, with the power of splitting stars and breaking the sun, slashed down fiercely. Han Xing also let go of the arrow in his hand. However, before it was about to explode, he forced another source of power to fuse. God Bow Sharp Gold. Penetrate! After half a month, Han Xing once again fused the three origins, and burst out with unprecedented attack power. If Yao Lian's knife momentum is open and close, splitting everything, then Han Xing's arrow is extremely fast and penetrating, and nothing can stop it. The next moment, two extreme forces collided in midair. Boom! The terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions. The earth cracked, and the clouds in the sky were all shaken apart. In the outside world, countless pairs of eyes had already stared at the projection screen where the two were. After all, one was a top demon who had been famous for a long time and ranked in the top 3 on the popularity list. The other was a comet that had recently risen up, and had entered the 4th round with the combat power of the middle-level lord, and even killed the 4 sides on such a top stage. The battle between the two also attracted the attention of countless people. They stared at the screen intently. The confrontation between the two was so fierce that they even subconsciously held their breath. When the aftermath of their last collision rose up, it also blocked everyone's investigation. A group of lords asked nervously, "How is it? Who won?" "I can't tell. The fighting style of these two people tends to be quick attack flow, killing the enemy in the shortest time. It can be said that it is a tit for tat. Indeed, their battle is so intense that people can't even react." But Yao Lian's supporter said directly, "Is there any need to think about it? Yao Lian will definitely win. If Han Xing is a high-level lord, there will be a glimmer of hope, but he is only a mid-level lord now. It can be said that there is no chance of winning." The tone of this person is very firm, as if he has foreseen the result of the game. However, no one on the field refuted, because they dare not say that Han Xing can take Yao Lian's knife. Finally, in their expectant eyes, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. There was only one figure left there. A white dress is spotless, and the big sword in his hand reflects the blood-colored knife light under the blood moon. The black hair swayed slightly in the air. Obviously, in this peak duel, the Demon Lotus won. Instantly, cheers rang out on the field. As expected of the Demon Lotus, the real top demon, so despairingly powerful. Indeed, although the supernova Shashing is also very powerful, there is still a gap between him and this kind of strong man. It's a pity for Shashing, he finally squeezed into the top 100, but was sniped by the Demon Lotus. Although Han Xing lost this battle, no one on the field doubted his strength. After all, the combat power of the Demon Lotus is recognized as terrifying. Especially when the Demon Lotus slashed the first knife, at least 99% of the lords on the field had died under this knife. But Han Xing still reacted and fought head-on with this top demon. It was enough to prove his strength. At the same time, after the battle, the Demon Lotus silently picked up the silver flag that Han Xing dropped. She seemed to sense something, and her cold brows knitted slightly. What an unfathomable existence. In the duel with me, you actually held back. Chapter 802. Yao Lian frowned slightly. You actually held back in the duel with me. Is it because you don't want to reveal more cards? Or do you think I am not worthy of you going all out? Thinking of this, Yao Lian looked into the distance, and her strange pupils once again burned with surging fighting spirit. I hope to fight you again one day in the future. Then, I will make you use all your strength. On the battlefield where Han Xing and Yao Lian fought, many lords around watched from afar. After seeing the battle was over, they scattered and left. A few seconds later, in an unknown corner of the competition continent, a white light suddenly fell from the sky, and Han Xing's figure emerged. He felt his body, and the completely disappeared injuries, and nodded with satisfaction. The rebirth effect of this organizer is really good. Not only did it restore my body to its peak state, but it also removed the fatigue of the previous half-month battle. And the most important thing is that even my skill cooldown time has been reset. Han Xing thought happily. At the same time, the last scene also emerged in his mind. And the fatal blow of that woman. She should have seen that I was holding back. At the last moment, when Han Xing was about to be killed by Yao Lian, he subconsciously wanted to enter the time pause state. But after thinking about it, he finally gave up. Because he was not sure whether he could kill Yao Lian if he used time pause and lost all skills. After all, this top monster is powerful in all aspects. This includes the ability to survive. No one knows whether Yao Lian has a way to save her life. So, Han Xing just let her chop him down with a knife. He didn't even bother to trigger the resurrection effect of immortal body, and just used up a resurrection opportunity. Through this battle, I can see the gap between myself and the top monsters. Although Yao Lian is also one of the best among the top monsters, I don't know who is stronger than monsters like Roland and Ji Yuntian. Thinking of this, Han Xing was eager to try. But soon, he shook his head. Forget it. That woman killed me with a knife, and caused me to lose my flag. Now I have to find a flag to mix points. Han Xing opened the map, and it immediately showed a large area of mountains, rivers and lakes. In addition, there are 3 levels of flags, gold, silver, and bronze, which are constantly moving on it. On the left side of the map, the number of current flags can also be displayed. Golden flags, 84. Silver flags, 892. Bronze flags, 7,633. Compared to before the game started, the number of all flags has decreased a lot. Even the most precious gold flags, there are 16 less. The most common bronze flags, even more than 2,000 less. This shows how fierce the battle is. Han Xing's eyes kept scanning the map, looking for the flag closest to him. His target was naturally not those bronze flags, but the silver flags. Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. When the competition started, I wanted to get a bronze flag and get a chance to advance. But I accidentally made it into the top 200. If I want to maintain this ranking, I must grab a silver flag. But fortunately, with Han Xing's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to grab a silver flag. So, his eyes continued to pass over those silver flags. At this time, Han Xing suddenly raised his eyebrows. Huh? There seems to be a familiar breath nearby. Is it him? He carefully sensed it, and there seemed to be a faint sound of a shocking battle. Quickly focusing on the map, a moving golden flag appeared. At this moment, Han Xing could almost confirm the identity of that breath. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a smile. Interesting. In the 3rd round, I ran into this guy when I was about to run out of energy, and then my winning streak was interrupted. Now I actually ran into him. And it seems that this guy is also seriously injured. And I am now in my prime. It's really a good turn of events. Thinking of this, Han Xing made up his mind. Go meet him. The next moment, Han Xing's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the area about 2 light years away from Han Xing's resurrection, a man wearing a black robe, with a long orchid sword inserted at his side, and a face as cold as ice appeared. He stood on a broken battlefield, with countless broken weapons, and frozen blood under his feet. Within a radius of 100 miles, the ground was covered with crisscrossing knife marks, and some rifts were thousands of meters deep, as if split by the blade of the gods. More than a dozen corpses were scattered around, each of them maintaining the posture of the last moment before death. Some were killed by a knife, some were cut in half, and some were even frozen into ice sculptures and then shattered. The most eye-catching thing was a mountain in the distance that was split in half. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror, and there was still a piercing knife intent left. This man was Lung Dao. Although he stood as straight as a knife, his current fatigue could still be seen in the details. The tiger's mouth of his right hand holding the knife had already broken, and blood was slowly dripping along the handle. Especially on his chest, there was a scar that passed diagonally, and the white ribs could be vaguely seen. The edge of the wound was covered with a layer of strange dark purple energy, which continued to erode his vitality. Who? Lung Dao kept adjusting his heavy breathing, and every breath seemed to set off a gust of wind on the earth. And behind him, there was a golden flag. You know, when holding the golden flag, you will face a 40% decrease in all attributes. But even so, Lung Dao still killed so many lords and defended his golden flag. This shows the strength of this top monster. And at this moment, Lung Dao suddenly raised his head, and his icy blue eyes suddenly looked up at the sky. His brows were twisted together again, and his right hand couldn't help but press the handle of the knife. When the man wearing starry sky armor and carrying a black bow appeared beside him, Lung Dao's eyes showed a thoughtful look. The next moment, he seemed to remember something. Is it you? Han Xing did not answer, but looked at Lung Dao. After confirming that he was really seriously injured, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. And Lung Dao naturally noticed his smile, and a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. You? It seems that you are the same as those guys who want to take advantage of others' misfortune and snatch my flag. You have no master style. After hearing this, Han Xing glanced at him speechlessly. What the hell are you pretending to be? Didn't you attack me when I was exhausted in the last round of the ring match? Leng Dao shook his head and said, that's the rule of the game. I can't participate in the next round if I don't kill you. Han Xing also said frankly, so, I am dealing with you now, which is also the rule of the game. Hearing his words, Leng Dao also knew that words could not shake Han Xing. Next, the only way to see the truth is with his hands. He gently pressed the handle of the knife at his waist. Buzz! The blade trembled slightly, making a buzzing sound like a dragon's roar. A blade of cold wind spread out, turning the ground within tens of thousands of kilometers into eternal frozen soil. Including Han Xing, he also pulled the Eternal Night longbow. A war is about to break out. The battle between the two once again attracted the attention of a large number of lords. They all turned their eyes to the screen. Look! Sha Xing is going to fight Leng Dao. What? Didn't Sha Xing just fight with Yao Lian? He turned around and ran to fight Leng Dao again. Leng Dao's momentum seems to be a little wrong. He has become very weak now, and his condition is less than half of his usual state. For a while, more and more lords watched the battle between the two. Below, on the battlefield where the two men were facing each other, Han Xing had already pulled the bowstring, and although he had not yet completely shot out the arrow, a very strong killing force continued to spread, directly shattered the ice and snow that Leng Dao's breath had exploded into. Then it froze again, and then shattered again. The auras of both sides collided, like two wild dragons rushing into the sky, covering the area of half a light year. Fortunately, Leng Dao had just finished a battle and killed most of the lords nearby. So on the competition continent, not many participating lords paid attention to the battle between the two. The next moment, Leng Dao moved. Zheng! The moment the dark blue long sword was unsheathed, the temperature of the world dropped sharply. Before the blade arrived, a layer of frost had condensed on the ground under Han Xing's feet. Swish! Han Xing turned into a stream of light, his figure retreated violently, and at the same time, his right hand drew the bowstring like lightning, and 3 arrows wrapped with the power of destruction broke through the air. A cold light flashed in Leng Dao's eyes, and the long sword slashed horizontally. Ding! 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 The 3 arrows broke, but the energy from the arrows still made Leng Dao retreat half a step. More blood oozed from the wound on his chest, and it was obvious that the blow had affected his injury. Sure enough, you are seriously injured. Han Xing narrowed his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Leng Dao's face turned pale, and he covered his chest and raised his head with difficulty. You are much stronger than the last time we met. Han Xing chuckled and said, No, it's just that my condition was not at its peak at that time. Including you now. The golden flag almost weakened your strength by half, plus the previous battle. That's why you think I have become much stronger all of a sudden. Leng Dao heard this, and his brows were filled with contemplation. Taking advantage of the moment, when he was distracted, Han Xing loosened the bowstring in his hand again. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. 7 arrows were shot out in a row, each of which drew a strange arc and attacked Leng Dao from different angles. Leng Dao also reacted instantly, insidious. He snorted coldly, and the long sword danced like a dragon, forming an airtight sword curtain in front of him. Bang! 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 The arrows exploded one after another, but this time, Han Xing's mouth curled up a sneer. The 7th arrow suddenly accelerated, and at the moment it was about to be cut off, it split into dozens of energy arrows as thin as cow hair. What? Leng Dao's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly dodged sideways, but more than a dozen energy needles still pierced his left shoulder. The black corrosive energy immediately spread to his wound. Puff! Leng Dao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, knelt on one knee, and used his long sword to stab the ground to stabilize his body. The origin is split. Your ability to control the origin is indeed as strong as the rumors say. Han Xing smiled. It's just a little trick, it's nothing. Hearing this, Leng Dao suddenly laughed. Interesting. If this continues, I might really be killed by you. But? The next moment, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes burst into amazing fighting spirit. I, Leng Dao, will not give up easily. He threw the flag behind him directly. The 40% all-attribute weakening effect attached to the golden flag disappeared instantly. At this moment, Leng Dao's momentum suddenly rose a lot. Boom! A terrifying cold air burst out from his body, and the area of 1,000 meters in radius instantly turned into an ice field. The wound on Leng Dao's chest froze at a speed visible to the naked eye, forcibly sealing the spread of corrosive energy. Han Xing looked at the golden flag with a thoughtful look in his eyes. In order to defeat me, you don't even want the flag? Lung Dao said coldly. It doesn't matter. It's the same to get rid of you and then pick up the flag. Han Xing laughed after hearing this. It's probably not that easy to kill me. The next moment, the two moved at the same time. Swish. Lung Dao's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a broken eye surface. At the same time, Han Xing's eyes condensed. He felt a knife light coming towards him. Compared with the previous one, Lung Dao's speed is now several times faster. However, Han Xing's speed is not slow either. Strong starlight suddenly emerged from his body, and his figure turned into a residual shadow and retreated instantly. Bang! Where he was originally standing, a dark blue knife light slashed through, and the space was split into fine black cracks. What a fast knife! Han Xing praised. Thank you, but I can be faster. Lung Dao's faint response came from the air. The next moment, the dark blue knife light followed his heart and attacked again, and Han Xing kept urging Tianji Liuguang's step. While pulling away, he shot arrows. Swish, swish, swish. Dense arrows shot out, but they were directly frozen by the strong coldness that Lung Dao burst out at this moment, and then cut them all off with one knife. Han Xing retreated again and continued to pull away. His figure shuttled across the battlefield like a stream of light, and from time to time he shot out dense and powerful arrows. Lung Dao chased him relentlessly, and wherever the blade passed, frost spread, and even the air was frozen. His speed was not inferior to Han Xing at all, and was even slightly faster. The battle between the two once again attracted countless eyes from the outside world. Those lords almost held their breath, staring at the two afterimages on the battlefield with full concentration. However, even if they all had the combat power of the Chaos Lord level. But at least 99% of the lords on the field could not keep up with the movements of the two. It was too fast. Chapter 803. Too horrible. I can't see clearly at all. A lord's forehead was covered with cold sweat. His pupils shrank violently, but he still couldn't distinguish the details of the battle. Is this the duel between the top monsters? Someone muttered to himself, and his knuckles turned white because of too much force. After a moment, a lord sighed. It seems that although Shashing lost to Yaoyan in the previous battle, his strength seems to be far more than that. At least this level of body skills was not used. Indeed, Shashing's strength can actually fight back and forth with Lung Dao, and he is worthy of being the most dazzling supernova in this competition. Everyone once again had a new understanding of Han Xing's strength. At this time, a lord exclaimed, "Look, their battle has changed. Shashing is injured." What? Everyone looked over. Swish. A knife energy brushed Han Xing's shoulder, bringing up a puff of blood. At the same time, Han Xing felt a chill on his neck. The next moment, a clear blood line appeared. Lung Dao's knife almost beheaded him. You dodged quickly. Lung Dao's voice was cold, but you won't be so lucky with the next knife. Han Xing touched his neck after hearing this, and the wound on it disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. He smiled and replied, "Your knife is really fast. If my physical body was a little worse, I might really be beheaded by you today." But, before he finished speaking, the bowstring in Han Xing's hand loosened. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows were shot out in a triangular shape, with the arrow bodies wrapped with black, red, and gold essences. If these 3 arrows hit, even ordinary high-level lords would suffer heavy damage or even be killed instantly. Lung Dao snorted coldly. Is that all you have? If that's all, you may have to die here today. After saying that, the long sword swept across, and the sword energy was like a rainbow, directly chopping the 3 arrows into pieces. But the energy from the arrows still made him pause. However, at this moment, 2 round moons, one black and one white, appeared behind Lung Dao. The vast power of the seal surged like a tide. What is this? Lung Dao's eyes condensed, and he found that his movements had become slow, and even the flow of spiritual power in his body became stagnant. Han Xing smiled and said, "Who told you that these are all my tricks? Isn't this just waiting for you to reveal your flaws, and then taking you away with the simplest method? Look, isn't this what I'm waiting for?" Lung Dao felt the increasingly terrifying power of the seal, as well as the 2 moons that were staring at him more and more, and warning signs kept ringing in his heart. He knew that if he didn't break free as soon as possible, he would definitely die. In such a high-end battlefield, even a few seconds of hesitation could determine the outcome of a game. Obviously, the 2 moons released by Han Xing are not simple. Don't think about it. Lung Dao tried his best to hold the hilt of the knife, wanting to burst out the knife energy and slash the 2 bright moons. But it was obvious that even if he was a demon-like character, after being hit by Han Xing's enhanced version, Broken moon, double moons in the sky, he had only one fate after missing the best opportunity to escape. After a while, the cold knife was sealed in the full moon, like a flying insect sealed in amber. It's over. Han Xing took a deep breath, and his aura surged. Instant prison shadow kill, activated. Eternal shadow end, activated. Infinite domain, activated. Tidal arrows, added. In addition to the set effects of the holy relics, there are also some burst methods with too long cooling time. Han Xing can be said to have superimposed all the states that can be superimposed. At this moment, his aura has reached an extremely terrifying level. Crack! Crack! As he pulled the bowstring, fine cracks appeared in the surrounding space, as if it would collapse at any time. At the same time, an arrow wrapped with red and black origin auras instantly condensed. Han Xing said softly, "Go." The moment the arrow left the string, the space twisted, and a black stream of light penetrated the sky and earth, pointing directly at Lung Dao's eyebrows. In the sealed state, Lung Dao could clearly see the arrow rapidly enlarged in front of him, but he had no room for resistance. Puff! As the arrow pierced through his head, it disappeared into the sky with a stream of light. The next moment, the two moons exploded at the same time. Boom! When the aftermath of the broken moon dissipated, the battlefield returned to silence, leaving only the golden flag lying quietly on the ground. Han Xing exhaled and chuckled. Not bad, it's solved. It can be considered revenge, haha. Although Han Xing's victory in this battle was somewhat unfair. But there are so many rules on the competition continent. Winning is winning. As long as he didn't break the rules, it was naturally reasonable. At the same time, Han Xing walked forward and picked up the golden flag. You have successfully picked up the golden flag. Affected by the flag status, all attributes decreased by 40%, and the movement speed decreased by 40%. After holding the flag for 1 hour, you will get 20 points of competition points. Remaining time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. At this moment, Han Xing felt that his strength was flowing rapidly. Not only his strength, but also his reaction ability, movement ability, and even his physical fitness, all decreased a lot. Now, his aura is almost falling to the level of a primary lord. Feeling this scene, Han Xing couldn't help but feel a little bit of pain. Damn! The negative state of this golden flag is really terrifying. A direct 40% weakening is almost equivalent to half. Even those top monsters can't stand it. At this time, a new question emerged in Han Xing's mind. That is, can he hold the golden flag for an hour? Obviously, this is very difficult. In the current state, let alone dealing with lords like Lung Dao, even dealing with lords like the Great Beast Lord is difficult. After all, this weakening is reduced on Han Xing's panel, which is equivalent to weakening his overall strength. After thinking for a while, Han Xing shook his head and said, "Who cares? Let's try it for a while. If someone comes to grab my flag, I will fight if I can beat them, and I will run away if I can't. If I can't run away, I can only throw the flag away and fight again." Just kidding, Han Xing will not hold the flag stupidly all the time. The rules of the game don't say that you can't throw the flag down to deal with the battle. But in this case, the timer will be restarted. Thinking of this, he inserted the golden flag into the quiver on his waist, and walked forward swaggeringly. Anyway, his position will be revealed on the map, so there is no need to hide. In particular, he still has the entire game map in his hand, and the remaining dozens of golden flags will attract the attention of countless lords. Fortunately, Lung Dao's previous battle killed a large number of lords, resulting in almost no lords coming to investigate near Han Xing. Just like this, he swaggered around here for more than half an hour. During this period, many lords also saw the approach of the golden flag on the map. But they all did not hesitate to move away at the fastest speed. After all, by now, who doesn't know that these golden flags are only dared to touch by those top monsters? In other words, where there are golden flags, there are top monsters. Moreover, because of the existence of the killing scoreboard, these top monsters are basically very murderous. When they see a lord wandering around, they will rush over and kill him to increase their killing points. Therefore, these lords almost subconsciously fled without knowing that the golden flag was held by Han Xing. After sensing this scene, Han Xing looked strange. Interesting. Do you think I'm the kind of top monster? He immediately understood something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is not bad. I can use the remaining power of those guys to get some points. In this way, Han Xing strolled leisurely, and even sensed the presence of a lord nearby, and took the initiative to rush over. The lords were so frightened that they fled madly without even seeing anyone. Time flies. An hour has passed. Ding! You have held the gold flag for 1 hour, and your points have increased by 20. Your ranking has risen, and you are currently ranked 143rd. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing smiled again. I remember. When I was killed by the Demon Lotus and lost the silver flag, my ranking was 145th. Now, I have picked up another gold flag, and my ranking has risen again. If I keep the current trend, I may have a chance to enter the top 100 of the standings. Thinking of this, Han Xing suddenly became excited. After all, as long as he enters the top 100, he will have a full 10 kilograms of eternal soil and Earth God Stone as a reward. Add to that the rewards given by the Extreme Challenge mission. It is closer to getting enough eternal soil to break through to the high-level Lord. Of course, Han Xing also knows that it is not so easy to keep this trend. He was able to hold the golden flag for an hour because of good luck. Otherwise, someone would have come to grab it under normal circumstances. Sure enough, before Han Xing could be happy, he sensed a strong breath approaching at a very fast speed. This breath was fiery, like a surging volcano approaching at a very fast speed, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. Han Xing did not wait for the breath to approach, and almost without hesitation opened the Skylight Shuttle and fled madly. Buzz! As a bright meteor passed by, Han Xing rushed out a distance of 2 light years in an instant. Although his current movement speed dropped by more than 50%. But Skylight Shuttle can increase the speed by 1000%. In this state, Han Xing's speed is still beyond the reach of those lords. Boom! A few tenths of a second later, a creature with flying red hair, like a magma giant emerging from a volcano, appeared where Han Xing had just stood. Gulp! Gulp! Drops of hot magma continued to fall from this red giant. It fell on the ground, immediately causing a series of corrosion sounds and smoke. In the blink of an eye, a magma ocean with a diameter of more than 10,000 miles appeared below. Feeling the remaining breath, the magma giant frowned slightly. It runs quite fast. But this breath is a little strange. Is there such a person among the top lords? He was very puzzled. He intended to catch up to find out. But after thinking about the terrifying speed that the other party had just exploded, the magma giant finally gave up the idea. It shook its head, looked at a moving silver flag on the map, and chased it madly again. Swoosh! Han Xing's figure gradually emerged as a meteor. After activating the Skylight Shuttle state for 5 seconds, he rushed out a distance of 10 light years at the cost of 2,500 points of agility. After carefully sensing it, he breathed a sigh of relief after finding that there was no pursuit behind him. Huh. If I'm not wrong, the guy just now should be the ancestor giant, Monroe. Monroe's record is similar to Lung Dao, but he is famous for his strong body and strength, and his shortcoming is speed. It seems that I am lucky this time. Thinking of this, Han Xing smiled again. Next, he continued to walk around in the same place. When he sensed the weaker lord's aura, he rushed over to scare the other party away. If there was a strong lord's aura approaching, he would open the Skylight Shuttle without hesitation and run away. After several times, he actually lasted for another 40 minutes. And in these 40 minutes, he opened the Skylight Shuttle 5 times, a total of 20 seconds, and consumed 10,000 points of agility. This consumption is still within the acceptable range for Han Xing. After all, he can now brush 100,000 points of agility a day through Shadow of the End. 10,000 points of agility can be exchanged for 20 points, which is still a sure win. In this way, time passed in a flash, and another 20 minutes passed. Ding! Participants, please note that you have held the gold flag for more than 1 hour, and you have earned 20 points. Your ranking has risen, current ranking, 139. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing smiled again. Not bad, the ranking has risen by 3 places. This gold flag is awesome. 1 hour is equivalent to 4 hours of the silver flag, and 20 hours of the bronze flag. He thought happily, and then continued to walk around with the gold flag. Han Xing is in a very peaceful state of mind now. For him, holding the gold flag for an hour is a profit. Even if it is snatched away by someone, it is a normal phenomenon. So he acted very relaxed. But his ease was different for the lords watching the battle outside. The lords commented, "You are worthy of being called the Killing Star. You are so calm even with the golden flag." Yes, I saw other top monsters were so nervous after getting the golden flag, and they wanted to release all the troops to fight to the death with other lords, but the Killing Star was just strolling around. This is the demeanor of a true strongman. For a while, not only those lords, even many lords in the God realm could not help but look at Han Xing with new eyes. Chapter 804. Even many of the God realm lords couldn't help but look at Han Xing with new eyes. They secretly commented in their hearts, This boy is not surprised by honor or disgrace, not arrogant or impatient, and combined with his talent, he is a rare plastic talent in millions of years. If he is trained, he will become a great man in the future. For these God Realm Lords, in the long years, they have seen countless monsters. But most of these monsters died in the process of rising. On the contrary, those monsters with average talents, but strong characters survived to the end. So, monsters like Han Xing, who have good talents and strong character, are simply the perfect disciples they dream of. However, although they all see Han Xing's potential, they also know that ordinary God Realm Lords are not qualified to accept such monsters. After a moment, these old monsters of the God Realm Lords suddenly thought of something. This kind of monster, his talent cannot be wasted. Even if I am not qualified to accept him, I still have my master. So, they all began to send the information here to the existence behind them. At this moment, Han Xing did not know what these old monsters thought of him. If he knew, he would laugh to death. What is honor and disgrace, not arrogant or impatient? Is this really a description of himself? Han Xing still maintained the original rhythm. In this way, another hour passed. Ding! You hold the golden flag for more than 1 hour, and get points, 20. Your ranking in the points ranking has risen, current ranking, 135. Not bad, you have risen a few more places. I got 60 points in 3 hours. I made money. You know, before he held the silver flag, it took him 12 hours to get these points. Now it can be said that it has been accelerated several times, just when Han Xing thought he could keep going. An extremely powerful breath approached him rapidly. Moreover, the speed of this breath was extremely fast. Even if Han Xing opened the skylight shuttle, he couldn't get rid of him. The two sides chased each other, and after a minute of continuous pursuit, Han Xing's agility had dropped by 30,000 points. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, since I can't get rid of him, I won't run. Wait for him to come." Instantly, Han Xing froze his body. At the same time, the breath approached at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant it came to Han Xing's head. That was another woman. But compared to the imposing and cold and unparalleled Yao Lian, this woman seemed much softer. She was suspended in midair, her toes lightly tapping the air, creating a circle of light blue ripples, as if she was stepping on the water. She was wearing a plain green long skirt, with a hem folded like lotus leaves, swaying in the wind, and the flowing water ripples on the skirt could be vaguely seen, like morning dew sliding over new lotus. Her face was delicate and picturesque, her skin was like snow, her eyes were as clear as a green lake, and a tiny cinnabar mole dotted the corner of her eyes, adding a bit of charm. The most eye-catching thing was the umbrella in her hand. The umbrella ribs were like jade, and the whole body was white, but the umbrella's surface seemed to be woven by thousands of lotus leaves, verdant and dripping with water light. When she gently turned the umbrella handle, the surrounding space began to ripple, as if even the world was included in a lotus pond in the rain. Xinghe. Han Xing had read the information about this woman, and her growth experience was quite tortuous. It is said that her body is a lotus leaf beside a lotus pond in an ancient secret realm. After an eternal lord broke into the secret realm, she was enlightened by the great existence and had a trace of consciousness. Then after a series of events, this woman came to the Lord continent from the secret realm and rose all the way. Then she fought all the way to the 4th round of the Tianjia tournament. At this moment, this woman held the umbrella handle with both hands and gently placed it on her shoulders. As her thin lips opened slightly, an extremely ethereal voice came. "I didn't expect. The one holding the golden flag was actually a mid-level lord." After hearing this, Han Xing did not face the tension of those top monsters, but smiled and said, "What's wrong with the mid-level lord? Isn't he worthy of holding the golden flag?" The woman in green shook her head slowly, and the hairpin on her head swayed gently, making a pleasant sound. "No, but I'm a little surprised that you're so brave. Aren't you afraid that I attack you? With the golden flag, you're greatly weakened. I can kill you by just turning the umbrella handle slightly." She seemed to be telling a very ordinary thing. Han Xing nodded and said, "Then if I throw away the golden flag, you won't be able to kill me in seconds?" After saying that, he threw the flag in the quiver to the ground, and the flagpole was firmly inserted into the ground. "Qinghe, She was silent for a moment, as if she didn't expect Han Xing to be so decisive and throw away the golden flag directly. If it were any other demon, they might have struggled at this time. "Heh." Qinghe chuckled, her lips curled up slightly, and a bright smile appeared on her face. "You are really an interesting man. Well, since you are so interesting, I won't grab your flag this time." After saying that, Qinghe turned around quickly, and the corner of her skirt swayed slightly, like a lotus leaf blooming in the void. Then, she tapped her toes lightly, and every time she landed, a circle of ripples would splash. In just a few steps, she disappeared from the spot. Looking at the back of this woman, Han Xing was puzzled. Strange woman. But she does have a personality. Although he and Qinghe had only met once. But it must be said that this woman left a deep impression on Han Xing. Or, in fact, every top demon has his own extremely distinctive personality. There is no mediocre person who can stand out from countless lords. Han Xing went down again and picked up the golden flag. The familiar feeling of weakness came again. But after the previous few hours, he had adapted. So, Han Xing continued to hold the golden flag and wander around. After Qinghe's arrival, he didn't encounter any pursuit from other lords in the next 2 hours. The total number of times was no more than 5, and he left them all behind. Your ranking in the points ranking has risen. Current ranking, 132. Your ranking in the points ranking has risen. Current ranking, 129. In just 5 hours, Han Xing rushed from 145th to 129th. Many lords, including those from the outside world, noticed his rising ranking and were shocked and surprised. They were shocked that a mid-level lord could be so powerful in a competition continent full of masters, and his ranking was rising steadily. What was strange was that there were not many top monsters who came to grab his flag. Even if there were a few, he avoided them at high speed. Qinghe, who was 100% able to grab Han Xing's flag, also gave up the flag. Everyone felt extremely strange. They could only sigh that the place where Han Xing was resurrected was really well chosen. However, the good times did not last long. Han Xing was soon punished. Some lords nearby finally figured out the holder of the golden flag through investigation. When they learned that they were scared to death by a mid-level lord, they were immediately furious. So, these lords united and prepared to ambush Han Xing, kill him directly, and take away his golden flag. On the top of a high mountain, more than a dozen top lords appeared from all directions. Because they had studied Han Xing's intelligence, this time they only released their hero-level troops. More than a dozen lords brought their heroes, totaling more than 100 people, and fought a great battle with Han Xing on this mountain top. At the beginning of the battle, Han Xing directly abandoned the golden flag and burst out with all his strength to kill the enemy. The battle lasted for 3 minutes. The battle range affected the surrounding 2 or 3 light years, raising the boundless land to the ground, and countless mountains and rivers evaporated. In the end, Han Xing killed 7 lords of the other side, at the cost of being seriously injured, and then drove the Skylight shuttle to escape from the battlefield. Those lords snatched Han Xing's golden flag as they wished. However, their golden flag was not even warm. In less than half an hour, they were intercepted by Qinghe. Although this woman said that she would not snatch Han Xing's golden flag, she did not say that she would not snatch others. As the lotus leaf umbrella in her hand gently rotated, these lords, who were already seriously injured, were easily killed by this woman. At the same time, the golden flag also fell into her hands. 1 hour later, Han Xing was dormant at the bottom of a cold abyss, lurking under the water for several hours. Since the golden flag was snatched away, he gave up the idea of continuing to fight for the golden flag, and tried to snatch a silver flag. After all, Han Xing was very clear about his own weight. The golden flag was just a coincidence, and it was already a dog-shit luck to earn 100 points. People should not be too greedy. The silver flag was the flag that matched his strength. Therefore, Han Xing observed the map and set his sights on a nearby silver flag. However, he did not rush up rashly, but prepared to investigate the strength of the flag holder before deciding whether to act. Although the top monsters who can crush Han Xing are now competing for the gold flag. But this does not mean that all the top monsters are in those war vortexes. There are also many monsters who hold the same idea as Han Xing. Usually, they hold the silver flag to get points, and if there is a chance to snatch the gold flag, they will decisively take action. So Han Xing is worried that the holder of the silver flag is one of these top monsters. His caution also reduced Han Xing's chance of resurrection. The holder of this silver flag was one of those top monsters. At the same time, Han Xing suddenly felt a strong battle wave coming from the distant mountaintop. It was accompanied by a series of powerful roars. Roar! Damn it! It's a top monster, go! The next moment, a series of air-breaking sounds sounded, and those lords began to flee at high speed. Han Xing was also aroused by the roar, and quickly thought in his heart, is it really a top monster? This guy is waiting here with a silver flag. Is he deliberately fishing for law enforcement? As mentioned before, in addition to the points ranking list, this competition also has a killing ranking list. The rewards of the two rankings are amazing. Of course, only the top 100. Although the rewards at the end are also very generous, they are nothing to these top monsters. However, the two rankings add up to only 200 places. There are definitely not enough places for so many top monsters to compete for. Therefore, some strong men who feel that they have no chance of being on the points ranking list will try to impact the killing ranking list. However, because these top monsters are so famous, other lords will give up fighting and choose to escape after seeing them. Therefore, their killing efficiency is not high. In order to kill more lords, those guys took a different approach and began to disguise themselves as weak lords to lure other lords to surround and kill themselves. Then, they killed them in one fell swoop and obtained a large number of killing points. Obviously, the one in front of Han Xing is interesting. Han Xing's mouth curled up with interest. I just don't know who is the top demon here. At the same time, the battle on the top of the mountain seemed to be coming to an end. The screams of those lords became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared completely. The whole battle process added up to less than 3 seconds. From this, we can imagine how powerful this person's fighting power is. This also made Han Xing more curious. Soon, he gradually swam up from the bottom of the dark lake. Han Xing squinted his eyes, and vaguely saw the figure standing on the cliff in the distance through the turbid water. This person was wearing dark silver light armor, with a long spear in his hand pointing obliquely at the ground, and a scarlet blood light occasionally flashed at the tip of the spear. At his feet, 7 corpses were neatly arranged, and each had a perfect round blood hole between the eyebrows. When he saw this person's figure, Han Xing immediately knew the other party's identity. One of the top demons, the gun soul, Theodore. This person's strength is extremely powerful, especially his attack power and gun speed. Describe it with a poem. One shot chilled the 19 continents, and the bloodlight was not dispersed before the soul was collected. A single shot cut off the moon in thousands of rivers, not stained by the mortal world, but only stained by blood. Theodore used a battle to prove that the existence of a duel with him, unless you are faster than him in shooting. Otherwise, it must be his opponent who will die. And what's more terrifying is that this guy's gun energy can ignore the distance, and is even faster than the archer's arrow and the mage's magic. Often before your attack is launched, you have been killed by the opponent's gun energy. The 7 corpses under his feet are the best proof. Damn. This guy's fighting style seems to be similar to mine. Both use the fastest speed and the most powerful explosive power to kill the enemy instantly, without giving the enemy a chance to fight back. And he is 1 level higher than me, and he is inherently crushing me in terms of attributes. If we really fight, I'm afraid I'm not his opponent. Han Xing quickly deduced the winning rate of the battle in his mind. If I were to start a decisive battle with Gun Soul Theodore, without using time pause, my chance of winning would only be 91%. Han Xing 1 He 9. Chapter 805. However, after turning on time pause, Han Xing and Gun Soul Theodore should have a 50-50 chance of winning. But he will definitely not expose his trump card so early. So, what Han Xing has to do now is to run away. Change the target to grab the flag. Gulyalu. The sound of water surged around, and Han Xing decided to dive into the water and leave here in another place. And at this moment, the man on the top of the mountain suddenly turned his head slowly, his eyes, like a knife, piercing the depths of the cold abyss. Since you are here, a low voice sounded, as if with infinite penetrating power, clearly transmitted to Han Xing's ears. Why rush to leave? Buzz. On the surface of the water, a ripple spread silently. The man on the top of the mountain has disappeared. Han Xing's pupil shrank, and all the muscles in his body tightened instantly. He knew that this gun soul had discovered him, and wanted to kill him to get killing points. Run! Han Xing rushed to the bottom of the water, without hesitation. Almost at the same moment, the water surface exploded. Boom! A blood-colored spear light fell like a meteorite, instantly piercing through the cold abyss. Han Xing suddenly turned sideways, and the gun energy brushed past his shoulder, almost piercing through it completely. Red blood spread. With just this one shot, Han Xing was injured. At the same time, Theodore stood on the water, with his spear pointed diagonally. Good reaction. Unfortunately, you can dodge one shot, but not the second one. Before he finished speaking, his spear changed again. God-killing. Long rainbow sunset. The spear came out like a dragon, and the bloodlight tore through the space. This shot was faster and more fierce than before. Before the tip of the spear arrived, the fierce killing intent had already made Han Xing's hair stand on end. So fast. This was Han Xing's first thought. I can't dodge. This was his second thought. Han Xing once again experienced the power of the real top monsters. These guys are simply perfect killing machines, and they have brought their own advantages to the extreme. At the critical moment of life and death, Han Xing's eyes flash fiercely. In that case, then, let's see who dies first. Buzz. An invisible wave emerged, and time fell into a short delay again. Han Xing activated the short time state of Time Beast body. The next moment, he pulled the bowstring. Once again superimposed various states, the breath began to rise wildly, directly climbing to the level of killing Lung Dao at the beginning. And as he pulled the bowstring to the full moon, the three-color origin power entangled. For this arrow, Han Xing integrated God Bao Sharp Gold Guanmong Piercing, Tidal Arrow Method, and Space Refraction. It can be said to be the strongest attack he has ever made. Swish! The arrow flew out of his hand, and the energy fluctuations that burst out instantly evaporated the entire lake. And at an extremely tricky angle, it appeared in the back of the head of the gun Soul Theodore. Then, he directly activated the Skylight Shuttle and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, time began to flow. Buzz! Because this arrow was mixed with the law of space, it reached the back of Theodore's head almost in an instant. Even a powerful top demon like this could not avoid it. He could only slightly turn sideways to let the arrow avoid his vitals as much as possible. Puff! The arrow hit, and the tidal arrow technique exploded. On the other side, the blood-colored gun energy that Theodore burst out also hit Han Xing. Boom! Boom! Two explosions sounded in succession. The lords watching outside widened their eyes, looking forward to the outcome of this battle. Everyone knew that Theodore's battle against Han Xing was a duel of the century. Both of them were extremely explosive and powerful. If they were to fight, it would be hard to say who would win. Under the gaze of everyone, the explosion in the lake area gradually dissipated. Only the last figure was left standing. Although his silver armor was stained with blood, his posture was still upright. In addition, the action of holding the gun. It was obvious that this person was Theodore. However, he had lived up to his previous outstanding temperament. The whole person even looked a little embarrassed. The most exaggerated thing was his head. Half of it had disappeared, and the inside was like a black hole, emitting a strong original breath. It even looks a bit creepy. Seeing this scene, the lords watching outside gasped. Hiss! Is Theodore injured? A lord asked in doubt. Another lord replied, Aren't you talking nonsense? Even half of his head is gone. It looks like he's seriously injured. Hearing this, the other lords looked unbelievable again. Incredible. Killer Star can actually make Theodore suffer such serious injuries. He really deserves to be called Killer Star. Something's wrong. Where's Killer Star? Why didn't he see him after that wave of explosions? After this person said this, the other lords also realized this and began to quickly search for Han Xing's figure near the battlefield. However, nothing was found. Seeing this scene, some lords wondered, what's going on? Where is the killer? Has he been killed by Theodore? Another lord immediately replied, It shouldn't be. Theodore is still ranked 117th on the kill list, and his points have not changed. In my opinion, the killer should have escaped. What? On the battlefield. Theodore held the spear diagonally, exuding a strong aura. While mobilizing the original power of his body, he recovered from his injuries. After a while, Theodore sighed, I was actually injured so badly. If I hadn't dodged at the last moment, I might have been killed by you on the spot. Killer Star? I remember you. I hope I can have a chance to fight you again in the future. After speaking, Theodore disappeared from the spot with the spear in his hand. A few minutes later, a stream of light was escaping at a high speed, and it was slowly slowing down. Soon, a figure wearing starry sky armor and holding a longbow emerged. It was Han Xing. He pressed the bloody hole on his chest, where blood was still flowing. He sighed in his heart, Damn it, he is indeed a top demon. If he had been slower to dodge, he would have been killed on the spot. Han Xing still had a lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, he finally managed to escape from the hands of the gun spirit Theodore. Fortunately, this time I observed him carefully, and did not fight him head-on. Otherwise, if I rushed up rashly, I would really fall into his hands. It seems that even if I see the silver flag later, I can't rush up rashly. I need to observe carefully before I say anything. Han Xing made a decision in his heart. Next, he became more cautious. First, he determined the target through the map, and then hid near the target for a while. First, he judged the strength of the target. If the other party was a demon who was fishing for law enforcement, or a lord with other strange means, Han Xing would basically turn around and leave. Or if the other party was acting in a group, Han Xing would not easily provoke them. In this way, an hour passed in a flash. Han Xing gave up 4 silver flag targets in succession. Before he completely recovered from his injuries, he could not be reckless. And when he finally came to the 5th silver flag, and after hibernating for a while, he finally determined that the alien lord in front of him was the target he wanted to attack. First, the other party was alone. Second, although the other party was powerful, he was similar to the big beast lord, and his territory was extremely powerful. The mountains and plains were filled with its various arms, filling up tens of thousands of kilometers. To attack this lord, you first need to break through the layers of defenses it has set up. Therefore, many lords left almost immediately after seeing the opponent's posture, without any delay. But Han Xing is different. His strongest point is the ultra-long-range point killing and the powerful attack power. To deal with this kind of existence that relies on troops, as long as the decapitation tactic is implemented, it can be completely killed instantly, and there is no need to fight with the opponent's troops. Thinking of this, Han Xing did it. He first distanced himself. He came directly to a position 2 light years away from the Lord. This distance may be insignificant in the outside world. But this is the competition continent, and all the lords are under a strong suppression effect. Even for those top monsters, the longest attack distance is good enough to reach 1 light year. If it is farther, the damage will be greatly weakened. But Han Xing is different. With the blessing of Shadow of the End, the farther his attack distance is, the stronger his attack power will be. It is estimated that these lords would never think that someone would attack him from such a long distance. And this is also one of Han Xing's unique advantages. At the same time, in order not to be discovered, Han Xing once again put on Halkin's skin and entered the space-hidden state. The next moment, the 4 states are superimposed, the bowstring is pulled open, the triple origin is fused, when the bowstring is pulled to the full moon state by him. Han Xing held his breath, and his fingers were firmly clasped on the bowstring. His eyes penetrated the distance of 2 light years, past the dense army of demonized plants, and locked onto the weird plant lord in the center of the legion. It was a creepy giant magic flower. The 3-meter-high main stem was a sickly purple-black color, and the surface was covered with creeping blood vessel-like lines. A huge corolla with a diameter of nearly 5 meters bloomed on the top, and the 7 serrated petals opened like blood-stained sharp blades, revealing the scarlet stamens in the center that kept shrinking and expanding. 12 thorny vines danced around it like living things, and each vine was covered with strange eyeballs, monitoring the surrounding movements at 360 degrees. Even more terrifying was its root system. Those translucent tentacles penetrated deeply into the ground, connected to the plant nerves of the entire forest, and any slight movement could not escape its perception. Found you. Han Xing raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He pulled the bowstring to the full moon, and the 3 original powers gathered at the tip of the arrow. The 3 forces of tide, space, and shadow intertwined, causing the space around the arrow to begin to twist and crack. Swoosh. The moment the arrow left the string, the eyeballs on all the vines exploded at the same time. Puff! Puff puff puff. The army of demonized plants had not yet reacted. The Queen of Thorns had already felt a life-and-death crisis. In a flash, it howled to the sky, emitting a piercing spiritual scream. Cry! 12 vines waved frantically trying to intercept Han Xing's arrow. But it was obvious that all this was in vain. The arrow appeared directly in front of the pistol, as if it had traveled through space. The tidal force attached to the arrow body exploded, blasting the so-called incorruptible magic flower armor to pieces. Boom! The shadow force followed closely behind, eroding the roots and body of the Queen of Thorns. In the blink of an eye, the powerful plant lord was completely devoured. The originally noisy battlefield suddenly became quiet. After sensing the death of the lord, hundreds of millions of demonized plants showed incredible looks in their eyes. However, before they could react, they froze in place at the same time, and then fell to the ground one after another, as if their souls were taken away. Successfully killed the lord, and obtained killing points, 5. Huh. Han Xing exhaled lightly, and then said with satisfaction, my 100-step shooting is quite effective. Now, it's time to pick up my flag. Thinking of this, Han Xing's figure flashed, and went directly to the place where the lord died. He picked up the silver flag on the ground with a scoop. At the same time, the familiar feeling of weakness reappeared. However, Han Xing didn't care, but looked at the flag in his hand and thought, next, I have to protect this flag well. Don't let some guys snatch it away from me again. Of course, if the top monster comes to trouble me, I'd better hand it over honestly. Han Xing was quite calm. Next, he held the silver flag and began to wander around the competition continent. Because he had experienced the gold flag, He now held the silver flag and could be said to have no pressure at all. When encountering a lord approaching, observe the opponent's strength first. If there is a sign of danger, Han Xing will open the skylight shuttle without hesitation to escape. If the opponent's strength is not good, that's when Han will show his strength. He often pulls the arrow before the opponent approaches. Then wait for the opponent to take a step forward, and directly activate the 3 origins to fuse the origins and kill it in seconds. Up to now, the lords encountered are getting stronger and stronger. The fusion of 2 origins can no longer guarantee a 100% kill rate. Although the consumption of using 3 origins is a little higher, it can at least guarantee that most of the lords will be killed instantly. Even the top monster like Gun Soul Theodore was almost killed instantly by Han Xing, which is a clear example. Therefore, after several times, those lords died tragically under his arrows without even seeing Han Xing's face, contributing a lot of killing points. In this way, time flies, and 5 days have passed. In total, 20 days have passed since the start of the 4th round of the flag-grabbing competition. There are only 10 days left before the end of the competition. The fighting in the first 20 days made many lords bloodthirsty. They didn't even pay attention to their own resurrection times. When 10 resurrections were used up, they were directly eliminated. The remaining lords on the field were less than 100,000. On this day, Han Xing, who had just killed a lord with a silver flag in his hand, suddenly saw a system prompt. Chapter 806. Survivor Han Xing, please note. You have successfully entered the top 100,000 in the Southern Region Tianju Challenge. Mission. The 3rd stage of the Extreme Challenge has been completed. You get rewards. Eternal Earth *10 kg, Self-Selected Attribute Source Power *1 billion, Self-Selected Chaos Lord Skill Book *1, Legendary Points *1 million. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. Fuck. It's actually completed at this time, ha ha ha. He laughed out loud. It's really because the reward this time is too generous. 10 kilograms of Eternal Earth, and the following 1 billion self-selected source power are not the most important. The most important thing is the following self-selected Chaos Lord Skill Book and 1 million legendary points. What this means is self-evident. It means that Han Xing is likely to be able to choose a powerful skill that is extremely suitable for him, greatly improving his strength. The other 1 million legendary points can open a golden turntable and extract rare skills. It is self-evident how powerful the last rare skill, Shadow of the End, is. It directly changed Han Xing's fighting style from short and medium-range combat to ultra-long-range combat. The enemy couldn't even see his figure before being killed by Han Xing. But after the excitement, Han Xing suppressed his excitement. This skill book cannot be selected yet. Including the 1 million legendary points cannot be extracted. Because I don't have any source points. Yes, when Han Xing upgraded Shadow of the End earlier, he kept some commonly used source powers. All the other origin powers were used up. Even if you draw a powerful skill, you can't use it to strengthen it immediately. And unstrengthened skills have no effect on this level of battlefield. Rather than draw it out first, and make yourself feel itchy, it's better to wait until the end of the game to draw, and you can also go out hunting and collect the origin points you want. Thinking of this, Han Xing secretly made a decision. Then he looked at his current ranking. Points ranking. Number 142, Han Xing, points, 2,585 points. Killing ranking. Number 7692, Han Xing, killing points, 615 points. The gap between the two rankings is a bit big. In the points ranking, Han Xing's ranking of 142 almost crushed countless top monsters. Although it has dropped compared to the previous few days without the golden flag, it is already very abnormal. No one expected that a mid-level lord could actually rush into the top 200 in the competition among so many top monsters. If he can keep it up, it will be something that will go down in the history of the southern region. As for the kill ranking, Han Xing only scored over 600 points because he didn't kill many people. But overall it's not bad. If he can keep it up, there will be some extra rewards after the game. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Next, I just need to hold on for another 10 days, and I can advance smoothly. When the time comes, I will count the number of resources in my backpack to see if I can get enough materials to break through to the high-level lord. If it's possible, that would be great. Maybe I can be promoted to high-level lord before the 5th round. When the time comes, I will kill them with one arrow, no matter what the gun soul or the demon lotus. Han Xing muttered to himself. And at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from his ear. You said, you want to kill me with one arrow? Han Xing felt his scalp tingling and his hair stood up. In an instant, He entered the Skylight shuttle state and pulled the bowstring. Only after he withdrew a distance did Han Xing look up and look forward. There, a beautiful figure was standing in the air. A plain long gown swayed slightly, and her long black hair fluttered in the wind. In addition, she was carrying a large sword. This woman full of cold beauty was the Demon Lotus. Damn it! Han Xing glanced at her speechlessly. Why did you appear behind others without making any noise? Do you know that this will scare people to death? The Demon Lotus stared at him without saying a word. After a moment, she murmured in a low voice as if she was talking to herself. It is indeed as I guessed, you hid your strength when fighting me. You can exert such a powerful fighting power at the intermediate lord level. How did you do it? Han Xing. She raised her head, and her red pupils moved slightly, as if she wanted to see through everything about Han Xing. However, Han Xing did not answer this question, but asked, Tell me first, how did you come behind me quietly? This woman is too weird. You know, Han Xing has always maintained the state of releasing his spiritual consciousness, just to prevent some beings with invisibility or stealth abilities from approaching him quietly. After learning the 1,000 yuan soul shield and 9 yuan soul destroying knife, Han Xing's consciousness became extremely sharp. Ordinary concealment methods could not get close to him at all. However, this woman broke through his consciousness and came directly to Han Xing. If she hadn't spoken, Han Xing wouldn't even have felt it, including the same situation last time. This woman is really scary. Hearing this question, Yao Lian frowned slightly and was silent for a moment. Then, she slowly raised her head and opened her red lips. It's my footwork called Jingbu. Jingbu? Han Xing was slightly stunned. Is it such a simple name? Yao Lian nodded gently. Yes, it was originally a footwork of an ordinary monk in the temple. After I learned it, I practiced it day after day and practiced it to this level now. After a pause, she continued, in addition to footwork, my swordsmanship and special moves are all achieved through some ordinary folk means. After practicing all day, I have broken through to the current level. After listening to her, Han Xing looked at her resentfully. Are you showing off to me? Do you think I will be envious? Yao Lian was stunned, as if she didn't know why he said that. However, what she didn't know was, to be able to improve this ordinary folk means to such a high level through practice, even to the level of Tianji Liuguangbu. This requires such a heaven-defying talent, which is beyond imagination. Anyway, Han Xing himself can't do it. At this moment, Han Xing sighed again in his heart. They are indeed top-notch monsters. These guys are so powerful that they are unreasonable. Then, he looked at the woman in front of him again. You have killed me once. Why are you looking for me again? Hearing this question, Yao Lian raised her head instantly, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in her strange pupils. She said in a low voice, You held back when you fought me last time. I want to fight you again, and I hope you can show your full strength. After hearing this, Han Xing glanced at the woman again speechlessly. I don't want to fight with you. I just want to get a ranking with the flag now. You can find someone else. Yao Lian stared at Han Xing, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly took out something from her arms, a golden flag. The bright golden light shone brightly in the sun, and Han Xing's eyes froze instantly. As long as you fight with me with all your strength, whether you win or lose, this flag will belong to you. Yao Lian's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of firmness in her tone that could not be refused. Han Xing narrowed his eyes, and calculated quickly in his heart. Are you telling the truth? He asked tentatively. Yao Lian nodded. I never lie. Han Xing thought for a moment, and seemed to be extremely moved. However, looking at the big sword behind Yao Lian, he hesitated again. After a moment, he seemed to have made a decision and said seriously, Okay, since you said so, I will fight you with all my strength. After hearing this, Yao Lian had a barely detectable arc at the corner of his mouth, and a surging fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. However, at this time, Han Xing stretched out his hand. Give me the flag first, so that you won't regret it later when the fight starts. Yao Lian frowned slightly, seeming to be a little dissatisfied with his distrust, but she didn't say much and threw the golden flag directly over. Han Xing caught it, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Thank you. The next second swish. He activated Skylight Shuttle without hesitation, and the whole person instantly turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the sky at a terrifying speed of 1 light-year per second. Yao Lian stood there, her pupils slightly contracted, obviously not expecting him to do this. After a moment, she also realized that she seemed to have been fooled. The pupils were quickly covered with a touch of blood. Then, Yao Lian disappeared silently from the spot. In the distance, Han Xing was speeding at a high speed. Ha ha ha! This woman is so naive. she actually handed over the golden flag. He couldn't help laughing. Of course, he also sensed that there was a breath chasing behind him at a high speed. Obviously, it was Yao Lian. In the state of full pursuit, she could no longer maintain the state of quiet step, where the breath was not noticeable. However, although her movement speed was fast, it was obviously not comparable to Han Xing's Skylight Shuttle. After all, this was a body movement that ranked in the top 100 in the southern region. After Han Xing's enhancement, it reached a height that those evildoers could not reach. Even if he was holding the golden banner, and was suppressed by 40% of his movement speed, he could still leave Yao Lian far behind. After just a dozen seconds, he could no longer sense the woman's breath. However, Han Xing was still not careless, and continued to maintain the Skylight Shuttle state. He knew that this woman would not give up. Moreover, because he was holding the golden banner, his position would be displayed on the map. This woman was definitely staring at the map, and approaching Han Xing at a rapid speed. Of course, there is a solution to this situation. As long as the golden flag is dropped, the woman will not be able to find him. In addition, there is another way. Of course, this method is more risky. But if it succeeds, he may be able to hold the golden flag for a while. First, he should keep enough distance from Yao Lian. Then go to the location of another golden flag and scare the other party away directly. Next, Han Xing will run in another direction. In this way, Yao Lian will not be able to tell which direction's golden flag is Han Xing through the map. Of course, there are also considerable risks in doing this. After all, he is going to deal with another demon holding a golden flag. If he does not scare the other party away, he himself may be killed by the other party. After thinking for a while, Han Xing gritted his teeth and said, "Never mind, wealth and honor are sought in danger. If it doesn't work, don't give up the flag. At worst, continue to look for the silver flag." Thinking of this, he did it, quickly opened the map and looked for the nearest golden flag target. Soon, he found a moving golden flag about hundreds of light years away. Han Xing did not hesitate at all, and rushed towards the golden flag. Behind him, Yao Lian was looking at the map and noticed Han Xing's direction. What is he going to do? A hint of doubt appeared on her beautiful face. After a moment, she seemed to realize something and frowned slightly. But Yao Lian did not say much, but continued to chase after the golden flag on the map. About 3 minutes later, Yao Lian suddenly saw that the two flags on the map met. After a brief contact, they flew to the south and north, two completely different directions. At this moment, Yao Lian's beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted together. She sighed, "What a cunning guy. But you can't escape, I will keep chasing you." Yao Lian directly chose the direction of one of the golden flags and quickly chased after it. On the other side, Han Xing kept moving at a speed similar to that of the other flag while looking at the map. He also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Obviously, his plan was successful. The holder of the golden flag that Han Xing just touched was indeed a lord of the top demon level. However, the other party had just fought a battle and was seriously injured. Seeing Han Xing rushing over aggressively, this top demon was immediately stunned by him. But the opponent was indeed a top demon, and he quickly adjusted himself and wanted to have a head-on confrontation with Han Xing. However, after a brief collision, Han Xing burst out with all his strength and directly knocked the opponent unconscious. This top demon also realized that Han Xing was not easy to mess with. So he retreated without hesitation and left here. After waiting for a while, there was no breath chasing behind him. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be safe for the time being. Fortunately, I deliberately slowed down a bit, and that woman was fooled again, haha. He seemed very happy. After all, cheating this woman twice in a row can be regarded as revenge for being killed by her last time. However, Han Xing did not take it lightly. But he continued to hold the golden flag and rushed towards the next golden flag holder, ready to repeat the old trick. Completely interfere with this woman's judgment. And on the other side, a being covered in golden hair, wearing golden armor, shaped like an ape, holding a trident and a two-edged halberd, was running away at high speed. Feeling the breath approaching rapidly from behind, the ape grimaced in anger. Damn human race. Chapter 807. The monkey was so angry that he bared his teeth. Damn human race. Take advantage of my serious injury to attack, and after being beaten back, he asked people to chase me. It's really hateful. Yes, this guy suspected that the demon lotus behind him was sent by Han Xing. Because Han Xing said something cruel when he was running away. You can't run away, my friends like to fight with monkeys like you the most. She will come to kill you in a while. The monkey believed it, and subconsciously thought that the demon lotus behind him was really with Han Xing to chase him. He was so angry that he scratched his ears and cheeks, and his face turned red. However, he didn't dare to stop at all. The monkey could clearly feel how terrifying the existence chasing behind him was. Even if he was in his prime, he was probably not the opponent of the other party. What's more, he was seriously injured now, so he could only run away and didn't dare to stop at all. Half an hour later, Han Xing finally stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief. I should have gotten rid of that woman completely. If she wants to continue chasing me, she must check at least 2 or 3 golden flags. And the holders of these golden flags are not good people. Even if this woman is powerful, if you take it lightly, you will suffer a great loss. Thinking of this, he nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to run with the golden flag. Time flies, and another half an hour has passed. Ding! Participants, please note that you have held the golden flag for 1 hour and obtained competition points, 20. Your ranking has risen, current ranking, 139. Han Xing said happily, it's been an hour, I made a profit. Even if the flag is taken away, it's not a loss at all. After all, Han Xing has only used 1 resurrection opportunity so far. He can still revive 9 times. There are only 10 days left before the end of the game, and there are still plenty of resurrections, so there is no need to be afraid. Thinking of this, he continued to leisurely hold the golden flag and wander around. Just like that. Time passed in a flash, and another hour passed. The strange thing is that no one came to find him during this hour. Han Xing earned 20 points for nothing. Then another half an hour passed. Just when Han Xing thought that he could earn 20 points for nothing, a figure dressed in white plain clothes and with a cold temperament slowly emerged. It was Yao Lian. This woman, after chasing him for 2.5 hours, actually entangled him again. This shows the persistence of this woman. But at this moment, Yao Lian is no longer as calm as before. Her right arm was torn by some sharp weapon, blood dripped from her fingertips, and her left leg also had a deep scar that could be seen to the bone, and her movements were slightly sluggish. The most shocking thing was the through wound on her waist, and the dark red blood soaked half of her robe. You? Han Xing narrowed his eyes, and then suddenly realized, so that's it. It seems that you have fought with those guys. In the front, Han Xing deliberately confronted those gold flag holders head-on, and then forced them to escape, deliberately confusing Yao Lian's sight. Yao Lian could not lock Han Xing's position through the map, and could only remember the moving directions of these gold flags and check them one by one. But when 2 top monsters collide, a big battle is inevitable. Obviously, Yao Lian was forced to fight with those top monsters continuously, which is why she was injured to such an extent. Yao Lian's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, and the big sword in her hand slowly raised. Do you think you can escape like this? Han Xing, use all your strength. Otherwise you will be killed by me instantly. Hearing this, Han Xing looked at her carefully and chuckled. Do you think that you are still qualified for me to use all your strength in your current state? Yao Lian frowned. Before she could react, Han Xing threw the golden flag aside and recovered to the peak state. The next moment, Skylight Shuttle started. His figure retreated 2 light years. After pulling away, he flipped his right hand, and the dark eternal night longbow had condensed in his palm. Then, Han Xing pulled the bowstring without hesitation. Swoosh! 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 3 arrows wrapped with destructive power shot out from the air, forming a Chinese character and going straight to Yao Lian's brow, throat and heart. So fast. Yao Lian's pupil shrank slightly. But soon, she rekindled her surging fighting spirit. The knife flashed, and with 2 dings, she accurately chopped down the first 2 arrows. But the 3rd arrow suddenly split in midair, turning into 9 energy needles as thin as cow hair, piercing her acupoints all over her body. A trifling trick. She turned her knife, and a blood-colored knife aura burst out from her body, shattering all the energy needles. But in this moment, Han Xing had already drawn the bow like a full moon, and the arrow tip was surrounded by the 3 series origin fluctuations. Try this trick. 3 series fusion, destroy everything. The moment the arrow left the string, the light of 1 or 2 light years around was distorted and swallowed, and at the same time, it brought the power of a surging river, attacking Yao Lian like a tidal wave. Yao Lian felt the horror of the arrow and her eyes fixed. She quickly blocked it with her sword. Boom! The arrow that condensed the 3 essences of Han Xing exploded instantly. The terrifying waves smashed a half-light-year deep pit on the ground. Yao Lian was directly knocked out several light years by the shock wave, and even smashed into the ground tens of thousands of meters deep before she could barely stop. She soared into the sky like a proud swan, looking at Han Xing solemnly. Yao Lian was about to speak, but she felt a sweetness in her throat and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Obviously, in the collision just now, her injuries were aggravated again. Ahem. Is this all your strength? Yao Lian looked at him solemnly. But Han Xing said speechlessly, this is not my full strength, it's just a more powerful burst method. If you were in your prime, you would have killed my attacks before they even got close. But now, you are too seriously injured. At the moment when he finished speaking, Han Xing pulled the bowstring again, not giving the woman any chance to breathe. Swish. An arrow that also integrated the three origins was shot out, and it also directly drained most of Han Xing's physical strength. 2 consecutive bursts almost made him exhausted. If this can't kill the Demon Lotus, then he can only wait to die. At the same time, the arrow came to the Demon Lotus at an extremely fast speed and caused a shocking explosion. Boom! The area within a light-year radius was directly enveloped by this terrifying explosion, turning everything into complete nothingness. This time, no figure flew out. Obviously, the Demon Lotus directly bore the power of Han Xing's arrow. Including the outside world, there are countless lords staring at the projection screen, guessing the outcome of this battle. The battle between Killer Star and Demon Lotus is so fierce. Killer Star is too cunning. He actually used the golden flag to lure Demon Lotus to fight those top demons, and she suffered a lot of injuries. That's right, Killer Star took advantage of the situation and won unfairly. These supporters of Demon Lotus were immediately furious and strongly condemned Han Xing's behavior. But it is obvious that they have no other means except condemnation. They can only watch Demon Lotus being beaten unilaterally by Han Xing. For those top powerhouses, being beaten by a mid-level lord is a great shame. What's more, it is a proud existence like Demon Lotus. This also makes the supporters of Demon Lotus a little worried, whether this incident will cause any blow to her state of mind. After all, these lords actually know that compared with strong strength and talent, state of mind is equally important. Without a firm enough heart, it is impossible to become the strongest. When a demon's state of mind is broken, his strength will also plummet. Under the worried eyes of the crowd, the thick smoke in that area gradually dissipated. As expected, the scene of Yao Lian being killed by one blow did not appear. Instead, a blood-red figure appeared at the center of the terrifying explosion. At the center of the explosion, a blood-red figure was slowly rising, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. It's really a pleasant pain. Yao Lian's voice was ethereal and strange, echoing between heaven and earth with multiple echoes. She was suspended in the air, surrounded by a blood-red halo, and her original injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In addition, her body also underwent amazing changes. Her original long black hair turned into flowing red clouds, and the ends of her hair were dotted with fine blood-colored crystals, gently dancing in the void. On her snow-white skin, strange blood-colored lines appeared, outlining a totem like a moon wheel, emitting a faint red glow. A blood-colored veil moved without wind, and the hem of the skirt was like a blooming red spider lily, stretching in the void. A pair of translucent blood-colored wings spread out behind her. The most shocking thing is that the big sword in her hand has also completely transformed. The blade turned into a crystal-clear blood-colored crystal, with liquid moonlight flowing inside, and a faint blood-colored mist lingering on the blade. At this moment, the Demon Lotus looked both beautiful and dangerous, and it was breathtaking, and the lords in the outside world also showed doubts when they saw this scene. They all exclaimed, Yao Lian is not dead. Her body seems to have undergone some changes. What's going on? A high-level lord, who was watching the battle, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. After a moment, he said in a serious tone, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the Blood Moon Demon form of Yao Lian. Blood Moon Demon? Hearing this unfamiliar name, all the lords looked puzzled. The lord answered, yes, Yao Lian's full name is Blood Moon Yao Lian, but since she rose all the way, no one has called her that. Plus her powerful fighting talent, even the top demons are not her opponents. Not to mention, forcing her to take this form. After a pause, the lord continued, however, Yao Lian in this form will be many times more terrifying than in the normal form. Back then, a top demon was forced to surrender when she was a mid-level lord, and threatened with her life. The two sides fought a life-and-death battle, and later forced Yao Lian to reveal her Blood Moon Demon form. In this form, she only used one sword, and with the combat power of a mid-level lord, she killed the top demon in seconds. This person briefly recounted Yao Lian's past achievements, which immediately caused an uproar. Oh my god! With the strength of a mid-level lord, she killed a top demon in one blow. Isn't this as terrifying as the Killing Star? God, the demon Lotus has now become a top demon, and now that she has opened the Blood Moon demon form, how terrifying will her strength be? The killing star is in danger. Hearing this, the group of Yao Lian supporters instantly became excited. They said excitedly, "Great, she is worthy of my support of the goddess of Demon Lotus." That's right, how could the goddess of Demon Lotus fall to a mere mid-level lord? The goddess of Demon Lotus will win. On the other side, Han Xing's supporters showed worry in their eyes. Yes, Han has supporters now. Although the number is not as large as those of the top demons, he also has a group of loyal fans. Among them is the Ghost Thunder Lord, who had contacted once before. This lord, covered with dark purple armor, was watching the game screen with a worried look. He prayed in his heart, "Brother Han Xing, come on." The form of the Red Moon Demon has not been shown to the world for 3,000 years. The Demon Lotus stroked the blade gently, with a bit of nostalgia in his voice. "Han Xing, you are indeed worthy of pride for forcing me to this point." She slowly raised her eyes. Her eyes were charming and dangerous, but it's time to end. As the last word fell, the momentum around her suddenly rose, and the bloody moonlight spread around her, dyeing the entire battlefield into a dreamy crimson. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into a fairy under the moon, breathtakingly beautiful, but so powerful that it made people tremble. At this moment, Han Xing also looked at the woman in front of him with a serious face, and at the same time fell silent for a rare time. In the past, if Han Xing could beat the enemy, he would not give up easily even if there was only a slight chance of winning. He would use all kinds of trash talk to interfere with the enemy, and make the opponent's battle flaws appear. This is also one of Han Xing's usual methods. It sounds a bit inferior, but it is very effective. However, this time he didn't say a word, because Han Xing simulated tens of thousands of battle scenes in his mind, fighting against this form of Demon Lotus. The winning rate was infinitely close to zero. So, he was too lazy to struggle. It would be better to be killed by this woman and resurrect somewhere else, so that she wouldn't keep pestering him. At the same time, Yao Lian had already raised the blood-red sword. Buzz! Her opening move alone emitted a terrifying sword energy, as if it cut the sky in half. Han Xing clearly felt a tingling sensation from his eyebrows to his abdomen. A bloodline appeared, as if it was about to split in half. Yao Lian naturally saw Han Xing's movements, and knew that he had given up struggling. However, the woman did not hesitate at all, because Han Xing's previous series of actions had already made her want to kill him. If she didn't kill him, she would not be able to vent her hatred. Clang! A blood-red sword light appeared. Yao Lian's cold voice sounded, "Blood Moon, cut in half." Chapter 808. Yao Lian's cold voice sounded, "Blood Moon, cut in half." Next, the blood moon in the sky suddenly split into two. Han Xing only felt that a flash of extremely fast knife light was coming. This flash of knife light was so fast that it exceeded the concept of time and space and involved a more advanced level. To put it in popular terms, it is the law of cause and effect. Even if he used time pause and escaped the attack range of this knife, the knife energy would still fall on Han Xing. Even if you jumped out of time and entered another timeline, you would still be cut by the knife energy. This is cause and effect. To avoid this kind of attack, unless you are stronger than the opponent and cut off the cause and effect directly, or use the power of the physical body to resist. Otherwise, there is no chance to avoid it. The audience outside also held their breath, as if they saw the scene of Han Xing being cut into two pieces. Including Han Xing himself, he felt that he was doomed, and at this critical moment, a green lotus leaf appeared out of thin air, fluttering in front of the blood-red knife light. Ding! The crisp sound of jade chimes striking each other resounded through the world. The seemingly fragile lotus leaf did not move at all, and steadily resisted the blood-red knife light containing the power of cause and effect. "Sister Yao Lian, I haven't seen you for many years, and your knife is still so sharp." A beautiful figure walked out of the void with lotus steps. She was wearing a green long skirt with light green lotus patterns embroidered on her sleeves, and a jade silk ribbon tied around her waist. Her long black hair was loosely tied up with a green jade hairpin, and a few strands of hair fluttered in the wind, making her skin as white as snow and her eyebrows as beautiful as a painting. The most eye-catching thing is the cinnabar on her forehead, which looks like a green lotus bud about to bloom, emitting a bright and clear light. She stepped barefoot in the void, and with every step she took, a green lotus shadow bloomed, supporting her spotless jade feet. "Qing!" Yao Lian's pupils shrank slightly, and she held the handle of the blood-colored long sword tightly again. Obviously, Qing He, as a top demon, her appearance also made Yao Lian feel strongly afraid. Qing He raised her hand lightly, and the lotus leaf that blocked the fatal blow floated back to her palm leisurely. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a gentle but majestic smile. I am very optimistic about this, Han Xing Lord. How about ending today's matter here? Her voice was neither fast nor slow, but with a mysterious rhythm, as if it could soothe all the restlessness in the world. Even the blood-colored moonlight surging around Yao Lian gradually calmed down in her words. Keep an eye on him? Yao Lian's blood-red pupils shifted, and her eyes focused on Han Xing for a moment. She seemed to realize something, and her pupils suddenly shrank. You want him to break into that secret realm? He still had a faint smile on his lips, and did not answer this question. Yao Lian had already confirmed her guess. She shook her head and said, It's impossible. You know how dangerous that secret realm is, even if you and I work together. Even if I activate the Blood Moon demon form, it is impossible to break through the secret realm reincarnation. Plus, there are various restrictions there. However, He shook her head and said, How can we know if we don't try? At least, in the thousands of years I have been waiting, I think Lord Han Xing is the most suitable existence. Sister Yalian, how about we just leave it at that? After hearing this question, Yalian fell into deep thought, and did not agree immediately. Han Xing, who was standing by, was already confused. He could not help asking, What are you talking about? What secret realm, what sister, do you know each other? He turned her head with a gentle smile on her face. Lord Han Xing, please be patient, I will explain it to you. After she finished speaking, she raised her delicate jade hand, and counted with her fingers. A ray of green light quickly penetrated into Han Xing's brow. And the 1,000-yuan soul shield deep in Han Xing's sea of consciousness began to automatically resist the green light, and the 9-yuan soul-destroying knife was also dispatched to wipe out the green light. This is Han Xing's automatic defense mechanism, which can resist various mental attacks. However, after sensing that the green light had no lethality, he simply released the defense shield. And as the green light penetrated into his mind, it immediately turned into countless memory fragments. In it, Han Xing saw an ancient and sacred Tianqi, which had existed in a mysterious place for countless years. In that Tianqi, there grew a lotus leaf, and on the lotus leaf grew a lotus flower. After thousands of years, a mysterious strongman entered this Tianqi and accidentally left a little power. The lotus leaf and lotus flower absorbed this power, and gradually activated a little spiritual wisdom. Then, after tens of thousands of years, the secret realm was affected by the catastrophe, and the space array was broken. Endless catastrophe power poured into the secret realm, destroying everything inside. When the catastrophe power was about to pour into the Tianqi, the lotus leaf and lotus flower split into two. Transformed into two streams of light, one blue and one white, rushed out of the secret realm and entered the Lord's continent. When all the memory fragments in front of him were absorbed, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. He looked at the two women with completely different temperaments in front of him, and said with a strange face, So that's how it is? You and Yalian are actually sisters from the same roots. Qinghe nodded gently, Yes, we are from the same secret realm. Yalian next to him did not comment. Han Xing continued to focus his eyes on the two women, scanning them up and down. Swept by his naked eyes, Qinghe's expression did not fluctuate at all, while Yalian did not hide the disgust in her eyes. After observing for a while, Han Xing said with a strange look on his face, You two are from the same place, and you have the same roots. Why are your personalities so different? Yao Lian is like a madman. She kills everyone she sees. Sister is different. She is beautiful and gentle. Sister is still the best. Hearing his evaluation, the two girls were stunned at the same time. He pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Yao Lian next to her looked cold, and her hand holding the blood-colored long knife was shaking slightly, like a volcano about to erupt. She said in a cold voice, Do you want to die? Hearing this, Han Xing casually spread his hands and said, You can kill me if you want, I don't care anyway, the worst-case scenario is to resurrect in another place. But I'm too lazy to go into the secret place where you were born. Hearing this, Yao Lian paused, and doubts appeared in her blood-red eyes. Even He next to her opened her mouth slightly, as if she had heard something incredible. What did you say? Can you enter that secret realm? Yao Lian asked hurriedly, with a strong eager tone. He also looked incredible. Han Xing shook his head, No. Hearing his answer, the expression on Yao Lian's face froze again. Then, a raging rage erupted from her. Boom! The blood column rushed up to the sky, as if dyeing the sky blood red. You dare to play tricks on us? Yao Lian's voice was cold, and the big knife in her hand was raised high. Then, without hesitation, the knife fell. Shwa! The knife light cut through the sky, and its power was no less than the previous one. Just when this attack was about to fall, Han Xing's voice sounded again faintly. I just said that I can't do it now, but I didn't say that I can't do it in the future. When I become a high-level lord, I can naturally enter that secret realm. Hearing this, Yao Lian's pupil shrank suddenly. She seemed to realize something, and just wanted to put away the knife, but it was too late. At this time, Qinghe flicked again. A green lotus leaf covered the sky and blocked Han Xing. Kung! The knife light collided with the lotus leaf, and there was a sound of metal intersecting. Boom! As the aftermath of the collision emerged, the knife energy spread out in all directions, cutting deep cracks in the land within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was not until then that the two women reacted. Yao Lian stared at him solemnly. What you just said, is it true? When you reach the high-level lord, you can enter that secret realm? Han Xing nodded, of course. Hearing this answer, the two sisters with completely different personalities looked moved. Qinghe did not speak. Yao Lian asked with a serious look, how to prove it? Hearing this question, Han Xing smiled immediately. How to prove it? After a pause, an endless stream of light burst out from his body, as if he would disappear in the next second. Han Xing's ethereal voice sounded, do I need to prove it? Now you are at the intermediate lord level. In terms of attack power, you are not as good as me. In terms of movement speed, you are not as good as me. How long do you think you can last if you fight me again, when I reach the high-level lord without opening the blood moon demon form? With my strength, can I break into that secret realm? When Han Xing finished speaking, the sisters fell into silence again. The three of them stood still in a strange posture. But the lords who were watching from the outside had strange faces. Because in their vision, they only saw that Han Xing was about to be killed by Yao Lian with a knife. But because Qinghe appeared and helped Han Xing block that knife. Later, the two sides seemed to have started some kind of conversation again. However, because the competition continent has a special shielding power, the lords outside did not know the content of their conversation. Even trying to distinguish through lip reading was impossible. So, they just looked at this scene in confusion. After a while, Qinghe was the first to chuckle. As she smiled, countless round and complete lotus leaves appeared in the void. Sister, I believe what Lord Han Xing said. With his strength, he can indeed break into that secret realm after breaking through to the high-level lord. After a pause, she added, even if it doesn't work just after the breakthrough, it will definitely be possible when he reaches the limit of the high-level lord. In fact, he didn't know how important the transformation of high-level lord was to Han Xing. In addition to the sharp increase in attributes and territory, there is another most important function. His series of combat skills can be upgraded to the level of God's domain lord. According to the restrictions, Han Xing can only strengthen his combat skills to a level higher than himself. And once he reaches the high-level lord, the combat skills he usually uses, such as Immortal Body, Instant Prison Shadow Kill, Tidal Arrow, etc., will usher in a terrifying qualitative change. Even Han Xing himself didn't know how strong he would become when he upgraded all his skills to the level of God's domain lord. After a moment of silence, Yao Lian also put away the bloody long sword. The red hair quickly faded to black. She looked at Han Xing, with an unwilling look in her eyes. If that's the case, let's stop here today. I won't kill you, but when you become a high-level lord, you can go to that secret place for us. However, after hearing this, Han Xing smiled and shook his head. Not enough. Yao Lian asked in confusion. Han Xing continued, I know what you think, and hope that I can enter that secret place and bring something back for you. But, you don't think that just because you let me go once in the competition continent today, you want me to help you later? At this point, he added, of course, if the gentle and beautiful sister Qinghe asks, I am willing to help you once. After Han Xing finished speaking, the two weird and beautiful sisters showed different reactions again. Qinghe covered her face and chuckled, seeming to be amused by Han Xing's words. Yao Lian frowned and thought for a moment. She also knew that compared to such an important matter as entering the secret realm, it was nothing to let Han Xing go here today. After all, Han Xing could be resurrected many times. Yao Lian asked, what do you want? Seeing her speak, Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile again, as if the fish that had been waiting for a long time finally took the bait. Seeing his smile, Yao Lian suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Han Xing slowly said, next, I want you to protect me during the game so that my golden flag will not be taken away by others. Keep it until the end of the game to ensure that I can enter the top 100. In addition, after the game, I need you to give me 100 kilograms of eternal soil. When he finished his conditions, the scene became silent again. Even the sound of a needle falling could be clearly heard. Yao Lian looked at her beautiful eyes coldly and asked, "What did you say? You want me to protect you in the next game? And give you 100 kilograms of eternal soil?" Han Xing nodded, "Yes." After hearing this, Yao Lian immediately refused. "Don't even think about it. I wish I could chop you into pieces right away, and I can never protect you." Han Xing casually spread his hands. "I said, whatever you want. If you don't agree, forget it. Just kill me directly so that I can find the next flag." Seeing this casual attitude, Yao Lian felt a burst of anger. And Qing He next to her stepped forward, her skirt swinging in the air. "Lord Han Xing, how about I protect you?" Han Xing looked at Qing He, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face. "Sister Qing He, of course I'm happy that you want to protect me. However, this is a matter between you two sisters. Of course Yao Lian has to bear it together. You can't leave everything to your sister, right?" Chapter 809. Hearing this, Yao Lian was so angry that her teeth itched. Even Qing He turned around helplessly and looked at her sister. After a fierce mental struggle, Yao Lian gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "I protect you." Seeing her agree, not only Han Xing, but also her sister Qing He beside her smiled. Han Xing continued, "Then it's a deal. You two sisters will be responsible for protecting me next. After the game, each of you will give me 50 kilograms of eternal soil. And as a condition, when I reach the high-level lord and the Tianju challenge is over, I will go to that secret place. Get back what you need in there. Is that okay?" When he finished quickly, the powerful and beautiful sisters looked at each other. Qing He stepped forward and said softly, "Basically, no problem. But I have a small request." Han Xing smiled and said, "Sister Qing He, what request?" The beautiful lady in green said, "It's just, can you give me less eternal soil? I don't have 50 kilograms. Hearing this, Han Xing said readily, "Since it is Sister Qing He's request, it is naturally no problem. Later, you just need to give me 30 kilograms of eternal soil." Qing He smiled even more after hearing this. Yao Lian, who was standing by, also wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Han Xing. "You still have the original price, 50 kilograms of eternal soil, not a gram less. Otherwise, no deal." Seeing his attitude, Yao Lian was once again furious. She reached for the hilt of the knife behind her several times, wanting to kill Han Xing. But after hesitating for a while, she gave up the idea. There was no way. Who told them to ask for help from the man in front of them? They knew the danger of that secret realm very well. Especially after being invaded by the power of catastrophe, it was upgraded by several levels. Even if the top lords went in, the survival probability was less than 10%. Han Xing now asked for 80 kilograms of eternal soil, which was already a very cost-effective price. Of course, it didn't mean that no one else could enter that secret realm except Han Xing. Although that secret realm restricted the strength of those who entered, only those below the Lord of the Divine Domain could pass the test. And in the Lord continent where there were many strong people, there were also many such monsters. For example, Roland, who is now ranked first, and Ji Yuntian. Before that, Qinghe had also looked for them. But the prices offered by these monsters were many times more outrageous than Han Xing. Some even coveted the beauty of the sisters, and made very excessive demands. So now suddenly there is a lord who is willing to go to that secret place, has unlimited potential, and the conditions are not excessive. Yao Lian can only compromise. In this way, Han Xing took the flag in his hand, and took the powerful and beautiful sisters to escape quickly into the distance. Obviously, this sudden development shocked the countless lords, who were watching from the outside world. Sha Xing, Qin He, Yao Lian, each of them is a very popular player in this competition. I thought that when the three of them gathered, there would be a fierce battle. In the end, they actually negotiated. And it seems that they have reached a consensus. The lords looked strange and said, "What is going on? Why did Qinghe and Yalian follow the killer star? I don't know. It's really weird. Why didn't Yalian, who kills anyone she sees, kill Han Xing today? Yeah. It's outrageous. Can anyone tell me what happened?" A puzzled voice rang out in the crowd. At this moment, a lord suddenly said, "You think these three people will not join forces?" Hearing this, the lords who were watching looked confused again. Join forces? Isn't this unlikely?" Another lord also echoed, "Yes, if you say that those second-level lords join forces, I would believe it, but they are Yao Yan and Qinghe. Since these two women debuted, I haven't heard that they have joined forces with anyone. Those who are close to them have been killed directly. Not to mention joining forces with a man." Everyone looked puzzled. However, apart from this answer, They could not think of any other possibilities. Half an hour later, 3 figures flew in the air. 1 blue and 1 white figure flew on both sides. Han Xing held a golden flag and walked in the middle of the team. During this half hour, at least 4 or 5 waves of lords saw 2 gold and 1 silver flag on the map and came close to investigate. However, after seeing the blue and white figures, the pupils of these lords suddenly shrank. Then, they turned around and left without hesitation. So in this half hour, Han Xing did not encounter a single battle. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. It has to be said that having 2 beautiful bodyguards around is timid. He didn't hide his words, and they fell clearly into the ears of the 2 women. Qinghe still maintained that elegant smile, while Yaolian on the right looked very uncomfortable. That's it. Time passed in a flash, and an hour passed. Ding! You have held the gold flag for more than 1 hour, and you have obtained the game points, 20. Your ranking in the points ranking has risen, and the current ranking is 139th. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, I earned another 20 points. Next, as long as you can hold the gold flag until the end of the game, it will not be difficult to enter the top 100. In addition to Han Xing's points increase, Qinghe's ranking also increased from 155 to 153. As for Yaolian, this woman doesn't care about the ranking, she just wants to fight with more powerful people. So her ranking is only 1423rd. Even the flag in her hand is silver level. Han Xing looked at Yaolian's back and suddenly said, "You say, should we grab another golden flag and replace it for Yaolian?" Hearing this, he was slightly startled. Yaolian snorted coldly, "I don't need it, and you don't have to help me." "Who the hell is going to help you?" Han Xing said speechlessly, "I think that with 3 golden flags, more strong men will be attracted. At that time, I can also get more killing points." After the words fell, the sisters also knew what Han Xing meant. Now, he not only wants to sprint to the ranking of the points list, but also the killing list. He is also planning to do so. Yaolian said in a deep voice, "Greed?" Han Xing rolled her eyes at her. "What is greed?" "This is to use your own advantages to obtain all the resources you can get. Now, I still lack a lot of eternal soil to break through to the high-level lord." Qinghe next to her seemed to realize something, and she asked tentatively, "Brother Han Xing, more than 100 kilograms of eternal soil are not enough for you to break through?" Hearing this question, even Yaolian seemed to be interested. Han Xing also knew that she was testing the foundation of her territory. She smiled and shook her head and said, "It's almost there. Anyway, it's still a little short." "So that's it." Qinghe nodded suddenly, and at the same time, a trace of hidden surprise flashed in her eyes. After all, as a top demon, she consumed a terrible amount when breaking through the high-level lord. But it was less than 100 kilograms of eternal soil. And now, according to Han Xing's words, 100 kilograms seems far from enough. But she didn't ask more, but opened the map. She quickly scanned it. After a moment, she pointed to the southwest and said, "Let's go there. There is a golden flag in that area." The other party did not move. They must be confident of their own strength and waiting for others to challenge them. Hearing this, Han Xing couldn't help but smile. "Waiting for us to challenge? That's great. I like to challenge such strong people. Let's go!" After saying that, he waved his hand and rushed forward at high speed. Qinghe and Yaolian looked at each other again and followed. At the same time, in the boundless sea, at the deepest part of the seabed, there is a creature that is yellowish-brown and looks like a mountain, standing in the seabed. The huge water pressure has no effect on it, and even the surrounding sea area of 10,000 meters automatically separates it from a special field. This strange creature is Qishan, one of the top monsters participating in this competition. This person is also extremely powerful, and his strange physique can be called an indestructible body, which can withstand attacks far beyond the current limit. What's more terrifying is that he has a special method that can accumulate the damage he receives, and then rebound to the attacker in one fell swoop after reaching a certain limit. There are countless lords who died under this move. Facing such a lord with extremely strong defense and piercing like a hedgehog, basically not many people are willing to provoke him. So with this advantage, Qishan, holding the golden flag, has persisted for almost a day. At this time, the hill under the sea suddenly shook, and 2 bright eyes suddenly appeared on it. A deep voice sounded, "There is a strong breath approaching me. Is it another top lord?" With a puzzled look, Qishan quickly opened the map and took a look. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked. 2 golden flags and a silver flag rushed towards it at high speed. Seeing this scene, Qishan's eyelids twitched wildly, and a strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart. At this moment, it almost did not hesitate to mobilize all its strength and rushed out of the seabed. Splash! Like a meteorite breaking through the water, it quickly fled to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a meteor and disappeared. When Han Xing arrived with Qin He and Yao Lian, the other party had already run far away. Seeing this scene, Han Xing shook his head helplessly and said, "Damn, running so fast? Isn't it said that Qi Shan is an iron turtle, with strong defense, but slow movement speed?" Hearing this, Qin He covered his face and chuckled, saying, "Although Qi Shan's movement speed is slow, it is compared with other top monsters. As a top 100 strongman, his body skills are also extremely powerful. If we want to chase it, unless we lose the flag." Hearing this, Han Xing immediately shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's continue to look for the next target." Qin He nodded gently. Anyway, he has already agreed to protect his safety from now on until the end of the game. It is equivalent to obeying Han Xing's orders. Next, Han Xing opened the map and began to continue looking for the next target. However, the next situation is similar to this time. The top lords holding the golden flag saw 2 golden flags and 1 silver flag coming together on the map. Even the dumbest lords knew that the newcomers were not kind. So they fled without hesitation. This also made Han Xing miss several times and was so angry, and at this moment, the lords who were watching had confirmed one thing through this series of situations. That is, Sha Xing, Qin He, and Yao Lian, these 3 people really joined forces. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar around. After all, before this, everyone knew that those top evildoers were arrogant and disdained to cooperate with others. So far, except for a few, they have basically been fighting alone. And the combination of Han Xing and the other 2 will become a subversive force in the entire arena. Even the top 3, Ji Yutian, Roland, and Wu Pa, may not be able to win against them. Everyone felt incredible. At this moment, Han Xing did not know the heated discussion outside about their cooperation. Instead, he took Qin He and Yao Lian to the next target. On the map, a golden flag was less than 100 light years away from them. Even after being suppressed by gravity and weakened by the golden flag, their speed was still not slow. It only took more than a minute to reach the target location. But the weird thing is, this time, the existence holding the golden flag did not run away directly when he saw their rapid approach like other top monsters. Instead, he chose to wait in place. Seeing this scene, Han Xing couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. "Oh! Didn't they run away? This is preparation. We will have a head-on confrontation when we get there." This also made Han Xing hesitate. After all, knowing that they were holding 2 golden flags, equivalent to at least 2 top monsters, the other party still did not withdraw. There are only 2 situations. One is that the other party felt that they had no chance of escape, so they were ready to give it a try. Or the other party is absolutely confident in their own strength and wants to face them head-on. If it is the latter, then this person's strength may be really terrifying. However, after Han Xing looked at Qin He and then at Yao Lian, a hint of confidence also appeared in his eyes. In that case, let's go meet him. After the words fell, Han Xing's figure flashed, and he sped up again. 3 streams of light flew away at an extremely terrifying speed. 3 streams of light cut through the sky, and finally hovered over a vast desert. The temperature here is very high, and the surface temperature reaches thousands of degrees Celsius. Chapter 8:10. Hoo-hoo. Bursts of hot wind blew by, rolling up waves of heat. The sand sea under his feet showed a strange dark gold color, shining with a metallic luster under the scorching sun. The heat wave distorted the air, making the distant scene sway like water waves. "There," Qinghe said softly. After hearing this, everyone followed her gaze. Then, they saw that in the center of the desert, a lonely figure was sitting quietly. It was an ascetic wearing a coarse linen robe, and his clothes had long been worn white by the wind and sand. He was barefoot, sitting cross-legged on a flat black rock, with his hands in an ancient Zen seal. The most eye-catching thing was that a golden flag was inserted in the sand beside him, motionless in the hot wind. When Han Xing and the other 2 were hovering in the air, the ascetic slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of eyes as clear as a newborn baby, but as deep as the vast starry sky. His eyes swept over the 3 people calmly, and finally stopped at Han Xing. "You are here." These 3 simple words shocked Han Xing's heart. This voice seemed to ring directly in his mind, with a kind of power that went straight to his heart. The ascetic slowly stood up. His movements were as gentle as the breeze blowing over the sand dunes. He reached out and pulled out the golden flag, casually carrying it on his shoulder. Only then did Han Xing notice that he was wearing heavy shackles on his wrists and ankles, but there was no sound when he moved. I have been waiting here for a long time. The ascetic smiled slightly, and the wrinkles on his face stretched out. 3. Do you want to take this flag? His tone was as calm as if he was asking about today's weather, but Han Xing felt an invisible pressure coming at him. Qing He beside him unconsciously tensed his body, and Yao Lian's blood-red long sword also trembled slightly. Qing He whispered, "Be careful, this person is called Kutua, an extremely mysterious top demon. No one has ever seen him really fight with all his strength, but every time he fights, he will defeat the enemy with a slight advantage. So until now, we don't know his true strength." Hearing this, Han Xing also fixed his eyes, and quickly opened the score ranking. On it, Kutuo's name was ranked 46. This is a terrifying strongman ranked in the top 50. At this moment, the other party still smiled and stood barefoot on the hot sand, and walked towards them step by step, carrying the pressure of a world. Seeing this, Han Xing chuckled, "We have 3 people here, who cares if it's Kutuo or Tian Tua, let's kill him." Before Han Xing finished speaking, the Eternal Night longbow in his hand was fully drawn, and 3 arrows wrapped with destructive power broke through the air. Swoosh! 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 The arrows were in a Chinese character shape, and went straight to Kutuo's eyebrows, throat and heart. Each arrow contained the terrifying power to tear the space. If it were other high-level lords, facing Han Xing's sudden attack, they would be seriously injured or even severely damaged. However, Kutuo just shook his head lightly, and waved the golden flag in his hand casually. Ding! 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 With 3 crisp sounds, the arrows were lightly bounced off by the flag and exploded into light spots in the sky. So fast! Han Xing's pupil shrank suddenly. At the same time, the pair of sisters also had a match. Qing He raised her hand lightly, and 6 green lotus leaves flew out, forming a 6-pointed star formation in the air. The edge of each lotus leaf flashed with a sharp cold light, blocking all of Kutuo's retreat routes. Lotus 6 leaves forbidden destruction. The blood-colored long sword of Yao Lian turned into a stunning ray, and wherever the blade passed, the space was cut into fine cracks. Blood moon broken sky. Swish. Swish swish swish. Han Xing's arrows, Qing He's lotus leaves, and Yao Lian's sword light attacked Kutuo from 3 different corners. This terrifying joint attack, even top monsters like Gun Soul and Leng Dao would have no way to avoid it, and then be taken away by them in one wave. However, this Kutuo is worthy of being a top 50 strongman. Facing the siege of the 3 masters, he still looked calm. And before the attack was about to come, he formed a seal with one hand and chanted softly, "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back, and you will be on the shore." In an instant, a golden light curtain burst out from his body, shattering all the lotus leaves, and the blood-colored sword light was also blocked out. Even Han Xing's arrows were all shattered into powder. What? Yao Lian's face changed slightly. So strong. Qing He was shocked. Even Han Xing looked incredible. This kind of defensive shield is so outrageous that it can even block the joint attack of the 3 of us. But after thinking about it, Han Xing seemed to realize something. No! The joint attack of the 3 of us has completely broken through the limit of the high-level lord. You are not me, it is impossible to block this kind of attack. Is it similar to a short-term invincible effect? Hearing Han Xing reveal the mystery of his move, Kutuo smiled without saying a word. He stretched out his right hand and made a gesture of invitation. 3. Continue? Seeing this scene, the auras of the 3 people were simultaneously lifted. The terrifying fighting spirit rose from them. Even Qing He, who was always mild-tempered, had a wave of emotional fluctuations in her pupils at this moment. What a joke, we are all top monsters. At this moment, the other party was fighting 1 against 3, and they still dared to provoke them. It was a great humiliation to them. Han Xing raised his lips. Okay, come on. I also want to see how powerful the top 50 are. The next moment, one state after another was activated crazily. Instant prison shadow kill, activated. Star Lord, activated. The shadow of the end, bless. Infinite domain, bless. Add to the limit for me. Buzz. A terrifying aura burst out from Han Xing, even far exceeding the previous time he fought against other top monsters. Even Qinghe and Yalian couldn't help but turn their heads and looked at him in surprise. But Han Xing said, "Don't look at me, burst out with all your strength. I will kill him at the fastest speed." Hearing this, Yalian and Qinghe also understood what he meant. The next moment, the 2 women took a deep breath at the same time. Huh? As they breathed, A huge lotus leaf suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, as if covering the sky. The lotus leaf carried infinite sealing power, and even Kutuo felt that he could not move an inch under this power. On the other side, Yao Lian raised the big sword with one hand, and leaned forward slightly. The terrifying sword force continued to accumulate, and in a short time, it reached an extremely terrifying level. It seemed that the earth would be cut open by this sword. Kutuo also felt the horror of the three people's joint attack. A trace of solemnity finally flashed across his deep pupils. He slowly raised his hands, and formed an ancient and complex mark on his chest. As he moved, the desert under his feet suddenly boiled, and countless golden sand grains floated up, forming a rotating sandstorm barrier around him. Bitter Sea Infinite Golden Body. Under the action of some mysterious power, the sand grains gradually turned into liquid gold and condensed into a dazzling golden armor on his body. Mysterious runes flowed on the surface of the armor, and each line seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. Even more amazing was that a golden Buddha phantom that was 100 feet tall appeared behind him. The Buddha lowered his eyes, made the fearless seal with his right hand, and held the Vajra in his left hand, emitting a terrifying pressure that suppressed heaven and earth. 3 donors. This move is called suffering in the sea of bitterness. Kutuo's voice became solemn and sacred. If you can break it, I will admit defeat. Before he finished speaking, the three people's attacks had arrived. Chingha's sky-covering lotus leaf fell first, and countless green chains burst out from the leaf veins, trying to entangle the golden Buddha. However, as soon as the chains touched the Buddha's light, they broke into pieces like ice and snow melting. Yao Lian's blood moon sword energy followed closely, and the blood-colored long rainbow tore through the space and slashed fiercely on the Buddha's phantom. There was a loud clang sound, and the sword energy was actually repelled and flew backwards, plowing a bottomless gully in the desert. At this critical moment, Han Xing's ultimate attack finally arrived. 3-system fusion end of tide. An arrow wrapped in gold and lightning broke through the air. The space around the arrow body continued to collapse and reorganize, and the flow of time became chaotic. This was the strongest attack that Han Xing had condensed after he had pushed all his states to the extreme. The arrow collided with the golden Buddha. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, fine cracks appeared on the golden Buddha's shadow. Kutuo's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly changed his hand seal, Akalanatha seal. But it was too late. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Buddha's shadow shattered. The arrow's remaining force did not decrease, and it directly pierced Kutuo's chest. Puff! Kutuo spit out a mouthful of golden red blood, and looked down at the blood hole in his chest in disbelief. His golden armor was fading rapidly, and it turned into ordinary sand again and fell down. How is this possible? Kutuo asked with a puzzled look on his face. Why can yours penetrate my immortal golden body? At this moment, Han Xing was panting, but a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Damn it, you dare to challenge us. Your defense is indeed invincible, but unfortunately, this arrow of mine is designed to break the invincible. Let you know what it means, that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always better than you. Han Xing's arrow combines the shadow of the end, the sharp gold of the divine bow, and the tidal arrow technique. The triple combination has completely pushed the attack power to another level. So, it seems that Kutuo was only hit by Han Xing's arrow, and the only injury on his body was a blood hole. But in fact, the original power contained in his body had already been destroyed by Han Xing, and his body would collapse at any time. Hearing this, Kutuo suddenly smiled with relief. So that's it. I was obsessed. It's great that there are people who are better than you. Before he finished speaking, his body dissipated with the wind, like a sand sculpture, leaving only the golden flag quietly stuck in the sand. Han Xing casually glanced at Yao Lian, who was still in a daze beside him, and said, Why are you in a daze? Go get the flag. Faced with Han Xing's scolding, this bad-tempered woman strangely did not retort. Instead, she looked at him solemnly. You didn't use that move just now when you fought me. Do you think my strength is not enough for you to burst out with all your strength? She held the hilt of the knife, and her pupils once again showed a trace of blood. But Han Xing looked at her speechlessly. I also want to kill you with one arrow, but do you think I have a chance? Kutuo is an iron tortoise who is good at defense, and he was besieged by the three of us and had no chance to fight back from beginning to end. Your sword skills are fast, accurate, and ruthless. You don't give me a chance to attack at all. If I fight with you, I guess I would have been killed by you in the process of accumulating power. After listening to Han Xing's explanation, the blood in Yao Lian's eyes gradually disappeared, and a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heh. You have some foresight, knowing that I am stronger than Kutuo. After she finished speaking, she jumped lightly and picked up the golden flag. Han Xing ignored this narcissistic woman, but opened the small map. 3 golden flags and 1 silver flag appeared at his location. Yao Lian took 2 of them by himself. Of course, when calculating the points, only 1 will take effect. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction and said, yes, with 3 golden flags together, there should be many top monsters who can't help but come to deal with us, right? Or some big alliances can't help but attack us. When the time comes, just kill these guys in one wave, and the killing points will soar. He was happily imagining, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Qing He next to him was elegantly suspended in the sky, watching Han Xing's back, wondering what he was thinking. At the same time, after Han Xing's battle ended, the outside world had already set off an uproar. The lords discussed. These 3 people actually got together, and they ran to kill Kutuo. Oh my god. Kutuo is so miserable, he was besieged by these 3 monsters, and couldn't even fight back. Yes. This mysterious strongman still has many means, but he was killed without using them. It's so aggrieved. At this time, a lord said, everyone stop discussing, don't you find a problem? These 3 people together, even the monsters ranked in the top 50 have no room to resist. In other words, as long as the monsters ranked in the top 10 don't take action, their combination is already invincible. They can walk sideways on the entire competition continent, and there are not many people who can be their opponents. Hearing this, the other lords also realized something. Yes. So, as long as they don't encounter those evildoers, they can dominate the entire competition? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's pupils shrank and their breathing became a little rapid. Because they knew that if this continued, the combination of these 3 people would basically be invincible in the next competition. In addition, these 3 people were holding golden flags. When the competition was over, they might all be able to rush into the top 100. At this moment, Han Xing, Yao Lian, and Qing He were still flying side by side in the air, looking for the next target. They didn't know about the discussion about themselves in the outside world, and even if they knew, they wouldn't care. The current goal of the 3 people was to kill more lords and get killing points. Chapter 811. The current goal of Han Xing and the other 2 is to kill more lords and gain killing points. Through this battle, we have already tested the strength of our team. Han Xing looked at Qing He and Yao Lian and said, with the cooperation of the 3 of us, the top 50 monsters are not our opponents. As long as we don't encounter those top 10 monsters, we are invincible. After a pause, he said, so next, I want you to help me practice. No, help me get on the killing list. Hearing this, the 2 beautiful women looked over. Han Xing looked at them calmly and continued, you know, I need a lot of eternal soil to advance to a high-level lord. The sooner I break through, the sooner I can enter that secret realm. What do you think? After listening, Qing He nodded first and said, what Lord Han Xing said does make sense. I will do my best to help you. Yao Lian next to him turned his head away lightly, as if he agreed with Han Xing's statement. Seeing the attitude of the sisters, Han Xing smiled again. Okay, in that case, we will hunt down any lords who can still move. Now, let's start. After saying that, Yao Lian grabbed the big sword with a clang. Qing He tapped her hands lightly and unfolded the lotus leaf field. Including Han Xing, they also held the black war bow in their hands tightly. Soon, they set their sights on an alliance of more than a dozen lords. In a mountain range about 1,000 light years away from Han Xing and others, a group of lords sat around a temporary camp, discussing the next target. One of the lords, wearing a snow wolf coat, pointed to the map and said, the silver flag in the east is held by Martin. This guy is quite powerful, and has also joined another alliance in this area, so it is not easy to attack him. We can attack the silver and bronze flags in the southwest. There are only 2 lords there. Although there are monsters like Wampa among them, we can still deal with them with our strength. A lord next to him said, I suggest directly dealing with the Corpse Heart Lord Alliance next to them. Although they also have more than a dozen lords, they also have 7 or 8 flags. If we can grab them all, we can all have flags, and then we can arrange the defense formation with peace of mind and defend until the end of the game. No, I think. The lords kept discussing and expressing their opinions. At this moment, a female lord wearing an eye mask and carrying a large gun with a diameter of more than 2 meters suddenly noticed the changes on the map. At first, she thought she was seeing things, so she took off her blindfold and took a closer look. When she saw 3 gold and 1 silver flag flying towards her, she was immediately horrified. The female lord shouted, "Run! There's an enemy attack!" Hearing her shout, the other lords looked at her in confusion. "Lena, what are you shouting about?" What enemy attack? Yes, is it the Lords of the Corpse Heart Alliance who are attacking us? Damn it! We don't provoke them, but they dare to provoke us. Let's fight them. The lords reacted differently, and the female lord's eyes were filled with extreme terror. She said in a trembling voice, "It's not the Corpse Heart Alliance. It's 3 golden flags flying towards us." Hearing this, the lords reacted instantly. What? 3 golden flags? Who is it? They said in disbelief. At this time, the lord wearing snow wolf skin shouted, "Don't care who it is, those who can hold golden flags at this stage are all top monsters. 3 of us together can't be their opponents. Run!" The other lords also came back to their senses. However, they just wanted to run away. Swish! A flash of knife light slashed across a light year, directly splitting a bottomless crack in the boundless mountain range. 2 of the lords were hit by the knife light, and their bodies were split in half on the spot. However, in order to leave Han Xing with a life, this knife did not use full strength. Puff! Amidst the bloody explosion, a strange and beautiful figure appeared out of thin air above the heads of the lords. A large sword was held diagonally in the air by her slender fingers, and her cold eyes were filled with murderous intent that ignored all living things, and a long white gauze dress was dancing in the air, full of a solemn beauty. Yao Lian. A lord instantly called out her name. Damn! Why is it this woman? Go! We are no match for her, flee in all directions. However, just as these lords were fleeing from all directions, in the surrounding space, countless green lotus leaves suddenly appeared, blooming continuously in the void. In the blink of an eye, it filled the surrounding area of half a light year, forming an absolute forbidden area. Those lords only felt that they were trapped in the quagmire, and could not move at all. Seeing this scene, the lords once again realized the identity of the attacker. Green lotus leaves. This is Xinghe. Damn it! I have heard that Xinghe and Yaolian are evil spirits from the same family, but I didn't expect these 2 women to really join forces. Despair has appeared in the eyes of these lords. After all, a Yaolian can kill them and make them lose their armor. Now there is another Xinghe who is good at sealing, and they have no chance at all. Just when these lords were ready to accept their fate, they found that the 2 women in the air did not make any other moves after sealing them. Instead, they were like 2 flowers of different colors, suspended in the air, as if waiting for something. Just when they were extremely confused, an arrow crossed the distance of space and instantly arrived in front of a lord. Wherever it passed, even the space was distorted. Swish! Puff! A blood hole appeared between the eyebrows of the first lord, and the origin of the territory in his body was destroyed, and he fell down instantly. Lord Baoshu! The group of lords shouted in horror. Before they could react, the sound of breaking through the air came again. Swish! Swish, 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 swish. Each sound of breaking through the air represented the death of a lord. In just a few tenths of a second, 7 or 8 lords had fallen, and they finally realized something. Yao Lian and Xinghe, these 2 peerless evildoers, took action to create a hunting opportunity for the mysterious existence using the bow and arrow. In other words, they have now become prey driven into the encirclement, like lambs to be slaughtered. Thinking of this, the eyes of these lords all showed humiliation. You know, everyone present is 1 in a billion. And now, they are hunted by others. However, no matter how unwilling they are, they still have no chance to resist in the face of absolute strength. Swish, swish, swish. Another wave of arrows attacked, and all the lords were declared dead on the spot. On the other side, about 1.5 light years away from the battlefield, a figure who kept bending the bow and shooting arrows put down the big bow in his hand. Huh? He exhaled lightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although it's only the first time to cooperate, the effect is not bad. The abilities of the sisters Yaolian and Xinghe, combined with my long-range point killing, are a perfect match. Han Xing thought with a look of relief. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. In this battle, you have killed 15 participating lords cumulatively, and obtained killing points, 75 points. Your killing ranking has risen, current ranking, 8,549. Seeing the prompt, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Xinghe, Yaolian, pick up their flags, we will go to hunt the next target. The 2 women looked at each other after hearing this. Xinghe smiled lightly, then landed on the battlefield below, and picked up all the 2 silver and 1 bronze flags dropped by the group of lords. In this way, their team had 3 gold, 3 silver, and 1 bronze flags. This scene was not seen in the entire competition continent. However, for Han Xing, this was just the beginning. In the following time, the three of them continued to wander around, looking for targets to attack. After being besieged by them, teams of lords were killed on the spot without any resistance, and turned into killing points and disappeared. Even those lords, who did not hold flags, would not hesitate to attack when they were seen by Han Xing. After all, dying in the competition continent does not mean real death. At most, it consumes the number of resurrections, or is eliminated after the number of resurrections is used up. Therefore, Han Xing did not feel the slightest guilt for killing these lords. Not only did he not feel guilty, but he was also delighted because his kill points and points kept rising. In this battle, you killed 12 participating lords cumulatively and obtained kill points, 60. Your kill ranking has risen, current ranking, 8,102. You have held the golden flag for more than an hour, and obtained competition points, 20. Your points ranking has risen, current ranking, 129. As the system prompts on the screen kept ringing, Han Xing could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Because according to this trend, by the end of the day, even he himself didn't know how many places he could reach. In the outside world, other lords were stunned. They said in disbelief, "I am not seeing wrong. Qinghe and Yaolian are helping Han Xing kill people and slaughter other lords? You are not seeing wrong. This is true. It's really a ghost." "Yes. What's wrong with Qinghe and Yaolian? Why would they help a man like this? This is not in line with their style." At this time, a lord said, "Do you think Qinghe and Yaolian like this killer, so they help him so much?" Hearing this, many lords were slightly stunned. Some supporters of Qinghe and Yaolian immediately retorted without hesitation, "Impossible. Goddess Qinghe is so talented, and she only pursues power in her heart. No matter how strong the killer star is, she can't be tempted. That's right, it's even more impossible for Goddess Yaolian. In her eyes, there are only opponents and opponents waiting for her to surpass. It's impossible for her to be tempted by a man. I don't accept it." However, some lord said sarcastically, "I think this guess makes sense. After all, how do you explain the sudden change in the personalities of this pair of evil goddesses, and help this killer star so much? It's impossible to say that the killer star used force to coerce them, right?" Other lords also continued to add, "It does make sense. The killer star has amazing potential, and he is only at the middle-level lord level now. If he breaks through to the high-level lord, I'm afraid that the sisters together will not be his opponents. It's normal to admire the strong." After everyone's echo and various speculations, these three people who were originally unrelated have now become reasonable. And the supporters of Qinghe and Yaolian seemed extremely angry. They gritted their teeth and argued one by one, "It's impossible, don't talk nonsense. Yaolian and Qinghe goddesses will not like the same man at the same time. That's right, there is no man in this world who can make them fall in love." However, in the face of these people's explanations, the other lords basically ignored them. Compared to the competition, the love, hatred, and grievances of these top monsters seemed to attract them more. In any world, there are a large number of spectators. Just like that, with a few words from everyone, a different version of the story leaked out. Yao Lian killed Han Xing in the first battle with Sha Xing. Later, I felt that this person's talent was really great, so I paid attention to him. Then in the second battle, Yao Lian was fooled by Sha Xing. Sha Xing's strategy and strength completely convinced this proud woman. So she chased Sha Xing relentlessly. Unexpectedly, when she was about to catch up with Sha Xing, he showed up halfway. This woman also admired Sha Xing, so she staged the following dramas. This pair of evil women, in order to compete for the favor of the killer star, were willing to escort him, and even help him deal with other lords. As this explosive news spread, the entire competition continent, hundreds of billions of lords were in uproar. No one expected that this pair of evil women with character figures would actually bend for the same man. For a time, many lords beat their chests and stamped their feet, feeling sad. In the Tower of Linghui territory, the light of the crystal projection flickered in the dim room. Lord Linghui and Long Yu stood side by side, quietly watching the three figures in the game screen who cooperated tacitly. The noisy rumors from the outside world seemed to have been transmitted to this quiet corner through the projection, making the air subtle. A meaningful smile appeared on Long Yu's delicate face. She turned her head to look at Linghui beside her and asked softly, "Lord Linghui, do you think those rumors are true? Could the proud daughters of heaven like Qinghe and Yaolian really be so kind to Lord Han Xing?" Chapter 812. Linghui's enchanting purple pupils trembled slightly, but soon returned to their usual coldness. She snorted coldly, with a deliberately distant tone, "How would I know about this kind of thing?" Besides, she turned her face away, her long green hair falling down, covering half of her face. What does his private affairs have to do with me? Long Yu keenly caught Ling Hui's flash of unnaturalness. She blinked, deliberately dragging out the tone. Really? But has Lord Linghui ever thought about? If the rumors are true, what if Lord Han Xing really leaves with the sisters after the game? Leave? Linghui turned his head suddenly, and a trace of barely perceptible panic flashed in his dark green pupils. Yes. Long Yu stroked her staff gently. These two have extraordinary origins, and there are mysterious strong men behind them. If Lord Han Xing falls in love with them. She paused for a meaningful moment. Then, maybe he will go with them, and then you will never see him again. From now on, we may become a stranger to him who is dispensable. Ling Hui's slender fingers unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes, and her knuckles turned slightly white due to the force. But soon, she forced herself to let go and put on that cold look again. If he wants to leave, he can leave. The legs are on him. Her voice trembled slightly. I am not related to him. Long Yu looked at the Lord, who was usually decisive and killed, pretending to be calm at this moment, and couldn't help but sighed. Lord Linghui, sometimes we women don't have to be so harsh on ourselves. My mother once said that when you meet someone you really care about, pride will often become the biggest obstacle. Don't let yourself regret for the rest of your life because of a momentary impulse. Linghui was startled when she heard this, and she bit her dark green lips unconsciously. Her eyes fell on the projection again, watching the figure of the black-haired young men fighting side by side with the two stunning women in the picture, and a complex light appeared in her pupils. The light from the top of the tower cast a changing shadow on her beautiful face, and no one could see her true expression at the moment. Only the slightly trembling eyelashes revealed a trace of hesitation in the heart of this cold and arrogant lord. At this moment, Han Xing and Qing He, as well as the two girls Yao Lian, fought together. They have been fighting for a day. They are almost clearing out all the lords in this area. Now, all the lords in this area of thousands of light years have learned a piece of news. The three-person team headed by Sha Xing, in cooperation with Qing He and Yao Lian, is killing around. No matter whether you are a lord holding a flag or an empty-handed lord, if you are spotted by these three people, you will be like a prey being targeted. They will target you and kill you at the fastest speed. As time goes by, the lords in this area will flee without hesitation as long as they see three golden flags approaching on the map, and at the fastest burst speed in their lives. If you move a little slower, you will be caught up by these three top monsters and turned into a dead soul under the arrows. This also makes those lords very angry. After all, any one of these three people is a peerless strongman who can shock a party. Now they have united to hunt down these lords. Isn't this bullying? However, no matter how angry they are, they can't do anything. Unless they organize a joint team of dozens or even hundreds of people, there is no hope of causing any damage to the team of three. They might even be killed by the other side. As time goes by, they can only run away frantically when they see the flag approaching. Han Xing exhaled lightly, and then checked his ranking as usual. Points ranking. Number 115, Han Xing, current points, 3,065 points. Killing ranking. Number 5426, Han Xing, killing points, 1,235 points. Through a day of killing and holding the golden flag for 24 hours. His points ranking soared by more than 20 people, and he only needs the last dozen to squeeze into the top 100. The killing ranking is even more exaggerated, directly rushing from more than 8,000 to more than 5,000. More than 3,000 people were hit in one day. This shows the terrifying killing efficiency. Han Xing looked at the two beautiful figures in front of him. Qing He on the left was walking in the air, her long green skirt dancing in the wind, and every time she waved her delicate hands, thousands of lotus leaves bloomed. Her elegant and calm posture was like a fairy from the sky, but with an unbreachable majesty. Yao Lian on the right was holding a large sword, and the space was trembling wherever the sword passed. Her fighting posture was fierce and wild, like a blooming lotus, dangerous and charming. The more he looked, the more satisfied Han Xing felt. If it weren't for this pair of sisters, he wouldn't have been able to have such a big harvest in just one day. Of course, Han Xing was not the only one who gained. The sisters both held golden flags, and their points kept increasing throughout the day. Qing Lian's ranking went from outside the top 200 to within the top 200. And Yao Lian also went from over 700 to within the top 500. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, as long as we keep up the current trend. Maybe we can all be in the top 100 on the day the game ends. Next, the three of them continued to search for traces of other lords in this area. Then, after searching for nearly an hour, there was still no target to attack. Not only that, Even on the game map, there were a dozen flags except for the location where they were. Thousands of light years around, forming an absolute airspace. The entire area seemed to be cleared, and not even a lord could be seen. It seems that the news has spread. Qinghe sighed, and retracted the lotus leaf field that had been spread out. Other lords are deliberately avoiding us. Yalian snorted coldly, and the blade shone coldly in the twilight. A group of cowardly guys. Han Xing also rubbed his temple helplessly. It seems that we can only change a place to continue the fight. Just as the three were about to change their positions, Yalian suddenly narrowed his eyes, and looked into the distance. A few light years away, a dazzling stream of light cut through the night sky, and fell heavily on the ground. Someone is reborn, that is a lord who has just resurrected. Yalian's voice sounded. Hearing this, Han Xing also looked at that area, and a dangerous arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that there would be a lord reborn in our position. This guy is really unlucky. The next moment, he quickly said, "Let's go. Kill this guy by the way." Three figures instantly turned into streams of light, and rushed away, shaking the space wherever they passed. In a few breaths, they arrived near the rebirth point. In a forest in front, a burly lord was crawling out of a pit with a dusty face. Before he had time to brush off the dust on his body, he felt three terrifying murderous intentions locking him. And when he opened the map, and saw the three golden flags rushing towards him with great momentum, his face suddenly changed wildly. Damn it! What's going on? Why did I encounter this kind of lineup just after resurrection? The Lord's rough face showed a depressed look. Do I have to explain the number of resurrections here in vain? But I only have the last 2 resurrections left. He glanced at his ranking, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes again. I'm just 1 point away from making it into the top 10,000 and advancing to the 5th round. Am I going to fail? He wanted to make a final struggle. However, he knew clearly how terrifying the monsters who could hold the golden flag were, and how big the gap between him and them was. Moreover, there were not just 1, but at least 3 top monsters. This lineup was simply despairing. At the same time, the familiar lotus leaf field spread out, sealing off everything around. A flash of knife light spanned the sky and the earth. The sound of arrows breaking through the air came from afar. A sense of crisis of death had already come. At the moment of life and death, the burly man seemed to realize something, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He shouted loudly, "Lord Han Xing! Stop! It's me!" Hearing this, the arrow that was about to pierce his forehead shattered instantly. The knife light also stopped in midair. At the same time, the lotus leaf that sealed the world slowly separated. In the sky, a man wearing starry sky armor and holding a black longbow walked in the void. And on his left and right sides, each followed a stunning beauty. When he saw the familiar figure, the lord below showed surprise in his eyes. "Lord Han Xing, it's really you." In the sky, Han Xing also stared at the rough middle-aged man below with an incredible look. "Lord Big Beast, you haven't been eliminated yet?" Yes, this person is Han Xing's old acquaintance, Lord Big Beast. They had discussed before that after the game started, they would try to find a way to unite and form a team. Unexpectedly, the positions were randomly assigned. Even after resurrection, it was random. So, 20 days passed without the meeting. Unexpectedly, I met him here. When the middle-aged man heard Han Xing's words, his smile froze, and he stood there awkwardly. Han Xing chuckled and said, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't see your name in the top 10,000, and I thought you had been eliminated." After hearing this, the Beast Lord also had a helpless smile on his face. "This matter is a long story." He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Han Xing. "It's a long story, so let's talk about it slowly. Join the team first. We have killed all the lords in this area, and we are ready to go to the next place." The great Beast Lord wanted to agree subconsciously. At this time, he seemed to remember something and asked with a puzzled look, "What did you say?" "The lords in this area were killed by you." A few minutes later, the great Beast Lord joined Han Xing's team. Now they have changed from a 3-person team to a 4-person team. Among them, Qinghe and Yalian are still divided into the left and right sides, searching for the location of other lords and protecting Han Xing's safety. In the middle, Han Xing and the great Beast Lord flew together. Along the way, Han Xing also explained his experience to him, and roughly explained why Yalian and Qinghe helped him. However, the key details were omitted by him. After listening to the words, the great Beast Lord once again showed a look of emotion on his face. "I didn't expect that even Yalian and Qinghe, 2 extremely popular peerless monsters, would team up with Lord Han Xing. You are indeed an extraordinary existence." Han Xing smiled. "It's just luck. They happened to ask me for help, and I happened to be able to do it, so we formed a team by the way. The great beast lord also nodded slightly. Then, Han Xing continued to ask, what about you? What happened? I remember that at the beginning of the game, you ranked high, didn't you? Hearing this, the great beast lord once again showed a bitter smile on his face. I think Lord Han Xing also guessed that I ranked so high at the beginning because I used special means. I used my one chance of resurrection in exchange for holding the silver flag for an hour. Han Xing nodded, he did guess it. After that, I wanted to continue using this method until the 10 resurrection opportunities were used up. In this way, you can have 50 points, and you will be able to advance to the next round with a high probability, he said with emotion. Since there are 10,500 places to advance to the 5th round. But because the number of flags is limited, everyone's score is destined not to be very high. The current 10,500th place has 28 points. According to the Lord of the Great Beast, there are still 8 days before the end of the game. 50 points can indeed advance to the 5th round. Then what? Han Xing continued to ask. Then, the Great Beast Lord said with a wry smile, then I found that there were very few opportunities like this later. There are less than 1,000 silver flags in the entire competition continent. The only lords who are qualified to covet the silver flag and hold it for a long time are at least lords of your level. I am not a match at all. If I use 1 life to hold the bronze flag for an hour, it would be too much of a loss. Even if I use up all 10 lives, the points I get are not enough for me to advance to the 5th round. After a pause, he said helplessly again, moreover, even the bronze flag is not so easy to capture. Every lord who can hold the bronze flag is much stronger than me. Whether it is explosive power, territory strength, or combat experience, they all surpass lords like me who are on the second path. So, after a few times, I not only didn't get anything, but also died 7 or 8 times for nothing. Now there are only the last 2 resurrections left. Han Xing nodded suddenly after hearing this. I also understand what happened to the Great Beast Lord recently. Although Han Xing has been basically unimpeded in this period, killing gods and Buddhas all the way. So far, he has only been defeated twice by the Demon Lotus and Gun Soul. At other times, he crushed others. But the Great Beast Lord is different. When he squeezed into the 4th round, he almost exhausted all his potential. In the flag-grabbing competition, any lord he met had the strength that was not inferior to him. Chapter 813. In the flag-grabbing competition, any lord you meet has the strength that is not inferior to the Great Beast Lord. It's like you were in an ordinary middle school, always in the top 10 of the grade, and you could easily crush other students in every exam. Now you are suddenly placed in the experimental class of a national key high school, and you find that any student is the top student in each school, and even the bottom of the class is as strong as you. This sudden gap made the Great Beast Lord deeply understand what it means to be better than others. Therefore, the Great Beast Lord became an extremely weak lord, and anyone dared to touch him. Han Xing chuckled and said, it doesn't matter, anyway, there are still 7 or 8 days left in the competition, and you are sure to advance. After that, he threw him a silver flag. Come on, Great Beast. The rough middle-aged man subconsciously caught the silver flag handed by Han Xing. Until the feeling of weakness came, there was still a sense of unreality in his eyes. Silver flag. It's so easy to get it. At this moment, the big beast felt like he was dreaming, and even his flying movements paused. You know, he had used all his troops and made all his efforts to snatch a silver flag. But he was killed by a more powerful monster at will. After a few times, he completely gave up the idea of the silver flag. As a result, now, this flag that can attract countless lords to fight for appears in his hands so easily. Seeing him like this, Han Xing chuckled and said, Big Beast, what are you in a daze? Follow me. The Great Beast Lord also woke up from his trance, and quickly replied, Okay. He quickly followed. Then, Han Xing continued to say to him, Next, our team will be led by Qinghe and Yaolian, responsible for blocking and cutting off the escape routes of those lords. I will be responsible for harvesting their heads from a distance. You just follow me at ordinary times. You don't need to do anything. Just hold your flag firmly. After a pause, he continued, Of course, if I kill too many and irritate these lords. If the top lord comes to kill me, you will help me resist with your life, and I will find a way to kill him back. Anyway, I will ensure that you advance to the 5th round. When he finished speaking quickly, the Great Beast Lord's eyes once again showed a confused look. But he still nodded solemnly and said, I understand, Lord Han Xing, I will protect your safety. After saying this, his muscles tensed up and he entered a state of full alert. Seeing this scene, Han Xing smiled and shook his head again and said, Don't be so nervous, just be normal. Under normal circumstances, no lord will attack me. They may not even find my location, and I will kill them. The great beast lord nodded again. I understand. Han Xing didn't know what he understood, but he didn't say much, and smiled and shook his head. Then, he continued to rush forward. And this area, because of the arrival of the four of them, set off a killing again. A few minutes later, a team of 8 lords was resting. Since they were too far away from Han Xing and the others, the news had not yet reached this area. Moreover, these lords had not expected that someone would kill all the lords in one area and go to another area to hunt. Therefore, they were completely unaware that the shadow of death had already loomed. In the sky, with a wave of energy, countless green lotus leaves bloomed silently within a radius of several light years, forming an invisible net of heaven and earth. The demon lotus activated silent step and wandered around the edge of the field like a ghost. The cold knife light was looming, sealing all possible retreat routes. On the other side, Han Xing also pulled the bowstring at the same time and shot several deadly arrows in succession. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. The moment the arrow broke through the air, the team realized that danger had come. A lord shouted in a hurry, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Defend quickly!" In an instant, a thick energy shield emerged, covering everyone. However, at this moment, the knife light above his head fell down suddenly, instantly breaking through the thick energy shield. On the other side, 8 arrows also automatically tracked the target at this moment, turning into 8 streams of death and rushing out. Puff! Puff! There were several consecutive sounds of flesh penetration, and 7 lords had a blood hole in their foreheads and died on the spot. The remaining lord seemed to have some special means of protecting his body, and withstood this fatal blow. However, there was also a look of fear in his eyes, because he knew that if he didn't escape quickly, he would follow in the footsteps of others. However, the lotus leaves around him had sealed the world, and the knife light of the demon lotus had sealed all retreat routes. He can be said to be truly helpless. At the same time, an arrow came again. At the last moment of his life, he stared at the distance, as if he wanted to see the attacker's face clearly. Kill star. Puff! At this point, the lord was killed, and the 8-man team was annihilated. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took less than a second in total. In this battle, you successfully killed 8 participating lords and obtained killing points, 40. Your killing ranking has risen, current ranking, 5,104. Han Xing put away his longbow and said lightly, "Let's go and deal with the next target." The beast lord was in a state of stunness in the back. Before he even reacted, the battle was over. Only then did he truly understand why Han Xing said, "They may not even be able to find my location." This method, this killing efficiency, is really incredible. With the cooperation of this pair of evil sisters, Han Xing is indeed like an invisible god of death, harvesting the lives of enemies in the shadows. As night falls, the bloody atmosphere in this area becomes stronger. One lord team after another is destroyed in despair, while Han Xing's points are rising at an alarming rate. In the distance, several lords, who have escaped by chance, are trembling and hiding in the cracks of the rocks. They look at the 4-man team like a demon in horror. It's terrible. This is not a game at all, it's a massacre. Spread the news quickly, and let everyone avoid this area. At one time, all the lords in this area heard the news. Han Xing, Yao Lian, Qin He, and a team of unknown lords were frantically hunting other lords in this area. When the lords saw the 3 golden flags on the map approaching rapidly, they were all scared and ran away frantically. However, their fear and struggle were destined to be just a trivial episode in this hunting feast. Han Xing still maintained the rhythm of killing and hunted frantically around. Just like that. Time passed in a flash, and another 5 days passed. There were only 2 days left before the end of the 5th round of the game. In an unknown corner of the competition continent, a lord suddenly jumped up on the spot and fled frantically at the fastest speed. However, the next second after he rushed into the sky, a stream of death caught up with this person at an extremely terrifying speed. Swish! Puff! When the arrow hit, the body of the lord fell in the air like a kite with a broken string. In this battle, you killed 1 participating lord asterisk and obtained killing points, 5. Your ranking has risen. At the same time, on the distant skyline, 4 figures slowly emerged, stepping on the bloody sunset. After several days of non-stop killing, the temperament of this team has also changed. Qing He is still wearing a simple green dress and walking lightly, but her autumn water eyes are getting deeper and deeper, and there is a suffocating sense of oppression in her gestures. Yao Lian's delicate face also maintains a cold look, and the sword energy flows around her body, as if it has substance. Han Xing is suspended in the center, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind. His eyes are terrifyingly calm at this moment, as if harvesting the lives of these lords is just a natural thing for him, like breathing. The beast lord who followed behind him was no longer confused. Some bloodstains appeared on his muscular body, and a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Huh? Han Xing exhaled lightly. Another day has ended. There are still 48 hours before the official end of the competition. Now, let me see how high my ranking is. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the ranking list. Points ranking list. Number 95. Han Xing, current points, 5,465 points. Killing ranking list. No. 652. Han Xing, killing points, 4,125 points. Now, his points ranking has officially entered the top 100. With the strength of a mid-level lord, to reach this rank, not to say that there will be no one to come after him, at least there will be no one before him. Although he relied on the help of the sisters Qinghe and Yaolian, this still cannot deny Han Xing's strength. After this competition, other participating lords will probably hear the legend of Han Xing for countless years to come. Of course, his ranking in the kill ranking is just as exaggerated. In just 5 days, he went from over 5,000 to over 600. From this, we can imagine how many lords he has killed in the past few days. Many lords in this area have suffered from the murderous hands of this four-man team. Some unlucky ones were even killed by Han Xing twice in a row. They can be said to hate and fear this team. Han Xing also smiled. Not bad, not bad. It seems that after this competition, there is a high probability that we can get the resources to break through to the high-level lords. I just don't know how long the rest time will be before the 5th round of competition begins. If the time is long enough, I can take the opportunity to break through and then participate in the competition. In this way, there is even hope to join the ranks of the top monsters. At this time, Yaolian's cold voice came. Ahead, at the 3 o'clock direction, a group of lords were found. There are about 14 people, and they have all released their own troops. It seems that they want to have a head-on confrontation with us. Hearing this, Qinghe raised her hand slightly, and the green lotus leaves spun in front of her. The veins of the big beast lord bulged all over his body, ready to fight to the death. Seeing this scene, Han Xing said with a faint smile on his face, "Don't be so nervous. These guys seem to have forgotten the effect of one of my combat skills. The more people there are, the less threat they pose to me, and it will accelerate their death." Hearing this, the 3 people on the field were stunned. Then he seemed to remember something, and a strange color appeared in his pupils. They all knew that Han Xing had an extremely powerful fire-based combat skill that could produce chain explosions based on the number of enemies killed. The more enemies there were, the more detonation points there were. This group of lords released so many people in advance, they were simply courting death. Yaolian said calmly, "Then let's take action. There are only 2 days left before the end of the game." Her demonic pupils were burning with surging fighting spirit. During the time she teamed up with Han Xing, she had experienced more than 100 battles, big and small. Even the top demons had been encountered several times and fought. This battle-crazed woman would rush up to fight the top demons as soon as she saw them. Combined with Han Xing and Qing Lian's abilities, even those top monsters were beaten and fled. So, this woman is now very arrogant, with the momentum of not taking the world seriously, and eager for more battles. Seeing this scene, Sister Qinghe shook her head helplessly. And Han Xing casually said, "Then go, a quick battle and a quick decision." After the words fell, the 4 figures turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the place where the lords gathered. The following battle, naturally, there was no suspense at all. As Qinghe's lotus leaves sealed the world, the big knife of the demon lotus cut off their escape route. Coupled with Han Xing's explosive power, just one evil flame burning body misfire instantly ignited the whole place. Boom! As the shocking explosion sounded, an explosion range with a diameter of more than 1 light-year emerged. It also swallowed up these dozen lords and their people. In the sky-high flames, the system prompt appeared. In this battle, you successfully killed 15 participating lords and obtained 75 killing points. Your killing ranking has risen, current ranking, 621st. After dealing with this group of lords, they went to the next location without hesitation. Buzz! For streams of light flashed across, and began to attack targets everywhere. In this way, time passed in a flash, and about 8 hours passed. There are still 40 hours before the official end of the game. In these 8 hours, they experienced 7 or 8 waves of battles again, allowing Han Xing to gain a lot of killing points. Directly rushed into the top 500. According to this trend, there may be hope to enter the top 100 on both lists. Thinking of this, Han Xing became more excited, and the speed of urging Tianji Liuguang's step became faster. Just when he was about to go to the next location with Yao Lian and Qinghe, Han Xing stopped again. Because he met an acquaintance again. Chapter 814. Han Xing was suspended in midair, looking at the burly dark blue figure below with a look of surprise. At this moment, his metal body was covered with cracks, and one of his eyes was sunken, as if he had suffered extremely serious trauma. Tu Gang? Han Xing shouted in confusion. Hearing the voice, the burly figure below raised his head, with excitement in his eyes. Han! Lord Han Xing. It's really you. Han Xing chuckled and said, Of course it's me. But how did you do this? You got beaten up again after not seeing you for a few days? Hearing this, Tu Gang's rough face also showed a bitter smile. It's a long story, Lord Han Xing. I did encounter some things during this period. Then, he explained to Han Xing that both sides were killed by the demon lotus with one knife and randomly resurrected in a new place. It was basically the same as what happened to the Lord of the Great Beast. With their strength, they cannot participate in the flag competition without joining the alliance. Even the bronze flag is not allowed. Moreover, even if you do not participate in the competition, it does not mean that you can guarantee your safety. After all, your life may be worth 5 killing points in the eyes of other lords. Just like Han Xing, looking for those lords to kill everywhere. Therefore, Tu Gang has encountered the same experience several times in the past few days, and was killed by the opponent. Until he was reborn in this area, he accidentally heard about Han Xing and Yao Lian teaming up and killing other participating lords. At first, Tu Gang was a little unbelievable. After all, at the beginning, both of them were killed by Yao Lian. How could Han Xing be mixed with this woman? However, after seeing the 3 moving gold flags and a large number of silver flags on the map, he believed this statement. Although he had not been with Han Xing for a long time, he knew that he was not an ordinary lord and often did all kinds of amazing things. So, he confirmed that the place where the 3 gold flags were located was where Han Xing was. Tu Gang said a little embarrassedly, So, I was thinking about whether I could try my luck to join Lord Han Xing and join your team. Of course, my fighting ability is really not very good. If you think my strength is not enough, I can continue to act alone. This native from a primitive tribe directly expressed his idea of holding Han Xing's thigh. Hearing this, Han Xing not only did not feel disgusted, but felt that this big guy was really straight. Whatever words and thoughts were expressed directly, without any twists and turns. He also liked to get along with such a straightforward person. So Han Xing chuckled and said, It's okay, you can join us. It just so happens that our team is still short of a meat shield. The fighting style of the Great Beast Lord tends to be protracted wars and territory wars. Pure defensive types like you are relatively rare, and you can just fill the gap in my team. Hearing this, Yao Lian and Qinghe next to them looked calm, and there was no fluctuation at all because of the joining of this lord. For the sisters, the most important thing is Han Xing and his promise to go to that secret place. And the Great Beast Lord next to them showed a look of mutual appreciation on his face. After all, he had the same experience as Tu Gang in the previous period. In this competition continent full of monsters, lords of their level can be said to have a hard time. They have completely become the background board of those top monsters, or cold killing points. They deeply experience the feeling of being a passerby. After hearing Han Xing's promise, Tu Gang's one eye showed ecstasy. He straightened his body and said excitedly, I will protect Lord Han Xing with my life. At this point, he added, just as I promised before. Han Xing chuckled again, Okay, I know. After saying that, he threw out a silver flag. Take this first, there are 40 hours left in the game, and you can still get 200 points, which should be enough for you to advance. At this moment, Tu Gang held the silver flag in his hand, and felt a sense of weakness coming from his body. Like the big beast lord, he felt that all this was so unreal. The silver flag that he had tried so hard to snatch before was just thrown to him by Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing's words interrupted his thoughts. Time is running out. There are still 40 hours before the competition. My goal is to enter the top 100 of the killing list. We have to speed up the action. Tu Gang suppressed his excitement and emotion, and his eyes showed fighting spirit again. He said solemnly, I understand. After speaking, Tu Gang appeared next to Han Xing. Next, the 4-man team became 5. There was no change in combat effectiveness. After all, Tu Gang and the Great Beast Lord were relatively useless, just in case. The real main force is still Han Xing, Yao Lian, and Qin He. Next, the 5 figures continued to roam the competition continent, hunting more lords. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Swish. Puff. Han Xing's deadly arrows, Yao Lian's sword light, and Qin He's lotus leaves played a sad song of death. There is basically no possibility of escape for the lords who encounter them, unless they are extremely good at escaping, and their body skills are not inferior to Han Xing's Tianji Liuguang step and Yao Lian's Jingbu. Only such existence has a very small probability of escape. Therefore, under this terrifying killing efficiency, Han Xing's killing points are also constantly improving. Your killing points ranking has risen, current ranking, 478. Your killing points ranking has risen, current ranking, 452. Your time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 20 hours have passed. Now, there are still 20 hours before the official end of the game. At this moment, on a vast blue sea, 5 figures are fighting with a group of lords in alliance. It is called a battle, but in fact it is just a one-sided killing on Han Xing's side. There are nearly 20 people on the other side, and each of them is quite powerful. Among them is a lord who is extremely good at the origin of water. In this huge sea area with a diameter of several light years, it is like a hidden dragon returning to the sea, like a fish in water. The water elements of the entire sea area are mobilized by him. Hua la, hua la la. The sea surface suddenly boiled, and the water lord opened his arms wide, and a dazzling blue light burst out of his eyes. The entire sea area seemed to come alive. Billions of tons of seawater turned into countless ferocious water dragons under his control, and every scale was clearly visible. Congeal. With his roar, the seawater within a radius of thousands of miles instantly froze into a black ice wall hundreds of meters thick, with sharp ice spikes on the surface. The massive arrows shot by Han Xing broke through the ice wall, and the attack power was greatly weakened. And next to him, the big sword in Yao Lian's hand kept slashing, and each sword was accompanied by a shocking sword energy, smashing the black ice wall he summoned into pieces. The Qinghe in the sky was even more terrifying. As the lotus leaf she summoned continued to expand, it covered a distance of half a light year in the blink of an eye. It can be said to be truly covering the sky and the sun. Not only that, as the lotus leaf slowly rotated, the surrounding waters of several light years were mobilized and began to rotate wildly. The solid ice on the sea surface was like encountering a millstone of heaven and earth, and was ground into pieces. Seeing that the defense line of this group of lords was about to be torn apart by the 3 people, at this moment, the water lord struggled to hold on and shouted, "Kill Star! Qinghe, do you have to kill us all? There are only 20 hours left in the competition. We only have a few bronze flags left. Why don't you leave us a way to survive?" He shouted at the top of his lungs. "We just want to advance." The voice turned into substance and spread to the surroundings, setting off waves of huge waves. Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes showed disdain. "What the hell? What do you mean by killing us all? You said it as if you were really going to die. This is the competition continent. You can only use up 1 resurrection at most. As for promotion, you haven't even made it to the rankings yet. If you want to rely on a few bronze flags, there is probably no hope. It's better to let me kill you honestly, so that I can improve your killing ranking. Go back and improve your strength. When the next challenge starts, strive to sprint for a higher ranking." Han Xing's words can be said to have completely shattered the illusions of these lords. An unwilling look appeared in their eyes, and they seemed to want to make a final desperate resistance. However, with Han Xing's arrow fusion of 3 systems, he killed the water lord at a distance of 2 light years, and their ocean defense line was also torn apart. In the sky, Qinghe's lotus leaves began to rotate more rapidly, directly grinding these lords to pieces, screaming. The next battle was no suspense. With Han Xing's arrows, all these lords were killed. The large alliance formed by these 20 lords gathered together was also declared annihilated. In this battle, you killed 20 participating lords, and you get killing points, 100. Your killing points ranking has risen, current ranking, 154th. Seeing the system prompt, Han Xing held the longbow in his hand and took a deep breath. 154th. There is still a distance to the top 100, but as long as we continue to maintain this killing efficiency, there should be hope. It seems that I have to speed up. Thinking of this, he said in a deep voice, "Continue, look for the next target." After the words fell, the 5 streams of light disappeared in place. Half an hour later, Han Xing took the 5 people flying in the air, and his spiritual sense kept scanning like a radar. When passing through a plain mountain range, he seemed to realize something. Instantly, Han Xing stopped and pulled the bowstring. Buzz! The bowstring trembled slightly, and an arrow wrapped with three-color energy broke through the air. Found it, he sneered. Half a light year away, 7 lords were repairing in a deep abyss crack. At this time, the leading fire lord suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and felt a death-like crisis. And when he saw the lotus leaves that blocked the sky and the earth, and the bright knife light appeared, his pupils suddenly shrank. Not good. It's killing. Boom! The arrow was one step ahead of the knife light, turning into a meteor and falling. This deep abyss crack, which was unknown how many miles deep, was completely illuminated by the sky-high fire. Then, this group of lords were all killed instantly, without even seeing Han Xing's figure. In this battle, you killed 7 participating lords, and obtained 35 killing points. Your killing points ranking has risen, current ranking, 142. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing said without hesitation, continue. The next moment, the 5 people ran straight to the next place without looking back. At dusk, the blood moon was in the sky. Form a formation. Form a formation. The enemy is a killing star. Don't summon a large number of troops, only keep the most powerful heroic troops. Damn it! Be careful of your head. A group of lords hastily formed a battle formation to deal with the surprise attack of Han Xing and the other 2. However, their so-called battle formation did not last even a second under the lotus leaves of Qinghe, and was directly crushed and fell apart. The big knife of Yalian cut cracks into space, directly cutting off their possibility of escaping into the space. With the cooperation of the 2 sisters, Han Xing stood in the air, and thousands of arrows appeared behind him. Heavy rainfall. As the voice fell, the rain of arrows covered the sky and the earth. Killing points plus 45. Your ranking has risen. Current ranking, 128. At night, the 5 people were looking for targets in an endless primeval forest. At this moment, there were only 5 hours left before the end of the game. Everyone entered the final sprint stage. Many lords tried their best and began to frantically seize those bronze and silver flags. Even if they couldn't take them, they would find a way to destroy them. If I can't get one of the main ones, then no one will have a good time. Some lords began to frantically hunt other lords after their rankings on the scoreboard stabilized. The purpose is the same as Han Xing's. They all want to seize the last time and impact the killing rankings. For a time, the entire competition continent was in flames, and the remaining tens of thousands of lords were almost crazy, including Han Xing. His eyes were slightly red at this moment, and the powerful spiritual fluctuations burst out in waves, sweeping over like a tsunami. Not only that, Han Xing also took out a full 13 flags and held them in his hands. Hualala! 5 silver and 8 bronze flags fluttered in the wind. The purpose is to attract the attention of other lords, so that they will covet the flags in his hands, and then take the initiative to attack. However, even if he is so high profile, no lord will attack him. After all, it is true that everyone is rushing for points at the last minute. But these lords have not completely lost their minds. They just want to pick some soft persimmons, or those with similar strength to mix some points. But they don't think about giving points to others. So, Han Xing and the other 5 are still unimpeded. However, this also made Han Xing feel more depressed. Damn, the current ranking is 120, which is 200 points away from the 100th place, which means at least 40 lords need to be killed. Chapter 8:15. Damn it, the last 5 hours, the pressure is a bit high. Anxiety appeared in his pupils, and he was eager to kill more lords to get killing points. The big beast lord and 2 gang behind him looked at each other, and they all showed emotion. In the past 2 days, they followed Han Xing and witnessed the terrifying killing efficiency of the 3 people together. With this kind of cooperation, the enemy had no chance at all, and it was so powerful that it was almost despairing. Obviously, if they hadn't met Han Xing and joined the team, it is very likely that they would have become one of the lords killed. Not to mention that like now, they only need to follow behind to get points safely. After holding the flag for this period of time, their current points are enough to advance steadily. The big beast lord even squeezed into the top 3,000. As for the points ranking of Han Xing, Yao Lian, and Qing He, they are 87, 134, 255. It can be said that these 3 people almost represent the strongest team in the entire arena. Unless the other 3 top 100 beings join together, there are basically not many beings that can compete with them head-on. In this way, time passed quickly. Han Xing was also looking anxiously. And every time he encountered an enemy, he would burst out with the strongest force without thinking twice, and then take the enemy away in one wave. Now, he is eager to rush into the top 100. He even made up his mind. If he is still short of a few points at the last moment, he will kill Qing He, Yao Lian, the great beast lord, and two gang together. Time flies, and 4.5 hours have passed. There is only half an hour left before the game officially ends. Boom! The flames burst into the sky, and the aftermath of the explosion engulfed the figures of 4 or 5 lords again. In this battle, you successfully killed 5 participating lords and obtained killing points, 25. Your killing ranking has risen, current ranking, 99. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing held the longbow and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! I finally made it into the top 100. Next to him, the faces of the great beast lord and two gang also showed a smile. They exclaimed sincerely, "Congratulations to Lord Han Xing." Including Qing He on the side, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The top 100 on both lists. Among the lords participating in this competition, less than 30 can do this. As expected of Lord Han Xing. Hearing the woman's praise, Han Xing chuckled. Sister Qinghe speaks very nicely, but I know that I can only be in the top 100 on both lists with the help of you sisters. If I were alone, I would definitely not be able to do this. Qinghe covered her face and chuckled. The narrator Yelian said lightly, "It's good for you to know that if we didn't help you, you wouldn't even be able to enter the top 1,000. Han Xing's smile on his face did not diminish when facing this woman, but his tone changed a little. Then trouble you to send Buddha to the west, and let me kill you before the end of the game. After all, I'm only 99th now, and the game will end in half an hour, so I'm a little unstable." Hearing this, Yelian was stunned. Then, a hint of anger appeared on her weird face. "What did you say? You asked me to help you deal with other lords, and then you want to kill me?" Han Xing spread his hands and said, "I said, the ranking is a bit unstable now, and I can only do this to advance. However, if I can meet another group of lords in the next half an hour and rush a few more places, I won't need to kill you." Hearing his words as if it was a matter of course, Yao Lian felt a surge of anger. Blood quickly appeared in her pupils, and a strong fighting spirit emerged from her. However, before she could speak, Han Xing said lightly, "Of course, you can also refuse. Similarly, if I am out of the top 100 because of your 5 points of killing points, I will lose a lot of eternal land. And the loss of eternal land means that the time for me to advance to the high-level lord will be extended again. When the time for advancement is extended, I am not sure when I can go to that secret place with confidence. What do you think?" When Han Xing finished speaking, Yao Lian's boiling killing intent suddenly stagnated, and the anger in her blood-red pupils gradually extinguished. Instead, a complex struggle took its place. She stared at Han Xing's face, which was taken for granted, and her chest rose and fell violently. Finally, she turned her face away suddenly, and squeezed out a cold snort from her teeth. Despicable. The big sword returned to the sheath with a clang, and Yao Lian hugged her arms and turned her back to Han Xing, with the ends of her hair still fluttering unwillingly. Half an hour. She suddenly spoke stiffly, with suppressed anger in her voice. "If there are still points short, I will." After saying that, she walked forward on her own. Han Xing looked at the stubborn figure, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He found that it was quite interesting to tease this woman when he had nothing to do. It was very funny to see her gritting her teeth in anger, and even wanted to kill herself with a knife, but she was powerless. Especially when thinking of the woman's decisive killing at the beginning, Han Xing had an inexplicable desire to win. And next to him, Qinghe quietly came to Han Xing and shook his head helplessly. "Lord Han Xing, my sister has an extreme personality." "That you?" Han Xing turned his head and chuckled. "What's wrong, Sister Qinghe? Are you afraid that I will make your sister angry?" After a pause, he said, "Don't worry, I know my limits. Her temper is too extreme, so let me temper it, so that the enemy will not take advantage of this in the future, right?" Hearing this, Qinghe was stunned. It seems that I didn't expect that there is another explanation like this, but after thinking about it carefully, what Han Xing said does make sense. This also made Qing He's eyes look even more strange. Could it be that this man bullied her sister, and she should thank him? Thinking of this, Qing He shook her head helplessly. Then, she followed Yao Lian and flew forward. The big beast lord and two gang behind were already stunned. No one expected that Yao Lian, who was famous for his arrogant and weird temper, would now be so submissive to a mid-level lord. Not only did he cooperate with him to kill other lords along the way, but he was even willing to let the other party kill him to gain killing points. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but secretly give Han Xing a thumbs up. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Only a person like Lord Han Xing can tame such a woman. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 20 minutes passed. There are only 10 minutes left before the game officially ends. At this moment, Han Xing and others are fighting with 6 lords. If it were in the past, a lord team with a similar number of people like them would have ended the battle within a few tenths of a second after the battle started. But this time is different. Among the 6 lords they met this time, there is a holder of a golden flag. Moreover, this person is not an ordinary lord, but one of the top monsters. Twilight Sword Saint Hammond. This person's swordsmanship is extremely high, and he is a sword genius that appears once in a million years in the entire Lord continent. You know, the sword is the top of all weapons. In the vast Lord continent, monsters who use swords may be born every minute and every second. In addition, the birth of generations of sword masters has left countless foundations. The sword is the most powerful way, but also the most difficult to stand out. In our words, it is the most lucrative way. Those who can stand out are all evil-like characters, and they also have their own areas of expertise. They have achieved the ultimate in a certain field of the sword. For example, the speed of drawing a sword that is so fast that it exceeds time, the slash that can destroy space and reincarnation, or the defense that can avoid cause and effect without leaking a drop of water. And so on. The sword has been discovered by a large number of geniuses to the extreme in a certain sense, and has fallen into a bottleneck. This Twilight Sword Master is also an outstanding figure among them. At the age of 7, he was able to dance with a sword in the twilight and kill a God King level monster. At the age of 20, he proved his way with a sword, stepped into the God King realm, and found his own way. After a period of precipitation, he officially became a lord when he was less than 100 years old. He can be said to be a real monster, and his upgrade speed is not even inferior to Han Xing, who has a system at this moment. The sword master held a sword in one hand, and his dark golden hair fluttered in the wind. The twilight flowed on his sword, like a solidified dusk. The 5 lords behind him each occupied a position, forming a hexagram formation. Zheng. The lotus leaves of Qinghe just covered the battlefield, and Hammond's sword tip lightly lifted. Shua. A twilight sword energy rose against the sky, and it actually tore a 1,000-meter crack in the lotus leaves that covered the sky and the sun. On the other side, the 16 blade lights of the demon lotus came like a violent storm, and cracks were cut into the space along the way. Seeing this scene, the Twilight Sword Saint turned his wrist slightly, and the twilight arc drawn by the tip of the sword deflected all the attacks. Ding! Ding ding! The blade lights of the demon lotus were actually deflected by him. This man's sword attainments have really reached a certain extreme. He actually confronted this sword demon head-on, and they were evenly matched. However, at this moment, 3 arrows containing the origin of the 3 systems shot out. Swish! Swish! After feeling the lethality of these 3 arrows, the face of the Twilight Sword Saint was as calm as before, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. A second before the arrow was about to explode, Hammond's pupil suddenly shrank, and the Twilight Long Sword drew a perfect arc in front of him. Wherever the sword passed, the flow of time seemed to become viscous, and the 3 arrows slowed down suddenly like insects trapped in amber. Twilight Time Delay Barrier. But how could Han Xing's arrow be so easily blocked? The 3-color energy on the surface of the arrow began to boil violently, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier. Dense beads of sweat oozed from Hammond's forehead, and the veins on his right hand holding the sword bulged. The next moment, he shouted, "Break it for me!" Swish! The 3 arrows were all cut off by him, and the energy of destruction was released. Seeing this scene, the faces of the great beast lord and 2 gang behind him were shocked. After following Han Xing for so many days, this was the first time they saw such a situation. A top lord, relying on his own strength, actually resolved the offensive of 3 people. Although he used the help of the formation formed by the other 5 lords, Hammond did block it. At this time, the pupils of the demon lotus next to him burned with surging murderous intent again. Humph! I don't believe you can still block my second knife. She slowly held the big sword horizontally in front of her, and the scarlet blood-colored air flow was wrapped around the blade again. Just as Hammond chopped off the arrow, he felt a chilling murderous intent locking onto him. He turned his head abruptly, only to see the figure of the demon lotus fading away, replaced by a blood-red blade light that spanned the sky and earth. Blood Moon. Destroy all living things. The moment this knife was slashed, it seemed as if the world was split in 2. A bottomless crack appeared on the ground, and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. Hammond felt the horror of this knife, and the twilight long sword in his hand suddenly burst into a brilliance like the dawn. His sword momentum suddenly changed. Twilight. Reverberation. Instantly. The sword light was like the morning sun breaking at dawn, and it collided with the blood-red blade light of the Demon Lotus. Boom! In the horrifying collision, the sword and knife auras spread like a tsunami. The 5 lords following Harold felt their bodies being scratched by thousands of blades, and waves of tingling sensations continued to come, and the flesh and blood on their skin were constantly being taken away. The 6-pointed star array they formed also had dense cracks. From this, we can imagine the horror of the Demon Lotus's knife. However, in the end, under Harold's response, he took the knife again. However, before he could react, the Demon Lotus with flying white hair had already flown into the air. She raised the big sword with one hand, and her strange and beautiful face looked directly at the people in front of her, with a strong murderous intent flashing in her pupils. The next moment, waves of horrifying attacks continued to burst out from her hands. The first style of the demon sword, Blood Moon in the Sky. The big sword drew a perfect blood-colored arc, like a blood moon rising in the night sky. Wherever the sword aura passed, the space was neatly cut open, revealing a dark void crack. The 7th style of the demon sword, the Dance of 8 Heads. The blade suddenly split into 8 blood-red snake shadows, each of which opened its bloody mouth and bit Hammond from different angles. The ground was plowed into 8 bottomless gullies by the violent sword energy. The 9th style of the demon sword, the Annihilation of All Souls. The figure of the Demon Lotus suddenly split into 9, and each clone performed a completely different sword move. Some were like a torrential rain, some were like thunder, and some were like ghosts. The 9 figures finally merged into one, slashing out a blood-red sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The endless sword energy was like a blood-red storm, as if it turned the whole world upside down. Hammond held his breath and concentrated, trying his best to resist the attack of the Demon Lotus. The Twilight Sword in his hand had been scratched out, but he was still hard to resist the violent attack of the Demon Lotus. Hammond had more and more injuries on his body, and the terrifying sword energy had cut his body into terrifying bloody marks. Chapter 816. The 5 lords behind Hammond were even worse off. They were covered in blood, and there was no intact skin on their bodies. While they were struggling to resist, they shouted unwillingly, "Damn it! This woman is crazy! Completely crazy! Does she want to die? With so many fighting skills in succession, even if she kills us, she will explode because of the loss of energy. Damn it! What a crazy woman!" Even Hammond was looking at Yao Lian with a serious face, sighing, "I have heard that this Yao Lian has a weird personality and a decisive and strong fighting style. Today, I see that it is true." On Han Xing's side, everyone looked at the scene with a strange look on their faces. Because they all knew that the reason why Yao Lian was so fierce was naturally because of Han Xing's teasing of her before. This woman was full of resentment in her heart, and she was worried that no one would win it. Now that she met Hammond and the others, it can be said that she was right in the crosshairs. Crack, crack. As the 7th wave of sword light burst out, the hexagram array formed by the Twilight Sword Saint and the group of lords finally couldn't bear the heavy load and made a crisp shattering sound. Then, it exploded with a bang. The 6 lords, including the Twilight Sword Saint, were severely attacked by the magic array and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Their breath was obviously weakened. Coupled with the knife wounds caused by the Demon Lotus, there was no room for resistance at this moment. And Hammond seemed to accept his fate. His hands dropped, and he put the Twilight long sword in his hand into the scabbard. The Demon Lotus was about to fall with a knife to end the lives of these 6 lords. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and the blade that was about to fall suddenly stopped in midair. Then, Yao Lian snorted coldly and put away the long sword. Seeing this scene, Han Xing behind him showed admiration in his eyes. Not bad. Although this woman has a fierce temper, she will not lose her mind because of anger. It's a training. No, it's a good seedling that can be cultivated. At the same time, Han Xing pulled the bowstring again. The 5 lords led by Hammond saw Yao Lian put away the long sword, and thought that the other party let them go, with a look of relief on their faces. As a result, the next second, a large number of arrows attacked like a storm. Hua la la. They were already seriously injured by Yao Lian's big sword, and with the backlash of the magic circle, their strength had fallen to the bottom. At this moment, there was no possibility of resisting Han Xing's attack. Puff! Puff puff puff. With a dense penetration sound, the 6 lords were all killed on the spot. The system prompt appeared. In this battle, you have killed 6 participating lords cumulatively, and obtained killing points, 30. Your killing points ranking has risen, current ranking, 94. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing smiled again. Not bad, not bad. I have moved up a few places. There are only 3 minutes left before the end of the game. It should be stable. Thinking of this, he quickly released his spiritual sense and released it to the maximum limit. After confirming that there were no traces of other lords around, he said directly, "Okay, there are only 3 minutes left. Let's wait here for the end of the game." After a pause, he added, "Yao Lian, you did a good job." Hearing Han Xing's praise, the woman just glanced at him lightly, snorted coldly, and turned to the side. On the other side, the Great Beast Lord and 2 gang and others were suspended in the air, with emotion in their eyes. The Great Beast Lord said, "I didn't expect that the 30-day competition would end so quickly." 2 gang also echoed, "Yes, I thought I was going to be eliminated this time, but I didn't expect to get more than 7,000. Thanks to Lord Han Xing." The Great Beast Lord also nodded in agreement, obviously agreeing with this statement. On the side, Qinghe came to Han Xing and said softly, "Lord Han Xing, congratulations on entering the top 100 of the double list. After this competition, you should have enough eternal soil to advance, right?" Hearing this, Han Xing chuckled and said, "It's still a long way to go, Sister Qinghe. However, if I have the 50 kilograms of eternal soil provided by you and Yao Lian, it will be enough." Qinghe smiled lightly, and knew that Han Xing still remembered this. She reminded, "Lord Han Xing, it's 30 kilograms, I don't have that much." Han Xing nodded, "No problem, Sister Qinghe, you have 30 kilograms, and Yao Lian still has 50 kilograms. Hearing him deliberately mention it, Yao Lian, who turned his back, was about to get angry. But Han Xing's voice sounded again, "Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. I think you know better than me how dangerous that secret place is. For someone like me with unlimited potential, risking my life to go to that secret place to help you get the things inside, I'm already doing a losing business. If it's someone else, let alone 50 kilograms, even if you take 500 kilograms, do you think they are willing to go?" When Han Xing finished speaking, Yao Lian's shoulders trembled slightly. But in the end, she didn't say much. After all, Han Xing was telling the truth. Others are willing to risk their lives to go to that secret place, which is already a great honor for them, including Qing He next to him. He shook his head helplessly. At the same time, looking at Yao Lian's back, there was a strange look. It was the first time she saw her sister being repeatedly defeated by a man. In this way, Han Xing and others fell into silence and waited silently. And all over the competition continent, the final madness began. Those lords, who had not used up their resurrection times, at this moment, rushed towards those top lords like the self-destruct team, and when they met, they would use their strongest moves, or countless arms would descend from the sky. Boom, boom! The sky-high explosions continued to sound, and the entire competition continent was shrouded in a large amount of war. Anyway, these lords knew that they had no chance, so they might as well take advantage of the last chance to give those guys a big blow. Even if they failed, they would not lose anything. If they succeeded, they could discuss them. Even if they could kill those top lords, they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. For a while, wars broke out everywhere. Even Han Xing encountered several waves of lord suicide attacks. But it was obvious that these lords were killed by Han Xing at a distance of 2 light years before they even got close. And outside, the lords watching the battle clenched their fists and couldn't help but get nervous. The last minute and a half. The game is about to end. Yeah. It's really intense. There's no suspense in the points list, but the killing list is really fierce. I saw dozens of people squeezed out of the top 1,000. Indeed, the killing star was squeezed from 94th to 95th. No, he's already 92nd. The first place is still Roland. What a scary guy. A terrifying existence with the first place on both lists. He will most likely win this competition. That's not necessarily true. Ji Yutian is only 1 place behind him, and Ji Yutian doesn't kill much. If he really sprints with all his strength, he may not be weaker than Roland. Everyone discussed the current rankings. At this time, the other lords were ecstatic. Ha ha ha. I bet on Lord Xiebua to advance smoothly, with a full 2.3 times odds, and bet 30 million origin coins. He is now 8,752nd. I made a fortune. What do you mean by this? I bet on Lord Heha to advance smoothly, and bet on his ranking to be 5,600th, and this time he is exactly 5,603rd. Added up, it's a direct 5 times odds. Ha ha ha. Damn it. The crown lord I bet on was also eliminated. Damn it. The 3 lords that my friend and I bet on were also eliminated. This game is really cruel. Some are happy and some are sad. Due to the added rules and restrictions this time, each person can only bet on 1 lord. So many lords who bet said that they lost all their money this time. As mentioned before, under the probability calculation of the organizer, there may be a small number of lords who make money successfully, but the majority will definitely lose money. Therefore, the organizer will never lose money. In the tower of Linghui's territory, Long Yu and Linghui looked at the projection screen excitedly. Lord Linghui, my father really advanced, so great. Linghui still had an indifferent look on his face, and nodded slightly. Well, your father met Han Xing halfway, and his luck was pretty good. This time, his odds were twice as high, which made me earn 600 million original coins, and the profit was also good. Hearing this, Long Yu's eyes showed envy. At that time, Linghui told Long Yu about the possibility of the Great Beast Lord's advancement. However, because the competition was too fierce, even Long Yu didn't believe her father, so in the end, she still bet on Han Xing. Also missed the opportunity to make a fortune this time. But soon, Long Yu shook her head and shook off the regretful emotion. After all, everyone is responsible for their own decisions. Since you have done it, don't regret it. Moreover, although she didn't make any money, she bet on Han Xing, so at least she didn't lose anything. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Long Yu's face. Great. In this way, my father can also successfully advance to the 5th round. The eternal soil he harvested this time is even comparable to the accumulation of tens of thousands of years in the past. After the competition is over, and I get the reward from the organizer, maybe I can try to reach a higher realm. Infinite expectations appeared in her eyes. As for what higher realm she was talking about, it was obvious. The realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Hearing this, Linghui next to him was slightly moved. She is only at the intermediate Lord realm now. This strength is not considered weak in the Lord continent, but it is not too strong either. It can only be said to be average. Although Linghui usually does not care much, she is actually eager to become stronger. However, this challenge has allowed her to win more than 10 billion origin coins along the way. Coupled with the foundation she has accumulated before, it will be soon. Thinking of this, Linghui's eyes gradually showed determination. At the same time, at this moment, Han Xing is working with Qinghe and Yaoyan to kill those lords, who are attacking frantically and carrying out suicide attacks. In the last few minutes, they have gone completely crazy. Seeing Han Xing's lineup, not only did they not dodge everywhere like before, but they actually took the initiative to kill them. As they rushed, they laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! I saw the killer star, let me blow him up. Let's go together and blow him up. Fairy Qinghe, I'm coming. The lords rushed frantically, wanting to come to Han Xing and others, and then self-destruct. However, not long after they moved forward, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their forehead or chest. When they reacted, there was already a blood hole that was transparent from front to back. They lowered their heads, looked at their wounds in disbelief, and murmured the last words. Kill! Xing! Puff! Puff! With a series of explosions, the bodies of these lords all exploded. Then, they turned into killing points, and disappeared on the spot. However, although Han Xing killed batches of lords, there were still more lords nearby rushing towards them, and launching suicide attacks. In their opinion, it was the last few minutes anyway, so it was useless to save the number of resurrections, so it was better to fight vigorously. Therefore, this led to Han Xing's points skyrocketing at the last moment, jumping directly from 95th to 92nd, and it was about to surpass 91st. During this period, some lords with great body skills and elusive whereabouts quietly approached Han Xing and others. However, under the protection of the 4 guardians Qinghe, Yaoyan, Das Ho, and Tudong, they had no chance at all. Before they showed their heads, they were chopped by Yaoyan. Puff! Puff! As the lords were killed one by one, Han Xing's killing ranking had also rushed to 91st. Time quickly came to the last 30 seconds of the game. All contestants, please note that there are only 30 seconds left before the end of the 4th round of the flag-grabbing competition. Please be prepared. After 30 seconds, the double list will be locked, and all lords will be teleported out of the competition continent. Seeing this prompt, all lords were slightly stunned. Then, they all started to move at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. Swish. Boom. The entire competition continent was in flames, and all the lords began their final carnival. Fortunately, the current rankings have been basically determined. Except for those lords, who are in an awkward ranking like 99th or 9,999th, the rankings of others will basically not change. Including Han Xing himself, he has stabilized. In this way, time flies, and the last 30 seconds have passed. When the countdown is reset to 0, an unprecedented gravity suddenly appeared, and all the lords felt that their bodies became extremely heavy, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Even Han Xing, Qinghe, and other monsters were suppressed and unable to move under this terrifying gravity. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of everyone. All participating lords, please note that the 4th round of the flag-grabbing competition has officially ended. Locking the rankings. Chapter 817. Attention all participating lords. The 4th round of the flag-grabbing competition has officially ended. Locking the ranking list. After a few seconds of waiting, the prompt appeared again. Locking is successful, the ranking list has been confirmed, and the promotion quota has been issued. Now teleport all participating lords out of the competition continent. As the prompt ended, a series of light pillars fell from the sky, like holy light falling from the sky. More than 100,000 light pillars enveloped all participating lords. Among them were Han Xing, Qinghe, and other 4 people. They all felt a spatial force and knew they were leaving. Although they didn't spend much time together, they had established a good connection. At this time, Tu Gang said, "Benefactor, I will come to you after the game." Qinghe also whispered, "Kill Star. I will come to you too. When the time comes, don't forget our agreement." Yao Lian snorted coldly. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Han Xing chuckled. "Okay, I be in Linghui's territory, you can come find me later." As soon as the voice fell, the teleportation power appeared, and the 5 people's eyes went dark, and they all disappeared on the spot. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like a minute, but also like an hour. When Han Xing regained his vision again, he found that he had returned to his tower. In front of him, 2 beautiful figures were looking at him from the left and right. Long Yu on the right was wearing a plain long dress, with a peaceful smile on her face, looking at Han Xing. The Linghui Lord on the left had a long green hair that was about to drag on the ground, and the expression on his enchanting face seemed a little indifferent. However, from her slightly trembling fingers, it can be seen that she is also happy for Han Xing's return. "Welcome back, Lord Han Xing," Long Yu said first. Linghui on the side nodded slightly and said lightly, "Welcome." Han Xing did not speak, but waved his hand and released Miao Qing and Mei Qiu from the territory world. In this game, Miao Qing and Mei Qiu did not come out for long. It was because the battlefield he was in was too high-end. Those lords seemed to be easily killed by him and treated as wild monsters. But in fact, these lords have their own special skills and are quite experienced in combat. In addition, Han Xing's Tianji Liuguang step is too fast, and bringing people with him will increase consumption. Therefore, if Miao Qing and Mei Qiu are summoned, not only can they not provide him with much help, but they may also disrupt Han Xing's rhythm, because he has to take care of them. The reason for this phenomenon is naturally that Han Xing's combat power is too strong, and the territory's strength cannot keep up. There is nothing that can be done about it. He rose to power too recently, and his foundation is too shallow. He can't summon tens of billions of soldiers to protect himself like other lords. Later, after teaming up with Qinghe and Yao Lian, he no longer needed their combat support. Therefore, Muqing and Cole Ball and other soldiers basically stayed in the territory without appearing. At this moment, Cole Ball made a baby sound as soon as it came out. A woo! The next moment, it turned into a small Cole Ball and jumped onto Han Xing's shoulder. And it kept rubbing its master's hair with its little head. Han Xing smiled, then touched the little Cole Ball's head. Then he looked at the other 3 women on the field and said, "I think you all saw the situation of this competition. I successfully advanced to the 5th round." The 3 beautiful women nodded slightly. Long Yu said with emotion, "Before participating in the competition, although I was also amazed at your talent, my biggest expectation was that you could break into the top 1 million. As a result, now you have not only advanced to the 5th round, but are also about to enter the top 10,000. It's really beyond my expectations." Han Xing smiled and shook his head. "I am also lucky to meet Qinghe and Yao Lian. Otherwise, I estimate that I can only barely rush to about 1,000, let alone the killing list." Hearing the names of Qinghe and Yao Lian, the breath of the Linghui Lord next to him fluctuated significantly. She raised her head, seeming to be hesitant to speak. It seemed that she didn't know how to start, and finally fell silent. Long Yu, who was standing by, saw what Lord Linghui was thinking, and a smile appeared on her face again. She asked, "Lord Han Xing, what is your relationship with Qinghe and Yao Lian, the 2 top demons? Why did they help you so much in the competition?" In their opinion, the behavior of these 2 top demons was too abnormal. They were just working for Han Xing. Han Xing knew they would ask this, and explained, "It's not a relationship, but because they need me to go to a place and get something." "Place?" Long Yu asked in confusion. "Yes. That place has some special restrictions, and only those below the Lord of the Divine Realm can enter. However, due to some special reasons, those below the level of God Realm Lord will surely die if they enter. So this forms a vicious circle." After a pause, Han Xing continued, "So, they can only enter that secret realm if they find someone who has the fighting power of God Realm Lord at the level of Chaos Lord. And I, obviously, am the best candidate." After listening to Han Xing's explanation, everyone on the scene suddenly realized. Ling Wei, who was standing aside, gradually let go of his clenched hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Long Yu saw Ling Hui's reaction and said jokingly, "Lord Ling Wei, you are relieved now." Lord Han Xing and the sisters, there is nothing special about it. Hearing this, Ling Hui's weird face froze. Then, she quickly explained, "You. What are you talking about? What's going on between him and these women, and it has nothing to do with me." Looking at Ling Hui's abnormal reaction, everyone knew it well. A smile appeared on his face. However, the more people reacted like this, the more embarrassed Lord Ling Wei felt. Seeing that he couldn't explain it clearly, he simply stopped talking and turned his back. Seeing this, Han Xing smiled and shook his head. "Okay, Long Yu, Ling Hui, you guys go back first. There are still 180 days before the 5th round of the game starts, a full half a year. I will digest the gains from the game, and then find you." Hearing this, the two women were stunned. "It's such a long time?" Long Yu asked subconsciously. Han Xing nodded. "I don't know what's going on, but the prompt for the end of the game just now is like this." On the side, Ling Wei casually said, "Half a year interval is normal. In each previous challenge, there was a 1 or 2 year interval before the final battle. This time is short." After hearing this, everyone stopped talking. They just looked at Han Xing with emotion. Because they knew that with the speed at which this man became stronger, half a year might bring about some kind of transformation. At that time, the result of the game would be hard to say. Long Yu and Ling Wei turned around and walked out of the tower. Before leaving, Long Yu turned around and stopped. She said seriously, "By the way, Lord Han Xing, thank you this time." Han Xing smiled and said, "Thank you for what?" Long Yu said seriously, "Thank you for taking care of my father and letting him advance to the 5th round smoothly. With the resources of the 5th round this time, he may be able to sprint towards the realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm. This has been his obsession for many years, and now you have given him hope. I thank you on his behalf." After saying this, the woman bowed solemnly to Han Xing. The pearl hairpin on her head made a pleasant ding-ding sound. Seeing this scene, Han Xing waved his hand and smiled helplessly. "Why make it so formal? Didn't we agree before the game that I would team up with your father? Okay, we are all friends, no need to be so polite." After saying this, he walked forward, held Long Yu's arm, and helped her up. The woman's wrist was held by Han Xing, and she felt his body temperature, and her face turned slightly red. She responded softly, "Okay, we are friends." After saying that, she turned around and left the tower. Ling Wei also noticed Long Yu's last expression. She looked at Han Xing, then looked at the direction Long Yu left, with a strange look in her eyes. She didn't say much, just turned around and left here. When the two girls left, only Miqing, Cole Ball and Han Xing were left in the tower. "Miqing, Cole Ball, you should continue to practice here as usual. When you are bored, you can go to other territories. I may be in seclusion for a while next." Hearing this, Miqing nodded lightly. "Okay, sir, I will take good care of little Cole Ball, you don't have to worry." On the side, Cole Ball turned into a black light, and skillfully jumped onto Miqing's shoulder. Awuid seemed to be responding to Han Xing's words, making a series of baby sounds. Then, she obediently took little Cole Ball to the lower level of the tower. Han Xing was the only one left in the top floor space again. Feeling the quiet environment around him, Han Xing exhaled lightly. "Huh?" Then, he murmured in a low voice, "A month of competition is finally over. Fighting with so many lords this month has given me some combat experience. Although I can't make any more breakthroughs, I can settle down for a while and strengthen my combat experience. But, before that, let's take a look at the rewards first." Han Xing opened the system panel, and 2 prompts popped up in front of him. "Participating lords, Han Xing, please pay attention. The 4th round of the flag-grabbing competition has officially ended, and the ranking has been locked. In this battle, your final ranking in the points ranking is 78th. Obtain ranking rewards: 10 kilograms of eternal soil, 10 earth god stones, 1 sacred herb. Your final ranking on the killing points list is 90th. Obtain ranking rewards. 10 kilograms of eternal soil, 10 sky god stones. At this moment, Han Xing looked at the extra 20 kilograms of eternal soil in his backpack, as well as the 20 god stones and 1 sacred herb, and felt extremely satisfied. Yes, 20 kilograms more of eternal soil. And this time, I entered the top 10 in the overall ranking and completed the 4th stage of the Extreme Challenge mission. Not only did I get another 10 kilograms of eternal soil, I also got a self-selected Chaos Lord skill book and legendary points * 1 million. Thinking of this, Han Xing's eyes once again showed emotion. It can be said that if he can digest these rewards, his strength can go a step further. But I am now at the intermediate Lord level, and I have reached the limit. What I need now is to complete the transformation and advance to the high-level Lord. And according to my estimate at the time, in order to break through the high-level Lord, at least 200 kilograms of eternal soil and tens of billions of origin coins are needed. Han Xing glanced at his backpack. The total progress of these two resources. Eternal soil * 84 kilograms. Origin coins * 6.532 billion. Seeing these two numbers, Han Xing once again thought in a low voice. The eternal soil is still short of about 120 kilograms. If you count the 80 kilograms that Qinghe and Yelian promised me, there is still a gap of 40 kilograms. The origin coins are still short of 3.5 billion. But if you count the purchase of those breakthrough materials, and the consumption of various origin cores, there should actually be a shortfall of 9 billion. Thinking of this, Han Xing got a headache again. It seems that the gap is not big, but it is really not easy to get so many resources. Han Xing's current largest source of income is the star unicorn in the territory. But it's still the same sentence, his business time is too short. These starry sky unicorns need time to slowly produce resources. There is still half a year before the 5th round of the game starts. He obviously can't wait that long. So in half a year, I have to find a way to get 40 kilograms of eternal soil and 9 billion origin coins. It's a bit difficult. Han Xing sighed helplessly, and was a little at a loss. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and whispered, go to Tianji Divine Lord to borrow some more? Just tell him that when I break through to the high-level Lord, I will pay him back as soon as possible. At worst, I will mortgage all the starry sky unicorns in my territory to him. The value of this batch of unicorns is far more than 10 billion origin coins. I guess he shouldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Han Xing secretly made up his mind. But before that, he had to wait for Qinghe and Yalian to send the eternal soil to him. Then, Han Xing took the time to check the properties of the new material Sky God Stone. Sky God Stone. Quality, special. Item description. A God Stone with special power that can speed up the production of troops and the attack power of all members. Effect 1. After integrating it into the territory, it can increase the output speed of troops by 0.1% and increase the basic properties by 0.01%. Up to 10,000 pieces can be integrated. Effect 2. After integrating it into the territory, it can increase the attack power of all creatures in the territory by 1%, up to 100%. Chapter 818. After reading the properties of this Sky God Stone, Han Xing's eyes once again showed a look of realization. It is indeed similar to what the Great Beast Lord said. It can increase the attack power of the troops, and it can even be doubled at most. This is a very powerful improvement. After all, at their stage, it is extremely difficult to improve their strength. And now, as long as 100 stones are integrated, it can be doubled, which can be said to be quite good. And the most important thing is that this thing can speed up the output speed of troops by 10 times at most, and 100% of the basic attributes of troops. It can be said that the difference between the troops produced by a territory that has integrated 10,000 Sky God Stones and a territory that has not integrated Sky God Stones is too big. Not bad, I got 10 this time, which can increase the attack power by 10%, which is also a good improvement. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Next, he found a place at random and entered the closed-door mode. When Han Xing's consciousness returned to the territory again, all beings bowed down to him. Then, he manipulated the earth to open a crack, and threw the earth and sky stones into it. Boom! The crack in the territory closed. After swallowing so many gods, the world of this territory has undergone amazing changes. The originally gray sky was suddenly torn apart, and countless bright golden light streams fell like waterfalls. As the clouds rolled, they condensed into the shadows of floating islands. The outline of the ancient temple could be vaguely seen on the island, exuding a magnificent and mysterious atmosphere. The power of Sky God Stone is fully activated, and the aura of all soldiers in the territory instantly rises. System prompt. Successfully merged Sky God Stone *10. Territory soldiers hatching speed increased by 1%. New soldiers' basic attributes increased by 0.1%. All soldiers' attack power increased by 10%. At the same time, as the power of Earth God Stone is activated, the veins of the entire territory world begin to grow wildly. Boom boom. The mountains rise from the ground, and the peaks pierce the clouds. The rivers change course, and turn into winding spirit veins, nourishing all things. Above the plains, a heavy earth yellow halo shrouds, and all the creatures standing on the earth feel a sense of heaviness coming. Those titans, gargoyles, chaos lancers, and other soldiers have a layer of crystal-like armor looming on their bodies. The defense power instantly soared. Successfully merged Earth God Stone *20. Territory area increased by 2%. Rare mineral vein output probability increased by 2%. All territory creatures' armor increased by 20%. At this moment, all the billions of creatures in the entire territory felt that their strength and defense had skyrocketed. They all knelt on the ground, looking at the drastic changes in the world in shock. Miracle! This is the gift of the Lord. I feel my strength is skyrocketing. The earth is responding to my call. Praise the great Lord. Cheers continued to rise one after another, because they all knew that there was only one person who could do this. The omnipotent Lord. At the same time, after digesting these two gains, Han Xing conveyed a divine oracle as usual. All living beings were listening to his words carefully, wishing to deeply imprint every word of his in their souls. After doing all this, his consciousness left the territory world again and returned to the Lord's continent. Time flies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a waiter came to Han Xing's tower to ask for an audience. Lord Han Xing, I am here to give you something on the orders of Lords Qinghe and Yaolian. Hearing this, Han Xing opened his eyes immediately, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Finally here. The next moment, his figure flashed and came to the outside of the tower. A young-looking waiter was already standing there respectfully waiting. After seeing Han Xing, the waiter quickly stepped forward and handed over an exquisite box. He said, Lord Han Xing, this is what Qinghe and Yaolian asked me to bring you. Han Xing nodded slightly and took the box. Obtained, Eternal Soil *80 kg. When Han Xing saw the extra dozens of kilograms of eternal soil in his backpack, he could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Holding back his excitement, Han Xing asked, I have received the things. Did they say anything else? The waiter nodded slightly and said respectfully, Lord Han Xing, the two ladies Qinghe and Yaolian said that they need to digest the gains from the battle in the near future. We will come to you again after a while. Han Xing nodded slightly and said, Okay, I understand. You leave first. Yes. The waiter stepped back respectfully and disappeared on the spot as a puff of black smoke rose. Han Xing stopped for a while, looking at a huge kingdom of God more than 10 light years away. He thought to himself, it seems that I have to go to the Tianji kingdom of God. Thinking of this, his figure flashed, and he directly activated the Tianji Liuguang step and disappeared on the spot. In the competition continent, under the pressure of millions of times gravity, he can reach a speed of 2 or 3 light years per second. Now outside, these 10 light years are even more fleeting for him. Buzz. The figure flashed, and the scene in front of Han Xing changed. He appeared directly in an airspace. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he was shocked on the spot. In front of him, a floating kingdom of God that was so huge that it was difficult to estimate stretched across the void. The whole body was made of dazzling star core crystals, and the liquid golden law flowed on the surface, like a giant treasure house suspended in the void. This kingdom of God is ring-shaped as a whole, and it seems to be divided into 9 heavenly domains, each representing a different area. The outermost area is filled with merchant ships and warships from various territories, and it is very lively. And above this layer, there is a name called Dust City Sky. From Dust City Sky upwards, you can see countless angular crystal buildings, with dynamic starry sky projections on the surface, showing the price fluctuations of various branches and territories in real time. Even the streets here are not paved with ordinary stone slabs, but flowing contract gold river. This place, which is the embodiment of billions of transaction contracts, will spontaneously target visitors with reputation. This place is also called Huitong Realm. Going up further, you can also see the Wanjin Pavilion with various treasures surging, and large buildings standing one after another. There is also the Godsmith Workshop that specializes in making equipment, the Heavenly Secret Platform that sells all kinds of information, and so on. Almost every floor has its own unique function, and it is very lively. All the way to the center, you can see a special area shrouded in a chaotic atmosphere, and you can vaguely see a huge scale. This is called Supreme Heaven. When Han Xing roughly looked at the structure of the kingdom of God of Lord Tianji, he couldn't help but sigh in his eyes. It is worthy of being the kingdom of God of the Lord of the Divine Realm. The various facilities are so complete and extremely prosperous. No matter my territory, or the territory of the Lord of the Great Beast, compared with him, it is just like a village next to a prosperous giant city. In fact, the territories of other lords of the Divine Realm are not as prosperous as Lord Tianji's, because he is an old lord of the Divine Realm and has strong strength. In addition, he also founded the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, an industry that is almost spread throughout the entire southern region, so the kingdom of the Lord of Tianji is naturally far from being comparable to ordinary kingdoms and territories. Han Xing shook his head. Forget about these. Let's go find the Lord of Tianji and see if we can borrow money first. Thinking of this, he turned into a stream of light and went straight to the center of the Nine Heavens Kingdom, the Supreme Heaven. Buzz. The scene in front of Han Xing changed again. When he condensed his body again, he had already arrived at the area covered by the chaotic fog. However, the strange thing is that with Han Xing's current strength, he can't penetrate this chaotic fog and enter it. No, it can't be said that it can't be penetrated. But there seems to be some kind of spatial power in this chaotic fog. Whenever Han Xing was about to enter, an invisible force of space surged and teleported him out. Han Xing frowned slightly and tried to step into the chaotic mist again, but the result was the same. The invisible force of space was like a soft barrier, pushing him back gently but firmly. Interesting, he whispered, with a hint of interest in his eyes. It seems that the Lord of Tianji does not welcome others to enter his supreme heaven casually. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, the chaotic mist suddenly surged, and a golden light shot out from the mist, condensing into a projection of an illusory balance fair scale in front of him. The tray on the left side of the balance was empty, and a line of ancient contract text appeared on the right side. If you want to enter the supreme heaven, you must first pay sincerity. Han Xing narrowed his eyes. The so-called sincerity was obviously not a verbal courtesy, but something to pay. In layman's terms, it was the entrance fee. However, he came to borrow money, so it was obviously impossible for him to pay the entrance fee. At this moment, the chaotic mist seemed to sense Han Xing's breath, automatically dissipated, and separated a clear path. The voice of the Tianji Lord appeared out of thin air in his ears. "Friend Han Xing, come in." Seeing this scene, Han Xing did not hesitate at all, and his figure flashed, and he went into the mist. When he passed through the chaotic mist, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. A huge suspended palace appeared in front of him, and a series of gorgeous buildings floated in the air, with the law runes of the industry flowing on the surface. The entire supreme heaven was emitting a sacred and gorgeous atmosphere. Han Xing sighed. This scene is similar to the Holy Spirit realm. But where should I go to find Lord Tianji? Just when he was a little confused, a stream of light appeared and covered Han Xing. The scene in front of him changed again. When he regained his sight, he found that he had entered a tea room suspended in the void. This tea room is extremely prosperous, with various dazzling gems inlaid on the walls, and transparent starry sky glass under his feet, and he can clearly see the prosperous scene of the nine heavens below. In the center of the tea room, a carved tea table is emitting a faint blue luster, and 3 cups of tea on the table are curling up with mist containing the charm of Tao. The Lord of Tianji is sitting opposite the tea table. This legendary figure with powerful and unpredictable strength and control of a huge chamber of commerce is now like a common middle-aged man on the roadside, leisurely sipping the hot tea in his hand. Huh? As he blew a breath gently, the hot air drifted away. Han Xing smelled a refreshing tea fragrance. "Good tea," he exclaimed. After hearing this, Lord Tianji also smiled. "Friend Han Xing, please sit down." Han Xing naturally sat opposite the Lord of the Divine Realm. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lord Tianji. "Friend Han Xing, try this cup of tea brewed with credit first." Han Xing was a little confused, but he also picked up the teacup and took a sip. A strange taste suddenly spread between his lips and teeth, as if he tasted the uneasiness of borrowing, the joy of the transaction, and the bitterness of the contract breach at the same time. At this moment, he seemed to realize something, frowned and said, "Has the Divine Lord guessed why I came?" Lord Tianji smiled and nodded, then fiddled with the white jade abacus on his waist. "According to the information I know about you and your past cultivation speed, I guess you should be ready to break through to the high-level Lord. Combined with your background and territory, I guess you probably don't have enough resources to break through. So this time, are you here to borrow enough resources from me to break through?" Han Xing nodded and said frankly, "The Lord is really as good as a god. I am indeed planning to borrow a batch of resources from you. But Lord God, don't worry, I can use my territory." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Lord of Tianji saying, "Friend Han Xing, there is no need to do this." He gently moved the white jade abacus, making a crisp sound. "In fact, our Tianji Chamber of Commerce also undertakes the business of lending. Many lords who are desperate, or lords who really need resources, will come to our Chamber of Commerce to borrow the original currency, or the resources for cultivation. Everyone has a corresponding credit limit with me, and the money lent to him. How much they lend, and how much interest they charge also depends on their credit limit." Hearing this, Han Xing also became interested, and he asked tentatively, "Then my credit limit is?" Lord Tianji looked at him with a smile. "Your credit limit, after calculation by Abacus of all worlds, is shown here as unlimited. In other words, even if you empty my Tianji Chamber of Commerce, I can lend it to you." Han Xing was stunned, then smiled and shook his head. "That doesn't need so much. I only need 40 kilograms of eternal soil. 10 billion origin coins are enough." Lord Tianji smiled and said, "Are you sure you only want to borrow this much, Lord Han Xing? Although your credit is unlimited with me, because of fair scale, you can only make a loan contract once every 300 years. And even if you successfully break through the high-level lord, you still need a lot of eternal soil to consolidate your territory." Chapter 819. After listening, Han Xing thought for a moment and said, "What is Brother Tianji's suggestion? How much should I borrow?" Lord Tianji chuckled and said, "I can lend you 100 kilograms of eternal soil. You need 40 kilograms to break through, and 50 kilograms to consolidate the territory. This will ensure that you will not have a chaotic breath during the battle. As for the origin coins, you can just borrow 10 billion. I believe that with your ability, you can easily earn these 10 billion after breaking through to the high-level lord." Han Xing smiled helplessly. "Brother Tianji, you really think highly of me. But if that's the case, then I will lend you 100 kilograms of eternal soil and 10 billion origin coins." Lord Tianji looked at him again with appreciation, and then tapped the table with his fingertips. The mist of tea condensed into 2 lines of words in the air. Loan, 100 kilograms of eternal soil, 10 billion origin coins. Default price, none. The next moment, he waved his sleeves, and 3 jade boxes appeared on the tea table. One was emitting a heavy earthy yellow light source, and the other was surging with a huge amount of origin aura. As for the third one, it was emitting a strong treasure fluctuation. Han Xing couldn't help asking, "What's in this third jade box?" Tianji Divine Lord smiled and said, "Don't you need various origin cores, god gold and other materials to break through to the high-level lord? This is in the third jade box, worth 5 billion origin coins. So the origin coins in the second jade box are only 5 billion. Hearing this, Han Xing felt warm in his heart. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, he said solemnly, "Thank you, Brother Tianji." He smiled and waved his sleeves. "Put it away. When you succeed in breaking through and win a place in the competition, come and have a cup of tea with me." Han Xing nodded slightly, then waved his hand, and put all 3 boxes on the table into his backpack. Obtained, Eternal Earth * 100 kg. Obtained, Origin Coin * 5 billion. Obtained, Earth Origin Core, High-Level Lord * 1. Obtained, Gold Origin Core, High-Level Lord * 1. Obtained. After a series of system prompts, Han Xing had the materials needed to break through to the high-level lord. It was officially complete. A look of emotion appeared in his eyes, and then he said solemnly, "Then Brother Tianji, I will take my leave first. There is still half a year before the start of the 5th round of the competition. I will seize the time to break through as soon as possible." The Lord of Tianji nodded slightly. "Go, I wait for your good news. It's time to let those guys see the true power of Tianji Liuguang step again." Hearing the last sentence, Han Xing's eyes also showed determination. The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. The Lord of Tianji looked at the direction where he disappeared, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. The divine will took shape and escaped with light. This is a sign of practicing Tianji Liuguang step to a high level. Han Xing, how many secrets do you have that I don't know? After thinking about it, he chuckled. Why bother about him so much? The stronger and more evil this Lord Han Xing is, the better it will be for me. Not only that, it will also be of great help to the entire southern region in the future. As long as this kind of evildoer has decent character, I am willing to invest in him. The return will be more than 100 times? A few seconds later, Han Xing's figure gradually solidified. When he appeared again, he had returned to the tower. At this moment, looking at the backpack full of materials and tens of billions of origin coins, excitement appeared in his eyes. Finally, all are gathered. In this way, I can officially enter the realm of transmission. However, the last time I broke through to the middle-level lord, the noise was so scary. This time, breaking through to the high-level lord must be even more terrifying. Han Xing frowned slightly, thinking in his heart, this place is close to the center of the competition continent, and there is an eternal lord in charge, so I don't have to worry about my safety. Even if this eternal lord is unreliable, I can crush the token and summon that one. But even so, I have to cover it up, and try not to let other lords detect my strength. Relying on Han Xing's strength alone, it is naturally impossible to do this. So, his consciousness spread instantly, directly covering a distance of several light years. At the same time, after receiving his consciousness, several figures quickly disappeared from the spot and rushed towards the direction where Han Xing was. About half a minute later, Linghui Lord, Great Beast Lord, and Long Yu all felt in this tower. After they arrived, they all looked at Han Xing in shock. The Great Beast Lord asked first, Lord Han Xing, are you telling the truth? Including the Linghui Lord, he also asked in disbelief, are you going to break through to the high-level Lord realm? Han Xing nodded, yes, I have prepared everything. Next, I will start to transform into a high-level Lord. I hope that you three can help me to cover up my breath as much as possible, so that it will not be detected by the outside world. Hearing this, the shock in the eyes of the three people became more intense. Linghui and Long Yu on the side were even more shocked. After all, they knew clearly how long it had been since Han Xing broke through to the middle-level Lord. Only more than 30 years. For them, this time was almost gone in the blink of an eye. And now, he has actually completed the accumulation of the middle-level Lord, and is about to transform into the high-level Lord realm they dreamed of. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel frustrated. However, thinking of Han Xing's heaven-defying talent, they also knew that they could not compare with this kind of monster. Shaking their heads, they quickly regained their composure. A solemn look also appeared in their eyes. Long Yu said without hesitation, Lord Han Xing, please rest assured. I will do my best to support the breath barrier, and will not let your breath leak out. Lord Linghui on the side did not speak, but the strong spiritual fluctuations emanating from her also expressed her determination. However, Lord Das Ho on the side frowned, and seemed a little worried. Han Xing saw his concerns and asked, Lord Das Ho, if you have any concerns, you can tell me. The rough middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then said, Lord Han Xing, according to your last breakthrough to the middle-level Lord, and your recent performance, I speculate that your breakthrough will most likely trigger some kind of anomaly. It can even bring about a special A-level catastrophe, the God's Jealousy Catastrophe. God's Jealousy Catastrophe? Han Xing was confused. Will there be a thunder catastrophe in the sky to strike me? The Great Beast Lord nodded, yes. As far as I know, among the top monsters this time, Qing He, Ji Yutian, Roland and others, all brought about this catastrophe when they broke through the high-level lords. And once this catastrophe appears, its power is extremely terrifying, and the coverage range can even reach hundreds of light years. With the power of the three of us, I'm afraid we can't cover it for you. Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes became even more strange. What is this God's Jealousy Catastrophe? Why does it sound like the thunder catastrophe in those cultivation novels he read on Blue Star before? This is not the world of cultivation, this is the Lord continent. But now, it's not the time to tangle with these, but to find a way to deal with it. Because according to what the Great Beast Lord said, with his potential, this catastrophe is almost 100% likely to occur. Is there any way? Han Xing asked subconsciously. The Great Beast Lord pondered for a while, and then solemnly said, It seems that I can only ask my master for help. As far as I know, the kingdom of the Lord of the Divine Realm can directly absorb this catastrophe. But it may cause some damage to his kingdom. After hearing this, Han Xing said solemnly, Forget it, let's change the place to break through first. However, the Great Beast Lord shook his head and said, No, you can't change the place easily now. This time, your performance is too dazzling. A monster like you has been targeted by countless forces. No matter what your purpose is, your whereabouts have been strictly controlled. As long as you leave the central continent, many people will know it immediately. So, it's better not to leave easily before the end of the game. After a pause, he said, I will contact my master now. He also attaches great importance to you. After learning about this, he will definitely agree. Han Xing nodded seriously, Then I trouble you. The Great Beast Lord waved his hand, took out a special device directly, and turned to send a message. After a brief exchange, the great beast lord's eyes also showed joy. He carefully put the device into his backpack, walked over quickly, and said, "Lord Han Xing, my master agreed." He said that he happened to be near the central continent and would be there soon. Before he finished speaking, a vague figure was like an ink painting in the tower. It was an old man in a plain gray robe, with white hair and beard but ruddy face. The most peculiar thing was his sense of presence. Although he was standing right in front of everyone, he seemed to be integrated with the air. Han Xing could even see the pattern of the wall behind him through his body, as if he was looking at a projected light and shadow. Space folding? No. Han Xing's pupil shrank slightly, and he could not catch any energy fluctuations in his perception. The old man seemed to have temporarily removed his existence from the laws of the world, and even the light passed directly through his body. The moment the great beast lord saw the old man, surprise appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, master." The old man waved his sleeves, and this simple action suddenly froze the entire tower. The falling dust stopped in the air, and even the white mist exhaled by the crowd turned into ice crystal sculptures. "Big beast, no need to be polite. Let's get down to business now." The big beast lord replied respectfully, "Yes." At the same time, the old man looked at Han Xing and looked him up and down. His sharp eyes swept over him, as if he wanted to see through his heart and even his soul completely. However, he did not go too far, just glanced for a moment, and then retracted his gaze. His eyes showed admiration. "You are worthy of being praised as a rare monster in a million years. Your talent has even reached the level of Ji Yutian and Roland. Your future achievements may reach a level that even I cannot reach." Han Xing cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Senior, you are too kind." "I don't know, what is your name?" The old man said casually, "I am the Lord of Wuxiang, and I am also the master of this kid Das Ho." Han Xing nodded suddenly, then saluted, meeting the Lord of Wuxiang. Including Long Yu and Lord Ling Wei next to him, they also saluted him. The old man shook his head and chuckled. "The specific situation, Das Ho has already told me. Let's get started without delay." Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Then, he said solemnly, "Senior, I heard that you used the kingdom of God to help me offset the divine jealousy, and it would be slightly damaged. With my current strength, I may not be able to repair your kingdom of God. But please rest assured, when I have enough capital in the future, I will definitely compensate you enough." After hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed with admiration again. "You are thoughtful. But you don't need to worry about the divine jealousy. My kingdom of God Thousand Mirrors is best at this." Han Xing still had doubts in his eyes, and the old man did not explain. He stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the space where everyone was suddenly distorted, and the star field of more than 10 light years in radius unfolded layer by layer like a broken mirror. Countless prism-like fragments emerged in the void behind the old man, each reflecting a different fragment of time and space. Some mirrors showed heavy rain, some showed blazing fire, and some even showed the doomsday scene of the collapse of the galaxy. Everyone stared at the surrounding scene in a daze, their eyes filled with incredible expressions. The old man said calmly, "Although the divine jealousy calamity is powerful, and can even split through the kingdoms of God, but my 1,000-layer mirror contains tens of millions of kingdoms of God. No matter how many it splits, I can take them all." Hearing this, Han Xing gradually came back to his senses from the shock. He said with amazement, "The power of the Wuxiang God Lord is boundless. I admire him." Hearing this, the old man glanced at him casually and chuckled, "Don't flatter me. When you break through to the realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm, your divine realm will be many times more powerful than mine. Now let's start." Han Xing nodded seriously yes. After he finished speaking, a bit of confusion appeared in his eyes. This is because he has separated most of his consciousness and entered his own territory. At the same time, a dazzling beam of light burst out from the center of Han Xing's territory. A sacred and vast aura descended from the sky, instantly covering the entire territory world. All living beings felt this vast will, and knew that it was the return of the creator of this world, and they all knelt down and saluted respectfully. Welcome the return of the Lord God. Chapter 820. Welcome the Lord back. The uniform shouts resounded through the sky, and countless creatures bowed down in worship. Han Xing's will quickly return to the Lord's mansion, and in a very short time, he mastered the current situation of the territory. After many days, with the unremitting efforts of the Qingyan giant clan, a huge city has been built near the Lord's mansion. This huge city is stationed with a large number of Chaos Archers, Chaos Lancers, and Moon Swordsmen. In addition, those territory heroes, such as Ming, Aiden, Ingwen and others, also live in this huge city. This is also the center of the entire territory world, and it can be called a holy place for those creatures. Once any unexpected situation occurs in the territory world, these strong men will be dispatched at the first time to suppress all unrest with absolutely powerful strength. This is the only way to ensure that everything in the territory can still proceed in an orderly manner when the Lord is away. In addition to this holy land, there is also a huge city of the same size not far from here. However, this city is black. Moreover, the sky above the city is always shrouded by various undead spirits and dark auras. Some territories will be completely eroded by this aura just by approaching. Even the existence of gods is not immune. This is also the second place with the strongest power in the territory world. There are a group of hero-level strongmen such as Snow Shadow, Female Ghost, and Dark Knight stationed in it. Coupled with a large number of Dark-type troops, these two cities maintain the order of the entire territory. Even if Han Xing does not return for millions of years, it will not have any impact. But this time, he is not here to inspect the territory, but to prepare for a breakthrough. After figuring out the current situation in the territory, Han Xing began to issue orders quickly. All creatures in the territory, listen to the order. The invisible sound waves were transmitted to every corner of the world, and the depths of the minds of any creature through the resonance of the origin. Even those insects and beasts with undeveloped intelligence could hear the meaning of this voice clearly, and fanaticism appeared in their pupils. It was a look of awe and worship that was even more than looking at the leader of their own tribe. Beasts and insects were like this, let alone those mortals. Countless creatures knelt down and worshipped the moment the sound sounded. They shouted excitedly, "It's the voice of the Lord. The great Creator is talking to us. Praise the great Lord." After the propaganda of various cultures and knowledge, in their hearts, Han Xing is the supreme existence in this world. However, because the territory has a full 100,000 times the time flow rate. So even if Han Xing only stayed outside for one day, it was equivalent to thousands of years in this world. Many creatures only heard about Han Xing in books or inscriptions, but never saw him until they died. Over time, among mortals, they thought Han Xing was just a legendary figure, similar to Pangu in our mythology. Now, they heard this legendary figure talking to them, so you can imagine how excited they are at this moment. Han Xing then said, "Next, the territory world will usher in drastic changes again. But don't worry, this drastic change is a good thing. If everything goes well, the level of our world will be raised again. By then, even ordinary creatures in this world will give birth to a large number of gods, true gods, and even God-King level beings. These gods and true gods, even God-Kings, are cannon fodder level beings in the Lord continent. For Han Xing, this power is not enough. However, we cannot underestimate these beings who can break through to the level of gods in the territory world. This represents their amazing talents and unlimited possibilities in the future. It is not impossible to break the world limit with one's own strength, break through to the realm of Chaos Lord, and become a hero-level figure. Just like Tu Gang, whom Han Xing met not long ago, he is such a person. Therefore, if a territory wants to continue to prosper, it is not enough to have a strong top force, and the backbone force must also keep up. In addition, there must be a large number of new generation forces to replenish blood. At the same time, when the creatures in this world heard that their world would undergo another qualitative change, and a large number of gods would be born, they all began to breathe rapidly. For them, let alone gods, even legends and demigods were out of reach. Any legend could sit in a huge city and protect the tribe for tens of thousands of years. The lifespan of a demigod is more than 10 times higher than that of a legend. In this world, demigods can establish their own sex. The realm of gods is even more exaggerated, which is immortal and infinitely close to eternal life. Thinking of this, all the creatures fell into an extremely fanatical state again. Oh my God! We actually have the opportunity to become gods. Great Creator, what a generous gift. Praise the Lord. Praise this supreme glory. The whole world was boiling. Countless creatures were trembling with excitement, and some even cried with joy. Han Xing's voice continued to echo between heaven and earth. In order to welcome this drastic change, all creatures need to be prepared. First, all cities and tribes will immediately enter the highest state of alert and activate the defense formation. Second, all beings above the Chaos Lord level will go to the edge of the world to help stabilize the space structure. Third, all major arms are responsible for maintaining order in all places and avoiding chaos. As soon as the voice fell, powerful auras rose from all over the world. Follow the Lord's order. The heroic warriors responded in unison, and their voices shook the sky. Then, they turned into streams of light, and quickly rushed to their respective posts. At the same time, Han Xing looked at the territory below. Through the layers of space and the earth, he saw the situation deep underground. There, a group of bright light was slowly rotating, emitting a vast world power. This thing is the core of the territory, and the source of power of this world. It exists under the earth hundreds of thousands of kilometers below the Lord's mansion. Next, Han Xing will invest a lot of eternal soil and origin coin to strengthen this world core. He took a deep breath and whispered, "It's time. Next, it's time to break through to the high-level Lord." Han Xing's mind moved, and he took out a large piece of dark yellow soil from his backpack, which weighed 200 kilograms. At this moment, it was piled up together, as big as a water tank, exuding a heavy and vast breath. It seemed that the power contained in these soils alone was enough to match the power of an ordinary high-level lord. The next moment, Han Xing waved his hand. This large piece of eternal soil, which was extremely valuable, turned into a stream of light, and suddenly sank into the depths of the earth. Then, it came directly to the world core. After a slight pause, boom! The moment eternal soil came into contact with world core, a vast chaotic force erupted, and the entire territory world trembled violently. Deep in the earth, the world core was spinning wildly. Hua-la-la. The eternal soil turned into countless dark golden light spots, blending into it like stardust. Every bit of soil contains endless world origins, which are now completely stimulated and transformed into the purest energy to nourish the entire world. After a moment of absorption, the power absorbed by world core seemed to have reached a certain limit. Crack! With a cracking sound, the earth was stretched open. The entire territory world began to frantically absorb the chaotic power around it and began to grow stronger. The world, which was originally only tens of millions of kilometers in diameter, expanded to hundreds of millions of kilometers, billions of kilometers in just a few breaths. In the end, it directly crossed the boundary of light years, a vast world of more than a dozen light years. This is far beyond the scale of the territory of ordinary high-level lords, and even close to the level of some peak lords. The world has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The mountains and rivers have risen and turned into pillars that reach the sky. The ocean has expanded and evolved into an endless abyss. The number of stars in the sky has increased dramatically, and each one has become more brilliant, and even began to evolve into galaxies on its own. Oh my God! The earth is extending. The sky is rising. Look! A new continent has appeared in the distance. Countless creatures looked at all this in shock. They could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy in the world was rising wildly, and even condensed into spiritual rain and sprinkled on the earth. Some practitioners, who were originally stuck in the bottleneck, broke through at this moment. Boom! 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 A series of divine light shot up into the sky. Legends were promoted to demigods, and demigods impacted gods. Even some ordinary creatures, under the feedback of the world's promotion, directly awakened extraordinary power. They finally understood what the Creator said about the world's energy level improvement. It actually made this world give birth to so many strong people in an instant. Countless creatures stood there in a daze, looking at the sky that was constantly rising and the infinitely extending earth, and the powerful auras that rose up and covered the whole world. Obviously, this will be a scene that changes the history of the whole world. And they also became witnesses of history. At the same time, Han Xing felt a vast world force coming back. This force made him more than several times stronger than before, and it was not a simple increase in strength, but a comprehensive strength, including his reaction ability, thinking ability, and physique, etc., all of which were strengthened. Is this the power of a high-level lord? He clenched his fists and felt the surging world origin in his body, as if he could mobilize the power of the entire star world to suppress the enemy in a single thought. Now if I fight against a monster like Yalyin, even if I don't use time pause and time acceleration, my winning rate is 64 points. I'm 6. She's 4. Thinking of this, Han Xing's mouth opened, revealing a brilliant smile. Moreover, this is only a precursor to breaking through to the high-level lord. He has not yet completely completed the transformation. Only after the power of the body and the territory is doubled and merged with each other can he be regarded as completely stepping into the realm of high-level lord. By then, he will be many times more powerful than the current world. Thinking of this, Han Xing's deep eyes looked at the world core below. At this moment, it has grown a lot compared to before, from the original size of a satellite to the size of a planet equivalent to the blue star level. It has increased by an unknown number of times. In addition to the increase in size, its appearance has also changed slightly. Before, world core looked like a glowing white sphere, which seemed to be able to be pierced with a random poke. This is indeed the case. Even though Han Xing has the combat power of a mid-level lord, his world core defense cannot even withstand the full force of a primary lord. This is basically the case for other lords. World core provides the source of power for the entire territory, and also gives back powerful power to the lord. But in fact, it is quite fragile. So most lords hide it in the deepest and safest place in the territory. But now it is different. The surface of Han Xing's world core is covered with a thick layer of khaki stratum corneum. It looks like amber crystal, but also like something more mysterious. This thing emits a heavy wave. According to Han Xing's prediction, even with his full strength attack, he can no longer break this world core. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good, the core of the world has grown successfully, and the next step is to invest a large amount of origin coins to add more power to this world." Thinking of this, Han Xing waved his hand again, and took out a large amount of origin coins from his backpack. There are tens of billions of them. This is an unimaginable amount of money for any Chaos Lord, and now, Han Xing has to invest all these origin coins in the territory. Even he felt a little painful. But, in order to make myself break through and successfully transform, all this is worth it. Thinking of this, Han Xing no longer hesitated. He waved his right hand in the air. In an instant, tens of billions of origin coins poured out from the void and gathered into a dazzling galaxy above the sky. This river of light composed of pure origin power, with a deafening roar, penetrated the Earth's core like a 9-day waterfall. Boom, boom, boom. There was a continuous muffled sound from the depths of the Earth, as if an ancient giant beast was waking up. World core trembled violently under the impact of this mighty energy, and the yellowish-brown crystal on the surface burst into a heavy light, like the most sophisticated filter, transforming the violent source power into gentle world nutrients. Above the sky, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Look at the sky. In various parts of the territory world, countless creatures looked up at the sky at the same time. I saw that the originally clear sky suddenly appeared with countless dazzling chains of laws. These chains flashing with mysterious runes intertwined with each other, and in a blink of an eye, they were woven into a law net that covered the sky and the sun. In the fishing village of Donghai, the fishing net in the hand of an old fisherman suddenly fell to the ground. His turbid eyes reflected the mysterious law patterns in the sky, and his wrinkled face showed an expression of disbelief. This is a miracle. Chapter 821. This is a miracle. The creatures of the entire territory were amazed. After absorbing a large amount of original power, the law net began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Each chain became more solid, and the runes flowing on the surface became clearer. All creatures could feel that the rules of this world were becoming more perfect and more stable. Buzz. When the law net absorbed to its limit, the entire sky suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, countless golden light spots fell like spring rain, gently drifting to every corner of the world, bringing unprecedented transformation to everyone. In the market of a small town in the southern border, a lame boy suddenly knelt on the ground. He trembled and stroked his healing leg, tears bursting out. My leg is healed." Similar exclamations continued to come from the surrounding crowd. The old people found that their white hair was turning black, and those who had been ill for a long time felt that their illness was gone. What's even more amazing is that all mortals who come into contact with the golden light spot are undergoing earth-shaking changes in their bodies. Muscles become tighter, bone density doubles, and even the five senses become extremely sharp. Is this extraordinary power? A thin girl clenched her fist and easily crushed the iron block in her hand into scrap metal. Great! With my current strength, I can even go to the Baron's mansion as a guard. I can let my sister live a good life. She looked up at the sky excitedly. Thank you, Star Lord, for your gift. The same scene is happening in every corner of the world. Countless mortal strength surged at this moment, and they officially possessed extraordinary power. At this moment, the Star Realm officially entered a new era of all-out transcendence. At the same time, the transformation of high-level creatures was even more amazing. On the shore of the East China Sea, a 1,000-foot-long green dragon soared into the sky. Its originally dazzling scales peeled off layer by layer in the golden light, and mysterious talus patterns emerged on the new scales, emitting a pressure that made the space tremble. In the depths of the western desert, an ancient tree that had been dead for 1,000 years suddenly shook violently. The dry trunk recovered its vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the new branches broke through the clouds in the blink of an eye, and the flowers blooming on the treetops exuded a refreshing fragrance. In the snowy plains of the northern border, the glaciers that had not melted for thousands of years melted and reorganized in the golden light, and finally condensed into crystal-clear black ice. Each piece of ice crystal contains pure spiritual power, enough to drive the magician who practices ice-based skills crazy. At the deepest part of the world core beats more and more powerfully. Boom! Boom! Every heartbeat resonates throughout the star world. Han Xing's eyes penetrated through layers of space, and he clearly saw that the mysterious patterns on the surface of the world core were being reorganized, gradually outlining a vague human figure. What is this? After a moment, he seemed to realize something and whispered, "So that's it. This is the world while nurturing the true spirit." According to the records of the Lord Continent, only the top Chaos Lord's territory can give birth to an independent world will. And such a world can no longer be simply called a territory, but should be called the Kingdom of God. I didn't expect that I had just completed the second step of breaking through to the high-level Lord, and the world will has already begun to nurture the true spirit. It seems that what those God Realm Lords said is true. With my talent, as long as I don't die halfway, it is almost certain that I will break through to the God Realm Lord realm in the future. After a pause, he continued to think. However, the true spirit nurtured by the will of this world is only a prototype. It is still a long way from truly building a complete kingdom of God. Thinking of this, Han Xing smiled and shook his head. Although it is still far from the God Realm Lord realm, it also gave him hope. At the same time, he looked around and also felt the amazing changes in the territory world. In addition to the expansion of the world area, what surprised him even more was the changes in those creatures. All creatures, regardless of gender, age, or those beasts. As long as they have a certain combat power, they have all become much stronger at this moment, with the combat power of the first level. Although it is only the first level, for those Chaos Lords, this power is not even as good as ants. However, with the number of creatures in the entire territory exceeding trillions, it is amazing that all of them have extraordinary powers. Some of these creatures originally had good talents, but for various reasons, they could never enter the extraordinary realm in their lifetime. Therefore, they could not bring out their talents, and finally could only live their lives as mortals in mediocrity. The territory world has developed for so many years, although Han Xing also asked Ming and Aiden to go around to collect those strong people with good talents. But this world is so big, and there are so many creatures, there will definitely be many omissions. This time, the overall breakthrough allowed them to officially come into contact with the extraordinary. In addition, the places where the world is transforming contain amazing opportunities everywhere. It can be seen from the thick chains of rules in the sky. This also means that Han Xing's world has a large number of perfect rules, which can allow a large number of creatures to break through to true gods and gods, and this world has officially changed from the original low magic world to the middle magic world. Very good, the first two steps to break through to the high-level Lord have been officially completed. Then, there is a third step. After a pause, Han Xing said seriously, that is, absorb all these origin cores and strengthen my physical strength. Then, perfectly integrate the physical body with the power of the territory. Thus achieve transformation. However, these last two steps are also the most difficult two steps. It can be seen from the last breakthrough to the middle-level Lord. Because Han Xing made some mistakes in some details, his physical body collapsed and almost implicated the entire territory world to perish together. If it weren't for Lord Ling Hui's desperate help, he would have suffered heavy losses even if he didn't die. And this time, he broke through to the high-level Lord. Not only is it more difficult, but according to Lord Das Ho, it will also bring about a powerful catastrophe God's jealousy heavenly tribulation, although the Wuxian God Lord outside, who is Lord Dasho's master, promised to use 1,000 layers to help Han Xing block the attack of God's jealousy heavenly tribulation. But even so, he was a little unsure. But soon, Han Xing's eyes became firm again. No matter, it's already come to this point. Next, no matter what happens, you can't retreat. Today, I will definitely break through this high-level Lord realm. Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath. Then he waved his hand and took out the 8 different elements of the high-level origin core from his backpack. Of course, this time he would definitely not do the same thing as last time and choose to absorb them all at once. But he was going to absorb them one by one slowly. This would take a lot of extra time, but it was also the safest way. Start with the gold origin. Han Xing's eyes were solemn, and a gold-plated origin core was suspended in his palm. The surface of this crystal was flowing with a sharp metallic luster. Just floating in the air, it caused fine cracks in the surrounding space. Huh? He took a deep breath and slowly pressed the origin core to his chest. Buzz! The moment it touched the skin, the origin core penetrated into the body, as if it melted. Han Xing was shocked, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He felt like thousands of sharp swords were passing through his meridians. Roar! The intense pain made him groan, and dense golden lines appeared on his body's surface instantly. These lines moved like living things, and every flow caused his muscle fibers to undergo qualitative changes, and his bone density increased exponentially. Outside world. The thousand-layer realm of the phaseless God Lord covered a radius of more than 10 light-years. Countless worlds were stacked one after another, and they looked full of wonderful beauty. During this short period of time, many God Lords also sensed the thousand-layer realm of the phaseless God Lord. Some wanted to come over to investigate, but were directly driven away by the other party with a tough attitude. After a few times, no one came to investigate. After all, under normal circumstances, they were still unwilling to offend a lord of the divine domain. Inside the tower, everyone looked at Han Xing, who was sitting cross-legged, with a nervous look. At this moment, he had been in a state of closing his eyes since his consciousness entered the territory. But in the outside world, he could still sense that Han Xing's breath was rapidly changing, becoming more vast and deeper, even as powerful as the great beast lord. Facing Han Xing at this moment, he felt a sense of awe in his heart. That was a sign that would only appear when facing an existence whose life level far suppressed him. That is, an existence at the level of his master, the Wuxian God Lord. The great beast lord asked in a deep voice, "Master, how is Han Xing?" The Wuxian God Lord's eyes were like lightning, and his gaze penetrated through layers of the world and watched the changes in Han Xing. He said slowly, according to estimates, he should have completed the transformation of the territory at this moment. Next, the more critical physical fusion. Before he finished speaking, a strong golden light suddenly burst out from Han Xing's body. The terrifying killing power actually penetrated a world in an instant and broke through one of the layers of thousand layers. Seeing this scene, Lord Linghui and Long Yu behind him were shocked. Even the Wuxian God Lord said with some sighs, "Gold Lord killing, this little friend Han Xing came up and merged the origin of gold. It's really extraordinary. However, it's just a fusion, it's still a little short. Those real top monsters will have a significant improvement in physical strength when they merge the first origin. And this friend Han Xing is just a strange phenomenon fluctuation, and is still far from." Before he finished speaking, from Han Xing, a very lethal aura rose again. Crack, crack. The thousand layers of the Wuxian God Lord appeared cracks, as if countless worlds were broken in this aura. Not only that, from Han Xing's body, golden lines also emerged, making him look full of sacredness and indestructible feeling. Lord Linghui and Long Yu on the side looked at Han Xing's changes at this moment, and doubts appeared in their eyes. It seems that they don't know what happened. And the Wuxian God Lord on the side has entered a short state of stagnation. The great beast lord seemed to realize something, and he asked tentatively, "Master, could the golden pattern on Han Xing's body be the prototype of the legendary Gingjin holy body?" The Wuxian God Lord nodded. "You are right. It is indeed the prototype of the Gingjin holy body. Only those evildoers who are extremely good at the origin of gold can activate this holy body when they break through to the high-level Lord realm. It is also known as the Netherworld battle body, burning sky flame body, Qingmu spirit body, etc." After a pause, he asked in confusion, "But as far as I know, this friend Han Xing is good at the origin of the shadow system. How could it be?" Before he finished speaking, the Wuxian God Lord seemed to sense something, and his expression suddenly changed. "Master, what happened?" Feeling that there was something wrong with the expression of the Wuxian God Lord, the great beast lord asked hurriedly. The Wuxian God Lord did not speak, but looked up at the sky. "I made a mistake. I originally thought that he would at least attract the divine jealousy calamity after fusing the origin cores of 4 or 5 systems. As a result, now, he has just merged the gold essence, and a strange phenomenon has appeared. The divine jealousy of the heavenly calamity has arrived ahead of time." "What?" After hearing this, everyone's face changed drastically. Lord Linghui suddenly looked up at the sky, and saw that strange blood-colored ripples had appeared on the sky of Qin Dai realm, which he had relied on. The ripples were wriggling like living things, and in a blink of an eye, they gathered into blood-colored calamity clouds that covered the sky and the sun. "How could it be so fast?" Long Yu exclaimed in a daze, and the hand holding the staff could not help but clench. Before he finished speaking, a blood-red calamity thunder had torn through the sky, and it came down with the power of destroying everything. Boom! The layers of space barriers in Qin Dai realm trembled violently the moment they came into contact with the calamity thunder. At least 10 layers of space were shattered one after another like fragile glass, and the dazzling lightning reflected the entire secret realm like a blood-colored purgatory. The Wuxian God Lord said in a deep voice, It seems that this friend Han Xing's talent is beyond imagination. But it doesn't matter. It's just a thunder tribulation attack of this level. Qiandi Realm can easily withstand it. Just as he said, Qiandi Realm has unpredictable power. It was just that 10 layers of space were shattered just now. As a result, in a blink of an eye, all those spaces began to repair themselves. After a while, it was completely restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, everyone on the field also looked at the mysterious old man with amazement. After all, according to their perception, the attack of the Thunder Tribulation just now has far exceeded the limit of the high-level lord. If anyone on the field came over, he would be seriously injured if not dead. As a result, the opponent didn't even move, and relied on this mysterious Qiandi realm to withstand the attack. From this point of view, there should be no problem with Han Xing's breakthrough today. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the faces of several people on the field. However, before they could be happy, at this moment, a dazzling green light burst out from Han Xing's body again. Chapter 822. At this time, Han Xing's body burst out with a dazzling green light again. At the same time, it was accompanied by a strong breath of life, illuminating this Qiandi realm as if it were in a dream. In addition, dense tree branch patterns appeared on Han Xing's body. These patterns made his breath more vast and profound. Seeing this scene, the great beast lord asked in a daze, Master, what is Han Xing's current situation? Has he activated another holy body? The faceless lord pondered for a moment, and said with a serious face, Yes, this is the Qingmu spirit body. It can actually activate 2 spirit bodies in succession when breaking through. This kind of talent is almost catching up with Ji Yutian and Roland. Speaking of this, he sighed and said, It's a pity. Such a good seedling cannot be accepted as an apprentice by me. The faceless lord looked at the great beast lord with some resentment. The rough middle-aged man lowered his head embarrassedly and laughed twice. Master, as far as I know, this god's jealousy tribulation will continue to increase in intensity according to the changes of the breakthrougher. This time, Brother Han Xing has activated a second talent. Will it be? The Wuxian God Lord nodded calmly. Yes, of course. According to previous experience, when those evildoers break through, every time they activate a holy body, the god's jealousy tribulation will increase in intensity tenfold. This time, I guess it will be no exception. After hearing this, everyone quickly looked up at the sky. Boom! As if confirming the words of the Wuxian God Lord, the calamity clouds above the sky suddenly surged violently. In the originally blood-colored clouds, strange blue-gold lightning began to emerge. The 2 colors of lightning intertwined, emitting a suffocating pressure. Crack! A blue-gold lightning column that was 10 times thicker than the previous one fell down with a bang, and the space collapsed wherever it passed. The layers of world barriers woven by Qiandi realm were broken one after another like paper, and dozens of layers of space were broken in the blink of an eye. Lord Linghui and Longyu in the back saw this scene, and their faces changed. Under the attack of this lightning column, they felt like ants under the heavenly tribulation, and they would be easily wiped out, but in the end, this lightning column disappeared into thin air after blasting 100 layers of space. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Next to him, Wuxian God Lord stood calmly in place. He waved his hand, and the hundreds of layers of space that were blasted began to repair in an instant and return to their original state. This enhanced divine jealousy calamity is indeed powerful, but that's all. Unless it can instantly blast the 1,000 layers of space in Qiandi realm, it won't even touch us. Listening to his confident words, everyone couldn't help but look at him, with admiration in their eyes. However, at this moment, a red beam of light rose from Han Xing's body. It exuded a violent and blazing power. The temperature of the entire Qiandi realm suddenly increased by thousands of degrees. What's even more terrifying is that from Han Xing's body, blood-red flame marks emerged, so that his whole body was covered by 3 different energy beams. Seeing this scene, the great beast lord couldn't help swallowing his saliva and asked tentatively, Master, Han Xing, could it be that you have activated the burning heaven flame body again? Hearing this, Longyu and Linghui on the side suddenly stopped breathing. And the Wuxian Divine Lord looked at the sky above his head, and the blood-colored calamity cloud suddenly surged up, and there was helplessness in his eyes. He shook his head and said, This kid is worthy of being able to enter the 5th round with the combat power of a mid-level lord. Continuously activating 3 kinds of holy bodies, this talent is no worse than Ji Yutian and Roland's generation. The words of the Wuxian Divine Lord can be said to be a disguised affirmation of Han Xing's talent. After all, what kind of people are Ji Yutian and Roland? They are the hottest players in this competition. All the way, These two have been crushing all enemies with a strong attitude. In the fourth round, one advanced with the first place and the other with the second place. The evaluation of the Wuxiang God Lord is equivalent to saying that Han Xing also has the potential to compete for the championship. After reaching this conclusion, Ling Hui and Long Yu next to them showed surprise on their faces, and their eyes looking at Han Xing were full of expectations. The great beast lord on the side looked at his master with some concern. Master, you said before that this kind of thunder tribulation will increase tenfold every time. Just now it broke your 100-layer Chindi realm with a thunder. This time, you see. What he meant was, Master, can you block it? The Wuxiang God Lord glanced at him lightly. Stinky boy, who are you looking down on? After saying that, he waved his hand casually. Chindi realm, all realms returned to one. With his low shout, the whole world burst into brilliant green light. The 1,000 layers of the originally scattered world barrier suddenly began to overlap and merge, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into 9 layers of crystal walls, each layer emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. Crack! The third thunderbolt fell with a bang. This time, the lightning showed a strange interweaving of gold, green and red, and its power increased tenfold compared to before. However, when the lightning column that could kill the great beast lord in seconds touched the 9 layers of crystal walls, it was like a drop in the ocean, and it was completely destroyed after only 3 layers were penetrated. Good. The great beast lord clapped his hands excitedly, and said, You are worthy of being the master. Under your means, let alone the 3 layers of God's in the heavenly tribulation. Even the 30 layers of God's in the heavenly tribulation will have no effect at all. The Wuxiang God Lord was about to speak. At this moment, a dazzling khaki light suddenly burst out from Han Xing's body. A heavy pressure like a mountain swept the whole place, and mysterious rock patterns appeared on his body, and the whole person seemed to turn into an ancient sacred mountain. The fourth type. Thick earth burial body. Oh my God! The great beast lord said in disbelief. The Wuxiang God Lord said helplessly, This kid really exceeds my expectations again and again. He actually activated the fourth holy body. This situation has not been seen many times even in my life. At this time, the great beast lord asked tentatively, Master, do you think Han Xing, little friend, can activate all 9 kinds of original holy bodies at once? Hearing this question, even the Wuxiang God Lord's eyelids twitched wildly. The 9 kinds of original holy bodies he mentioned are naturally gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. At present, Han Xing has activated the gold system, wood system, fire system, and earth system. There are only the last 5 types left, and they can really be collected, the Wuxiang Lord said solemnly. Collecting 9 kinds of origin holy bodies, this kind of thing has never been done by anyone in the past and present. According to historical records, even the one who activated the most only collected 6. But even so, that person's achievement has reached a level that can be called shocking. After a pause, his expression became more serious again. If this Han Xing can really collect 9 kinds of origin bodies, then he may accomplish something that no one has ever done in the Lord continent for endless years. And his future achievements will be limitless, and may far exceed that person. After listening to the narration of the Wuxiang Lord, the Ling Hui Lord and Long Yu next to him also looked extremely solemn. They all knew what this evaluation meant. Such a monstrous talent is not a good thing. Under special circumstances, it will also become a disaster that causes life crisis, especially when Han Xing is still in a state of insufficient strength. Not to mention that he has collected all 9 kinds of holy bodies. The fact that he has activated 4 holy bodies in succession will cause a sensation in the entire southern region if it is spread. At that time, some guys lurking in the dark will definitely be willing to take the risk of being exposed and come to assassinate Han Xing. Lord Ling Hui took a step forward, knelt on one knee solemnly, and saluted. Please ask the Lord Wuxiang to help cover up for Han Xing. Don't let his affairs be exposed. Beside him, Long Yu and Lord Das Ho were very surprised. They didn't expect that Lord Ling Hui, who had always been arrogant and domineering, would actually put down his dignity for Han Xing. Kneeling down in front of a God Realm Lord, asking him to protect him. You know, before this, let alone the God Realm Lord, even if the Eternal Lord came, it would be impossible for this woman to kneel down. The Great Beast Lord and Long Yu looked at each other, and a look of emotion appeared on their faces. After a moment, the Great Beast Lord also sighed, and then knelt on both knees. Master, please help, protect Han Xing. Including Long Yu also made the same move. Looking at the actions of these 3 people, the Wuxiang God Lord glanced at them. Then he sneered disdainfully, You guys, what do you think of me? Although this kid has amazing talent, I didn't say that I would expose his affairs. Since I promised to protect this kid's breakthrough, I will do it to the end. At this point, the aura on his body suddenly shook. The 1,000 layers of the world superimposed around him began to change rapidly, as if performing a scene of the reincarnation of civilization. At the same time, an unprecedented terrifying aura burst out from him. It swept out dozens of light years in an instant, and was even approaching the competition continent, and around, many creatures lurking in space cracks or shadows were directly shaken out by this powerful aura. They were not lurking around intentionally, preparing to find out about Han Xing. It was a habit, and they usually liked to stay in such places. Now that they were suddenly forced out by the Wuxiang God Lord, they were immediately confused. What is this guy Wuxiang doing? I remember I shouldn't have offended him recently? Wuxiang, what do you want to do? A series of powerful questioning voices rang out. However, in the ears of these strong men, a domineering response echoed. I want to evolve the 1,000-layer realm here, and all the outsiders should get out of my way. If there are still lords staying nearby, I will treat you as enemies who want to spy on my 1,000-layer realm weaknesses. Now, I will give you the last 3 breaths of time. If you don't leave after 3 breaths, don't blame me for taking action. The lords hiding in the void heard the warning of the Wuxiang God Lord and showed a look of surprise. Old Wuxiang, what are you crazy about? A lord with purple thunder wrapped around his body stepped out of the space crack and shouted gloomily. I have been here to comprehend the origin of space for 100 years. Why should I make way for you? Another female lord shrouded in shadows also said coldly. The evolution of the 1,000-layer realm? Ha! This excuse may be enough to deceive the younger generation, but you have been trapped in the initial stage of God Lord for so many years without any progress. How can you talk about evolution? Next to him, an old man with a sinister temperament said in a deep voice, Wuxiang, don't be so arrogant. This is not your Tinji pavilion. The Wuxiang God Lord turned a deaf ear to their questions, and just slowly began to count down. 3. As the heavy voice spread through the origin, it quickly spread to the surrounding area of hundreds of light years. The expressions of the lords changed, because they heard a hint of murderous intent and seriousness in the tone of the Wuxiang God. Arrogant! A golden-armored lord with 6 wings on his back laughed in anger. I won't leave. Let's see what you, an old thing, can do to me. 2. The voice of the Wuxiang God Lord was still calm, but the edge of the Qiandai realm had begun to ripple with dangerous space ripples. The pupils of the surrounding lords shrank slightly when they saw this scene. They exchanged glances, and seemed to realize that the Wuxiang God Lord today was a little unusual. Among them, the Purple Thunder Lord asked tentatively, You think Wuxiang is serious? Is he really going to evolve the Qiandai realm here? The expressions of everyone changed, feeling a little incredible and unbelievable. 1. As the last number fell, the entire Qiandai realm suddenly stagnated, as if even time was frozen at this moment. The next second, countless divine lights burst out from the edge of the secret realm, dancing wildly in the void like thousands of awakened giant pythons. The secret realm, which was only the size of a planet, expanded billions of times in an instant, swallowing outward like a greedy giant beast. Madman! The face of the 6-winged lord changed wildly, and the golden wings behind him suddenly exploded, subconsciously wanting to escape from here. However, at this moment, he was horrified to find that every time he flapped his wings, hundreds of layers of new barriers would be added to the surrounding space. Not only him, but also the lords hiding in the cracks of space felt a sense of death crisis at the same time and fled around at a high speed. Everyone's eyes showed horror. It is the unification of all realms in the 1,000 layers realm. The thunder around the Purple Thunder Lord flashed wildly, but when it touched the edge of the expanding secret realm, it was instantly annihilated. He watched in horror as his thunder source was continuously differentiated by the layers of space, and finally dissipated into nothingness. The female lord in the shadows screamed miserably, and her body was covered with blood marks under the cutting of various spaces. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Old Wuxiang, you are crazy. You actually dared to attack me. We in the Shadow Kingdom will not let you go. Chapter 823. Including the other lords involved, they were also shouting frantically. Wuxiang. Stop! Damn it! Are you really crazy? If you attack so many of us at the same time, even your Qiandai realm will be blown up. However, no matter how they shouted, Qiandai realm still expanded unhindered to the surroundings and swallowed them up, just when these lords were about to be completely lost in the environment. The layers of space that kept changing suddenly stopped. Then, a passage appeared behind these lords. Before they could react, the voice of Wuxiang God Lord sounded in their ears. The last chance, get out of here. Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of these lords froze. The next moment, they almost did not hesitate to drive their fastest speed and fled madly towards the space channel. A stream of light rushed out of Qiandai realm and fled to the distance. After escaping from the trap, the Lord still had a look of fear in their eyes. This was the first time they were enveloped by the thousand layers realm of the Wuxian God Lord, and the first time they experienced the horror of being surrounded by the endless world. There was no escape at all. The Purple Thunder Lord said unwillingly, "Wuxian, I remember what happened today." Later, before he finished speaking, a space crack swept across and almost cut off half of his body. Fuck. After a burst of cursing, the Purple Thunder Lord ran away without hesitation, not daring to stop. When the other lords saw this scene, they also exerted the fastest speed ever and ran away quickly. They no longer dared to leave any harsh words like before, and just wanted to leave here quickly. In the blink of an eye, all the lords hiding in the dark and the territories stationed nearby were cleared out within hundreds of light years. The lords who were driven away gathered together at this moment, looking at the Qiandi realm that had expanded to hundreds of light years, and they were so angry that their teeth itched. Damn Wuxian. He is just an initial level God Lord, but he dares to be so arrogant. The Purple Thunder Lord, who was almost split in half, said angrily, "I will report this matter to Master truthfully, and let him seek justice for me." Including several other lords gnashed their teeth and threatened to get back at them later. At this time, the old man with a sinister aura shook his head and said, "Let's forget about today's matter. Although Wuxian did something a bit too much, he didn't really deal with us. Maybe he is really evolving into the thousand-layer realm." Hearing this, the female lord hidden in the shadows snorted coldly. Even if he is really evolving, so what? He is just an initial level God Lord, and he hasn't even raised his God pillar. After this, I must let him know the consequences of offending me. The other lords also nodded in agreement. All of them are God Realm lords, and they are not afraid of Wuxian God Lord. However, the old man with a sinister aura shook his head again and said, "Everyone, I advise you not to get entangled. Wuxian God Lord's combat power is also the top existence among the initial level God Lords. Without 2 or 3 beings of the same level, it is estimated that he cannot be taken down. In addition, it is said that the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion behind him has recently awakened. You can think about it yourself." Hearing the last sentence, all the lords on the field changed their expressions. For them, the strength of Wuxian God Lord was not something they feared. However, the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion was not an ordinary existence. That was one of the rare top existences in the southern continent. The Six-Winged Lord cursed, "Damn, no wonder Wuxian dared to be so arrogant. If that person wakes up, Tianji Pavilion will revive again and become one of the top 3 forces in the southern continent." The faces of the other lords were also uncertain at this moment. In the end, they still looked at the Qiandi realm with hatred and swallowed their anger, then disappeared in different directions. "Master!" The voice of the great beast lord was trembling a little, and he looked at the old man in front of him with a shocked face. Lord Linghui and Long Yu were also amazed. It was the first time they saw the Wuxian God Lord so domineering and unparalleled. He single-handedly drove away all the lords within hundreds of light years, including several God Realm lords. It must be said that this old man refreshed their seriousness. Compared to the kind and friendly attitude before, it turned out that the other party was so domineering and powerful when he was serious. The admiration in the eyes of the great beast lord could no longer be concealed, and he was even about to kneel down on the spot. At this moment, Wuxian God Lord looked at the dazed look of the 3 people and shook his head gently. "Okay, it's almost quiet now. Next, I will go all out to deal with the thunder tribulation caused by this kid's next breakthrough." Hearing this, everyone also retracted their thoughts and turned to look at Han Xing on the side. At the same time, a strong green light emerged from his body, and the sound of whistling wind swept over. Not only that, a series of vortex-shaped wind wheel marks also appeared on his body. Wuxian God Lord exclaimed, "The 5th type. Heavenly Wind Holy Body. As long as 4 more are activated, the 9 original holy bodies will be truly gathered." After a pause, he said with emotion, "We may be witnessing the birth of a legend today." Hearing the last sentence, the 3 people on the field also looked at the young man, who was sitting cross-legged with a rising aura on his body with emotion. No one thought that it was originally thought that this was just a simple breakthrough for him. Now it is creating history. It has completely exceeded their imagination. Hoo-hoo. As the wind wheel mark on Han Xing's body became clearer, the airflow in the entire Qiandai territory began to surge wildly. The howling gale raged in the secret realm, even splitting the space into fine cracks. Boom boom. The calamity clouds above the sky surged again, and the three-color lightning light added a touch of violent green. Deep in the clouds, a giant condensed by thunder was vaguely seen slowly taking shape, holding a huge axe wrapped in wind and thunder. The eyes of the Wuxian God Lord condensed, and his hands quickly formed seals. 1,000 layers realm 9 heavens. The 9 layers of crystal wall barriers instantly merged into one, turning into a giant shield of origin engraved with runes. Crack! The 5th thunder calamity fell with a bang. The diameter of this lightning light exceeded 100 meters, and even the space was torn into dark and empty cracks wherever it passed. The origin giant shield trembled violently, and the light on it dimmed. But in the end, the lightning still dissipated. "Master!" the great beast lord exclaimed. He clearly saw a trace of golden blood flowing from the corner of the old man's mouth. However, the Wuxian God Lord waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I can still withstand it." According to the estimate, this kid still has a 4th level holy body to activate later. That is to say, the power of the thunder tribulation will increase by 1,000 times. After getting this number, the Wuxian God Lord frowned. Because even he was not sure that he could withstand the impact of 1,000 times the thunder tribulation. In fact, the 9th thundercloud is equivalent to 100 million times the initial thunder tribulation, calculated by increasing the power 10 times each time. From this, you can imagine how terrifying this power is. It seems I must also show some real skills. Thinking of this, the Wuxian God Lord took a deep breath, and a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. In front of his apprentice, he boasted again before, and he didn't want to lose face. At the same time, after the 5th thundercloud fell, a few minutes passed. A dazzling blue light burst out from Han Xing's body. Countless water ripples flowed on his body, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a flowing river. The 6th holy body heavenly source water body awakened. The calamity cloud instantly boiled to the extreme. The 6-color lightning intertwined and condensed into a huge thunder warship in the clouds. The bow was carved with a ferocious thunder beast head, and hundreds of thunder cannons were arranged on both sides of the hull. This is the transformation of the heavenly calamity. The face of the great beast lord was pale. Legend has it that only those who defy the heaven to the extreme will attract this kind of heavenly tribulation. The Lord of No God took a deep breath, and his originally hunched body suddenly straightened up. He clenched his hands, and countless spaces in the Qian Dai realm began to collapse and reorganize, and finally condensed into a crystal-clear space sword in front of him. "Come on, let me see. I can resist the power of 100 million times the heavenly tribulation with all my strength." With a long roar, the old man swung his sword to meet the thunder warship. Wherever the sword light passed, the space unfolded layer by layer, as if thousands of worlds were crushed at the same time. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, the thunder warship was split in half. But the broken hull turned into countless thunder snakes, rushing towards Han Xing from all directions. "Don't even think about it!" The Lord of No God shouted angrily, and the space sword in his hand suddenly exploded, turning into a huge space net that covered the sky and the sun, intercepting all those thunder snakes. At this moment, the 7th light on Han Xing's body lit up. The brilliant lightning shot up into the sky, forming countless lightning patterns on his body. Thunder Tribulation Battle Body awakened. The sudden scene caught everyone off guard. Long Yu said in shock, "How could this happen? There were always a few minutes of buffer time before. Why is it so short this time?" The tribulation cloud spun wildly as if enraged, and the 7-color lightning intertwined into a giant sword that spanned the sky and the earth. The sword body was wrapped in a destructive aura, and the pressure from the tip of the sword alone caused the edge of the Qian Dai realm to begin to collapse. Not only that, not long after the 7th light on Han Xing's body lit up, the 8th light lit up. Pure holy light broke through the clouds and condensed into a pair of light wings behind him. Holy light body awakened. At the same time, another dark breath rose up and condensed into a shadow behind Han Xing. The 9th type, Eternal Night Demon Body. The voice of the great beast lord was already filled with fear. No one expected that the last 3 types of original holy bodies would awaken at the same time. At this moment, the calamity clouds above were terribly quiet. All the lightning shrank inward and condensed on the giant sword. From the blade of the giant sword, a drop of dark lightning liquid condensed. This drop of lightning liquid slowly fell, and even the space was corroded into permanent cracks wherever it passed. His Qiandi realm was broken layer by layer. Until then, the face of the Wuxian God Lord finally changed. Chaos Tribulation Thunder. Destroying World Thunder Sword. His voice was hoarse. "I didn't expect that I could see this legendary heavenly tribulation in my lifetime. This is a terrifying thunder tribulation that even the existence of the God Realm Lord level would be seriously injured if it didn't die. Sure enough, it is impossible to gather 9 kinds of origin holy bodies and accomplish unprecedented things. So, there is a kind of power in the dark that is interfering and doesn't want this kid to succeed? After hearing the last sentence, everyone's face turned pale as paper. The great beast lord looked at the black thunder sword above his head. The power emanating from it alone made him feel so small. It was a feeling of powerlessness when an ant faced the power of heaven. This feeling of powerlessness was only experienced when the great beast lord was just born and faced an ancient giant beast. Now, he felt this feeling again. Master, Master, are you sure you can withstand it? The great beast lord asked with a trembling voice. Although he trusted his master very much, the power of this heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. After all, the other party also said that even the lord of the divine realm could not withstand the strength of this heavenly tribulation. This is completely leaving no way for Han Xing to survive. The faceless divine lord also had a solemn face. He shook his head slowly and said, "If now, this kid is willing to give up the last kind of holy body and only awaken 8 kinds of holy bodies, then the power of this thunder tribulation will dissipate by more than half, and I can barely withstand it with all my strength. But it is obvious. This kid will not give up." At this point, everyone looked at Han Xing. At this moment, his body was filled with 9 different lights, and mysterious lines appeared on his body, as if transforming his body. The aura on Han Xing's body was also constantly changing. As vast as the abyss, unfathomable. At this time, the aura of the Wuxian God Lord was lifted, and he said in a deep voice, "But don't say that this kid doesn't want to. Even I don't want to. Collecting the 9 origin holy bodies is a matter of history in itself. In the process, even if you die, it is worth it. But as long as you can succeed, this kid's future achievements will reach an unprecedented level. Maybe, you can reach the realm that no lord has touched." After a pause, he said loudly, "In this case, then I will risk my life to accompany you." He took a deep breath and slowly put his hands together. All the space in Qiandai realm began to collapse. Boom! Crack, crack! A series of shattering sounds sounded, as if countless worlds were collapsing at this moment. All these worlds are concentrated at one point. Finally, a crystal bead condensed in his palm. The bead exudes unprecedented spatial power, as if it distorts everything around it. At the same time, in the sky, the huge black sword has accumulated to its limit. Chapter 824. In the sky, the black giant sword has accumulated to its limit at this moment. Just when the black giant sword was about to fall, the Wuxian God Lord suddenly threw the space bead in his hand into the sky. Space destruction. The bead burst out with dazzling light, and countless space cracks spread like a spider web. The entire Qiandai realm began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse completely in the next second. Boom! The black giant sword and the space bead collided with a bang, and the terrifying shock waves swept in all directions in an instant. The outer space of Qiandai realm began to collapse in large areas, revealing the dark void. Puff! The Wuxian God Lord suddenly spit out a mouthful of golden blood, and his figure staggered back a few steps. He stared at the center of the collision, and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Although the black giant sword was weakened by more than half, it was still slowly pressing down. Damn! Still can't stop it? The voice of the Wuxian God Lord was full of strong unwillingness. Master! The great beast lord's eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to move forward, but was blown away by the violent energy. Linghui Lord and Longyu also looked pale. They could clearly feel that the defense of Qiandai realm had reached its limit. In 3 breaths at most, this secret realm will completely collapse. By then, not only Han Xing will fail to break through. All of them here will be wiped out by the thunder tribulation. In front of this level of thunder tribulation, the power of an individual is almost insignificant. Linghui Lord looked at the man who was sitting cross-legged, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the black giant sword continued to fall, and it was about to completely annihilate this area. At this critical moment, alas! A sigh suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone widened their eyes, and looked at Han Xing's position. Because there, a hazy figure appeared in front of Han Xing at some point. He just raised his hand gently. An extremely mysterious source of fluctuations emerged. And the black giant sword that destroyed the world seemed to be fixed by a mysterious force, and hung in the air. A large amount of thunder liquid condensed on the dark surface. But these thunder liquids that could easily destroy a world were also flowing calmly on the surface of the giant sword. Crack! A clear cracking sound sounded. Everyone saw that fine cracks appeared on the surface of the giant sword, and they were still spreading. In the blink of an eye, they covered all the sword body. Then, this black giant sword that brought life and death crisis to everyone disintegrated inch by inch like gravel. The pupils of the Wuxiang God Lord suddenly shrank, and he looked at the figure in disbelief. With his cultivation as a lord of the divine domain, he could not see through the other party's depth at all. Obviously, the other party's strength is not difficult to guess. It is definitely an existence of that level. And this mysterious figure glanced at the Wuxiang God Lord and said lightly, "For the combat power of a primary level God Lord, you did a good job." Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand gently. The originally fragmented Qindi realm was restored to its original state in an instant, and even the injuries in the body of the Wuxiang God Lord were completely healed. The shock in the eyes of the Wuxiang God Lord was even stronger. He asked in a trembling voice, "Senior, who are you?" Including the Great Beast Lord and the Spiritual Glory Lord beside him, they also raised their heads tentatively and looked at this majestic and mysterious figure. But the mysterious existence did not answer, but turned his eyes to Han Xing. At this moment, Han Xing was covered by the 9-color divine light, and mysterious law patterns flowed on his body, emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. The 9 holy bodies are united, and the origin holy body is just formed. The mysterious existence whispered to himself, "It seems that in this era, a true transcendent will finally appear. Such a good seedling can make Ji Yang pay attention to it." After saying this, his figure began to slowly dissipate, as if he had never appeared. The whole world returned to peace. Only the increasingly powerful 9-color divine light on Han Xing's body proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. Everyone stood there in a daze, and it was not until a moment later that they woke up from a dream. The Great Beast Lord swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, Master, was that person just now the Eternal Lord?" He easily destroyed the Thunder Tribulation with hundreds of millions of times the attack power, and even restored the 1,000-layer realm to its original state. This kind of power has completely exceeded the limit of the Lord of the Divine Realm. The Wuxiang Lord nodded and said, "It is highly likely." Yes. There was also a strong sense of disbelief in his tone. The series of events that happened today not only exceeded the expectations of others, but also far exceeded the imagination of the Wuxiang Lord. It turns out that the Thunder Tribulation that occurs when the 9-layer origin saint body is activated will be so terrifying. With his combat power as a primary lord, plus the 1,000-layer realm and a series of means, even a mid-level lord is not as good as him, and now, he almost died under the terrifying heavenly tribulation. Beside them, Lord of Great Beast and Lord of Spiritual Glory were also extremely shocked. Especially after hearing Lord Wuxiang admit that the mysterious being that appeared was an eternal lord, they were even more shocked. After all, any eternal lord is an important existence in the entire Lord continent. The power of such a strong man has far exceeded their imagination, and at the same time, his lifespan and vitality have reached the level of true immortality. Every eternal lord will not die even if the world is destroyed. Many lords have never met an eternal lord in their lives, let alone contact with an eternal lord, and now, an existence of this level actually took action for Han Xing. Thinking of this, they showed emotion in their eyes. Lord Wuxiang shook his head and smiled. It seems that the breakthrough of little friend Han Xing is indeed crucial, and it actually alarmed an existence of this level. Next, he should be safe. We just need to wait silently to witness the birth of history. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked towards Han Xing involuntarily. At this moment, he saw 9 kinds of energy halos on his body constantly flowing and merging, forming a hazy scene in that area. And Han Xing still closed his eyes tightly, as if absorbing the vast source power contained in these energies. But Han Xing didn't know this at the moment. He only knew that after he merged those source cores, the system prompts kept appearing. Successfully activated the Gengjin Holy Body, basic attributes increased by 100%. Successfully activated the Thick Earth Burial Body, basic attributes increased by 100%. Successfully activated the Thunder Tribulation Battle Body, basic attributes increased by 100%. Successfully. Feeling his own attributes that were constantly soaring, Han Xing also became more and more excited about the fusion. He was completely unaware that his actions had increased the power of the Thunder Tribulation outside to a level that could be called heaven-defying. It was not until he completely merged the 9th origin core and awakened the Eternal Night Demon body that he finally sensed a fatal sense of crisis. At that time, he originally wanted to withdraw to see the situation. As a result, after a while, the fatal crisis disappeared, and he gave up this idea. At this moment, Han Xing was in his own consciousness space, thinking, it seems that my breakthrough should have attracted the Thunder Tribulation, and then it was offset by an external force. The Lord of the Formless God is really powerful. It is really reassuring to have him around. He didn't know that the power of the last thunder tribulation almost killed the Lord of the Formless God in seconds. If it weren't for a mysterious existence, even he would have been killed by the power of this thunder tribulation. Of course, at that moment, Han Xing would not hesitate to activate time pause, then give up the breakthrough, and escape from the area covered by the thunder tribulation. In any case, he has now passed the most dangerous moment. Han Xing felt the 9 completely different powers flowing in his body, and thought in a low voice. In other words, I only need to completely integrate these 9 powers, and it will be considered a formal breakthrough, right? Thinking of this, he tried to integrate them. His brows immediately frowned, because he found that the difficulty of this step seemed to be beyond imagination. It's not that it can't be integrated, but the progress is slow. According to this estimate, it will take at least tens of thousands of years to completely integrate these 9 powers. And there is only half a year left before the start of the competition. That is to say, now we can only rely on the time acceleration method of the territory. Thinking of this, Han Xing's consciousness escaped and entered the territory world. Then, he directly opened the time flow rate of 100,000 times. Buzz? The whole territory world was filled with a heavy chaotic atmosphere, isolating the time flow rate here from the outside. Han Xing found the highest mountain and began to sit cross-legged. Then he concentrated his mind to integrate the 9 powers in his body. In this way, time passed in a flash, and 10,000 years passed. In the outside world, nearly a month has passed. For these Lord-level beings, a month can be said to be a blink of an eye. Therefore, Lord Ling Hui and Lord Das Ho are still guarding Han Xing and observing his physical condition. Including the Wuxian God Lord, he is also carefully observing the changes in Han Xing's body. In particular, after seeing the mysterious origin marks on his body flickering and combining into a wonderful combination, his eyes are constantly filled with surprise. Huh? So these 3 original powers can be combined like this? Thunder and fire are born together, and can evolve into the fire of heavenly tribulation. Light and darkness are one body, and after maintaining a certain balance, the gap between light and darkness can be found, thus opening the door to chaos. So that's it. So that's it. The Faceless Lord kept exclaiming. Behind him, the Great Beast Lord, and the Lingui Lord and others looked at each other, and doubts appeared in their eyes. Because with their current realm, they still couldn't understand what the Faceless Lord was saying. The Great Beast Lord couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, do you have any new insights? Hearing his voice, the Wuxian God Lord came back to his senses from the state of immersion, and then glanced at him. I can't say that I have realized it, but I just saw something new. After a pause, he said, You also come together, and remember the pattern combination on this kit carefully. This will be of great help to you in the future. He has collected 9 kinds of origin holy bodies, which is equivalent to showing the original origin of the Lord continent in front of us. The voice of the Wuxian God Lord was full of excitement. This kind of opportunity can be said to be hard to come by. It can only appear in people who have created history. Everyone heard the words and realized the importance, and hurriedly concentrated to look closely. The 9-color divine light around Han Xing was constantly intertwined and changed, forming a series of special combinations. The lightning and flames intertwined, and turned into a purple-golden fire of heavenly tribulation. The holy light and shadow blended, opening up a chaotic channel between the virtual and the real. The strong wind combined with the thick soil evolved into the wind of Shirong that breathes vitality. Pay attention to the direction of those lines. The Wuxian God Lord tapped his fingertips and outlined several tracks in the void. Gold gives birth to water, water gives birth to wood. This is the conventional 5 elements. But look at the way Han Xing's body operates. Everyone looked in the direction, and saw that the original power in Han Xing's body was flowing in a completely unreasonable way. The gold source directly nourishes the wood element, and the fire energy reversely drives the water element. The 2 extreme attributes of light and darkness are perfectly balanced. This completely subverts the rules of the world. The beautiful eyes of the Lingui Lord were wide open, and the spiritual energy on his body was constantly fluctuating. The Wuxian God Lord chuckled and said, Of course, this is the original holy body. In other words, he is equivalent to the origin creator, the original form of the world. After hearing this, everyone nodded again in shock. On the side, Long Yu seemed to have realized something. She closed her eyes, and a faint dragon shadow appeared unconsciously around her body, and a vast dragon power continued to radiate. There were signs of a breakthrough in the bottleneck and advancement to a high-level lord. However, soon, the dragon shadow behind her dissipated, and the aura on her body dropped sharply. The sudden backlash made her face pale, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Daughter? The great beast lord's worried voice sounded. At this time, the Wuxiang god lord said, "Don't worry, she's fine." Hearing this, the great beast lord was slightly relieved. The lord of the divine realm continued, "Big beast, it seems that your daughter is also quite talented. She has realized something from Han Xing so quickly. You should also work hard." Hearing this, the rough face of the lord of the big beast turned slightly red, and he seemed a little embarrassed. After all, he was the most powerful being on the field besides the Wuxiang divine lord. It was really embarrassing that he was not as good as his daughter in terms of comprehension. Thinking of this, he raised his head again and looked at Han Xing seriously. He began to concentrate all his energy to study the arrangement of the lines on his body. Including others, they were also doing their best to carefully study every line on Han Xing's body. This breakthrough of Han Xing was an unimaginable transformation for him. And for others, it was also a rare opportunity. If they were lucky, maybe this breakthrough alone would allow everyone to break through the bottleneck and step into a higher level. Chapter 825. Just like that. Time flies, and another 4 months have passed. The Wuxiang God Lord also maintained the release of the Qiandi realm and occupied this area for nearly half a year. However, no one else came to investigate during this period. After all, for these God Realm Lords, half a year is insignificant. Which Lord's breakthrough is not in units of 10,000 years, so they have maintained a period of peace. And in the environment. For figures sat cross-legged in different directions. In their central area, there was also a sacred figure. It was Han Xing. After 5 months. In the territory world, it was equivalent to at least 40,000 years. Han Xing, through continuous grinding, finally merged the 9 kinds of power into his body. Now, the 9-color divine light emanating from his body has become increasingly dim, as if it was all absorbed into his body, and the aura on his body has become deeper and more unpredictable. On this day, Long Yu opened his eyes first. An extremely powerful wave emanated from her. This wave was similar to Han Xing's half a year ago. In other words, she was about to break through. The great beast lord and the formless god lord opened their eyes at the same time. "Longer, are you going to break through to the high-level lord?" The great beast lord asked first. Long Yu nodded slightly. "Yes, father. I feel that I have accumulated enough, and the eternal land and origin coins have been prepared in advance, so I can try to break through." Hearing this, the great beast lord's eyes showed emotion. "You are worthy of being my daughter. This talent has surpassed your father." Next to him, the Wuxiang god lord also nodded in appreciation. "Little girl, your talent is really quite good. Just break through here. My Qiandi realm can conceal your aura and increase the probability of breakthrough." After a pause, he said, "If there is a chance in the future, I can recommend you to join the Tianji Pavilion and try." After hearing the last sentence, Long Yu didn't say anything. The great beast lord next to him was already excited. He kept blinking his eyes, suggesting that his daughter should agree quickly. Long Yu also understood what he meant, bowed slightly, and replied politely, "Thank you, Lord Wuxiang." Lord Wuxiang shook his head. "Don't thank me, you have enough talent, and our Tianji Pavilion has just returned and is in need of people. And you have observed the Source Holy Body up close for so long this time. This opportunity alone can allow you to achieve far more than ordinary people on the road to becoming a lord. Maybe you will soon surpass your father and become a lord-level existence in the divine realm." Hearing this, Long Yu was slightly stunned for a moment. Including the great beast lord, he said in disbelief, "Master, is it so exaggerated? Just by observing Han Xing's origin holy body, you can break through to the lord of the divine realm?" The faceless lord glanced at him calmly. "What do you think? Do you know what the origin holy body is? Even those eternal lords only speculate that it may exist, but no one has ever achieved it. Even a pig can manifest spiritual wisdom and possess extremely powerful potential after observing it up close." After a pause, he continued, "Including you, you have observed the origin holy body for so long this time. With your foundation, it should not be difficult to break through to the Lord of the Divine Realm." "Big Beast, don't let your master down." The Big Beast Lord was slightly startled, and then said solemnly, "Disciple understands. I will definitely break through to the realm of the God Realm Lord as soon as possible." The Wuxiang God Lord shook his head, and then waved his hand casually. The next moment, a space emerged, separating Long Yu's figure, allowing her to enter an independent world. The woman also understood that this was the care of the Wuxiang God Lord for her. So, she took a deep breath and entered the breakthrough state. Not long after Long Yu began to break through. The Linghui Lord on the side also suddenly opened his eyes. From her body, a vast spiritual power burst out, full of heaviness, as if accumulated to the extreme, accumulating an outlet for catharsis. The Wuxian God Lord waved casually, and once again separated a space for the Linghui Lord. The woman bowed slightly, thanked the Wuxian God Lord, and then entered the breakthrough state. Han Xing's breakthrough not only made him about to have the combat power of a high-level lord, but also made Long Yu and Ling Hui break through. Although the process was thrilling, it was worth it compared to the current benefits. When the Great Beast Lord saw the breakthrough of the two women, he couldn't help but show anxiety in his eyes. He urgently wanted to break through to the realm of the God Realm Lord as soon as possible. However, the transformation from a high-level lord to a God Realm Lord is not like their breakthrough from the middle level to the high level. The difficulty is many times higher. After all, even the Wuxian God Lord only has the combat power of the primary God Lord. At this time, the Wuxian God Lord seemed to see his impatience, shook his head and said, "Big beast, calm down. How can you achieve great things if you are so impetuous? Have you forgotten how you transformed from a weapon spirit into a normal creature?" Hearing the master's admonition, the Great Beast Lord seemed to recall something and quickly straightened his body. "Thank you for your reminder, Master. I will keep your teachings in mind." After saying that, he took a deep breath and calmed down the distracting thoughts in his heart. The aura of the Great Beast Lord also returned to calmness. Seeing this scene, a trace of admiration appeared in the eyes of the Wuxian God Lord. The reason why he accepted the mediocre Great Beast Lord as his apprentice was because of his character. No matter what he encountered, he could quickly adjust his mentality. Such a person will not be defeated by any setbacks. The Wuxian God Lord continued to focus on Han Xing. At this time, he exclaimed lightly, as if he had discovered some changes. The 9-color Dao pattern on Han Xing's chest suddenly shrank and condensed, gradually turning into a misty seed. The surface of the seed was covered with obscure lines, and every time it beat, the entire Qiandai realm trembled slightly. "Is this the seed of origin?" The voice of the Wuxian God Lord trembled. Legend has it that it can create a large world, and even create a seed of origin that is not inferior to the Lord's continent. It actually appeared on him. He realized that the 9 kinds of origin holy bodies awakened by Han Xing had an impact that was even greater than he had imagined. The Wuxian God Lord stared at Han Xing intently, ready to take action at any time. At the same time, in the territory world, Han Xing was still sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, and a full 43,000 years had passed since then. His body was already covered with a thick layer of stone, and he looked like a huge rock on the top of a mountain. On this day, the huge rock cracked. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from it. The space and time of the entire territory suddenly solidified. All creatures remained frozen in place with astonishment. Only the seed slowly rose, and quietly rotated 3 feet above Han Xing's head. Crack. With a crisp cracking sound, the outer shell of the seed peeled off, and a tender bud stretched out. Each leaf carried a different world scene. On some leaves, galaxies were born and died, and on some leaves, mountains and rivers evolved. On the topmost tender leaf, Han Xing's sitting figure was reflected. At the same time, Han Xing opened his eyes. Those were a pair of eyes that seemed to contain an infinite world. The stone layer covering his body peeled off inch by inch, revealing his crystal-clear skin like jade. 9 colored Dao patterns could be vaguely seen flowing on the surface of his skin, sometimes turning into flashing thunder, sometimes condensing into leaping flames, and the 9 kinds of origin power achieved a perfect cycle in his body. Huh? With a long sigh, Han Xing slowly stood up. Every time he moved an inch, the air around him rippled. When he stood up completely, the entire mountain rose thousands of feet out of thin air, but it was not affected by external forces, but the space extended spontaneously under his feet. His black hair moved without wind, and tiny chaotic arcs danced at the ends of his hair. A strand of hair fell, and it turned into pure energy and dissipated between heaven and earth before it landed. Han Xing stretched out a hand and murmured, "So that's it, this is the power of the 9 origin holy bodies combined into one. It's incredible. I can control time and space at will in my own territory. What does this mean? If someone dares to enter his territory and fight him, they will be subjected to Han Xing's infinite time freeze. In other words, no matter how many enemies come, he will kill them all, and this breakthrough is more than that." Han Xing glanced at the system prompt. "Survivor Han Xing, please pay attention. You have successfully broken the limit and become a high-level Chaos Lord. The upper limit of the level is open to level 130. In this breakthrough, you have obtained attribute improvement, 4 attributes increased by 1000%, physique increased by an additional 200%, and the power of origin increased by 100%. Congratulations. Your territory has reached a higher level, and now you can upgrade the territory buildings to a higher level. Due to unknown reasons, you activated a special physique in this breakthrough, the original holy body. A series of system prompts means that Han Xing has officially broken through to a high-level lord. This is an unprecedented transformation. Not only is the attribute improvement 500% more than when he broke through from the primary stage to the intermediate stage. In addition, some of his combat skills will also be able to break through the limit and be upgraded to the realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Of course, there is also the most important ability, the newly activated Origin Holy Body. I couldn't wait to take a look at the attributes. Original Holy Body, only passive skill. Effect 1. Chaos Assimilation. Automatically absorbs chaotic energy in the surrounding environment, recovering 1% of maximum health and spirit per second. When attacked, there is a 50% chance to convert the damage into treatment of the same attribute. Can freely control the 9 original elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, and permanently increase elemental resistance by 70%. Effect 2. Origin Resonance. Automatically add the most advantageous elemental damage in the current environment when attacking. Each attack will increase the next attack damage by 1%, with an upper limit of 500%. Automatically trigger the original recovery when dying, and immediately recover to full health, can be triggered once every 7 days. Effect 3. All things return to 1. Can fuse any origin to create a new composite attribute skill. The more origins are fused, the stronger the backlash will be. All skill effects are increased by 300%. After fusing the 9 origins, the ultimate mystery of the original collapse can be released. Original Disintegration. Analyze the power of the origin of all things, causing its power system to collapse and suffer extremely serious backlash. For units below its own level, it will kill them immediately, ignoring all invincibility and defense effects. For units above its own level, if the instant death effect fails to be triggered, it will also be permanently damaged, with all attributes reduced by 10% to 30%. The cooldown time of this skill is 30 days. After reading the long list of attribute introductions of this original holy body, Han Xing was completely shocked. Isn't this too exaggerated? Not only can it restore 1% of health and spirit per second, it can also convert enemy attacks into treatment, and it also greatly improves my resistance to 9 elements. The second attribute is even more amazing. Not only can it increase the attack power by 500%, but it can also revive with full health once. With my immortal body, it is equivalent to being able to revive with full health twice. Han Xing's tone became more and more excited. Even more exaggerated is the third special effect. Not only does it increase the skill effect by 300%, it can also release a great move, Origin Disintegration. This skill can kill the enemy instantly, and ignore the opponent's invincibility and defense effects. This alone shows how perverted it is. It is equivalent to that if Han Xing wants someone to die. Even the Eternal Lord cannot stop it. And what's even more perverted is that even if it is used on a strong person higher than his level, if the instant death fails, the opponent's attributes will be permanently reduced. This is an unbearable injury for any strong person. Han Xing was very excited. Good. Just this origin body has raised my strength to an unimaginable height. Now, with my full strength, I can even fight a God Realm Lord alone. That's right, it's a God Realm Lord level existence. Although he has just broken through, the foundation accumulated for so long, plus the blessing of various great skills, has allowed him to break through the limit and reach the God Realm Lord realm. In addition, Han Xing will have many opportunities to improve in the future. First, there were more than 1 million legendary points that had not been drawn, and there was also a skill book of his choice that had not been selected. In addition, he could also upgrade all the invincible skills in his skill list to the realm of the Godly Domain Lord. When he completes all of these, his combat power will soar to a terrifying level. Even Han Xing himself didn't know how strong he was in his perfect form. Han Xing took a deep breath and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. This breakthrough has been completed. According to estimates, 5 months should have passed in the outside world. There is only 1 month left before the 5th round of the competition begins. I have to hurry up and use this last time to upgrade again. Strive to break into the top 10, top 3, or even the champion of the Lord competition in one fell swoop. Chapter 826. Before this, he had never thought that he could get into the top 10 rankings, but now, Han Xing's breakthrough has brought him an unprecedented transformation. This also made him set a higher goal for himself. Han Xing gradually stood up from the mountain. Boom! With his movements, the entire territory world was shaking wildly, as if excited by the awakening of the Creator. Including countless creatures in this world, they all felt a vast pressure shrouding their hearts. Han Xing looked straight ahead and saw the changes in his territory. In the past tens of thousands of years, the area of his territory has expanded dozens of times. And with the improvement of the world status, almost all the creatures in this world have entered the extraordinary realm. After tens of thousands of years of development, the number of creatures above the god level has directly exploded from less than 10,000 to more than 1 million, and it is still increasing at an even more terrifying rate. Below them, there are countless demigods who have mastered the godhood, but have not been exposed to the complete rules. And the difference is that since Han Xing's inner world is independent of the outside world, all rules are self-evolving. In other words, his territory world does not need to be like the Holy Spirit realm, because the number of rules is limited, so the number of gods can only stop growing after reaching a limit. Han Xing can evolve as many rules as he wants. Even the rules of the true god level can give you unlimited evolution. In time, as long as the energy of the territory world is sufficient, it is not surprising that all members can become gods. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. In addition to the significant increase in the strength of these territory creatures, there are more and more rare mineral veins in the territory. Even the illusion-level mineral veins such as the Black Emperor Stone have increased by 7 or 8, and they are all large and rich mines. Just open them all up to prepare for the upgrade of my territory buildings. After breaking through to the high-level lord, he still has a lot to do. These include upgrading territory buildings, improving skill levels, learning experience and combat capabilities, etc. The most important thing here is naturally to upgrade territory buildings. As long as the Lord's mansion and arsenal are all upgraded, he can upgrade all the heroes in the territory to the high-level Lord level. In addition, more high-level arms can be trained in batches. The speed of the birth of arms will also be greatly improved. But this is also the one that consumes the most resources. In order to break through to the high-level Lord, Han Xing almost used up all the source coins he had accumulated, and owed tens of billions of foreign debts. So, this matter can only be dealt with later. He shook his head slowly and said, "Forget it. Anyway, with my current fighting power, it's almost enough. Now, let's go out first." Thinking of this, Han Xing's mind moved. The figure disappeared from the territory world, and his consciousness returned to the body in the outside world. When his mind and body were united, a vast breath burst out from his body, and the whole Qiandai realm trembled violently. Boom! At the same time, the 9-color divine light rushed up from Han Xing's body. Crack, crack! The dense shattering sound rang out, and the Qiandai realm world of the Wuxian God Lord was shattered layer by layer. Because the accident happened too quickly. The 3 people outside were immersed in Han Xing, and the mystery of the runes of the original holy body. They didn't expect that he would wake up at this time. Seeing that this divine light was about to completely shatter the Qiandai realm, the Wuxian God Lord opened his eyes instantly. At this critical moment, he waved his hand. The Qiandai realm, which was on the verge of breaking, began to recover in an instant, and its power increased greatly. Boom! The 9-colored light column that burst out from Han Xing's body was still madly attacking the sky, and its power swept hundreds of light years. But with the blessing of the Wuxian God Lord, the power of these light columns was completely blocked, without a trace of leakage. Until a moment later, Han Xing took a deep breath. Suck! At this moment, the restless original power in his body gradually calmed down, and he also adapted to the terrifying physical power. At this moment, after opening his eyes, Han Xing stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist in the void. He could feel that his physical fitness had undergone a tremendous change. Compared to his mid-level Lord realm, it had improved by at least 10 times. That was a vast force. If Han Xing faced himself at the mid-level Lord level at this moment, he would only need one strike to kill him instantly. Is this the body of a high-level Lord? What a powerful force! Han Xing's eyes flashed with excitement. On the side, the Wuxian God Lord spoke first. Friend Han Xing, this is not just a simple physical force. General high-level lords are far inferior to your physical body. Even a big beast that has broken through to the high-level Lord level for many years cannot compare to your physical body at this moment. After a pause, he stroked his beard and said, "TSK, TSK. The original holy body, it is really a heaven-defying physique." The big beast lord next to him lowered his head in embarrassment when he heard the master compare himself with Han Xing. He said a little shyly, "That? Master, I definitely can't compare with little friend Han Xing. His potential is much higher than mine." Hearing this, the faceless God Lord glanced at the big beast lord, and said loudly, "You know that too? You know, but you still don't work hard." His tone suddenly rose a lot, causing the rough middle-aged man in front of him to tremble. The Wuxiang Lord continued, "Look at this kid, and then look at you. Others have awakened the 9 holy bodies at a young age, and gathered the legendary original holy body. And you are still worried about breaking through to the Lord of the Divine Realm. If you have a little bit of his talent, even if you only awaken 1 holy body, your master will send you to the Tianji Pavilion for further study, even if I have to use all my resources. But you sigh." Speaking of this, the Wuxiang Lord sighed, and looked at the great beast lord as if he was disappointed in him. Facing the master's admonition, this rough middle-aged man did not dare to refute anything, and could only lower his head and listen to his teachings honestly. While the Wuxiang Lord was admonishing the great beast lord, Han Xing looked around and roughly figured out what happened during the time when he broke through. Looking at the old man in front of him, gratitude appeared in his eyes. Han Xing cupped his hands, bowed earnestly, and said, "Thank you, Lord Wuxiang, for protecting me." Hearing his thanks, the faceless god lord stopped admonishing the great beast lord. He turned his head and looked at Han Xing, with a kind smile on his face. "No need to be polite. It is also an opportunity for me to witness the birth of the legendary origin saint body. Through the lines on Han Xing's body, I have learned a lot. It is estimated that it will not take long to break through to the intermediate god lord realm." Hearing this, the great beast lord on the side showed surprise in his eyes. After all, the gap between the intermediate god lord and the primary god lord is as big as the gap between the high-level lord and the intermediate lord. And at their level, the difficulty of breaking through is much higher than that of the chaos lord realm. Especially the faceless god lord, because he mainly cultivates the origin of space and supplements it with the origin of mirror. And his main origin, space, as one of the most basic and powerful origins in the Lord continent, is also the most difficult to cultivate. Therefore, even though the Wuxiang god lord was gifted, he could not make progress for many years after breaking through to the God Realm Lord. Now, he finally made a breakthrough. This also made the great beast lord feel relieved and happy. For him, the Wuxiang god lord, as his master, was naturally the stronger the better. Including Han Xing's face, a smile appeared on his face. "Great, congratulations to the Wuxiang god lord. I wish you to break through to the intermediate god lord realm as soon as possible, or even soar directly to the sky and sprint to the high-level god lord." Listening to Han Xing's congratulations, the Wuxiang god lord smiled and shook his head. "With my many years of experience, this breakthrough to the intermediate god lord is probably the end. If you want to make another breakthrough, I'm afraid it will take many years of accumulation. In addition, you may need to continue to observe the origin patterns on Han Xing's body for a few more times. I will trouble you when the time comes." Han Xing was slightly startled, but he reacted immediately. He spread his hands, and 9 colors of divine light burst out from his body. The next moment, mysterious patterns appeared again on his flawless white skin. There are 9 different kinds of energy flowing among them, as if recording the essence of the world, which makes people attracted at a glance. Han Xing smiled and said, "If this is what the Wuxiang god lord said, then of course there is no problem at all. As long as you need it, let me know in advance, and I will take the time to let you observe." For him, Wuxiang god lord can be said to have helped him a lot this time. If it weren't for him, Han Xing would not be able to bear the previous few thunder tribulations. What's more, there is a multiple heavenly tribulation behind that can make the Lord of the Divine Realm fall. If it weren't for the mysterious Eternal, I'm afraid Han Xing's breakthrough would have failed this time. Therefore, Han Xing naturally had no chance to refuse Wuxiang god lord's request. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Wuxiang god lord nodded again, and his eyes looking at Han Xing were full of admiration. Wuxiang said with emotion, "I didn't expect that this time. I just wanted to help my apprentice to see if I could save a good seedling. As a result, by coincidence, it turned out to be my own opportunity to break through. The cause and effect in the dark is really unpredictable." Han Xing's heart was also a little turbulent when he heard the last sentence. Although they have reached their level, they have basically reached the level of believing in only themselves, and only believing in themselves. I don't believe in cause and effect luck. But some things are so mysterious that they can't be explained. Just like this time. The bottleneck that trapped the Wuxiang god lord for so many years was broken in one fell swoop, because he risked his life to help a mid-level lord. Shaking his head, Han Xing didn't think much. But he said directly, "Wuxiang god lord, now I have successfully broken through, and I can almost withdraw from the Qiandai realm." The old man in front of him smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, the noise of your breakthrough was too loud, and I almost didn't cover it up. Some guys seem to be staring at this place." After saying that, his sharp eyes looked into the distance, as if he could see through the layers of Qiandai realm, and see the existence hidden in the outside world, spying on this place. Han Xing frowned slightly. Senior, what you mean is, they may have guessed that I have successfully broken through? The Wuxiang Lord nodded. Maybe they guessed, but they certainly can't guess that you have awakened the Origin Saint body. As long as your Origin Saint body is not exposed, you can rest assured that those guys will not take risks for a high-level lord. After all, there is more than one Eternal sitting here. Hearing the last sentence, Han Xing's expression moved slightly. He knew what Wuxiang Lord meant by more than one Eternal. The one who is now in charge of the game has been confirmed to have the Eternal combat power. And the one who blocked the Thunder Tribulation for him not long ago also has the Eternal combat power. There are two Eternals here. Obviously, this competition has attracted more and more strong people to appear in the world and come to this area together. The Wuxiang God Lord continued, Friend Han Xing, you can continue to consolidate your combat power in the Qiandi realm. As long as you are in my domain, even high-level God Lords cannot detect your breath. However, if you need to go out, I can also cover for you and let you go out quietly. Hearing the last sentence, Han Xing's expression moved again. For him now, there is no need to slowly consolidate his combat power. What he needs is a peak battle. By killing those enemies with corresponding attributes, he can obtain the origin points. Then he can pile up all his skills to the realm of the God Realm Lord in one fell swoop. At that time, his strength will not only usher in a surge. The spoils obtained after killing those monsters can also be traded at the Tianji Chamber of Commerce in exchange for origin coins or resources needed for his own practice. The most important thing is to pay back the origin coins owed to the Tianji God Lord as soon as possible. Han has no habit of owing money to others. Thinking of this, he bowed and said, Senior Wuxiang, I really need to go out for a while. Please cover up for me. The Wuxiang Lord nodded happily and said, No problem. After saying that, he made a move. At least 10 layers of the surrounding world shrank rapidly and gathered towards Han Xing. In the blink of an eye, the 10 worlds turned into 10 thin world barriers, through which you can see countless civilizations living. This feeling is difficult to describe. If you have to say it, it's like there was originally a calm lake in front of you, and the lake surface reflected the projections of thousands of creatures. And now, the Wuxiang Lord directly used an unimaginable method to peel off the lake surface from the lake. It was like a thin layer of transparent clothes covering Han Xing. Chapter 827. With each layer of the world barrier, Han Xing felt that his breath became much weaker, as if he was about to disappear from this world completely. Until the 10th layer of the world barrier was completely covered, Han Xing could no longer sense his breath. What was even more strange was that even the Great Beast Lord could no longer see his existence. As if a living person had disappeared directly in front of him, the eyes of this rough middle-aged man were full of disbelief. Including Han Xing himself, he was also feeling his current state with a look of surprise. He slowly raised his hand. Although he could feel the existence of his body, he could not sense his connection with this world. It was as if he had become independent of this world and came to another plane. Interesting. Han Xing's face showed an interested smile. This feeling is similar to when I entered the dual time and space concealment state. However, my time and space concealment method is more perverted than this. It is a powerful ability that can directly erase me from time. And this 1,000 layers realm, at best, covers me with the power of 10 worlds, which is equivalent to putting 10 layers of invisibility cloaks on me to cover my breath. After understanding the principle, Han Xing found it more interesting. He was even a little curious. In this state, if he entered the time and space concealment state again, would even the eternities not be able to discover his existence? He wanted to try it. But after thinking about it, he finally gave up. After all, time and space concealment is his biggest trump card, and it is better not to use it easily under normal circumstances. Wuxiang Divine Lord stroked his beard and said, Friend Han Xing, I have added 10 layers of Qian Divine Realm to you. Even the strong men in the middle-level Divine Lord Realm cannot find your existence. However, I suggest you not to hang around in front of those Divine Domain Lords. My Qian Divine Realm can only cover your breath, but cannot completely erase your existence. After a pause, he continued, In addition, if you feel a sense of being spied on, then your Qian Divine Realm protection has been seen through. At this time, you need to burst out at the fastest speed and escape from there, understand? Han Xing listened carefully, then nodded solemnly. I understand, thank Wuxiang Divine Lord for reminding me. The old man waved his hand and said, It's okay, you go, and deal with your own business. I will continue to maintain the Qian Divine Realm here, and digest the recent gains. Han Xing nodded again. But he did not leave immediately, but looked around. After finding that there were no figures of Ling Hui and Leng Yu nearby, his brows slightly frowned. The great beast lord seemed to know what Han Xing was thinking at the moment, and stood up and said, "Lord Han Xing, don't worry. You and Lord Ling, we have both seen the origin patterns on your body, and have gone back to prepare for a breakthrough. It is estimated that it won't be long before they can become a high-level lord like you." Hearing this, Han Xing's frown gradually relaxed. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the two of them also began to break through, which is a good thing." After a pause, he looked at the two and said, "Then I will leave now. Maybe I won't come back until the day of the competition. Faceless God Lord, Great Beast Lord, goodbye." The two masters looked at each other, then smiled and nodded. "Farewell, Lord Han Xing." After bidding farewell to the two, Han Xing's figure flashed, activated the Tianji Liuguangbu, and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, he penetrated the barriers of many worlds, and came directly to the outside world. When he stood firm, his eyes were even a little dazed. "My goodness, isn't my speed too terrifying now? Under full force, it even reaches a speed of 1 or 200 light years per second. What is this concept? You know, when Han Xing was in the middle-level Lord realm, his speed was about 7 to 8 light years per second under normal conditions. This is already considered an upper-middle level among middle-level lords. After he activated the Tianji Liuguangbu, he could reach a speed of about 30 to 40 light years per second. This speed has even crushed the average high-level lords. If he activates the escape skill Skylight Shuttle, he can reach a terrifying speed of more than 100 light years per second. This level is difficult for even the top lords to reach. And now, he has reached a speed of nearly 200 light years per second just by activating the Skylight Flowing Step. This has surpassed his former peak state. If I now activate the Skylight Shuttle, the speed will be increased tenfold, that is, nearly 2,000 light years per second. After getting this terrifying number, even with Han Xing's concentration, he couldn't help but feel his breath stagnate. What is the concept of 2,000 light years per second? This has reached the level of an average God Realm Lord. In other words, Han Xing's current movement speed has completely reached another level, which is completely different from those high-level lords. Good. At this speed, anyone below the high-level lord will be fooled by me. Even if a God Realm Lord level strongman is chasing me, there is still a chance to escape. Thinking of this, Han Xing was full of confidence. Moreover, this breakthrough is not only an increase in speed, but also his attack power, reaction speed, agility, etc. have all increased tenfold. In the intermediate Lord realm, he is about to touch the God Realm Lord realm with his full burst. Now he is sure that he can definitely reach that realm completely with his current state. Even if all the trump cards are out, he can severely injure or kill a God Realm Lord in seconds. Han Xing's eyes flashed with dangerous light, and he even wanted to find a God Realm Lord to fight. But after thinking about it, he still suppressed this dangerous idea. The most urgent task is to kill more monsters, obtain origin points, and strengthen my skills to the level of God's Domain Lord. By then, my strength will be greatly improved, and I will be able to deal with enemies at the level of God's Domain Lord with ease. So, Han Xing's figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front again. In a flash, he arrived at a location hundreds of light years away. Buzz! Every time he flashed, his figure would move forward hundreds of light years, which was so fast that it was beyond imagination. In just a few minutes, he was tens of thousands of light years away from the competition continent. Han Xing's goal was a restricted area millions of light years away. According to the information from the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, there was a group of extremely powerful source beasts there, and his goal was that group of source beasts. While on the road, Han Xing opened his skill panel. According to estimates, I have now broken through to the high-level lord, and the skill limit will be 1 level higher than my own level. In other words, these skills should be able to be improved to the realm of the God Realm Lord. But just in case, let's try it. Han Xing randomly clicked on a skill and upgraded it. Do you want to upgrade the skill Immortal Body Nirvana, high-level Lord level, to the God Realm Lord level? This upgrade requires 30 billion physical body source power. Seeing the prompt, Han Xing nodded suddenly. It's just as I expected. These skills can be raised again. But the amount of source power required is really exaggerated. It's actually 30 billion. Seeing this number, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. After all, Han Xing killed a high-level source beast of the physical system before, which only gave him 500 million or 600 million source power of the physical system. In other words, if he wants to upgrade Immortal Body Nirvana to the realm of God Realm Lord, he must kill at least 6 high-level Lord-level source beasts. And this is just one skill. You know, there are a lot of skills waiting for him to strengthen in his skill column. If you want to upgrade all of them, The source power required is definitely an astronomical figure. Han Xing shook his head helplessly and said, I can only hope that there are enough powerful source beasts in that restricted area. Before that, let's take a look at my skill bar and see which skills need to be strengthened first. Thinking of this, he opened his attribute panel and looked at it carefully. At present, my skill system has the most dark skills, including Instant Prison Shadow Kill, Shadow of the End, Shadow Flash, etc. These skills are very good and have shown powerful combat power several times in battle. If the dark source is sufficient, these skills can be improved first. Then, Han Xing looked at several other skills. In addition, I have some vital physical skills that need to be improved as soon as possible, such as Immortal Body Nirvana, which greatly increases my survivability, and Time Beast Body, which can enter the state of time suspension and give me infinite lifespan. However, one of these two skills requires the physical body origin, and the other requires the time origin, so they are not in conflict. After a pause, he continued to analyze. In addition, there are 1,000 Yuan Soul Shield that can protect my consciousness space, and 9 Yuan Soul Destroying Sword that can use mental power to kill the enemy. These two skills are a combination of a set, both offensive and defensive, and very powerful. However, to upgrade them all to high-level lords, at least 60 billion soul origin power is required. After getting this number, Han Xing's mouth twitched again. In addition to these two soul skills, I have many other skills that are crucial. For example, Sky Extreme Flowing Light Step that allows my movement speed to reach a new height, and Tidal Arrow method that I use most often. In addition, there are Spiritual Destruction and Soul Return Healing Soul that can permanently increase mental power, and Evil Flame Burning Misfire that can detonate the whole field. There is also a Super Control skill Double Moons in the Sky Broken Moon that can control the enemy across levels. After a statistics, Han Xing found that he had many skills to strengthen. It is impossible to improve them in a short period of time. At this moment, he looked at the selected skill book in his backpack and the remaining 1 million legendary points, shook his head and said, this skill book and legendary points, I'd better not continue to draw. Too many skills, I can't raise them at all. I can't chew too much, I'd better strengthen and improve my current combat system first. After making a decision, Han Xing's eyes became firm again. Buzz! With a flash of light, he disappeared directly on the spot. Time passed in a flash, and about 2 hours had passed. This is an unknown airspace, surrounded by darkness and no sound. Just like the deepest part of the universe, people feel a wave of fear just standing here. At this moment, a young man wearing starry sky armor, carrying a dark bow, and with black hair appeared out of thin air in this area. This figure is Han Xing. Han Xing is suspended in the absolutely dark void, and even the starlight cannot reach this area. A cluster of 9-color flames ignited at his fingertips, illuminating the space of 100 meters in radius. However, the light seemed to be swallowed by some existence, showing a distorted attenuation state. A region that can absorb even light? Han Xing's eyes condensed slightly. He tried to release his spiritual sense to explore, but found that his perception was compressed to less than 10,000 meters. This is really beyond imagination. You know, with his current strength, he can easily explore the area of several light years, or even dozens of light years. And now, there is only a perception range of 10,000 meters. He carefully sensed it and whispered this should be the restricted area mentioned in the intelligence of Tianji Chamber of Commerce. However, this place is more weird than I imagined. But, where are the source beasts hiding? How should I find them? Han Xing was a little confused. Suddenly, the 9-color divine pattern of the source saint body in his body automatically lit up and flashed on the surface of his skin. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt that his spiritual consciousness suddenly surged. The perception range that was originally compressed to less than 10,000 meters was once again increased to dozens of light years at this moment. Like a blind man opening his eyes, Han Xing's perception became extremely sharp. And in this super large range of perception, Han Xing immediately noticed that something was wrong around him. In this absolutely silent environment, he caught a strange rustling sound. Although it was very faint, he could hear it clearly. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but curl up his lips. Interesting. The newly awakened original holy body has this hidden function. It seems that this should be the so-called effect of chaos assimilation, which allows me to clearly perceive everything around me. Thinking of this, he held the eternal night bow in his hand and rushed straight forward. And when he advanced about 3,000 light years, suddenly, Han Xing's footsteps stopped again, because he felt that something was wrong in front of him. Chapter 828. As mentioned before, With the blessing of original holy body, Han Xing's perception ability has been improved to the extreme. In addition, he has just broken through to the high-level Lord state, which is the peak moment of his history. Try it, and see what is in front. Han Xing directly pulled the bowstring. Crack, crack. With a piercing sound, the dark bowstring was pulled to a full moon shape by him. The next moment, a dark arrow shot out. Swish. The arrow instantly crossed several light years, and came to an unknown airspace in front. Then, as if it penetrated something, it made a clear penetration sound. Puff. Then, Han Xing saw a transparent barrier suddenly lit up in the darkness in front of him, and the surface of the barrier was covered with blood vessel-like patterns. It looks like a membrane of some kind of creature? What kind of creature is this? Han Xing felt a little strange. The information recorded by Tianji Chamber of Commerce only said that there were a large number of powerful source beasts in this area, but did not explain the strength and identity of this source beast. Therefore, Han Xing is currently in a state of blindness. At this moment, he suddenly felt some slight source fluctuations behind him. Before he could react, Shua! A black shadow passed behind him at a speed that could travel through time and space, so fast that it was beyond imagination. Puff! After a burst of tearing sounds, Han Xing's figure seemed to be torn apart and gradually disappeared from the spot. And at the original spot, a dark figure appeared. On the head of this dark figure, two huge green eyes appeared, like stars lit up in the night sky, which gave people a creepy feeling just by looking at it. At this moment, the pair of green eyes kept turning, as if looking for the enemy. Because it knew that the attack just now did not cause any damage. The enemy's speed was far beyond its imagination, and it had disappeared before the attack arrived. What it just tore apart was just a residual image left by the opponent. At the same time, Han Xing's figure appeared in the airspace about 10 light years away. He looked at the wound on his chest, where there were 3 shallow claw marks. Although no blood flowed out, there seemed to be some corrosive energy left in the wound. However, as the source holy body on his body automatically operated, the 9-color origin lines intertwined at the wound. The 3 claw marks disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Han Xing pulled the bowstring and looked at the black shadow in front of him with interest. Interesting. Even after I activated Tianji Liuguangbu, I was almost attacked. Those with this speed and surprise attack ability are rare even among source beasts. If I'm not mistaken, this creature should be an extremely rare source beast, Void Shadow Hunter. Void Shadow Hunter is the top hunter among source beasts. They are not huge in size, nor do they rely on energy attacks, but rely on nearly perfect concealment ability and terrifying physical strength to hunt all enemies in the dark. Their scales can absorb all light, energy fluctuations, and can even temporarily block the original perception. They are like real ghosts, and even the strong at the level of the Lord of the God Realm can hardly detect the existence of the other party. But this does not include Han Xing. At this moment, under the blessing of original holy body, his perception ability is maximized. As he concentrated his mind and looked at the place where he had just fought, a slender black shadow appeared in front of him. It was a creature about 3 meters tall, with an overall outline like a fusion of a human mantis and a shadow. Its body was covered with a layer of obsidian scales, and each scale was like a carefully polished mirror, which could perfectly absorb the surrounding light, making it almost invisible in the void. There were no obvious eyes in the inverted triangle head area, only 2 narrow and long dark green energy cracks, like cold knife marks, flickering slightly in the darkness. Their arms evolved into 2 curved bone blades, 6 shadow tentacles grew on their backs, and their feet were as sharp as blades. This body structure was born completely for hunting. Even if a high-level lord of the same level encountered this creature, he would not have the power to compete at all. Moreover, there was another very tricky point. These void shadow hunters would not act alone. Every time they appear, they come in groups, turning that area into their hunting ground. Sure enough, after a slight energy fluctuation, another black shadow appeared behind Han Xing. This time, he still only vaguely caught the other party's figure. Then, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, a total of 8 black shadows appeared from all directions and surrounded it. 8 black shadows emerged from the void at the same time, and their bone blades drew a dark blue trajectory in the darkness, like the sickle of the god of death interweaving into a net. Han Xing could even feel the void toxin attached to the blade, which was a deadly threat that even the Lord of the Divine Domain had to retreat from. Swish! The first shadow hunter attacked from the front, and the bone blade pierced Han Xing's throat. Han Xing slightly tilted his body, activated Tianji Liuguangbu, and turned into a shadow, dodging at the critical moment. However, the second shadow hunter's attack came from behind. Swish! The bone blade cut through the starry sky armor, leaving a shallow blood mark on Han Xing's back. So fast! Han Xing was slightly surprised, but he did not stop his movements, and the divine light under his feet flowed. The figure flashed again, avoiding the horizontal slash of the third Shadow Hunter. The fourth and fifth Shadow Hunters attacked at the same time, and their attack trajectories perfectly blocked all the dodging angles of Han Xing. Bang! Han Xing suddenly stepped into the void, and Tianji Liuguangbu was pushed to the extreme, and the whole person escaped from the encirclement as if teleporting. However, the sixth Shadow Hunter had already predicted his landing point, and the bone blade stabbed at his heart like a venomous snake. Puff! Han Xing barely turned sideways, and the bone blade brushed his shoulder, leaving a string of blood beads. The seventh and eighth Shadow Hunters took the opportunity to attack from both sides, and the bone blades tore through the void, forming a cross-cut. Heh. Han Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and chuckled. Interesting. I thought that after my breakthrough this time, there was basically no opponent below the Lord of the Divine Realm. I didn't expect to encounter so many powerful opponents in the first battle. That's exactly what I want. In fact, it's not that Han Xing is not strong enough, but these Void Shadow Hunters are not weak even among high-level lords. Even if a strong man like the Great Beast Lord encounters them, he will suffer a great loss if he doesn't use all his strength. What's more, Han Xing encountered 7 or 8 Shadow Hunters attacking at the same time. But is what Han Xing is showing now all his fighting power? Obviously not. He even hasn't activated any of his status skills such as Shadow of the End and Instant Prison Shadow Kill. He hasn't used any of those powerful skills. Now, he is just using Sky Extreme Flowing Light Step to move among these top assassins, in order to quickly adapt to the surge of power in his body. Swish, swish. Under the crazy attack of the 8-headed Shadow Hunters, Han Xing's figure became more and more smooth. His original holy body automatically operates, and 9-color textures flow on the surface of his skin. It makes his perception, speed, and reaction ability increase crazily. Han Xing can even feel the energy fluctuations caused by the attack of this group of Shadow Hunters, as well as the direction they are about to attack. Swish! A terrifying knife light emerges. Han Xing dodges again. This time, the action was smoother than before, as if he had already predicted the trajectory of this attack. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. The other Shadow Hunters chased after him relentlessly, constantly launching attacks beyond the limits of high-level lords, and madly attacked Han Xing. If it were other top monsters, facing such a crazy attack, they would be seriously injured if not dead at this moment. However, Han Xing's evasive movements became more and more smooth. In fact, several times he deliberately slowed down by half a beat, waiting for the bone blade of the Shadow Hunter to brush against his body before dodging. At this moment, he entered a wonderful state. It was not that time was suspended, but more like time slowed down. In his eyes, these Shadow Hunters' attacks, which were originally almost at their peak, were like playing slides, so slow that it was outrageous. Han Xing could clearly see every detail of the monsters' bodies, as well as their slightly open black mouths. So that's it. This is the real power after I broke through the high-level lord and activated the source holy body. So strong, so strong. At this moment, Han Xing's eyes were already excited. Buzz, buzz. After several consecutive dodges, those Shadow Hunters didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. At this moment, even these source beasts born for hunting had a look of confusion in their eyes, because this situation has never been encountered in their hunting careers. The enemy's strength is obviously not much stronger than theirs, and it even seems that they have just broken through, and their breath is still very weak. As a result, this human being completely consolidated the weak power in his body during several dodges, and became extremely condensed. There was even fear in the narrow energy pupils of those Shadow Hunters, because they knew that they had encountered a monster this time. Only the top monsters of the human race could do such a thing. In the battle, they deliberately put themselves in traps, and even used their attacks to adapt to the power in their bodies. This is a real monster. Facing such an enemy, they know that only by doing their best and killing it with one blow can they have a chance of winning. Thinking of this, the 8 Shadow Hunters made a move at the same time. They crossed the bone blades in their hands, and placed them on their chests. The next moment, 2 pure auras were released from them, forming 2 extremely lethal black lines. As the 8 source beasts completed this action at the same time, the area of hundreds of light years in radius was penetrated by 16 black lines with powerful lethality, forming a hunting field. This is the signature combination skill of Shadow Hunter, Hunting Ground. It can kill all prey that enter this area. The next moment, they vibrated the bone blades in their hands at the same time. Buzz! 16 killing black lines suddenly began to change, stirring wildly in that area, as if they were going to cut Han Xing into pieces. Any high-level lord strangled by 16 attacks would be seriously injured if not dead. Even if Han Xing took this blow now, he would have to bear a lot of injuries. The pupils of those shadow hunters flickered wildly, as if they had seen the enemy being cut into prey by them. And at this critical moment, a man's chuckle sounded. Heh, I've experienced almost everything I should have experienced. Next, I won't play with you anymore. In the puzzled eyes of the group of shadow hunters, they suddenly saw the young man gradually raise his right hand. Then he snapped his fingers in the air in front of them. Snap! The next moment, the knife energy that was about to touch his body stopped instantly. The movements of the shadow hunters were also frozen in place. The entire space fell into an unprecedented state of silence again. And in this absolute silence, only one figure could still move. It was Han Xing. He felt the approaching sword energy, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had come behind a shadow hunter. Then, Han Xing directly pulled the bowstring. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, tens of thousands of black arrows were shot out. But the strange thing was that after these arrows were shot out, they all stayed in the air, keeping the same horizontal line motionless. The distance between the arrow tip and the shadow hunter was only less than 1 meter. For strong men of their level, 1 meter is a concept, which is equivalent to close combat. Obviously, once the time stop ends, these arrows will instantly penetrate the bodies of these shadow hunters. Then, Han Xing continued to do the same. His figure flashed again, and he came behind the shadow hunters and shot arrows. Obviously, this battle was no longer suspenseful after he used the time-stop skill that could be called against the sky. After Han Xing launched an attack on all 8 shadow hunters, he did not move anymore, but stood quietly in place. Because he was testing how long the time stop could last after he broke through to the high-level lord. It took almost 1 second from the time I dodged and left to the time I attacked the 8 shadow hunters. Now another second has passed, which has exceeded the longest time of the previous stop. Han Xing waited silently. The 3rd second, the time stop still continued. In the 4th second, he felt a breath of the origin. When the 4th second ended, time returned to normal. The combined attack of the shadow hunters cut through. Swish! 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 The space was cut into pieces by them. However, the expected scene of Han Xing being cut into pieces did not appear. The enemy had disappeared at this time. Before they could react, they suddenly felt a pain in the back of their heads. The next moment, a large number of arrow attacks came like a storm. Puff! Puff puff! After the dense penetration sound, the bodies of these shadow hunters were instantly pierced into a hornet's nest. Chapter 829. The bodies of these shadow hunters were instantly pierced into a hornet's nest. What's even more terrifying is that each arrow contains a certain corrosive force, which directly corrodes their original laws. When this wave of attacks ended, the 8 shadow hunters all stood still. They used up their last strength and turned their heads to look at Han Xing. The next moment, bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded, and the bodies of these shadow hunters were torn into pieces on the spot. A large number of dark fragments suddenly appeared in the void. These are the fragments of the bodies of the shadow hunters. However, even after death, their bodies are still in an untouchable state. In just a moment, they all disappeared into the void, leaving behind 8 obsidian-like crystals, quietly suspended. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the source beast, Void Shadow Hunter LV-130*8, high-level lord-level creature, experience value obtained, 10.5242 million. Talent, Endless Absorption activated. Successfully absorbed Void Shadow Hunter *8, physical source power *24.132 billion, hidden source power *15.325 billion, gold source power *7.344 billion, shadow source power *3.468 billion. Your level has been upgraded, current level, 121. Attributes increased in this upgrade, strength plus 21%, agility plus 32%, spirit plus 24%, constitution plus 23%. When a series of prompts ended, Han Xing's eyes showed a satisfied look. Yes, the 8 Void Shadow Hunters provided me with more than 20 billion physical essences. According to this calculation, I only need more than 6 billion to officially upgrade Immortal Body Nirvana to the realm of God Realm Lord. Thinking of this, Han Xing also became a little excited. After all, the skill Immortal Body is almighty. Not only can it greatly enhance his strength, but it can also improve his survivability and defense. More importantly, it is the Nirvana effect later. Rebirth with a little blood plus an invincible effect that lasts for 5 seconds. Who wouldn't be confused? So far, Han Xing has only been beaten into this form when dealing with the Demon Emperor. But he has become stronger now. If he activates this invincible state again, he will definitely become the enemy's nightmare. However, it is a pity that the second largest origin of these 8 source beasts is the stealth system. I really don't have any skills that are stealth related, so I can't use them. Of course, no matter what, Han Xing's combat benefits this time can be said to be quite good. Then, he waved his hand, and put all the 8 crystal cores floating in the void into his backpack. Obtained, Void Shadow Hunter's Origin Core *8. These monsters are not like other source beasts, which can be decomposed after being killed. Their bodies disappear directly into the void, and turned into the purest source. So this indirectly made Han Xing lose money. But fortunately, the origin cores on them can still be exploded. Han Xing nodded and said, "It's okay, according to the calculation that a high-level origin core is equal to 300 million origin coins. This is 2.4 billion. The profit is still good. If I continue to maintain this efficiency, it won't be long before I can completely pay off my debts." So, after cleaning up the battlefield casually, he continued to activate Tianji Liuguang's step to go to the next place. According to the information of Tianji Chamber of Commerce, there are more than one area like this where there are a large number of source beasts. Buzz! A golden light flashed in place, and then disappeared directly. 3 hours later, Han Xing appeared in a new area again. Compared with the darkness and emptiness when he met the group of shadow hunters before, the style here is completely different. There is no darkness, no shadows, only endless light. Dazzling, pure, almost violent light. The whole void seemed to be purified by some supreme power. Not even a speck of dust existed. Only pure light energy was flowing, forming a vast ocean of light. Is this the territory of the light attribute source beast? Han Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. Source holy body automatically operated, and 9-color energy patterns flowed on the surface of his body, helping him resist the erosion of the surrounding too strong light. He did not immediately consider what the source beast in this area was, but looked at his skill list. Light attribute origin. Among my commonly used skills, there are not many light attributes. Tianji Liuguang Bu is one of them. And now Tianji Liuguang Bu has given me the movement speed of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Next, if I can upgrade Tianji Liuguang Bu to the Lord of the Divine Realm. Thinking of this, Han Xing was so excited that he trembled slightly, and even became impatient. He quickly scanned the surroundings, and directly released his spiritual sense to explore. This time it was even more weird. The moment his spiritual sense was released, it was like gasoline meeting a flame, and was directly ignited. Sizzle. Sizzle. A series of invisible erosion sounds sounded, and Han Xing felt a series of stabbing pains in his brain. But he didn't care. This level of damage was just a breeze to him. Now, he also understood why this phenomenon occurred. This is because the places where these source beasts live will leave their own taboo areas. Other creatures coming here will be subject to various suppression effects, whether in terms of sight, perception, or consciousness. However, with the blessing of original holy body, Han Xing's consciousness suddenly grew stronger. And the consciousness changed from the original golden color to the 9-color divine light. It spread out quickly like a tide. The moment those white lights came into contact with Han Xing's consciousness, they began to dissipate rapidly, like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. At the same time, a terrifying energy fluctuation broke out in the endless light in front. Boom! The light column shot up into the sky. It seemed to sense the enemy's invasion, releasing its own breath to claim sovereignty to Han Xing. However, Han Xing was completely unmoved. He continued to release his divine sense, suppressing the surrounding white light, and transforming this area into his own domain. In the blink of an eye, his divine sense spread out hundreds of light years. The white light quickly extinguished, and this area returned to its original dark airspace. And in this darkness, there were several huge figures standing. They were several giants of light, who were more than 3 or 4 light years tall. The whole body was as clear as crystal, with liquid light energy flowing in the body, and 12 wings of light spread out behind it. Each wing seemed to be forged from a star, exuding a suffocating pressure. The moment he saw these light giants, Han Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. It's this kind of source beast? It seems. I'm going to get rich this time. These giants are extremely rare among the light attribute source beasts. Holy Light Colossus. It is said that they not only have the ability to purify everything, but the 12 light wings behind them are top-grade materials. According to records, the value of the light wings behind this source beast varies according to the number. 3 pairs of light wings are about 20 million source coins, 4 pairs of light wings are 30 million, and 5 pairs of light wings are 50 million. And 6 pairs of light wings like this top grade are worth even more than 100 million. Thinking of this, Han Xing smiled. It seems that the day to pay off the debt is a little closer. He slowly pulled the bowstring, and 8 arrows were automatically condensed. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows instantly tore through the sea of light, and shot towards the light giants in front at high speed. With Han Xing's explosive speed, these holy light colossus absolutely had no chance of blocking. Even dodging was impossible, however, at the moment when the arrows were about to hit their bodies. The leading giant suddenly crossed his arms, and the 6 light wings behind them slightly bent, and instantly folded into a smooth and transparent prism. Buzz! Ding! Ding ding ding! After the arrows hit, they were refracted by this prism into a rain of light all over the sky. The rain of light spread like fireworks, and rushed towards Han Xing at a high speed. Hua la la! Han Xing could sense that fragments of the origin brushed past his face, leaving a line of blood on his fair skin. But soon, the powerful recovery ability of the original holy body took effect again, directly erasing all the scars. Seeing this scene, Han Xing narrowed his eyes, and said with interest, "Interesting. Is this the ability to rebound attacks? I seem to know why this kind of light wings are sold so expensive." From the scene just now, it can be seen that the attack launched by Han Xing is not something that ordinary high-level lords can block, and it also contains at least 3 kinds of origin fusion. However, it was rebounded by the light wings of the glorious holy elephant. In other words, the light wings behind them even have the ability to rebound the origin, which is really powerful. However, any power has its limits. Although the light wings of the glorious holy elephant can rebound attacks, it does not mean that it can rebound all damage. As long as the intensity of the attack you launch exceeds its tolerance limit, then this so-called refraction ability will be broken. I don't need to be so troublesome. There are many ways to kill this creature. While speaking, Han Xing has pulled the bowstring again. This time, the arrow is again entangled with 3 kinds of origin fluctuations. Space, darkness, tide. Buzz. When his arrow took shape, the space of several light years around him twisted slightly, and spread like waves. The creatures in it seemed to have come to another world in an instant. The holy glory colossi seemed to have felt the horror of Han Xing's arrow, and the light and shadow on their bodies flashed. The 8 colossi suddenly raised their heads collectively, and the light wings on their bodies connected to each other, outlining a giant magic circle with a diameter of more than 100 light years in the void. Voila! A vast force gushed out from this magic circle. Survivor Han Xing, please pay attention. You have been trapped in the combined skill of the Holy Glory Elephant, the field of the final light. The attributes are reduced by 30%, and all skills have been sealed. Ding! Because you have the original holy body, this negative state is completely immune. Seeing this scene, Han Xing was slightly startled, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wow, these holy elephants actually have a combined domain. Seal all skills. Whoever comes here will suffer a great loss. But fortunately, I have the Yuanchu holy body. This physique is really awesome. At the same time, the few glorious holy elephants were also slightly stunned when they saw that Han Xing was not suppressed by the light of the end domain. But soon, they reacted again. They opened their mouths collectively and sprayed out a white light. Wow! 8 white lights merged into one, turning into a torrent of blazing light that could purify everything. At this time, Han Xing's arrow had already flown out of his hand. Bang! The moment the bowstring exploded, the arrow turned into a stream of light and shot out, and instantly crossed hundreds of light years to the head of the first giant. Puff! Headshot! With the sound of penetration, the first arrow penetrated the head of the first colossus without any hindrance. However, the arrow continued to flash to the second shining colossus, aiming at its brain. Puff! The second colossus was penetrated. Then, the third, fourth, fifth. Puff! Puff, puff, puff. Intensive penetration sounds rang out, and all the colossi were completely penetrated. This skill is a combination of space refraction, stars twinkle, and tidal arrows by Han Xing. It can be said that every time it is used, the effect is excellent, and it can be said to be invincible. At the same time, the light beams jointly emitted by the 8 holy colossi also hit Han Xing at this time. But obviously, they only hit a residual image. The real Han Xing had left here using the Skylight shuttle a second before the attack arrived. Boom! The light column detonated the void, causing a super explosion of dozens of light years. On the other side, the damage in the bodies of the 8 light giants also broke out at this moment. The cracks in their bodies started from the head and quickly spread to the neck, chest, arms. After a while, they were all over the body. From these cracks, vast light energy burst out. Like a sun about to explode, full of destructive fluctuations. In the end, these light giants finally couldn't hold on, and their huge bodies exploded on the spot. Boom! Boom boom boom! The successive explosions spread like waves. The space of dozens of light years was blown up with spider web-like cracks. Countless light fragments fell like a rainstorm. Being in it, it seemed as if I had received the purest baptism. Han Xing looked at the light rain falling around him, and reached out to touch it. So beautiful. However, this beautiful scene was obtained at the cost of the lives of 8 high-level lords. When the light rain gradually stopped, only floating light residues, and 8 crystal cores as dazzling as the sun remained in the void. And 8 pairs of 12-winged light feathers shining with dazzling light. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the source beast, Holy Light Colossus LV-130*8, a high-level lord-level creature, and obtained the experience pool, 11.4633 million. Talent, Endless Absorption activated. Successfully absorbed Holy Light Colossus *8, Light Source Power *25.472 billion, Spirit Source Power *14.233 billion, Space Source Power *4.732 billion. Chapter 830. When a series of prompts ended, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, this time I harvested more than 20 billion light essences. Only the last 4 billion or so will be enough to stack the Tianji Liuguang step directly to the realm of the God Realm Lord. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get a little excited. Tianji Liuguang step is his strongest body movement now, and it is already one of his trump cards. Now in the high-level Lord realm, he can achieve an explosive speed close to the level of the God Realm Lord. If he can complete the transformation again, he even dares to wander in front of the God Realm Lord without being caught by them. That scene must be quite exciting. Han Xing couldn't help but curl up a little. In addition to the light source, there are more than 10 billion spiritual sources, which are also the source power I need most. If you can save 60 billion, you can directly pile up 1000 yuan soul shield and 9 yuan soul destroying sword to the realm of God Domain Lord. At that time, you can really kill gods and Buddhas. In general, the harvest of killing these 8 holy light colossi is quite good, and this is only part of the profit. The real thing before is the materials dropped by these colossi after death. Han Xing waved his hand and picked them all up. Obtained, Holy Light Colossus Core, High Level Lord Level, *8. Obtained, Holy 12 Light Wings *8. Yes, these materials alone are worth almost 5 billion source coins. High-level lords really make money quickly, Han Xing said with a sigh. In fact, it is not that high-level lords make money quickly, but that he makes money quickly. After all, other high-level lords don't have the movement speed, attack power, explosive power, etc. that can be compared with the Lord of the Divine Realm like Han Xing. In fact, now Han Xing can be regarded as a Lord of the Divine Realm. He didn't think much, but opened an ancient parchment map. It recorded this airspace and the habitats of the source beasts one by one. Every distance, you can see a strange vortex mark. 2 of the vortices have been marked with an X. Han Xing looked at the map and quickly chose the next place to go. Huh? He took a deep breath and said, there are more than 20 days before the start of the game. In order to reserve some time for me to make a breakthrough. So I still have half a month to hunt. In this half month, I need to speed up the progress and kill as many source beasts as I can. When the time comes, I will go back and decide which skill to improve according to the situation of the source power. After making the decision, Han Xing's eyes became firm again. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. For the next half month, Han Xing basically repeated the life of traveling, hunting, and fighting. He felt like a ruthless monster-killing machine. Every day when he opened his eyes, he would activate the Tianji Liuguang step to tear through the void and rush to the next source beast gathering place. After arriving, he would draw his bow and shoot arrows without saying a word, harvesting a wave of experience points and source power. After the battle, he picked up the spoils, and even didn't bother to clean the battlefield, and rushed to the next location without stopping. Boring, efficient, and numb. The 117th high-level Lord-level source beast. Han Xing stood on a huge thunder beast corpse, and put away its origin core expressionlessly. The system prompt sounded in his ears, but he was too lazy to listen to the specific values. If this continues, I may really become an NPC who can only kill monsters. He laughed self-deprecatingly, and shook off the thunder beast's blood stained on the bowstring. But even so, he still did not stop. because it's enough to pay off the debt. Han Xing looked at the large amount of source beast materials in his backpack, and the whole person became a little excited. Finally, I can pay off my debts. This half-month is really fulfilling. As mentioned before, although the half-month battle was boring, the harvest was also quite rich. A total of 117 source beasts were killed, of which the middle-level ones accounted for more than half, about 78, and the rest were high-level source beasts. But even so, this is still a very astonishing number. He had visited all the dozen or so source beast nests recorded on the secret map of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. The value of the materials on these source beasts is close to 20 billion. In other words, after Han Xing paid off his debts, he still had nearly 10 billion source coins. However, it's easy to pay back these 10 billion source coins, but it's a bit difficult to get the eternal soil. In addition to the source coins, he also borrowed 100 kilograms of eternal soil last time. This is still an astronomical figure for Han Xing now. It's because this material is too rare, and there are few sources. Except for some ancient secret realms or system rewards, there is no other way to get it. Let's take it one step at a time. Return the origin coins first. I should have many ways to obtain eternal land in the future. After all, with my current strength, it should not be difficult to break into the top 1,000 of the Tianzhou competition. The rewards for the Extreme Challenge mission alone are dozens of kilograms. In addition, according to the Tianji God Lord, the selected monsters will enter an ancient secret realm. There are a lot of eternal lands in it. Thinking of this, Han Xing was no longer worried. He clapped his hands and said, "Half a month has passed. Now I have to count my origin power, and see which skills can be upgraded." Han Xing opened the attribute panel. In an instant, exaggerated numbers appeared one after another. Physical source power, 119.283 billion. Fire source power, 82.812 billion. Light source power, 72.332 billion. Spirit source power, 41.592 billion. Dark source power, 30.242 billion. Water source power, 24.912 billion. Gold. In addition to the above sources, there are also 7 elements, as well as time, space, mirror, etc. But the number is not large, only between several billion and more than 10 billion. This number can directly stack skills to the high-level Lord level. However, Han Xing is now trying to stack his skills to the God Realm Lord level. In other words, there is no need to look at those below 30 billion. I didn't expect that the most this time was the physical source power. A full 100 billion. Currently, the only skill that requires physical essence to be strengthened is Immortal Body. That is to say, after I upgrade Immortal Body, there are nearly 80 billion left. In addition, there are Fire, Light, Spirit, and Dark. The corresponding skills are Arrow of the Falling God, Sky Extreme Flowing Light Step, 1000 Yuan Soul Shield, Instant Prison Shadow Kill. After the analysis, Han Xing couldn't help but smile again. Because among them, the Immortal Body and Sky Extreme Flowing Light Step that he wanted to upgrade the most both met the upgrade conditions. These two skills, one provides him with strong survivability, and the other provides terrifying mobility. If both can be advanced, it will be another qualitative change beyond imagination for Han Xing. In addition to these two skills, you can also upgrade the Arrow of the Falling God with a very high burst coefficient, the 1000 Yuan Soul Shield that can defend against all mental attacks, and the Instant Prison Shadow Kill that greatly increases his attack power, all to the realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Han Xing dared not imagine how powerful he would be after all these skills were upgraded. He took a deep breath and sighed. Very good, there are only 14 days left before the start of the competition. Now, I have to rush back and make a breakthrough in the 1,000 layers realm of the Faceless God Lord. I hope that these 14 days will allow me to successfully upgrade 2 skills. So, Han Xing first put on the wonderful item Hail on Skin, and then activated the 10th level of 1,000 layers realm given to him by the Faceless God Lord. In an instant, the aura on his body became extremely obscure and hidden. Even Han Xing seemed to be unable to sense his own existence. It must be said that in this double concealment state, his hiding ability has reached the extreme. Then, Han Xing's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. 1 day later, Han Xing's figure appeared near the competition continent. From a distance, you can see that near the territory where he was originally located, there is a space with a diameter of more than hundreds of light years, which is stacked by countless mirror worlds. When you stand in that mirror world, it seems that every mirror can reflect a reflection. And when you change the angle, you can see that it seems to hide the civilization of the world. It is magnificent, and full of a sense of crisis. It is the Qiandai realm of the Wuxiang god. Buzz. At this moment, the mirror of the Qiandai realm is constantly changing its angle, and it is now closed. Any creature that actively breaks in will be lost in the worlds in the mirror, and will never be able to come out. However, Han Xing is not going to return to Qiandai realm now, but is going to Tianji Divine Kingdom first to pay off his debt. Buzz. Han Xing disappeared again in a flash. When he appeared again, he had come to the familiar Tianji Chamber of Commerce, and went straight to the deepest supreme heaven. At the same time, after sensing Han Xing's breath approaching, Tianji Divine Lord directly released the guiding beam and teleported him to the tea house where he was. At this moment, the middle-aged man was still leisurely leaning on the chair, silently holding the teacup in his hand, watching the business situation of the ninth heaven of Tianji Chamber of Commerce. When he saw Han Xing's figure, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Huh? The Lord of Heavenly Extremes exclaimed, and asked, Friend Han Xing, it seems that you have made a big breakthrough this time. Even I can't see through your aura. Han Xing now possesses the original saint body, a physique related to the essence of the world, which even the Lord of Heavenly Extremes has only heard of in legends. He never thought that the young man in front of him had successfully awakened this physique. Han Xing smiled and shook his head. Luckily I made a breakthrough, thanks to the resources provided by the Lord of Heavenly Extremes, otherwise I don't know how long it would take if I relied on myself. The Lord of Heavenly Extremes did not take credit, and smiled and shook his head. Friend Han Xing can have today's achievements, relying on your own efforts. I just gave you a little push when you needed help the most. After a pause, he looked up at Han Xing. Friend, you came here this time. Han Xing didn't waste words, and directly waved the big beast, and took out a large pile of materials from his backpack. Voila! More than 100 origin cores emitting different auras were suspended in the air. Beside them, there were 8 pairs of glowing wings, a row of serrated teeth, and 2 crescent-shaped scimitars, etc. All kinds of materials exuded extremely powerful auras, as if they could still feel the aura of their owners before they died. Tianji God Lord raised his eyebrows, and said in surprise, So many origin cores. Are these all obtained by Han Xing recently? Han Xing nodded slightly. Yes, I came here this time to sell all these materials, and pay back the money I owe to the Chamber of Commerce first. Tianji God Lord was slightly startled, smiled, and shook his head. Han Xing, you don't have to be so anxious, you know. This 10 billion is nothing to me. But Han Xing said seriously, let's put it one way, and pay back the debt. It's only natural. I can't choose not to pay back just because Tianji Divine Lord doesn't care about these origin coins. It will make my heart condemned. Tianji Divine Lord raised his head, and saw Han Xing's firm attitude, so he stopped refusing. He raised his hand and waved, and the suspended materials were immediately covered by a golden light. In this case, then our Tianji Chamber of Commerce will buy all these materials. Then, he quickly took out the pearl abacus from his waist and began to calculate. In just a moment, he calculated the value of this batch of materials. There are 78 intermediate-level Source Beast origin cores in total, and high-level Source cores. Plus the materials from these Source Beasts, the total value. He pondered for a while, and reported a number. 23 billion Source coins, how about it? Hearing this number, Han Xing simply nodded and said, No problem, let's trade at this price. Before coming, he naturally calculated the value of this batch of materials. Altogether, it is worth about 22.3 billion. The other party's offer of 23 billion is already above the market price. When Tianji God Lord saw Han Xing agreed, he also gently put down the abacus. Pa! Then, the transaction is completed. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a bag flew towards Han Xing. Han Xing also subconsciously reached out to take it. Obtained, Origin Coin * 13 billion. Friend Han Xing, the Origin Coin you owe to our Tianji Chamber of Commerce has been officially paid off. The Tianji Divine Lord said slowly, It's not too late to pay back the remaining Eternal Land when you have more money. You have just broken through, and you need a lot of training resources. I am also looking forward to you showing my Tianji Liuguang step in the finals, so that those guys can see what the top 100 body movements in the South region are. At this point, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, with strong confidence in his eyes. Chapter 831. Hearing the last sentence, Han Xing's expression changed slightly. Lord, I am indeed ready to use the Tianji Liuguang step with all my strength in the finals. But before that, I want to ask you a question. Just ask. Han Xing said, I want to know, if I use the strength of a high-level lord to show the body skills of a lord of the divine domain, what consequences will it cause? Or should I just stay at the level of a high-level lord? After the words fell, the teacup in front of the Lord of Heaven's secret broke with a click. He fixed his eyes on Han Xing and kept looking at him, as if he wanted to see through him completely. But it was obvious that in front of Han Xing's various special physiques, even a powerful Lord of Heaven's secret could not see through his secrets. Soon, the Lord of Heaven's secret withdrew his gaze, and his expression became serious. You mean, you have already practiced the Tianji Liuguang step to the level of the God Realm Lord? Han Xing pondered for a moment and nodded. Not yet, but it should be soon. He did not lie. Anyway, the current light source power is enough. After returning from the Tianji Chamber of Commerce this time, he will start preparing for the breakthrough of the Tianji Liuguang step. After getting Han Xing's personal confirmation, the Tianji Divine Lord waved his hand, and the infinite light power filled the entire Supreme Heaven, making it completely closed. After doing this, he looked at Han Xing in shock. It's hard to imagine. I originally thought that you could practice the Tianji Liuguang step to the intermediate level now, which is already a demon level. As a result, you are going to show the Tianji Liuguang step of the God Realm Lord level. To be honest, this has completely overturned my cognition. After all, how long has it been since Han Xing acquired the Tianji Liuguang step? Less than a year. You know, even those peerless monsters can't even get started with the Tianji Liuguang step in this amount of time. And now, this young man said that he is almost practicing to the level of the Lord of the Divine Realm. What does this mean? Even the creator of this body technique, the Tianji Divine Lord himself. It took a full 100,000 years to deduce it from a high-level Lord to a Divine Realm Lord. Moreover, this is the time flow rate of the Lord continent. Counting the time he spent deducing in the world inside his body, it is more than 1,000,000 years. Compared to this, even with the character of the Tianji Divine Lord, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration at this moment. He even subconsciously suspected that Han Xing was playing a trick on him. But he also knew that this young man would not joke about such things. Thinking of this, Tianji Divine Lord sighed and said slowly, "This situation is indeed difficult to deal with. The talent you have shown has exceeded my imagination, and also exceeded the imagination of some old monsters. I suggest that you should stay at the high-level Lord Realm. In this way, I can also tell the outside world that I personally gave you a small lesson and provided you with a lot of cultivation experience. And if you show the body skills of the Divine Realm Lord, it will be difficult to explain. At that time, there may be some beings beyond my imagination who will attack you." After he finished speaking, he sighed helplessly. Han Xing was not surprised at all, but he was a little regretful that he could not use his full strength in the game. Otherwise, it would be more likely to win the first place in this competition. As if seeing Han Xing's thoughts, Tianji Divine Lord continued, "However, if you can really break into the top 10 this time, or even compete for the championship, then at that time, it doesn't matter even if you are exposed. Because at that time, there will definitely be Eternity on guard in secret to protect the safety of you players." Han Xing's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. He nodded solemnly. "I understand. Thank you, Tianji Divine Lord." The strong man shook his head and said, "No need to thank me. Your talent is beyond my cognition. I will pretend that I have never heard of what happened today. Before you have Eternity's protection, remember not to mention this to others." Han Xing heard the concern in Tianji Divine Lord's tone, and nodded solemnly. "I have kept it in mind." After speaking, he turned and left here, and his figure flashed, and he walked out of the Supreme Heaven directly. In the room, Tianji Divine Lord was still staring at the direction where Han Xing left, frowning, and I don't know what he was thinking. Obviously, even this God Realm Lord needs some time to digest some of the information Han Xing revealed to him today. After leaving Supreme Heaven, Han Xing patted his backpack and felt relieved. It feels good to not owe money. Next, I can go back to Qiandai Realm and prepare for a breakthrough. Thinking of this, he flashed again, and came to the slowly rotating mirror area. And now, as Han Xing approached, one of the mirrors automatically opened a small hole. Like the open mouth of a bug. Han Xing didn't think much, and his figure flashed and went into the small hole. The next moment, he felt dizzy. He seemed to be traveling through a time tunnel, and various gorgeous scenes kept appearing. When he regained his vision again, he found himself standing in the tower. In front of him, there were 4 familiar figures. They were Lord Linghui, Lengyu, Lord Wuxiang, Lord Dasho. After seeing Han Xing appear, everyone looked at him and focused on him. These eyes were mixed with doubts, curiosity, and scrutiny. Seeing this scene, Han Xing took the initiative to say, "Everyone, long time no see." After hearing this, everyone also smiled. The Great Beast Lord said first, "Friend Han Xing, you are back on time. My master speculated that you would return today, but I didn't expect it to come true so soon. Han Xing looked up at the Wuxian God Lord and chuckled. The Wuxian God Lord is very smart and powerful. I admire him. Hearing his respectful words, the Wuxian God Lord stroked his beard, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. It seems that you have gained a lot this time. The aura on your body has increased again. Han Xing shook his head. Senior, you are too kind. It's just a trivial improvement. He was not modest. This time he went out to fight, he just adapted to the power in his body, and his level increased by 3 levels. This improvement is really nothing. After speaking, Han Xing looked at Ling Hui and Long Yu next to him. After feeling the aura of the 2 women, a strange color appeared in his eyes. Huh? Have you 2 successfully broken through? Ling Hui and Long Yu looked at each other and nodded, saying, we have gained a lot of insights by studying the origin patterns on your body. It's all thanks to you. Han Xing smiled and said, that's great. If you have a chance, you can study the patterns on my body and see if you can continue to improve. And the Wuxian God Lord and the Great Beast Lord, if you need it, you can always ask me. Hearing this, the expressions of the people on the field were different. Through the explanation of the Wuxian God Lord, they already knew what a heaven-defying physique the original holy body was. That was a physique related to the essence of the world. The patterns contained in it were beyond the reach of the Chaos Lords. Even some Eternals would have a lot of feelings after seeing it. If they could be exposed to this kind of pattern for a long time, it would be an unimaginable opportunity for all the Lords. And now, he took the initiative to invite everyone to study and observe the patterns on his body, which could be said to be a great favor. Everyone on the field was hesitant to speak, and in the end, no one said much. But their eyes looking at Han Xing were full of emotion. Especially Ling Hui and Long Yu, they never thought that the opportunity to break through to the high-level Lord would fall on Han Xing. However, if it weren't for their help when Han Xing was weak, there would be no opportunity today. This is also the so-called cause and effect. Han Xing continued at this moment, Senior Wuxiang, I have some insights in the past half-month. In the near future, I may have some breakthroughs, and I hope that the senior will continue to protect me. Hearing this, everyone had not yet recovered from the sigh of original holy body, and at this moment, they were stunned. Another breakthrough. The Great Beast Lord was full of disbelief, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Including the Wuxian God Lord, he was also in disbelief, staring at him with wide eyes. Only the Ling Hui Lord and Long Yu on the side seemed to understand something after the initial surprise. The 2 women looked at each other and smiled, because they had experienced this kind of scene before. Wuxian God Lord stroked his beard to calm himself down, and then said, Friend Han Xing, can you tell me what you mean by breakthrough? Han Xing pondered for a while, and replied, it's about my origin combat skills. The recent battles have given me a lot of insights, and with the help of the Yuan-Chu holy body, my understanding of various origins has become more profound. So I have a hunch that some of my origin combat skills should be able to reach a higher level in the near future. He made up a random reason. Of course, it was impossible to tell others that he had the system and the endless absorption talent. After listening to his explanation, Wuxian Divine Lord's eyes showed a look of realization. So that's it. The origin holy body actually has this wonderful use, which is in line with its characteristics. According to Han Xing, if you have this holy body, the daily progress is visible to the naked eye, and it is truly 1,000 miles a day. Speaking of this, even the old man couldn't help but envy in his tone. The Great Beast Lord next to him also sighed. He once again realized the gap between himself and the real monster. In that case, Han Xing, let's break through directly. The Wuxian God Lord said cheerfully, I will teleport you to a separate world, and no one else will disturb you. Han Xing bowed his hands, thank you, Wuxian God Lord. The old man shook his head, and waved his hand. Buzz! The entire Qiandai realm began to change again, and a feeling of overlapping time and space came again. When Han Xing regained his vision, he found himself standing in a completely blank space. He quickly accepted the surrounding environment and exhaled lightly. Huh. Next, you can officially break through. After speaking, Han Xing sat down on the spot, with his legs crossed. Then, he began to look through the skill list, thinking, I don't know how long it will take to upgrade the combat skills from high-level Lord to the initial level of God Realm Lord. But according to my previous experience, it took me 3 days to wake up from the breakthrough from the intermediate Lord to the high-level Lord. That is to say, this breakthrough must take longer. There are less than 14 days before the start of the game. According to the worst plan, I can only upgrade 1 skill at most. After reaching this conclusion, Han Xing frowned slightly. After all, he now has 4 or 5 skills that can be strengthened, and each one is very powerful, and can bring him powerful combat power. It is really difficult to choose one of them. He fell into a brief tangle. After thinking for a while, his eyes gradually became firm. Let's upgrade Immortal Body first. Strictly speaking, this skill is equivalent to an all-around combat skill. Not only can it greatly enhance defense, but it can also increase attack power. In addition, there is also the most amazing Nirvana ability. This will be the key to my victory at the critical moment. Thinking of this, Han Xing made a quick decision. His finger fell on the plus sign behind Immortal Body Nirvana. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume the physical body's original power *30 billion to upgrade the skill Immortal Body Nirvana, High Level Lord level, to the initial God Realm Lord level? Han Xing took a deep breath and clicked yes without hesitation. The next moment, a vast and boundless memory directly poured into his consciousness space, including his body, which suddenly stiffened at this moment. A dazzling golden light burst out from his pupils, and countless ancient runes appeared on his skin. Each rune seemed to have come from ancient times and contained the power to destroy the world. At the same time, with the appearance of these runes, the 9-color original lines contained in the original holy body also suddenly appeared at this moment. Not only that, immediately afterwards, a wonderful space-time fluctuation emerged. It seemed that countless figures of Han Xing overlapped. This is the effect of his third physique, the body of the beast of time. In other words, Han Xing's breakthrough activated the power of 3 physical constitutions in his body. At this moment, 3 completely different auras collided with each other, and all gathered on the same person. After a brief stalemate, a vast energy burst out instantly. Boom! With Han Xing's body as the center, the void of hundreds of light years suddenly twisted. The space shattered like fragile glass, and a violent energy storm swept out. Crack, crack! The world of Qiandijing collapsed layer by layer, and dense cracks emerged, and it was about to be completely shattered. Chapter 832. At the critical moment, the Wuxian God Lord shouted, "Thousands of changes, solid." The next moment, the Qiandi realm that was about to collapse was instantly frozen. The mirror fragments also began to reorganize rapidly under his great power, and restored to their original state. Seeing this scene, Ling Wei, Long Yu and others on the side all showed strong shock and fear in their eyes. No one expected that Han Xing's breakthrough this time was so terrifying. It almost broke the Qiandi realm of the Wuxian God Lord. Is this the fluctuation of the physical body breaking through the God Realm Lord? The great Beast Lord said in disbelief. As a strong man of the same physical body, he could clearly sense the strong sense of oppression that Han Xing was emitting at this moment. That was a power that completely exceeded the power of the Chaos Lord. But the Wuxian God Lord shook his head and said, "No, it's not that the physical body broke through the God Realm Lord, but another kind of physique in his body is transforming. I misjudged it. I didn't expect that this person not only has the original holy body, but also has another such powerful physique. What an incredible monster." Hearing his explanation, the shock in everyone's eyes became more intense, and at the same time, they couldn't help but look forward to it. Because they knew that if Han Xing successfully completed the transformation this time, his strength would soar again. Han Xing's consciousness was being impacted by a huge amount of memories at this moment. He saw countless epochs ago, a giant who could reach the sky, and the earth shook the way of heaven with his physical body, and smashed the 3,000 worlds with one punch. He saw in the Dark Era, an immortal strong man was reborn after billions of deaths, and finally broke through the reincarnation. He saw that every inch of his flesh and blood was disintegrating and reorganizing. Dark golden divine patterns appeared on his bones, and brilliant stars flowed in his blood. Crack! The real Han Xing suddenly shook his body, and the skin on his right arm exploded, revealing the bones underneath that were shining with 9 colors of light. He groaned, but did not wake up. He still maintained all his spirits, and absorbed the vast memories in his mind. Because he knew that if he woke up at this time, everything before would be in vain. And at this moment, another explosion sounded. Puff! This time, it was his left leg, and brilliant flesh and blood splashed, and a strong pain swept through his body. But he still gritted his teeth and suppressed the pain. Then, the chest, back, thighs, and even the face. Until his body was blown to pieces, his bones were exposed in the air, and he looked like a 9-color sculpture. The horrible pain came like a tide. Huh? In the space of consciousness, Han Xing took a deep breath and looked at the scene in the sky. He completely forgot about the changes in his body. Under this extreme pain, a vast vitality suddenly emerged from the depths of his body. This vitality quickly reorganized his collapsed body and regrew white flesh and blood. Not only that, the newly grown flesh and blood looked more perfect, like a natural uncut jade, emitting a faint glow. From Han Xing's body, a more vast physical oppression than before also emerged. Linghui Lord and others, who were separated by hundreds of mirror worlds, also felt this strong sense of oppression. Long Yu asked in confusion, "Is this the transformation complete?" Before they could be happy, the complete aura dissipated again and became fragmented. Crack! With a series of explosions, Han Xing's body exploded again, becoming completely shattered. Sensing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. The Great Beast Lord subconsciously looked at his master and asked, "Master, what is the current situation of Han Xing?" The Faceless God Lord observed for a while, and said solemnly, "He is in Nirvana." "Nirvana?" "That's right." The Faceless God Lord nodded and said, "Rebuilding the body again and again, breaking through the limit again and again. This is the true immortal Nirvana. Every time it is broken and reborn, it will make his body more perfect." Han Xing's physique is also quite extraordinary. After hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Linghui asked worriedly, "Will this kind of Nirvana be dangerous to him?" The Wuxian God Lord nodded slightly. Any progress is accompanied by danger, let alone this kind of Nirvana rebirth that changes fate against the will of heaven. Every time the body is broken, it is wandering on the edge of life and death. If you are not careful, the true spirit will collapse, and there will be no recovery. When he finished speaking, not only Linghui, but also Long Yu beside him frowned, with strong concerns in his eyes. But this is Han Xing's breakthrough, and they can't do anything. They can only watch silently from the side, praying in their hearts that he can successfully overcome difficulties again and again. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. In these 24 hours, Han Xing experienced 17 physical body reorganizations and collapses. Each time he recast, his aura became more solid and unbreakable. At this moment, Han Xing still focused all his attention to receive the vast memory fragments. He stared at the sky seriously, and all kinds of strange phenomena made him feel enlightened. However, every time he was about to immerse himself in it, a severe pain that tore his whole body would hit him violently, causing a large number of cracks in his consciousness space. At this moment, Han Xing knew that his body had begun to reorganize again. But as time passed, Han Xing seemed to have adapted to this reorganization process. Although it was still painful, he was able to suppress it. In layman's terms, it was numb and painful, including the fact that there were no more cracks in the consciousness space. Han Xing thought to himself, "It seems that the breakthrough of the immortal body this time is the most dangerous only at the beginning. As long as you survive the initial stage, there will be basically no problem later. The rest is basically just a matter of grinding, slowly receiving memory fragments, and letting the body continue to transform." Thinking of this, he no longer paid attention to the outside world and concentrated on receiving these memories. Just like this, time flies, and 6 days have passed. As Han Xing expected, it takes much longer to upgrade the combat skills to the God Realm Lord stage than to upgrade to a high-level Lord. In these 6 days, his body has been reorganized 994 times in total, and his aura has also stabilized. Outside world. The Wuxian God Lord has been staring at Han Xing intently these days. As long as there is any unexpected situation in his breakthrough, this person will not hesitate to take action and forcibly rescue Han Xing. Fortunately, Han Xing has amazing perseverance and successfully overcomes difficulties and crises. Wuxian God Lord said with emotion, "What a good seedling. Not only is his talent unparalleled, but his character is also so strong. If this child grows up, maybe even the entire Dark Abyss will be afraid of him." On the side, the Great Beast Lord asked, "Master, what is the Dark Abyss?" Wuxian God Lord glanced at him, then sighed helplessly, "You are not strong enough now, and you can't get in touch with the secrets of this level. You just need to know that the Dark Abyss is the enemy of our Lord Continent. They will continue to take action to kill the geniuses in the Lord Continent. In the past dynasties, many peerless monsters, such as Great Demon Wheel, Tianqin Saint Sun, Colorful Butterfly, etc., have died in the hands of this organization." Hearing this, the Great Beast Lord was shocked. Before he could say anything more, the Faceless God Lord continued, "However, with your talent and strength, it is not worth it for this organization to spend energy to deal with you." The Great Beast Lord's expression froze, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. After a moment, he seemed to know that the gap between him and Han Xing was getting bigger and bigger, and there was no hope of catching up at all, and he felt a little depressed. The Faceless God Lord seemed to see his thoughts, shook his head helplessly, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "Big Beast, work hard to become stronger. When you have the opportunity to transform to the realm of the God Realm Lord, you will have the opportunity to help your master. Now, the number of strong men in the entire southern region is still not enough. The great beast lord could hear that his master had something in mind. He nodded solemnly and said, "Disciple, remember." Crack. With a cracking sound, Han Xing's nearly perfect body exploded again and quickly began to reorganize. He has now completely adapted to the severe pain of the explosion of the body, and can also feel a strange feeling during the reorganization process. The 995th time. Han Xing exhaled lightly and thought to himself, according to the estimate, there are only the last 4 times left, that is, after the 999th recast of the body, it will be the day of my breakthrough. Thinking of this, he secretly encouraged himself, come on. Hold on for a while, and try to strengthen a skill before the game after the immortal body breaks through. This time, it took a total of 6 days to strengthen the immortal body, and it will take at most 1 day to complete the strengthening. In other words, the transformation from a high-level lord to a primary-level god lord takes about a week. There are still 8 days before the official start of the game, and Han Xing can strengthen another skill. It's not that he hadn't thought about entering the territory world, and using the 100,000 times time speed to accelerate the flow of time and gain time for a breakthrough. But this is not feasible. Because in the territory world, only the Lord's consciousness can enter, and the physical body will stay outside. Just like the previous transformations. Lord Linghui and Longyu will wait beside his physical body to ensure that it is safe. Unless Han Xing completely abandons his physical body and turns to spiritual cultivation, this idea can be realized. But it's enough. Han Xing said in a low voice, I have a hunch that if a skill like this is transformed to the realm of the God Lord, it will definitely usher in an unprecedented transformation. 1 skill is enough to make me invincible. 2 God-level skills can make me stand out from my peers. I have a greater confidence in this game. There was a strong sense of confidence in his voice. There is no way, with the help of the system, I can be so confident. Just like that, in Han Xing's expectation, his body exploded again and again. Bang! 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 Every time the body collapses and then reorganizes, it is a new transformation. In this process, a large amount of life source will be consumed to recast his body, so as to complete some of the details and make him more complete. For any lord, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to usher in a physical transformation. In this process, a large amount of life source is also needed. Even those monsters and geniuses can only undergo a dozen physical transformations at most. Because if they continue, even with their financial resources, they can't afford it. Later, your body becomes stronger and stronger, and the life source required for repair will naturally increase. Only some lords with deep background dare not do this. But Han Xing is different. With the help of the system, he directly consumed 3 billion physical essences to make up for the consumption of life essences. Therefore, he can complete more than 900, or even nearly 1,000 transformations. Crack! Crack! The crystal-clear jade-like body exploded, splashing out dazzling jade fragments. For the creatures in the mortal world, such fragments, even if only a trace, the life force contained in them can give them the ability to gain eternal life. And now, this is just a piece of Han Xing's flesh fragment the size of a fingernail. Of course, these fragments will not be wasted. They will soon be absorbed by the system, transformed into pure flesh essence, and continue to reorganize his body. Finally, after the 998th flesh fragmentation, Han Xing ushered in the 999th flesh reorganization. Crack! With a clear shattering sound, Han Xing's body completely disintegrated and turned into billions of crystal fragments. Each piece reflects different cosmic light and shadow. But this time, the fragments did not reorganize immediately, but suspended in the void, slowly rotating like a galaxy. Buzz! An unprecedented life wave suddenly broke out. The mirror world of the entire Qiandai realm began to tremble violently. The originally cold space barrier actually grew emerald green vines, and star-like flowers quickly bloomed on those vines. Even more amazing is that several nearby mirror worlds. The dry desert suddenly gushed out spiritual springs, and turned into a rippling lake in an instant. On the broken battlefield, corpses that had died many years ago actually sprouted new shoots, and in an instant, they formed towering ancient trees. In the frozen polar regions, the ice melted, and countless phantoms of ancient creatures that had long been extinct reappeared in the light and shadow. Those creatures bowed their heads and worshipped as if they had seen a miracle coming. Even Lord Linghui, who was far away, felt this vast vitality. She raised her palm, and the green lines on it were bursting with dazzling light. Not only that, she also sensed that her physique was getting stronger little by little, and a strong breath of life was surging all over her body. What is this? Lord Linghui murmured. The Wuxian God Lord narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded in appreciation, and said, Friend Han Xing's breakthrough is about to succeed. This is the origin of life on the Lord continent, celebrating his successful breakthrough of the physical body and the manifestation of the life law body. You can absorb it with me, it will be good for you. Chapter 833. You can absorb the law of life, which will be good for you. Hearing this, the three beast lords on the field, Long Yu and Ling Hui, were surprised again. They didn't expect that just a high-level lord's physical breakthrough would actually trigger the life source of the Lord continent, and even manifest the life law body for him. But they also knew that it was right to listen to the Wuxian God. So, the three of them closed their eyes, and began to absorb this vast breath of life. In just a moment, they felt that their bodies had been significantly strengthened. This feeling of strengthening made the three people on the field feel happy, because if they were allowed to obtain the life source by themselves, just the little bit they absorbed would be enough to make them bankrupt. And now, this vast life source actually appeared in the Qi realm as if it was free of charge. This feeling is like picking up money. So, they also absorbed it more desperately. However, what the three people didn't know was that they absorbed only a little bit of the aftertaste. The real life source was all concentrated on Han Xing, reorganizing his body. If the Great Beast Lord and the others were picking up money, then Han Xing directly turned into a black hole and began to absorb these life sources crazily. Hoo-hoo! The vast life breath poured back and concentrated all into his body, even forming a vortex of energy. And as time passed, Han Xing's body had been reorganized for the most part. Boom! The center of the life vortex suddenly shrank, and the outline of Han Xing's body was completely revealed. Every inch of his skin was flowing with the original luster of chaos, and what was rushing in his blood vessels was no longer blood, but a long river of life that was concentrated to the extreme. The 999th reorganization was completed. When the last trace of life source was integrated into the body, the entire Qian Dai realm suddenly fell into absolute silence. The big beast, and the Lord of Ling Hui, and others felt their hearts tremble, and looked up involuntarily. In the void, Han Xing slowly opened his eyes. Then, he lowered his head, and examined his new body. Under the white jade-like skin, even if it was magnified 100,000 times, there would not be a single flaw. It seemed that there was a miniature universe between his falling hair, and the breath he exhaled when he breathed turned into vast spiritual energy, and his fingertips could tear the space apart at will. The most amazing thing was his heart. There is a strange rune connected from beginning to end, which is the core manifestation of original holy body. Every heartbeat can trigger the resonance of the laws of several light years around, as if the whole world is resonating with him. At the same time, the system prompt appears. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade. Your skill, Immortal Body Nirvana, has been successfully upgraded to God Domain Lord Level 1. Note: due to reaching the limit of the physical body, it can no longer be upgraded. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing gently exhaled a breath of crystal gas, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Finally. It's done! Let me see how powerful this God Lord level Immortal Body is. With anticipation, he quickly checked the attributes. Immortal Body Nirvana. Level: Divine Domain Lord Level LV1. Skill effect: the body has reached the 4th stage of transformation. Increases 2000% of the original armor, high-level armor, indiscriminately reduces the damage of any attack, including true damage, and increases 300% of the strength and 300% of the constitution. When attacked, there is a 100% chance to trigger the Immortal Body effect, reducing 60% of the damage of this attack, up to the damage of the high-level Divine Domain Lord level. When damaged, restore 50% of the health value caused by this attack. At the moment of death, the Divine Domain Nirvana Rebirth effect will be triggered, which can instantly restore 100% of the health value, reset all skill cooldowns, and gain 15 seconds of invincibility. In these 15 seconds, you will have a strength that exceeds your own level. For example, if your rank is High-Level Lord, after triggering the God Realm Nirvana Rebirth, you will temporarily reach the level of the primary God Realm Lord, and so on. Note: the triggering interval of the God Realm Nirvana Rebirth effect is 24 hours. After seeing the completely new Immortal Body Nirvana, Han Xing took a breath. It's because this new version of the skill is too abnormal. Fuck. Not only did it increase the defense by 2000%, but it was changed to 2000% of the original armor, and an additional 300% of the physical bonus was added. In addition, there is also an effect of recovering blood after being attacked, which greatly enhances my survivability. However, The most exaggerated is this God Realm Nirvana rebirth effect. Han Xing's eyes widened, exclaiming, not only has the invincibility time increased from 10 seconds to 15 seconds, but in these 15 seconds, I can also have the strength to cross a large level. Isn't this too exaggerated? What kind of concept is this? There is no need to say more. Imagine that when the enemy has gone through so much trouble to kill Han Xing, but he not only revived with full blood, but also directly possessed a stronger strength. This is simply a bugged ability. Good. Han Xing said happily, with this skill, what am I afraid of sneak attacks? Even if you kill me in seconds, you can't kill me. And then, it will be my time to counterattack. Thinking of this, he felt very satisfied. Then, Han Xing's figure flashed, and he left this mirror world directly. The next moment, he came directly in front of Wuxiang Shenju and others. Buzz! When Han Xing appeared, the three beast lords had not reacted yet, but an instinctive fear appeared in their bodies. They subconsciously took a step back. Then, the three of them raised their heads and looked at the magical figure at the same time. The other party was standing there, and although he did not deliberately release pressure, the space around him was constantly twisting and collapsing. The light was strangely bent at the place where he stood, forming a miniature black hole-like field. The occasional leak of aura made the solid space barrier of Qiandai realm make an unbearable crackling sound. When they saw the figure of the person coming clearly, they were immediately shocked. Obviously, it was Han Xing. Brother Han Xing. You? The great beast lord said with difficulty, his throat dry. At this moment, Han Xing restrained all his breath, just like the scorching sun suddenly turned into a bright moon, and the suffocating sense of oppression instantly dissipated. The three of them felt their bodies lighten, and almost stumbled and fell. Sorry, I just broke through and haven't adapted to the power of this new body. Han Xing smiled apologetically. Long Yu and Linghui Lord looked at each other, with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. Including the great beast lord, they shook their heads helplessly, and said, Friend Han Xing, just the power of the physical body is too much for us to bear. It seems that your breakthrough this time is extraordinary. Han Xing smiled and said modestly, It's okay. On the side, Wuxiang God Lord suddenly said, 999 physical body reorganizations triggered the manifestation of the origin of life on the Lord continent. If this is just okay, then other physical lords don't need to live. Just find a territory and die headfirst. His tone was a little weird. Obviously, even this lord of the divine realm could not help but envy Han Xing's opportunity. Han Xing said embarrassedly, The Lord Wuxiang is too kind, I will be a little modest. In fact, I am really strong now, stronger than I can imagine. In my normal form now, it only takes 1 second to decide the outcome when fighting with Brother Big Beast. Even dealing with 10 Big Beast Lords at the same time is not a problem. When he finished the last sentence, the three of them were slightly startled, and then they all laughed. Only the Big Beast Lord looked at him with resentment, as if he didn't expect that he had become a combat unit. But he didn't think much about it, after all. The one in front of him was a real monster. Moreover, he also gained a lot of benefits from Han Xing's breakthrough, let alone comprehending the original holy body, which made his understanding of the origin advance by leaps and bounds. Just when Han Xing broke through, the life origin they absorbed next to him was worth more than the great beast lord could imagine. So, he was not angry at all. At this time, Wuxiang God Lord stroked his beard, looked at Han Xing and said, Friend Han Xing, there are only 8 days left before the start of the competition. Do you need me to withdraw from Qiandai realm now? Recently, several little guys have approached Qiandai realm and seem to want to find you, but I have refused them all. Do you want to let them in now? Hearing the latter part, Han Xing's expression changed slightly. He knew who those little guys Wuxiang God Lord was talking about. It should be the Lord Tugong he met in the 4th round of the flag-grabbing competition, and the sisters Qinghe and Yelian. Han Xing shook his head and said, No need, Wuxiang Divine Lord. Please help me convey to them that I will do what I promised, and will take action after the game is over. In the last few days, I plan to try to break through again. At this moment, the 4 people on the field were shocked and stared at him in disbelief. Still want to break through? The great beast lord asked in disbelief. Even Wuxiang Divine Lord looked like he had seen a ghost, although he knew that Han Xing was definitely extraordinary, and could even be described as unprecedented. However, now, he treated the breakthrough opportunity that others rarely see in a million years, as if it were eating and drinking water, which was really beyond Wuxiang Divine Lord's imagination. Under normal circumstances, at this time, they would have been able to associate it with the fact that Han Xing must have some shocking secrets. But, since he took the initiative to say this, and he wanted to break through in Qiandai. This also means that Han Xing trusts Wuxian God Lord. After thinking for a while, Wuxian God Lord sighed softly, then nodded and said, I know, Han Xing. Next, you can break through. I won't let any creatures get close to here, nor will I let others find your abnormality. After a pause, he said firmly, I swear by my Wuxian origin. Han Xing raised his head and looked at the old man seriously and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Wuxian God Lord. In fact, the reason why he said it in person was also to test Wuxian God Lord. Want to see if he can't resist the temptation when he realizes that he has some secrets, and then deal with him. After all, no matter who it is, there are desires. No matter how pure and unworldly you say you are, you definitely have some obsession in your heart. For most lords, making themselves stronger and reaching a higher level is their greatest pursuit, and some of the characteristics Han Xing is showing now. Becoming stronger is as easy as eating and drinking. This will also give those lords an idea. That is, if I get the opportunity from the other party, will I also have this kind of heaven-defying speed of becoming stronger? Obviously, this is an unimaginable temptation. What's more, the strength of the Wuxian God Lord is now stronger than Han Xing, and so far only he, the Lord of the Divine Realm, knows about this. In other words, if he takes action now, it is a great opportunity. But fortunately, the Wuxian God Lord never had any greed or fluctuations in his origin from beginning to end. This also proves that he is a trustworthy person. Of course, Han Xing dared to take the initiative to test, and naturally he had made corresponding preparations. If it was before the immortal body had not transformed, he might not dare to do so. After all, the opponent was a God Realm Lord. If a fight really broke out, he would have played all his cards without summoning the Eternal. He was not sure if he was the opponent of the Wuxian God Lord. But now, with the God Realm Nirvana rebirth ability of the immortal body, he has been fully confident. Are you kidding? In the high-level Lord Realm, he is confident that he can fight on equal terms with the God Realm Lord. If he uses the God Realm Nirvana rebirth to gain a combat power that crosses a large level, he still can't deal with the opponent. Then he might as well crash into death. So, under various factors, the Wuxian God Lord can be considered to have passed Han Xing's test. Then, Han Xing explained a few words to the Linghui Lord and Long Yu next to him. The figure flashed again, and returned to the original Qindi realm. Then, he opened the skill list, looked at the long list of skills on it, and said slowly, according to the original plan, I was going to continue to strengthen Tingji Liuguangbu after strengthening Immortal Body. However, this strengthening gave me a different idea. At present, Immortal Body has improved my physical defense to the extreme, and even the strong men at the high-level Lord level cannot break my defense. If I continue to strengthen Tingji Liuguangbu at this time, it will only increase my survivability. But my survivability is enough, so what I need now is a killer. A killer that is powerful enough to allow me to severely injure or even kill the Lord of the Divine Realm. Thinking of this, Han Xing quickly browsed through his skills and the remaining origin points. At present, the most remaining source powers I have are fire, light, spirit, and darkness. These source powers have reached more than 30 billion. Chapter 834. These four major systems correspond to Arrow of the Falling God plus Flame Explosion, Sky Extreme Flowing Light Step, 9-element Soul Destroying Sword plus 1000-element Soul Protecting Shield, and Instant Prison Shadow Kill plus Shadow of the End. But I need a high burst, the ability to make the final decision, so all those body movements and defensive means are excluded. The rest are nothing more than Arrow of the Falling God and 9-element Soul Destroying Sword. Han Xing thought, while excluding other skills. Finally, he took a deep breath and finally made a decision. That's it. Han Xing's eyes were on the pattern, with 9 big swords on the skill bar. It was his spiritual burst skill, 9-element Soul Destroying Sword. There are many reasons for choosing this skill. First of all, it is because the burst power of this skill is strong enough, fast enough, and fierce enough. Directly attack the enemy's soul. If the enemy can't withstand it, I will kill him instantly. If I can't kill him with one knife, I still have the second knife and the third knife, and each knife will be more terrifying than the previous one. Han Xing took a deep breath and said, the second reason is that in the second round of the 9-yuan soul-destroying knife, I killed a poor guy and absorbed the crystal core from him to strengthen this skill. The power of the current 9-yuan soul-destroying knife has far exceeded the limit of high-level lords. Plus, I have greatly improved this time, and I can kill a high-level lord with just one knife. If I try my best and use the 6th knife, I am confident that I can directly injure or even kill a lord of the God Realm. Then, is the third reason. In the previous battles, I showed various archery skills, and I only used the 9-element soul-destroying sword once. So, the intelligence those forces have about me should have positioned me as a demon who is proficient in archery, but has no mental power-related means. If at this time, I suddenly show the 9-element soul-destroying sword of the God Realm Lord level, I will definitely catch them off guard. Thinking of this, he clicked on the enhancement without hesitation. Do you want to consume the spiritual source power *30 billion to upgrade the skill 9-element soul-destroying sword enhanced version, high-level Lord level, to the initial God Realm Lord level? Yes. When Han Xing confirmed the enhancement. Boom! A bright light mark suddenly split between his eyebrows, as if the third eye suddenly opened. The vast spiritual power like the sea of stars gushed out, instantly covering the entire Qindai realm. The torrent of memory swept through the consciousness space. In this vast memory, he saw various fragmented images again. He saw the ancient soul cultivators sever the long river of reincarnation with one sword, and the wailing of billions of dead souls was annihilated. He saw the gray-robed old man materialize the ninefold heavenly tribulation with his mental power, and refine the entire star field into a sword. He also saw his future self standing at the end of time and space, with 9 soul-destroying swords running through the past and present, nailing an indescribable existence to death in the dimensional crack. Puff! Han Xing suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright blood, and dazzling silver light burst out from his 7 orifices. Those silver lights automatically condensed into sword shapes in the void, and each sword exuded a terrifying wave of slashing souls. A vast mental power burst out from Han Xing's body. At this moment, the mirror worlds within hundreds of light years trembled at the same time, and all living beings felt a piercing chill piercing their souls. The spatial structures of several nearby mirror worlds began to collapse. It was not a physical destruction, but the concept of existence that constituted the world was being eroded by mental power. 9 blood-red crescent moons appeared in the sky of all mirror worlds at the same time, and the strong men in the mirror world screamed with their heads in their hands, and their memories were being scratched by invisible blades. Even the great beast lord and others were suddenly hit hard. They suddenly covered their heads and felt a pain from the depths of their souls. That feeling was as if someone was holding a boning knife and cutting off their flesh and blood bit by bit. Roar! The 3 of them groaned at the same time, feeling the extreme pain. Even the faceless God Lord turned pale, because he felt a fatal crisis under this mental fluctuation. He opened his mouth and muttered, "Last time it was the body that transformed. Is it the spirit this time?" And this origin fluctuation looks a bit like that extremely rare origin combat skill, 9-yuan soul-destroying technique. However, Han Xing seems to be more advanced, and even I feel palpitations. At this time, a thought came to the mind of the Wuxian god. Could it be? Even I can't withstand his full-strength attack now? When this thought came to mind, the Wuxian god even felt a sense of absurdity. However, the facts were in front of him. This combat skill had just shown some prototypes, and had not yet completely transformed, but it made him feel that his life was in danger. If Han Xing's transformation is complete, the Wuxian God Lord has no confidence in resisting this level of spiritual combat skills. Unless a God Realm Lord who is good at the spiritual field comes, there is a glimmer of hope. I didn't expect. After so many years, another monster will appear in the south region. A monster that can kill the God Realm Lord as a high-level lord. Moreover, he has just started, and it won't be long before he will become stronger. By then, it will be truly possible to kill the God Lord like killing a dog. Thinking of this, the Wuxian God Lord has completely realized the importance of Han Xing. He quickly waved his hand, releasing infinite original power, and strengthened 1,000 layers to the extreme. Buzz! Those mirrors that were full of cracks and on the verge of breaking solidified again at this moment. And with his actions, the great beast lord and others felt that the pressure in their hearts was relieved. The intense pain quickly faded a lot. Before anyone could speak, the god of no dimension took the lead and said, "I hope you keep today's event strictly confidential. Don't mention it no matter who asks. For your safety, and for the safety of Han Xing, understand?" His tone was extremely serious. The 3 of them opened their mouths slightly, and then responded solemnly, "I understand, God." The god of no dimension nodded, "Very good, next, we will continue to wait here." Han Xing's transformation this time is also not simple. Maybe it will trigger the manifestation of the origin law again, and then we can take the opportunity to absorb a little. Hearing this, the 3 people on the field moved slightly, and there was a look of expectation in their eyes. As expected by the Wuxian god, Han Xing's breakthrough, this time was also beyond imagination. As time passed, the spiritual swords hanging around him became more and more solid. And every once in a while, the number of those spiritual swords would decrease accordingly. From the original millions, it was reduced to tens of thousands, and then to thousands. After 6 days, there were only 9 transparent swords floating above his head in Qiandai realm. And each sword evolved into a different form. The first sword turned into a giant blade that crossed the galaxy, and the long river of time flowed on the blade. The second sword split into billions of filaments, each of which was entangled with different soul memories. The third sword completely became virtual, becoming a conceptual projection between existence and non-existence. The fourth sword. Then, a vast and pure spiritual power emanated from him again, covering all the space in the Qiandai realm. Those creatures who were originally in great pain under Han Xing's mental oppression suddenly felt the pain completely disappear after contacting this mental power. Not only that, an unprecedented sense of emptiness filled their minds. Those problems that had troubled them for many years were now solved. The strong men broke through one after another, and countless mirror worlds ushered in a carnival of transformation. On the other side, the Lord of the Great Beast, and the Lord of Linghui and others reacted the moment they felt the overflow of this mental power. They closed their eyes and began to absorb this mental power with their whole body and mind. Because they were in close contact with Han Xing, the mental power they absorbed was also extremely surging. Only a few seconds had passed, and they felt their spiritual power surge again. A smile appeared on everyone's face, and then they hurried to absorb it. Just like that, another day passed. When the first ray of morning light on the 7th day penetrated the void, all the Yuanshan swords suddenly resonated. Buzz! The next moment, Han Xing suddenly opened his eyes and uttered a word. Condensation. The 9 spiritual swords instantly merged into one, turning into a plain silver short sword that drilled into his forehead. At this moment, a knife aura burst out from Han Xing's pupils. This breath alone can easily injure a high-level lord. The system prompt appeared. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade. Your skill, 9 Yuan Soul-Destroying Sword Enhanced Edition, has been successfully upgraded to the Divine Domain Lord level LV1. Note, because the physical body has reached its limit, it can no longer be upgraded. Huh? Seeing the prompt, Han Xing exhaled lightly. Then, he said happily, finally succeeded. Next, let me see how strong you are. He directly opened the skill panel. 9-element Soul-Destroying Sword Enhanced Version. Level, Divine Domain Lord level LV1. Skill effect, guided by the original soul, condense the 9-layer spirit sword to slash. Each sword will cause great damage to the enemy and different effects. First knife, Soul Break, causes mental damage of attack power * 1000% plus mental power * 2154% to the enemy, and ignores 50% of the opponent's mental defense. Special effect, the knife light is dark red, and the soul screams when hitting. Second knife, Bone Erosion, causes mental damage of attack power * 1500% plus mental power * 3154% to the enemy, and converts 30% of the damage into real damage. Special effect, the blade is wrapped in black mist, and the person hit by the knife will feel a stinging pain in the bone marrow. Third knife, Soul Lock, causes mental damage of attack power * 2000% plus mental power * 4154% to the enemy, and seals the target's ability to release all skills within 3 seconds. Special effect, the knife light turns into a golden chain. Fourth knife, Heart Devouring, causes mental damage of attack power * 2500% plus mental power * 4154% to the enemy, and adds the inner demon state, causing the target to fall into a short-term hallucination. Special effect, the blade is translucent and directly penetrates the body to attack the soul. Fifth knife, Break Thoughts, increases attack power and temporarily clears 50% of the target's mental power. Special effect, the knife light splits into hundreds of filaments, pouring down like a rainstorm. Sixth knife, Destroy Billions, increases attack power and randomly seals 1 to 3 skill memories of the target, lasts 1 minute. Special effect, the knife light appears silver white, and memory fragments burst out when hitting. Seventh knife, Cut Luck, increases attack power and reduces the target's critical hit rate and dodge rate by 30%. Special effect, the blade is wrapped with the thread of fate, and a crisp breaking sound is emitted when it is cut. Eighth knife, Shattering the Void, increases attack power and destroys the stability of the space around the target, making it impossible to teleport. Special effect, black space cracks are left wherever the knife light passes. Ninth knife, Return to the Abyss, increases attack power if target health is less than 20%, trigger instant death effect directly. Special effect, the sword light turns into a black hole that devours everything. Ultimate effect, 9 elements in 1, causes a mixed damage of the sum of 9 sword damage to the target, and triggers all sword effects. Note, the ultimate combat skill 9 elements in 1 consumes too much energy, and the user will fall into the state of 9 elements backlash, with all attributes reduced by 90% for 9 days. After reading the long list of attribute introductions of this new 9 elements, soul-destroying sword, Han Xing's eyes once again showed extreme shock. It's because the soul-destroying sword after the upgrade is so terrifying. Unlike the high-level Lord level, the pure stacking of attack power, each sword is stronger than the previous one. The sword is stronger. This new soul-destroying sword not only has a significant increase in attack power, but also has different effects for each sword. From ignoring mental defense, to sealing skills, to making the opponent fall into hallucinations. The effect of each sword is completely different, and the effect is even more amazing. Han Xing was completely surprised at this moment. He never expected that this 9-element soul-destroying sword would undergo such a powerful transformation after being upgraded to the realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Especially the last hidden effect, 9 elements in 1. It can actually burst out the strongest sword, with an attack coefficient equivalent to the sum of the 9 swords. What is the concept? You know, Han Xing can now casually perform the first sword. It can kill high-level lords, like the Great Beast Lord in seconds. After 3 consecutive slashes, even the Demon Lotus will die. If the 7th slash is used, it will definitely injure the Lord of the Divine Realm. At any cost, the last 2 slashes will kill even the Lord of the Divine Realm in seconds, and now, this 9 elements combined into 1 actually adds up the attack coefficients of the 9 slashes. With such a terrifying power, even the middle-level God Lord may not be able to withstand this slash, and will be killed by him across levels. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Does this mean I now have a killer to deal with the middle-level God Lord? At this moment, after being shocked, he was extremely surprised. Chapter 835. Huh? Han Xing exhaled lightly, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Don't be too proud, be calm. Although I now have a killer to kill the middle-level Lord, I can't be too arrogant. After all, there are many strong people in the Lord continent. Even the middle-level Lord is only a medium-level power. If you can't achieve eternity, you are just an ant after all. He thought secretly, and the excitement in his eyes faded. But even so, Han Xing couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Because, no matter what, with this killer, this game is basically a sure win. Don't say Lung Dao, Bakar and other monsters. Even if it's Ji Tian, Roland and other monsters, he has the confidence to fight. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't wait for the start of the 5th game. Then, he put away all his mental power. The figure flashed, and appeared in front of Wuxiang Lord and others again. The 3 Beast Lords also felt a strong stinging sensation on Han Xing. However, because they had the experience last time, they were also prepared for this time. Everyone quickly adjusted their status. At the same time, the Wuxiang God Lord looked at Han Xing, looked him up and down, and then asked, "Success?" Han Xing smiled and nodded, "Yes, thank you Wuxiang God Lord for your protection." After hearing this, the old man waved his hand casually. "This is nothing. It is a great honor for me to witness the rise of a generation of geniuses in the southern region." After a pause, he said seriously, "With Han Xing's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to win the top 3 in this game, right?" Hearing this question, everyone on the field couldn't help but look at him. Han Xing was not modest, and nodded directly. It shouldn't be difficult. As soon as this was said, everyone on the field breathed again, and their pupils also showed emotion. After all, this challenge was unprecedented, gathering hundreds of billions of lords from the entire southern region, and being able to stand out among so many lords and enter the top 3 in one fell swoop. This kind of evil name will not only spread throughout the southern region, but even spread throughout the entire Lord continent in a short time. In other words, Han Xing will be completely famous next, and this is just the starting point of his rise. Everyone knows that with Han Xing's potential, his future is already limitless. After getting the answer he wanted, the Wuxiang God Lord also nodded with emotion. "Yes, you are worthy of being a lord who can make me feel the crisis. I hope you can win the championship smoothly." Then, he continued, "There is only 1 day left before the start of the competition. I plan to withdraw from Qiandijing and go to Tianji Chamber of Commerce. There are 3 lords waiting for you outside now." "What do you mean?" Han Xing thought for a moment, then said, "Lord Wuxiang, please go and do your own things first. I'm sorry to bother you during this period. As for the 3 people outside, let them come in first." Lord Wuxiang nodded slightly. "Okay, then I will go first." In the near future, we will have many opportunities to cooperate and even fight side by side. He dropped a meaningful sentence. The next moment, the entire Qiandai realm, the layers of space began to suddenly change and shrink. Layers of space disappeared, revealing the airspace outside. Everyone thought about his last sentence in their hearts, thinking about something. Before they could react, suddenly, 3 figures appeared in front of them out of thin air. On the left, there was a green lotus wearing a gradient green long skirt, a silver silk woven lotus belt around the waist, and green lotus leaves around her body. In the middle, a white dress whiter than snow, holding a long sword longer than a person, with a cold and strange temperament, the demon lotus, and on the right, Tu Gang, who was 5 meters tall, touched his head, and natural defensive patterns formed on his metal body. The aura of the 3 people was extremely powerful, completely crushing the big beast, Ling Hui, Lung Yu and others, who were also high-level lords. Buzz! A monstrous breath emanated. Yao Lian drew out her sword with a clang and took up her fighting form. When she saw the surroundings clearly, the alertness in her eyes disappeared and gradually turned into a confused look. Even Qing He looked at her with a puzzled look. Tu Gang touched his smooth bald head and said puzzledly, "Huh? Weren't we just outside the Thousand Dai realm? How come we appeared here without any signs?" At this time, Qing He stretched out her delicate jade hand, sensing the remaining source fluctuations, and murmured, "It should be Senior Wu Xiang who teleported us here. The means of the Lord of the Divine Realm are indeed incredible. He actually forcibly moved us to another place without us knowing it. If he attacks us..." Qing He did not say anything more, because the next result was obvious. At the same time, everyone understood something at this moment. The 2 sides looked at each other, and there was an invisible sense of oppression in the air. Ling Hui's eyes fell on Qing He, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. She had practiced for tens of thousands of years, and had seen many amazing female lords, but she had never seen such a pure breath. It was as if she herself was the most perfect lotus leaf in the world, unstained by dust. Facing Ling Hui's gaze, Qing He nodded slightly as a greeting. Long Yu looked at the demon lotus, and her pure white dragon pupils shrank slightly. She could feel the pure demon power in the other party's body, and she could also feel that the other party was more than 1 section stronger than herself. The 4 women looked at each other, and there was a subtle atmosphere in the air, and a sense of oppression emerged faintly. At this moment, the great beast lord looked at Tugung, laughed, and said in a loud voice, "Brother Tugung, we meet again." Tugung scratched his head and smiled honestly. "Brother Big Beast, long time no see." The 2 of them hugged each other warmly. Tugong's terrifying physical strength was slightly released, and the surrounding space trembled slightly. The great beast lord was not to be outdone, and his muscular arms also burst out with amazing power. Bang! When the 2 separated, the ground under their feet had cracked. But they looked at each other and laughed. "Brother Tugung, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your physical strength has become much stronger," the great beast lord said in amazement. Tugung also said with emotion, "Brother Big Beast, your strength is improving faster than I thought. It seems that you have also gained a lot of opportunities during this period." "Ha ha ha. Thanks to Han Xing, I have gained a little bit," the great beast lord replied. "I see. Congratulations, brother great beast." Tu Gang cupped his hands. Both of them showed a look of mutual appreciation. Seeing the performance of these 2 muscle maniacs at this time, the faces of the others were a little strange. However, after their performance, the tense atmosphere on the top floor of the tower also dissipated. At the same time, Han Xing stood up and said, "Long time no see." Hearing the voice, Yao Lian, Qing He, and Tu Gang all looked at him. However, in just a moment, they subconsciously closed their eyes. Because that glance just now made them feel a sting. It was as if a sharp knife passed through the eyes of the 3 people. That was the performance that Han Xing's mental power had reached a certain level and had crushed them. However, Yao Lian seemed a little unconvinced. She had to open her eyes and continue to observe Han Xing's physical condition. But soon, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from her eyes, and her pupils gradually lost focus. Qinghe, who was standing by, quickly waved his hand and covered her eyes. "Sister, don't look at it anymore. Otherwise it will cause serious mental damage to you and affect the next game." Hearing Qinghe's gentle consolation, Yao Lian was unwilling, but still retracted her gaze. But she still muttered, "Humph! You just show off." Han Xing knew that she was stabbing him, and he was used to this woman's venomous snake. He spread his hands and said, "Sorry, my mental strength has grown too fast recently, and I can't control it. It should be fine after a while." Hearing his tone, Yao Lian felt even more depressed. Qin He, who was standing by, asked, "Have you broken through to the high-level lord?" Han Xing nodded calmly, "Yes." Hearing his admission, the three of them all showed complicated expressions in their eyes. Qin He nodded suddenly, as if she had expected it. Yao Lian's eyes showed a hint of sudden realization, and some dissatisfaction. Tu Gang, the honest guy, said with joy, "Congratulations, benefactor, for successfully breaking through to the high-level lord. I have a gem brought from the tribe here, and I will give it to you as a gift." After saying that, he took out a yellowish stone from his backpack. This stone looks ordinary, but the moment it appears, a heavy breath, like a mountain, instantly emerges. If you look closely, you will even find that the surface of this stone is engraved with patterns of mountains and rivers. Obviously, the quality of this stone is definitely not ordinary. However, Han Xing waved his hand and said, "No need, don't be so polite. You don't need to live so cautiously here, Tu Gang." Hearing the last sentence, the big guy who rose from the primitive tribe was slightly startled, and seemed to understand something. He put the stone into his backpack and nodded seriously. Aside, Qin He was still looking up and down at Han Xing, sighing and saying, "In the middle-level lord realm, you can kill high-level lords, and even burst out the attack power of the god realm lord. How strong are you now when you go all out?" Hearing this question, not only Yao Lian and Tu Gang, but also Ling Hui and Long Yu and others, all pricked up their ears. Obviously, they also want to know how powerful Han Xing is now. Han Xing looked around at everyone. Although some of these people present have only known each other for a short time, but after getting along with each other for a while, they know each other's character and personality. This is a group of people who can be trusted. So, he slowly raised his hand and raised a finger. "What does one mean?" Qin He asked softly. "When I go all out, I can kill a god realm lord." As soon as these words came out, the 6 people on the top floor of the entire tower were struck by lightning. They were completely petrified on the spot. After all, being able to escape from the attack of a god realm lord and being able to fight on equal terms with a god realm lord are two different concepts. Over the years, such a monster can appear every tens of thousands of years, or a million years. However, being able to kill the Lord of the Divine Realm with the combat power of a high-level Lord is another concept. Everyone knows that there is an insurmountable gap between the Lord of the Divine Realm and the Lord of Chaos. In the endless history of the Lord continent, those who can accomplish this feat are rare. They are pitifully few. Once such a person appears, he will immediately cause a stir in all directions and receive countless attention. They will receive countless olive branches and will also be assassinated countless times. Such a strong man either died halfway on the way to rise, or became a big man sitting in a place. No one's achievements are lower than those of a high-level god lord. From this, you can imagine how strong the shock in everyone's hearts is at this time. What made them sigh even more was that Han Xing told them this amazing news directly. It also showed Han Xing's trust in them. Everyone looked at the man in front of them with a sigh. Yao Lian also knew at this moment that she had been completely surpassed by him. But she did not show any frustration, but cheered up again, and a surging fighting spirit emerged in her pupils. Obviously, Yao Lian has already regarded Han Xing as her target. On the other side, the big guy Tu Gang said with some concern, "Benefactor, if you reveal your combat power that can kill the Lord of the Divine Realm in the next game, will it attract the attention of some forces?" Han Xing smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, I will try my best to control my strength and not show it too shocking. But if the enemy is too strong, it doesn't matter if it is exposed. After all, this game, there is more than one strongman guarding in secret, so there should be no need to worry about the safety of the players." After hearing this, everyone's eyes showed a look of realization. Tu Gang also said happily, "That's great. Benefactor's strength is already strong, and he can even break into the top 1,000. This time he broke through again, and he is even expected to break into the top 10, no, even the top 3. Benefactor's opponents are only Ji Yutian and Roland, who can also burst out the fighting power of the Lord of the Divine Realm." When he finished speaking, everyone nodded again. After several games, everyone has basically mastered the information about other players. Among them, only those two can clearly burst out the fighting power of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are some guys who are very hidden, hiding their strength, waiting to burst out at the critical moment. There may also be some gifted beings who broke through again during the 6-month rest time and made great progress in their strength. Han Xing is an exception. His speed of becoming stronger is too fast, which has far exceeded everyone's imagination. Chapter 836. Han Xing's speed of becoming stronger is too fast. I'm afraid that the information about him outside is still at the level of being able to fight against a monster of Lung Dao's level head-on. No one could have thought that he would rise to such a height in just half a year. Of course, Han Xing was not proud, and still chuckled and said, "My breakthrough was just luck, and I have the help of Senior Wuxian Divine Lord to cover me." After a pause, he continued, "By the way, among the three of you, has anyone found out the rules of the 5th round?" After hearing this, everyone looked at each other. They were also very concerned about this issue. There were a total of 7 lords gathered on the top floor of this tower, and there were a total of 5 lords who advanced to the 5th round. You can imagine what this concept is. You know, looking at the entire southern region, the lords who can break into the southern region are rare, and any one of them is qualified to worship under the lord of the divine region. Usually, even if you look for a large region, you may not find a monster of this level. And here, there are 5. Among them, Yao Yan and Qinghe have a chance to compete for the top 1,000. Not to mention Han Xing. This shows how high the gold content of this group of lords is. However, although everyone on the field is a top player, they know very little about the information of the 5th round of the game. Including Tu Gang, he also touched his head and smiled honestly. At this time, Yao Yan next to him opened her red lips and said slowly, "I don't know the specific rules, but I heard some gossip. Of course, it's just gossip, and the authenticity cannot be guaranteed." Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Han Xing asked, "Oh? Tell me about it." Qinghe also turned her head and whispered, "Sister, what is the gossip you are talking about?" Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at her, Yao Lian turned her head away a little embarrassedly. She snorted softly, and then said, "It's not important news. I just heard that the rules of the 5th round may have changed a little. This time, the champion will be decided directly." Everyone on the field was shocked. "What? Decide the champion directly?" Han Xing said with surprise. "It means the next is the final?" Yao Lian nodded slightly. "You can say that, but I'm not sure if it's true. The guy who told me the news said that because a secret realm is going to be opened in advance, this time the originally scheduled 7-round game will be changed to 5 rounds. When she finished speaking, everyone on the field fell into a state of contemplation. Obviously, since Yao Lian's news can be spread, it is naturally not groundless. Combined with the reason she said later, this news is likely to be true. Han Xing raised his head and looked forward with a sigh. "Damn. Fortunately, I made a breakthrough before the game started this time. Otherwise, with my previous level, I would probably stop at 1,000th place at most." Thinking of this, Han Xing turned his head and said to everyone, "Since we already know that the 5th round is likely to be the finals, let's go back and prepare. After all, the game will start after tomorrow." Tu Gang was the first to reply, "No problem, benefactor. I just came to see you. It's nothing, hee hee hee." The big guy smiled awkwardly. Qinghe also whispered, "We also saw that the area you are in is surrounded by Qianlijing, and we are afraid that you will encounter any accidents, so we want to confirm it. Since you are fine, we will go back first." Yao Lian was more decisive, and disappeared without saying a word, holding the big knife. When the 3 people said goodbye and left, only Han Xing and the Great Beast Lord were left in the tower again. The Great Beast Lord also took the initiative to say, "Brother Han Xing, I will go back first, and strive to squeeze into the top 10,000 in the next game, so as not to embarrass you." Han Xing smiled and nodded. "Okay, Brother Big Beast, go back." After the words fell, the figure of the Great Beast Lord flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then, Han Xing looked at Ling Wei and Long Yu and said, "You two don't need to participate in the competition, just stay here first. Let's wait until the rules are announced, and then we can analyze it together." The 2 women looked at each other, and nodded at the same time. Next, Han Xing used the last 2 days to adapt to the surge in power in his lower body. Then he went to the territory, sorted out his resources, and arranged for the staff to mine minerals, upgrade buildings, etc. Time flies, and 2 days have passed. On this day, in countless territories near the competition continent, a strong aura awakened. They were like giant dragons lurking at the bottom of the abyss, or ancient beasts that had been sleeping for a long time, waking up on the same day. Because today is the day when the 5th round of the competition begins. In addition, many people have heard rumors that the 5th round of the competition is the final. So this attracted the attention of the lords even more. It is worth mentioning that after the first 4 rounds of competition, hundreds of billions of lords were eliminated. In theory, the following competitions have nothing to do with them, and these lords can just go back. The number of lords gathered around should be much less. However, the fact is that as the days passed, the number of lords gathered around increased, Looking around, the tens of thousands of light years around are basically large and small territories and kingdoms of God. Like the stars in the universe, they emit their own light and breath, which looks quite spectacular. This does not include some kingdoms of God and territories hidden in the cracks of space. If all are counted together, the number will be even more exaggerated, and it is possible to break 1 trillion. From this, we can imagine the grand occasion of this game. In the tower, Han Xing gradually opened his eyes, and his sharp sight passed through the layers of space and fell on the competition continent. Huh? He exhaled slowly. The gas quickly solidified in the air and turned into crystal-clear 9-color crystals. This is a sign that the original breath in his body is too strong. If there is a god beside him at this time, just feeling the breath of Han Xing, his strength can be rapidly improved, 1,000 miles a day. This is the power of original holy body. In front of him, 2 women saw him wake up and walked over one after another. Long Yu, who was wearing a white gauze skirt and had a tall figure, took the lead and said, "You are awake, Han Xing." Just one day, an announcement said that the rules of the competition will be announced in a few minutes. You woke up at the right time. Han Xing nodded slightly. In fact, he woke up because he heard the announcement. Next, the 3 of them gathered together and silently waited for the moment when the rules of the competition were announced. Not only them, but most of the lords in the thousands of light years around the entire competition continent were like this. They maintained a high level of attention. For a moment, this area became extremely quiet. Finally, 5 minutes later, an announcement appeared in front of all the lords nearby. All participating lords, please pay attention. All participating lords, please pay attention. All participating lords, please pay attention. 3 consecutive reminders refreshed everyone's spirits and focused all their energy. Then, the announcement continued to sound. Due to some special reasons, the challenge match that was scheduled to decide the champion in 7 rounds will be changed to 5 rounds. This round of competition is both the knockout round and the final. Please prepare all the qualified lords. When the first announcement was played, there was an uproar in the surrounding thousands of light years. Many lords were surprised. What? The 5th round is the final? Oh my god! What happened? Why did the rules change temporarily? Yeah. How could it be so? Damn. The promotion plan I originally made for Your Honor has been disrupted. Most of the lords were very surprised, and some of them were a little angry and helpless. After all, according to the information they learned at the beginning, this competition was originally divided into 7 rounds, and they made some transformation plans for their disciples or friends. For example, according to the specific rules of the game, adjust the fighting style, or change the equipment worn, etc. As a result, now, the sudden advance of the finals has directly disrupted the plans of these lords. In contrast, a small number of lords, who have learned the special information, nodded thoughtfully. Because this announcement is similar to the news they have learned, everyone is also mentally prepared. Then, the second announcement appeared. Attention all participating lords. The rules of the finals will be announced next. The number of lords, who advance to the 5th round this time, is 10,500. You will continue to fight 1v1 and advance to the next arena based on your victory points. The first arena is the Bronze Arena. In this arena, all lords will randomly fight 1v1 with 1,000 lords, and each victory will get 1 bronze victory point. Lords with bronze victory points above 500 will advance to the second arena, the Silver Arena. Lords with bronze victory points below 500 will be directly eliminated and ranked according to your victory points. Note, if the number of victory points is the same, the ranking will be based on the time of your victory point settlement. If the time is the same, the ranking will be based on your combat performance. The second arena is the Silver Arena rules. All lords will randomly fight 1v1 with 100 lords, and each victory will get 1 silver victory point. Lords with silver victory points above 50 will advance to the third arena, the Gold Arena. Lords with silver victory points below 50 will be directly eliminated, and the ranking rules are the same as the Bronze Arena. The third competition field is the Gold Competition Field. The fourth competition field is the Platinum Competition Field. The fifth competition field is the Diamond Competition Field. And the sixth competition field is the Star Competition Field. The rules for the 6 competition fields are the same. Until the final 7th competition field, the King Competition Field. In this competition field, all promoted lords need to fight with other lords. Each battle victory will gain 1 King victory point, and each battle failure will reduce 1 King victory point. Finally, the champion will be determined based on the accumulated victory points. The above are the rules of this competition. When this series of rules were announced, the trillions of lords on the field were once again in an uproar. God, be my lord. There are so many games in the 5th round of the finals. Yeah. It's too much. If you calculate it this way, you have to fight at least 1,000 times to complete the game. It's outrageous. But it's also fair. In large-scale battles, promotion and elimination are determined by the winning rate. This is the best way to see the level of the Lord. Indeed, this will also eliminate those lords who rely on luck. Everything depends on hard power. After all, the match lords are random, and everyone's combat power is about the same. This competition rule is good. I support it. Everyone began to discuss the rules of this competition enthusiastically. In the tower, Han Xing, Ling Hui, and Long Yu looked at each other. After a moment, Long Yu spoke first. I didn't expect that the 5th round of the competition would turn out like this. In the first round of the bronze arena, you have to fight 1,000 times in a row, and in the next 5 rounds, you have to fight 500 times in total. Han Xing also nodded. Yes, it seems that this competition will not be over in a short time. But as those people said, this competition is very fair. According to the system introduction, everyone will fight 1,000 random battles in the first round, and then advance according to the winning rate. There are a total of 10,500 people in this competition, which means that you will fight with at least 1/11th of the strong ones. During this period, you will encounter enemies who are proficient in various fighting methods, which is the most challenging for overall strength. With such a large-scale competition sample, the level of this lord can be seen quickly. Those with a low winning rate will be eliminated directly, and those with a high winning rate will be sent to the next arena to continue the round-robin battle. Just like raising a goo, the strongest one will emerge in the end. Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath. It seems that the Great Beast Lord will not be able to advance this time. After all, the Great Beast Lord was able to enter the 5th round with the help of Han Xing. Even though Han Xing has recently awakened the original holy body, the Great Beast Lord has also gained some benefits. But under this big data screening, he will definitely not have a sufficient winning rate. Fortunately, the ranking this time is based on the final winning points. If the Great Beast Lord works hard, he should be able to enter the top 10,000. At the same time, among the 10,000 Beast Lords, the Great Beast Lord also read the competition announcement. He sighed and said slowly, "It seems that the time has come to test the true strength. I hope that I can be a little luckier this time and match some weaker opponents." Although there are 1,000 games, the opponents in it are also strong and weak. As long as he matches with a little more weak lords, he will be able to gain more victory points. In this way, when ranking according to the competition, his ranking can be slightly higher. Just as the Great Beast Lord was praying in secret, another announcement appeared. Chapter 837. Attention all participating lords. The competition rewards will be announced next. When this announcement appeared, the whole place fell into a brief silence again. After all, for them, the biggest purpose of participating in this competition, in addition to becoming famous or challenging more opponents, is naturally the generous rewards. For a moment, everyone held their breath and quietly waited for the system to broadcast. This competition will issue rewards at different stages according to the ranking. Number 10,000 to number 9,001. Eternal Earth * 10 kg, Origin Coin * 50 million, Earth God Stone * 10, Sky God Stone * 10. Number 9,000 to number 8,001. Eternal Earth * 15 kg, Origin Coin * 100 million, Earth God Stone * 15, Sky God Stone * 15. Number 8,000 to number 7,001. Eternal Earth * 20 kg, Origin Coin * 150 million, Earth God Stone * 20, Sky God Stone * 20. Number 7,000 to number 6,001. Eternal Earth * 25 kg, Origin Coin * 200 million, equals Earth God Stone * 25, Sky God Stone * 25. Number 6,000 to 5,001. Eternal Earth * 30 kg, Origin Coin * 300 million, Earth God Stone * 30, Sky God Stone * 30. Number 5,000 to 4,001. Number 2,000 to 1,001. Eternal Earth * 50 kg, Origin Coin * 1 billion, Earth God Stone * 50, Sky God Stone * 50. When this series of prompts ended, all the lords were in a state of strong shock. It was because the rewards this time were too exaggerated. As long as you squeeze into the top 10,000, you will get 10 kilograms of Eternal Soil and 10 Earth God Stones and Sky God Stones as rewards. For every 1,000 places you advance, you can get 5 kilograms of Eternal Soil and 5 Earth God Stones and Sky God Stones. These 3 are rare resources for all lords. In the last round of competition, you even had to enter the top 100 to get so many rewards. But now, you only need to advance to the top 10,000 to get so many rewards. Most of the lords are already tempted. It's worthy of being a grand ceremony held once every million years. The organizers are really generous. Yes. 10 kilograms of eternal soil, even for a high-level lord with rich background, needs to accumulate for hundreds of thousands of years, and now it is directly used as a reward, not to mention the more precious Earth God Stone and Sky God Stone later. I'm so envious. If I had worked harder, I could have entered the 5th round. Not to mention the top 1,000, getting the top 10,000 is no problem. Brother, in which round were you eliminated? The 1st round. Just as the lords continued to discuss, the announcement appeared again. The above are the rewards for 1,000 and 1st to 10,000 place. The special rewards for the first 1,000 will be announced next. 1,000 to 500 in 1st place. 50 kilograms of eternal earth, 50 earth god stones, and 50 sky god stones, 5 sacred herbs. 500 to 100 in 1st place. 80 kilograms of eternal earth, 80 earth god stones, and 8 sky god stones, 8 sacred herbs. 100 to 51st place. 100 kilograms of eternal earth, 100 earth god stones, and 100 sky god stones, 10 sacred herbs. 1 lord level origin combat skills secret book. 50th to 11th place. 120 kilograms of eternal earth, 120 earth god stones, and 120 sky god stones, 12 sacred herbs. 1 intermediate lord level origin combat skills secret book. 10th to 4th place. 150 kilograms of eternal earth, 150 earth god stones, and 1 sky god stones. 150 sacred herbs asterisk 15 high level lord level origin combat skills secrets asterisk 1. 3rd place. Eternal soil asterisk 200 kg earth god stone plus sky god stone asterisk 200 sacred herbs asterisk 20 high level lord level origin combat skills secrets asterisk 1 qualification to enter the core battlefield of the southern domain secret realm asterisk 1. 2nd place. Eternal soil asterisk 250 kg earth god stone plus sky god stone asterisk 250 sacred herbs asterisk 25 primary god level origin combat skills secrets asterisk 1 qualification to enter the core battlefield of the southern domain secret realm asterisk 1. 1st place. Eternal soil asterisk 300 kg earth god stone plus sky god stone asterisk 300 sacred herbs asterisk 50 primary god level origin combat skills secret realm asterisk 1 primary god level origin holy weapon asterisk 1 qualification to enter the core battlefield of the southern domain secret realm asterisk 1. When this series of reward announcements ended, the whole audience fell silent again. This strange silence lasted for several seconds. So scary. As the First Lord spoke, a huge uproar broke out in this thousands of light-year area. God, the rewards for the first 1,000 are too scary. Easily tens or hundreds of kilograms of eternal soil, as well as a large number of sky and earth divine stones, and even extremely precious sacred herbs. Yes. As long as you enter the first 1,000, no matter which lord's territory strength will be greatly increased. Too exaggerated. Everyone exclaimed at the generous rewards for the first 1,000. And another group of lords noticed the rewards for the first 100. Those monsters are still treated well. As long as they can enter the top 100, they can choose any precious origin combat skills. Yeah. You can't buy this stuff even if you have money, let alone it's suitable for you. The most exaggerated reward is the first place reward, which starts with the origin combat skills of the God Realm Lord level. The value of this thing is beyond imagination, not to mention that there are primary God Lord level origin sacred artifact that only appears in legends. I heard that even some God Realm Lords are not qualified to own weapons of this level. What's this? Don't you think about what kind of monsters can get the first place in this competition? For them, the God Realm Lord realm is not a problem at all. As long as they break through, ordinary God Lords can't be their opponents at all. There is even hope to impact a higher realm in the future. After listening to the explanation of the Lord, everyone also felt that it made sense. Compared to the audience, the reactions of the participating lords were quite different. After seeing the amazing rewards, their breathing became more and more rapid. In particular, the rewards of hundreds of kilograms of eternal soil and divine stones for the top 100 aroused their desire. Therefore, these lords have made up their minds. They must do their best in this last round of competition to get a higher ranking. This is not only a reward, but also an honor. As long as this competition is over, These participating lords will be invited by different forces according to their respective rankings. Even some old antique-level divine domain lords will come here to accept disciples. This makes them more determined to strive for a higher ranking. So, in the expectation of everyone, several more announcements came from the competition continent. However, the content of this announcement is about prize guessing. The specific rules are similar to the previous guessing. You bet on a favored lord and guess his final ranking. And this time the error range is smaller, only 2. For example, if you predict that a lord's final ranking is 1001, then he can only be 1003 or 999 at most, otherwise your bet will go down the drain. Moreover, the more popular the player is, the smaller the odds are. For example, Roland and Tion, who are stable in the top 10, the number of people betting on them has reached a terrifying level. In an instant, it exceeded tens of billions of people. The accumulated origin coins in the prize pool have reached an astronomical figure. Similarly, their odds have also reached an extremely low level. In the tower, Ling Wei and Long Yu looked at the man in front of them. Long Yu said first, "What do you think about this competition?" Han Xing did not reply, but looked at the number of people betting on him. Similarly, there are quite a few lords betting on him, which has soared to more than 10 million, and the original coins in the prize pool have also exceeded 10 billion. Of course, most of these lords bet on him to be in the top 2,000 or 3,000, and the bolder ones only bet on him to be in the top 1,000. No one bet on him to be in the top 100. As mentioned before, their understanding of Han Xing is still stuck in 100 years ago. Almost the same level as Qinghe and Yalian, even a little weaker than them. So the final ranking is indeed around 1,000 to 2,000. However, what they didn't know was that Han Xing had already completed his transformation in the past 6 months, and his goal was no longer the top 1,000, but a higher realm. So, Han Xing turned around and said, "Push me to the top 3. This time, I want to try to push the limit and take down that origin holy weapon." After all, the rewards for this competition are too amazing. If he can take the first place, he will get 300 kilograms of eternal soil in one fell swoop, enough to pay off all the resources owed to the Tianji God Lord. There will be a lot left for his own use. The other hundreds of sky and earth gods can also bring a significant improvement to his overall strength. Of course, the most exaggerated is the God Lord level origin combat skills, and God Lord level origin holy weapon. These two things, just by listening to the name, you can know how precious their value is. And the most important thing is the task he accepted: extreme challenge. Enter the top 10, and you will receive rewards. 50 kilograms of eternal soil, 5 billion of the original power of your own choice, 2 skilled books of the Lord of the Divine Realm, 2 million legendary points. The highest reward for this mission is only for the top 10. But even so, the reward is still beyond imagination. In addition to dozens of kilograms of eternal soil, plus billions of original power, there are also 2 skill books. If you count the reward for the first place, it will be a full 3 books. As long as all these rewards are obtained and digested, Han Xing's strength will definitely usher in a new transformation. At this time, a new idea came into his mind. The highest reward for the extreme challenge task released by the system this time is only for the top 10. Even the system probably determines that my highest limit is the top 10. But if I rush into the top 3 in one fell swoop, or even take the first place, will it trigger some hidden rewards? Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't help but feel a little excited. At the same time, Ling Wei and Long Yu didn't say much after hearing that Han Xing asked them to bet on him to enter the top 3. But each of them bet all their savings during this period, almost 2 billion original coins, on Han Xing. He took a look at the current odds. The odds of Han Xing entering the top 3 are 4.5 times. In other words, if he can successfully enter the top 3 this time, Ling Wei and Long Yu will get a reward of 7 billion original coins in one fell swoop. Including their capital, it is even about to break through 10 billion. For any high-level lord, this is an astonishingly large amount of money. Next, they continue to wait in the tower, studying the rules of the game while waiting for the game to start. Many of the lords outside were paying attention to Han Xing's bets. After all, he was a hot player, and his popularity was once on par with those top 100 players. If his rank was not only mid-level lord, Han Xing would definitely be a hot player in the top 100. And now, most of the lords bet on him, betting that he could enter the top 2,000 or 3,000. When Ling Wei and Long Yu bet all 4 billion origin coins on him and bet that he could enter the top 3, it caused a big wave among these lords. Betting 4 billion on Killing Star to enter the top 3, isn't that crazy? Yeah, it's really crazy. No matter how much you believe in him, you have to consider his strength. He has little hope of even the top 1,000, let alone the top 3. These two people are really crazy. It would be great if they gave me 4 billion, but it just went down the drain. Maybe they just have too much money to burn. That's true. The lords all agreed on Long Yu and Ling Hui's behavior. That is, they are either crazy or too rich to burn. Except for the few people who knew about it, no one believed that he could enter the top 3. Someone even threatened that if Han Xing could enter the top 10, he would eat 10 tons of stinking toon beasts in public. However, there are some beings with a more sensitive sense of smell, who seem to have realized that something is wrong. They also bet some origin coins, betting that Han Xing can enter the top 3. However, the number was not large. Most of them were hundreds of thousands, or even millions, and even 1 million was rare. In this way, time passed in a flash, and half an hour passed. At the same time, since the end of the 4th round of the flag-grabbing competition, the huge competition continent has been covered with a transparent shield, prohibiting anyone from entering. And at this moment, the shield was quietly broken. A strong divine light burst out from it. Buzz! The dazzling light column reached a height of thousands of light years, and it could be seen clearly even from an extremely long distance. And the lords who were nearby, whether they were in the realm of the God Realm Lord or the Chaos Lord, felt a vast pressure under this divine light. All creatures could not help but feel a strong sense of awe and fear. They had only one thought in their minds, that was to worship. Surrender. Then, everyone heard a voice that struck their hearts directly. South Territory Tianju Challenge. The 5th round of the finals is about to begin. All contestants, get ready, you will be teleported to the competition space in 30 seconds. At this moment, all the lords looked stern. Then, a countdown automatically appeared in the ears of the participating lords. 30. 29. 28. Chapter 838. At the same time, Han Xing exited the meditation mode and stood up from the ground. Then, he turned around and said, "The game is about to start. You can continue to watch the game here." The two women nodded. Long Yu raised his staff and said excitedly, "Lord Han Xing, come on. I believe you will win every battle and defeat all enemies." Including the cold Linghui next to her, she mustered up her courage several times and finally whispered, "Come on." Han Xing smiled and nodded. "I know, just wait for my good news." At the same time, the countdown in his ear had reached the last moment. 3, 2, 1. The game begins. Now teleport all lords to the game space. Then, from the thousands of light years area of the game continent, a full 100,050 divine lights rose. Buzz, buzz! The height of these light pillars also reached hundreds of light years. Each light pillar represented a participating lord, and also represented the top monsters in the southern region. The next moment, a familiar feeling of dizziness appeared, and the figures of Han Xing and others disappeared on the spot. A few seconds later, Han Xing opened his eyes. This time, there was still darkness in front of him, and the surroundings were also extremely silent. It seemed that he was now in the deepest part of the sea, and it seemed like he was in the empty universe. However, this silence did not last long. Just a few seconds later, a prompt appeared in front of him. "Attention contestants. The first battle of the 5th round of the finals will begin in 30 seconds. Randomly assigning your opponent. Randomly generating the scene." When seeing the last prompt, Han Xing thought, randomly generate the scene? It seems that this 5th round of competition not only tests the overall strength of the Lord, but also tests some luck. Although, at their level, the impact of the environment is minimal. After all, any attack they make can cover hundreds or thousands of light years, and not only the scene, but also will be broken by their battle. But, this is the competition continent, a place with extremely rich origin rules. Even for these top lords, it is not so easy to destroy the competition scene. This gives some lords an opportunity. For example, if the lord who is good at hiding and assassinating appears in an extremely dark place with extremely rich dark origin, there is no doubt that this is extremely beneficial to him, and the winning rate of the battle will be greatly improved. For example, a lord who is extremely good at fire attacks appears in a world full of lava and flames, then his attack power and casting speed will be enhanced. Of course, this probability is relatively small. After all, as mentioned above, the map is randomly survived, and no one can decide. It is also possible that the generated map is more suitable for the opponent. Then, you will lose a little bit. Han Xing smiled and shook his head. However, I have the origin of the holy body, which is equivalent to having the origin affinity of all systems. So, no matter what the map environment is, it doesn't affect me much. Thinking of this, he was no longer worried. Instead, He concentrated and waited silently for the game to start. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Game starts. Battlefield generation, endless void, strong shadow law, the darkness receded like a tide, and Han Xing found himself in a broken star field. Huge meteorite fragments were floating in the distance, and the surroundings were filled with dense shadow power, as if even the light was swallowed up. Seeing this scene, Han Xing frowned slightly. The first game is in a shadow environment? Is the opponent an opponent who is good at hiding? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a curse. Damn it! Why is the map of the first game in such a ghost place? Han Xing looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a dazzling human figure floating not far away. It was a creature covered in blazing white light, with skin like flowing liquid light, and 6 wings condensed from pure light energy stretched out from behind. His eyes were like 2 miniature stars, and every time he blinked, a dazzling brilliance burst out. The Guangya tribe? Han Xing raised his eyebrows slightly, and also understood why this person cursed. The Guangya tribe is a creature that is extremely friendly and dependent on light attributes. In places where light elements are abundant, they can not only exert the most powerful combat power, but also transform their bodies into pure light elements, immune to most attacks. There are not many Guangya people participating in this competition. According to the information, there is only one person who entered the 5th round. Obviously, the opponent is the son of Guangyu, Spectrum. At the same time, Spectrum also noticed the figure of the opponent. He was stunned at first, and then the depression on his face disappeared instantly, revealing ecstasy. Ha ha ha. It's you, the only mid-level lord in this competition. I met you. Is it because the organizer took pity on me, and gave me a soft persimmon? Spectrum looked at Han Xing with surprise, as if he was looking at a naked beauty. On the projection screen outside, many lords also noticed the battlefield on Han Xing's side, and they were all a little surprised. Xing is a bit unlucky this time. He encountered such an opponent right at the beginning. If it was other lords, it would be easier to deal with, a lord said regretfully, as if he had foreseen Han Xing's solution. Another lord next to him asked, Brother, what do you mean? Isn't Xing's fighting power very strong? Spectrum is not the top monster in this competition. Should it be able to fight? Including other people, their curiosity was aroused, and they all looked over. The lord shook his head and said, You don't understand. Xing's fighting style is fast, accurate and ruthless, pursuing the maximum attack power to kill the opponent in one wave. And this Spectrum, as the son of the Guangya clan, is also the best among the lords in terms of speed. In addition, his light form can be immune to most physical attacks. Xing's fighting style is just restrained by him. When he finished explaining, everyone frowned. I also know that Han Xing might really meet a tough guy this time. At this time, a lord said, Look, Spectrum is taking action. Here comes his special skill. 9 swords of light prison. He is going to kill the killer in one fell swoop. After hearing this, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Spectrum laughed wildly, opened his arms suddenly, and a dazzling white light burst out from his body, as if a star exploded in the void. 9 swords of light prison cut. 9 brilliant giant swords of light suddenly condensed, each of which contained the terrifying power to tear the galaxy apart, and strangled Han Xing from all directions. Die! Ha ha ha! Spectrum grinned, as if he had seen the scene of Han Xing being torn apart by the lightsaber. However, Han Xing just raised his head lightly, and a trace of cold knife light flashed in his pupils. The next moment, an invisible spiritual power burst out. Like the stunning knife light that separated the universe from chaos, it instantly crushed the 9 lightsabers. Spectrum's smile froze on his face, and there was still extreme fear in his eyes. Then, bang! Spectrum's body suddenly exploded, turning into countless light particles and dissipating in the void. Battle end. Winner, Han Xing. Time for this battle, 3.47 seconds. Current bronze victory points, 1/1000. The next moment, Han Xing's figure withdrew from the competition venue. In the outside world, the group of lords who were paying attention to this battle fell into a dead silence. All the lords stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths opened, but they could not make a sound. One look. Someone trembled and said in disbelief, Spectrum? Was stared to death? What happened? Am I still asleep, or has the world changed? That's Spectrum. However, no matter how unbelievable these lords are, the facts are in front of them. The top evildoer of the Guangya clan was stared to death by Han Xing's eyes. Among them, another lord frowned and asked, Did you see it clearly? What method did he use to kill Xing? Other lords shook their heads, No, their battle ended too quickly, and they didn't see what happened at all, and Spectrum was killed instantly. Another lord who was a bit older in the crowd analyzed, I guess that the killer should use a mental attack method, but I don't know what it is. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. At this time, another lord said, Look, Han Xing's second battle has begun. In an instant, many lords raised their heads and looked at the projection screen. Moreover, because the first battle was too weird, it also attracted the attention of many lords in the God realm. The game begins. Battlefield generation, quantum maze, disordered space laws. The scene in front of Han Xing suddenly distorted, and countless prism-like space fragments appeared around him. The whole world was like a broken kaleidoscope, and each fragment reflected a different dimensional scene. Space battlefield? Han Xing raised his eyebrows slightly. It's a bit interesting, but it's still a little worse than the Qianli realm of the Wuxiang God Lord. Let me see who the opponent is this time. He raised his head and looked. Tick-tick. Tick-tick. A strange mechanical sound came from all directions. Han Xing's eyes fixed, and he saw a strange creature made of countless gears and crystal edges floating in the space crack. It has no fixed form, and its body constantly changes between cubes, spheres, and polyhedrons. A beating crystal heart is embedded in the core, and each pulse causes a slight distortion of the surrounding space. When he saw this monster, Han Xing had already guessed the other party's identity. Kongfei, a creature that only lives in the cracks. It is said that this group is extremely rare, but each one has a very strong combat power, and Kongfei is the best among them. According to the intelligence, this guy is at least one of the top 5,000 players. At the same time, the opposite Kong Xing issued an electronic synthesized voice. Carbon-based life form detected, combat protocol activated. It suddenly disintegrated into hundreds of small cubes, each of which reflected a different image of Han Xing. Space replication begins. Swish. In an instant, thousands of Han Xing appeared in the entire quantum maze at the same time, and each replica made a different attack action. Outside, the lords who were watching the battle were once again fully focused and alert. It is Kong Xing's signature skill. It can project the opponent into different dimensions. Qin Xing will be in trouble. He can't find the opponent's body at all. On the battlefield, after carefully sensing it, Han Xing also smiled. So that's it. Dimensional projection achieved through the origin of space? But this is useless to me. He slowly closed his eyes, and the special perception of original holy body was instantly unfolded. In the countless noisy and chaotic spaces, he accurately locked onto the most primitive fluctuation. Then, Han Xing glared at it again. Buzz. A transparent spiritual broadsword, at a speed that was too fast for the naked eye to capture, instantly came to Kongfei. The next moment, this strange creature also froze. It made a difficult electronic synthesis sound. Analysis. Failed. Bang. Kongfei's body shattered like a broken glass handicraft, and those dimensional replicas also dissipated. Battle end. Winner, Han Xing. Time for this battle, 9.82 seconds. Current bronze victory points, 2/1000. At this moment, the lords from the outside world widened their eyes at the same time and stood up. God, another deadly stare. Oh my god, what happened? It's so scary. Even the first 5,000 air flies couldn't resist his attack with a single stare. How did Han Xing do it? Unbelievable. On the other side, a group of lords frowned and stared at the projection screen. Did you see it clearly? Asked an old man. Next to him, another lord nodded solemnly. I saw it clearly. It was definitely a mental attack, but it was too fast to see what it was. Hearing this, the other lords frowned again. Mental attack. This killer star can do this? I remember that in the second round of the game, the killer star used a mental attack to kill his opponent in seconds. It seems that this skill should be used this time. I see. It seems that during the 6 months of rest, Han Xing has made a big breakthrough in the mental field, so his mental attack has become so powerful all of a sudden. But he exposed his trump card so early, isn't he afraid of being targeted? A group of lords analyzed it one after another. Yes, the lord who can enter the 5th round this time is not nearly omnipotent, and many of them are evildoers who are good at the spiritual field. If the killer encounters them, I'm afraid he will be exposed. Chapter 839. Just as they were discussing, Han Xing's 3rd round of competition had begun. Since each lord had to play thousands of games this time, the pace of the battle was quite fast. Almost within 5 seconds of the end of a battle, the next game would start. Battlefield generation. Ever-frozen abyss. Ice law amplification 300%. The biting cold wind whistled past, and Han Xing was standing on a glacier of thousands of feet, surrounded by towering ice crystal mountains, and the whole world seemed to be frozen in an eternal winter. Ice battlefield? The white air exhaled by Han Xing instantly condensed into ice crystals. Will you not match me with an ice enemy this time? Boom! A violent explosion was heard in the distance. A huge monster with lava flowing all over its body broke through the ice. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, with horns curved like volcanic rocks, and every breath it exhaled was a hot sulfur breath, and the ever-frozen ice layer under its feet melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. This damn place. I have been matched with this kind of environment twice in a row. What is the organizer doing? An angry roar sounded, and the creature seemed extremely angry. At this time, it also noticed its opponent. The lava-like eyes immediately fixed on Han Xing, and a look of surprise appeared in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. It's you? I blamed the organizer wrongly, and I was matched with the only intermediate lord. This is giving me points. This lava creature seemed very happy. The next moment, he rushed over violently, and the ice layer vaporized into white mist wherever he passed. It seemed that it couldn't wait to kill Han Xing. Go to hell. Abyss explosion. However, when he saw the opponent rushing over, Han Xing still didn't even move a step. He raised his head again and glared. The next moment, the lava creature seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and its body suddenly stiffened. Then, the surprise in its pupils turned into confusion, and the flames on its body quickly cooled and solidified. How is this possible? Finally, it turned into a black volcanic rock statue, and fell into the endless ice below. Battle end. Winner, Han Xing. Time for this battle, 6.33 seconds. Current bronze victory points, 3/1000. Then, it was the 4th, 5th, and 6th battles. Han Xing was the same as now, just raising his eyelids and glaring at his opponent. Then the opponent seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and died on the spot. Whether it was the physical system, the assassination system, or the elemental system, they all died under his gaze. And the lords in the outside world were completely confused. If 1 or 2 times were accidental, and 3 or 4 times were luck. Then now, he used the same method for 6 consecutive times, staring at his opponents to death. This is absolute strength. Killer star. Has he made such a big breakthrough in the spiritual field in the past 6 months? Indeed, it is really beyond imagination. We all thought that he was just good at archery, but now, he has such a powerful spiritual attack method. If an uninformed opponent encounters it, I am afraid he will suffer a great loss. Yeah. I'm afraid this time, Xing may even have a chance to directly enter the top 1000. Hearing this number, the lords were also shocked. After all, before this, they thought that it was a miracle among miracles for a mid-level lord to enter the 5th round. But now, based on Han Xing's comprehensive performance, he was actually judged to be able to enter the top 1000, and that ranking is only for first-class monsters like Qin He and Leng Dao. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. At this time, a lord said tentatively, "You say, is it possible that Xing has already broken through to the high-level lord realm?" Hearing this, other lords immediately refuted, "Impossible. According to the information we know about Xing, it has been less than 20 years since he broke through from the primary lord to the middle-level lord. Do you know what 20 years means? For lords like us, it will be over in one retreat. How could he break through to the high-level lord in such a short time?" This person said it decisively, and with great certainty. Other lords also responded, "That's right. Xing can't break through to the high-level lord. After the 4th round of the game, he was still a middle-level lord, and he only had half a year of rest time. The process of any lord breaking through from the middle level to the high level requires much more time than this." Under the refutation of the lords, everyone also doubted whether Han Xing had broken through to the high-level lord. After all, the probability is too low. If it is true, it would be a shocking event, a lord whispered. To verify this, we can see the strength he shows. Next, if the opponent he meets is strong enough and forces him to use his full combat power, we can see whether Xing has advanced to a high-level lord. The lords nodded one after another. Next, they focused their attention on the battlefield. However, the strange thing is, Xing's side made the same move in the next dozen battles. The battle started, and he saw the enemy, and then stared at him to death. Even before the opponent could react, he was killed instantly. This strange battle situation was completely beyond everyone's expectations. It also made some lords, who wanted to check Han Xing's strength, have no way to infer. Just like this, time passed, and more than 100 battles passed. From the start of the 5th round to now, more than an hour has passed. So far, Han Xing's bronze victory points can be ranked in the top 10 among all lords. As for why he is not the first, of course, it is because there are other monsters who also have extremely powerful combat power. Often, when the enemy just appeared, they kill the opponent instantly. After more than 100 battles, there was almost no exception. Especially Roland and Ji Yutian. The former also used mental attack methods, turning into countless mental swords. At the moment of the battle, the mental swords penetrated through, and then solved the opponent neatly. The latter took the route of force field attack. At the beginning of each battle, Ji Yutian instantly locked the enemy's position, and then grasped the void. The space where the enemy was located was squeezed and compressed by him in an instant, and began to collapse infinitely, until it shrank into a black hole, completely tearing the enemy apart. This move seems simple, but in fact it contains many laws, and is very complicated. Ji Yutian has also tried it many times, and all of the more than 100 battles were killed instantly. Obviously, the three most dazzling players in the entire arena are undoubtedly Roland, Ji Yutian, and Han Xing. Their attacks are very neat and tidy, and surprisingly weird, making it difficult to see their specific strength. Battle end. Winner, Han Xing. Time for this battle, 28 seconds. Current bronze victory points, 115/1000. When Han Xing just finished the 115th battle, the lords who were watching Han Xing's battle fell silent. Because so far, Han Xing has only shown one way of attack. That is to stare at the enemy to death with his eyes. If the first stare doesn't kill him, then try the second one. There was no enemy that could stop his eye attack. So, their idea of trying to find out Han Xing's strength through fighting was naturally in vain. A lord gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe he can keep winning." Among the more than 10,000 lords, there are many who are good at mental defense. If Sha Xing encounters these strong men, his attack methods will definitely be ineffective. Hearing this, the other lords did not say anything, but silently looked at the projection on the field. And when Han Xing was playing the 116th game, the eyes of those lords suddenly lit up. Huh? This time, the opponent of Killing Star is actually him. Ha ha. It seems that the brother just said it right. Killing Star is really in trouble this time. Battlefield Generation. Soul Cemetery, Mental Law Disorder. When the prompt ended, a cold wind blew around Han Xing, mixed with gray-white mist. There were countless translucent tombstones floating around, each with a name engraved on it. A battlefield for the spirit system? Han Xing frowned slightly. I wonder who the opponent is this time. When he looked forward. Chuckles. Strange laughter came from all directions, and a hunched figure gradually emerged in the gray mist. It was an old man in a tattered gray robe. His skin was as dry as tree bark, and there was a faint green ghost fire in his eyes. Killing Star? The hoarse voice seemed a little surprised. Han Xing looked at him for a moment, and did not answer. He glared at her. 9 Yuan soul-destroying sword. The first sword breaks the soul. A dark red spiritual sword instantly crossed the space, and came to the old man's side. Then it aimed at his body, and slashed it fiercely. Buzz. Invisible spiritual fluctuations sounded, accompanied by the screams of the soul. However, at this moment, a dark green ghost fire rose from the old man's body. The moment the spiritual sword came into contact with the ghost fire, it made a hissing sound, as if it was burning. In just a moment, this dark red spiritual sword was directly burned to ashes. Han Xing's first sword, the soul-breaking sword, did not have any effect. Seeing this scene, the audience outside the venue exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I said that Sha Xing couldn't keep killing people instantly." That's right, this time he met Soul Burial. As a veteran spiritual lord, his spiritual defense and spiritual attack power are much stronger than Han Xing, a halfway player. Sha Xing hit a wall this time. I wonder if he will use bows and arrows to fight. Everyone was looking forward to it, watching the game screen intently. Hee hee. The old man's sinister laughter sounded again. Everyone said that you, Sha Xing, are good at archery and have unparalleled attack power. I didn't expect you would have such a loud spiritual attack method. If it was other lords, they would be caught off guard and killed instantly by your knife. But, at this point, the old man paused, slowly raised his right hand, and a faint green flame rose from it. But, you have met me, and you have met your match. Your mental attack has no effect on me, ha ha ha. He seemed very proud, and was very happy that he had cracked Han Xing's ultimate move. However, Han Xing still ignored him. He glared again, and an invisible mental wave emanated. Buzz. In the eyes of other lords, they might not see anything. However, in the eyes of Soul Burial, who was also a spiritual lord, He could clearly see a big knife slashing towards him. The big knife was black and wrapped in black mist. Before he got close, he felt a sharp pain in his bones. It was Han Xing's second knife, bone-eroding. The old man's eyes gradually became solemn, because he could feel that this knife was more terrifying than the previous one. Relying on the defense of soul fire alone, it might not be able to withstand it. I underestimated you, the old man said in a deep voice. Everyone says that you are unparalleled in archery, but no one knows that you have such profound attainments in the way of spirit. But it's not that easy to deal with me. After he finished speaking, he raised his hands and his 5 fingers bent instantly. The next moment, 2 balls of dark green flames gradually rose to the air, and in an instant they began to merge and expand. Then, they turned into a huge human face. The human face rushed over and collided with the black sword instantly. Buzz! The moment the 2 sides came into contact, an invisible spiritual storm swept across the entire arena. The tombstones in the surrounding void were like being scratched by thousands of blades, with dense cuts emerging. Finally, they turned into powder and dissipated in the void. When the mental storm dissipated, the old man was still standing there in good condition. Except for his slightly messy robes, he had no other injuries. Seeing this scene, the lords on the field outside cheered again. Ha ha! The second attack of the Killer Star was also blocked by the Soul Burial. As expected of an old-fashioned mental demon, the Killer Star is just a rookie in front of him. Yeah. Now the Killer Star has to use a bow and arrow to fight, right? On the field, the Soul Burial raised his head and showed a terrifying face. He laughed grimly and said, Killer Star, you are still far behind in using mental methods in front of me. Now, take out your bow and arrow. When I really start to fight later, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to draw your weapon. Hearing this, Han Xing still raised his head and glanced at him lightly. Then, he finally said the first sentence after the start of the game. You old man, you talk too much nonsense. Are you so anxious to be killed by me? After saying this, the old man's sinister smile froze, and then turned into a raging rage. Chapter 840. Killer. Don't be so arrogant. The old man of Soul Burial made a hoarse voice. I respect you for breaking into the 5th round of the finals with the combat power of a mid-level lord, so I want to leave you a decent way to die. But you are so arrogant. In that case, then I will show you what the true spiritual origin is. After he finished speaking, the tattered black robe on his body moved without wind, and his white hair danced like a spirit snake. A strong spiritual wave continued to burst out from him, filling every corner of the stadium. In just a moment, a huge green ghost fire condensed from the top of the old man of Soul Burial's head. The ghost fire emitted a spiritual wave that could be called destructive, and people felt a spiritual pain just by looking at it. Outside the arena, the lords were excited when they saw this scene. That is Soul Burial's signature skill, Soul Fire Sky Burial. I didn't expect him to use this method right away. It seems that Killing Star wants him to be serious. Yeah. So far, there are not many lords who have survived this move. Killing Star is going to be unlucky. He is too arrogant. He has not used bows and arrows to fight until now. Competing with Soul Burial and mental attack, isn't this just hitting a rock with an egg, overestimating his own ability? In the discussion of the crowd, the green ghost fire expanded rapidly, and the mental fluctuations emitted from it became more and more terrifying. Opposite the old man, Han Xing folded his arms, and looked at the ghost fire from top to bottom. He nodded, and then commented, in terms of attack power, this move is really good, almost equivalent to the level of my second knife. The lord who can enter the finals is indeed quite capable. However, this move of yours also has a fatal flaw, that is, it takes too long to accumulate power. At this stage of your preparation, I can kill you countless times, do you know? Hearing this, the old man was slightly startled, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Kill me countless times, I won't. Before he finished speaking, a golden sword rose directly from Han Xing's head and chopped towards the opponent at an unprecedented speed. Where this sword passed, a golden stream of light was drawn, and the space was cut with faint ripples. It actually directly affected the real world from the spiritual world. Then, this sword hit the old man's eyebrows without any hindrance. Puff! With a dull sound. The old man said the last sentence. Believe. Bang! His body suddenly exploded, including the dark green ghost fire that was accumulating power on his head. Battle ended. Winner, Han Xing. Time of this battle, 56 seconds. Current bronze victory points, 116/1000. Until the battle was decided and Han Xing disappeared in the game projection, the lords who were watching the battle had not come back to their senses. They stared at the empty projection screen with a dull look, their eyes filled with disbelief. After a moment, a lord exclaimed, "God, am I seeing this right?" Soul Burial was killed instantly. Oh my god! What's going on? Didn't Soul Burial use his own special move? How come he was still killed instantly by killing Star? What's more terrifying is, Han Xing still didn't seem to use his best bow and arrow to deal with him, but used mental attacks to kill Soul Burial instantly. What? At this moment, the dullness in the eyes of all the lords has completely turned into shock. They originally thought that Han Xing should have made some breakthroughs in the spiritual field recently, and was eager to show off in front of everyone, so he used spiritual attacks in the previous battles to kill the enemy instantly, but now, in the process of fighting a spiritual monster, he still chose to use spiritual attacks to confront him head-on, and defeated his opponent overwhelmingly. You know, Han Xing is not some street-side lord. He is a serious monster player. Among the Chaos Lords, who are good at the spiritual field, he can be ranked in the top 100. But such an existence was completely crushed by the opponent in the field he is good at. Let's not talk about Han Xing's current psychological shadow. They want to know more. What realm has Han Xing's current spiritual field reached? If Han Xing can still show such a strong spiritual attack power in the later battles, then the previous evaluation of him will change again. With this move alone, he can enter the top 500. When thinking of this, all the lords took a deep breath. Then, they focused on the game's screen, because they knew that an unprecedented dark horse would appear in this game. At the same time, Han Xing continued his battle. The enemies behind him rarely encountered opponents like Han Xing. After all, there were not many lords who were good at the spiritual field, let alone the strong ones who could enter the finals. According to the proportion, among the 10,500 lords who entered the finals this time, there were only about 1% of spiritual lords. Han Xing only needs to randomly match 1,000 lords as his opponents among the more than 10,000 lords. So the opponents he met in the next battle were relatively normal. Either they were monsters who were good at the elemental field, or they were strong men who were proficient in close combat. But without any surprise, these opponents were all killed by his stare. Even if there were some exceptions, they only needed 2 stares at most. Han Xing was unstoppable all the way, and won more than 100 games in a row. The people watching the game outside were completely stunned. Even many lords of the God realm turned their eyes to Han Xing. When they saw that he didn't even need to move his feet at the beginning of each battle, and used his eyes to solve the opponent neatly. This made them wonder. Are those so-called top monsters too weak? However, everyone also knew that there was no weak person who could break into the finals from the fight between hundreds of billions of lords. Even a strong man like the Great Beast Lord could occasionally defeat his opponent with a large number of troops. Everyone has his own special skills. There are 2 reasons why Han Xing can maintain such a crushing attitude all the way. First, the opponent's understanding of him is that he is powerful in archery and has terrible destructive power, and they don't know that he is also good at the spiritual field. Second, no one knows that Han Xing has broken through to the high-level Lord, which led to the Lord's wrong prediction. In addition, his transformation this time has increased all his attributes by more than 10 times, which is no joke. Therefore, based on the above reasons, Han Xing has long been invincible and victorious. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, about 5 hours had passed. There was a huge screen on the competition continent. It would display the number of matches and points of each player, and rank them according to the number of points. Many lords were paying attention to the battle situation on it. 5th round finals, LP ranking. First place, Roland, matches, 458, bronze LP, 458. Second place, Zhou Lin, matches, 439, bronze LP, 438. Third place, Orima, matches, 441, bronze LP, 435. Fourth place, Pinyuani, matches, 436, bronze LP, 434. Fifth place, Ji Yuntian, matches, 431, bronze LP, 431. Sixth place, Han Xing, matches, 415, bronze LP, 415. Seventh place. Han Xing entered the top 10 with an incredible winning rate of 415 matches and 415 wins. You know, among these top 10 players, only he, Roland, and Ji Yuntian have not lost any game so far. In addition, Han Xing's previous performance. This ranking caused a sensation. Killer star. Too much. More than 400 battles, all won without exception. Isn't this winning rate too abnormal? Monster. A real monster? He can break into the top 10 with the strength of a mid-level lord. It's crazy. I estimate that he has probably broken through to a high-level lord, otherwise no matter how powerful a mid-level lord is, he can't have such a strong combat power. That's right. Don't tell me he used mental attack methods. Unexpectedly, he also encountered several powerful mental monsters along the way, and even a few lords who specialize in countering mental attacks, all of whom were crushed by him without exception. This kind of strength is definitely not a mid-level lord. After hearing this person's analysis, the others also felt that it made sense. After all, compared to the end of the fourth game, Han Xing's current performance is completely different from before. At least 10 times stronger. These lords are not fools. Half of them are convinced that Han Xing has undoubtedly broken through to the high-level lord. Just as everyone was arguing, the voice of a God Realm Lord resounded in everyone's ears. Han Xing has indeed completed the high-level transformation. After getting the personal confirmation of this God Realm Lord, the lords who were watching were once again in uproar. Oh my god! It's true! Sha Xing has broken through to the high level. When did this happen? After the fourth round, he was still a mid-level lord. How did he do it in half a year? Why didn't we sense any fluctuations? These lords were very confused. At this time, a high-level lord replied, "Do you remember that some time ago, there was a special change in the area where Han Xing was? The Wuxian God Lord released the Qindi realm in the area where he was, and it lasted for half a year. Could it be at that time?" Hearing the lord's speculation, the other lords were shocked, and their eyes also showed enlightenment. So that's it. If it was Wuxian God Lord who was covering, then it makes sense. Yes. But why would Wuxian God Lord help Sha Xing? Who knows, these God Realm Lords are very casual, they can help whoever they want, you can't control it. All the lords nodded. At this time, a new question came to their minds. That is, when Sha Xing was a mid-level lord, his combat power was so terrifying. Now that he has transformed into a high-level lord, how powerful will he be? Can he compete with Roland, Ji Yutian, Zhou Lin and other strong men for the top 3 or even the championship? When they thought of this, the eyes of those lords became hot, because they knew that this game would produce an unprecedented dark horse. They were also more looking forward to the result of this game. That's it. Time passed slowly. After another 5 hours, Han Xing had won 857 games in a row. There were only more than 100 games left before he could successfully advance to the Silver Arena. By then, the players in the Silver Arena would all be strong men who had passed the second screening, and the opponents they would match would definitely be stronger than now. Of course, this does not mean that the opponents Han Xing encountered now are not strong. At least he occasionally encountered some tough guys in the previous battles. They all had the fighting power to break into the top 1,000, and they did not underestimate Han Xing, and they used their strongest killing moves right away. On several occasions, Han Xing even used his Eternal Night War bow to successfully nail his opponent to death. So far, he no longer needs to hide his fighting power. Anyway, this is the final, and the lords who are competing cannot receive the news from the outside world. And his opponents were also amazed at the high-level lord fighting power displayed by Han Xing, and said that they would go all out next time they meet. In this way, Han Xing fought dozens of battles again. Battle ends. Winner, Han Xing. Time for this battle, 55 seconds. Current bronze victory points, 875/1000. After he defeated his opponent, the scene of the next game was quickly generated. Battlefield generation, Evernight Opera House, Shadow Law amplification 300%. The dim candlelight flickered on the gilded candlesticks, and the scarlet curtain fell silently. Han Xing stood on the stage covered with dark carpets, surrounded by layers of dark auditoriums. Theater scene? Han Xing looked around the empty auditorium, his eyes locked on a corner. Ding! The crisp sound of crystal wine glasses colliding came. A girl in a black lace dress leaned lazily on a leather seat, her pale calves swaying gently, and the metal buckles of her gothic leather shoes glowed coldly. She shook the goblet filled with dark red wine, and the corners of her bright red lips curved dangerously. A tender and deep female voice sounded, "This is my 568th battle. As long as I defeat you, I can get the 500th bronze victory point. As a reward for helping me advance smoothly, this queen will let you die quickly." When she gradually glanced over her head and noticed the face of her opponent, her pupils suddenly shrank. The next moment, a strong anger appeared on her face. "It's you? The guy who dared to call me an old woman. Wow, haha. Finally I caught you. This time, I will definitely beat you to your knees and beg for mercy, and lick my heels obediently." Han Xing raised her eyebrows and looked at the angry gothic Lolita in front of her. "Oh? It's you, old woman. You won't lose this time and not deny your debts, and run to my territory to cheat, right? Chapter 841. Hearing this, the woman in front of her stood up from the chair, and the goblet in her hand was crushed with a crack. Humph. This queen will never lose this time. Last time, this queen underestimated the enemy. This time, I will use all my strength to make you kneel down and surrender. Han Xing spread his hands. Really? I also want to experience how strong the old woman's full strength is. Shut up. Helena spread her arms, and the entire opera house was suddenly shrouded in a layer of blood, and a blood moon appeared in the sky. Don't call this queen old woman anymore. The bloody night is coming. Wow. Countless bats rushed out from under her skirt, the scarlet curtain turned into flowing blood waves, and the organ automatically moved to the death movement. Helena was suspended in the air, her eyes completely turned blood red. Feel the fear of being dominated by the bloody night. Instantly, her breath began to rise wildly. The surrounding space was distorted due to her power explosion. In the blink of an eye, Helena reached the limit of a high-level lord. At least 2 or 3 times stronger than before. And it was still rising. Obviously, this bloody night domain has greatly increased her strength. The lords watching the battle outside couldn't help but pay attention to the scene. It's Helena's complete form. The bloody night has come. In this form, not only is her combat power increased to the peak, but she also has a powerful blood-sucking ability, which can be called immortal. Yes. Even the lords of the god realm praised Helena's domain. If the killer star doesn't show his true ability, he will be in trouble. There's going to be something interesting to watch. Swish. Countless bats rushed over like a tide, completely engulfing Han Xing. There were dense, gnawing sounds, which made people's scalps numb. A stream of blood-red numbers kept appearing above Helena's head, which was her health value constantly recovering. As mentioned earlier, in this field, she can absorb blood by attacking enemies, and restore her own health value. The woman raised her chin slightly, with a smug smile on her lips. Humph. Stinky Han Xing, now you know the consequences of offending this queen, right? Now you kneel down to this queen, kowtow and apologize, and say you are wrong, I might forgive you. Before the words fell, the group of bats that surrounded Han Xing suddenly froze. The next moment, all of them were suspended in the air, as if they were electrocuted. Bang! 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 A series of dense explosions sounded, and all the bats were blown into pieces. A man walked out slowly in the explosion. He had no injuries on his body, not even a hair was broken. When Helena saw Han Xing's figure, she was shocked. How? How is this possible? If only Han Xing dealt with a group of bats, she would not be so surprised. But she clearly saw that Han Xing did not do anything just now, but just used the power of his body to kill all the bats. You know, after the blessing of the domain, her bats can withstand the full force of the high-level lord and survive. Now they are actually killed by his physical strength, which is beyond imagination. At the same time, Han Xing twisted his neck casually, making a series of teeth-grinding clacking sounds. He moved forward while rubbing his fists. Since I broke through the high-level lord, I haven't felt how strong this body is. Now, let me try to see if you can break through my defense. The moment he finished speaking, Han Xing's figure disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was less than 1,000 meters away from Helena. At this moment, the horror on the face of the Blood Queen was even greater, because she could feel that Han Xing's just burst of movement speed did not borrow any combat skills or other means. Just relying on pure physical strength, it has reached such a level. The crisis of death suppressed the shock in her heart. Helena hurriedly waved her skirt, Blood Moon. Before she finished speaking, Han Xing had appeared in front of her, pinching her neck with one hand and pressing her on the stage. Bang! The expensive solid wood floor exploded with spiderweb-like cracks. Helena struggled painfully, but found that her blood power was being suppressed by some higher power. She looked at the man in front of her with horror, watching him gradually raise his right fist, and the fist wind was wrapped with a physical power that distorted the space. First, I don't like others looking down at me when talking. Bang! This punch directly smashed half of the stage, and Helena was embedded in the backstage wall like a rag doll. Second, Han Xing walked over the ruins. You are really old. Helena was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and raised her hand tremblingly. I admit. Third, Han Xing stepped on her hand that wanted to release the fighting skills. The villain died because of talking too much. Crack! With the sound of the hand bones breaking, Han Xing pressed his other hand on Helena's forehead. Good night. Buzz. The destructive physical power burst out, and the Gothic Lolita's body gradually became transparent in the light, and then exploded on the spot. End of the battle. Winner, Han Xing. Time of this battle, 1 minute and 17 seconds. Current bronze victory points, 876/1000. When the battle ended, until Han Xing's figure disappeared from the projection screen, the lords watching the battle outside still didn't come back to their senses for a long time. It took a few seconds before the crowd burst into shocking cheers. Oh my god! Am I seeing this right? Han Xing didn't use a bow and arrow, didn't use a mental attack, and directly smashed the Blood Queen to death with his fists. God! This is too cruel. Yes, Helena is so miserable, she was completely slaughtered by the Killer Star. Everyone sighed at the process of this battle, and the terrifying fighting power that Han Xing burst out. At this time, a lord said, "Have you noticed that the transformation of the Killer Star is beyond imagination? Not only has his spiritual realm been greatly improved, but now he can kill a monster who is stable in the top 1000 with just the strength of his physical body. In addition, he showed extremely strong footwork and attack power in the previous intelligence. Do you think Han Xing now looks like the same person?" Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and thought for a while, and then suddenly opened their eyes. They knew who the other party was talking about. The currently recognized strongest monster, Roland. Like Han Xing, he has shown extremely strong combat power in various fields. Until now, no one knows how strong Roland's complete form is. Because every time he fights, he will give everyone different surprises and shocks, just like Han Xing now. A lord said excitedly. One is the well-known all-round lord, Roland. The other is the biggest dark horse in this competition, Han Xing. I really don't know what kind of sparks will collide if these two face off. It's so exciting. Yeah. I really hope they can fight now. On the other side, Helena's mind reorganized in a dark space, and her body recondensed. She knelt on the broken stage. Her gothic dress was torn in several places, the lace edge was stained with sawdust, and the originally exquisite twin ponytails were scattered to one side. Asshole. She clenched her fist tightly, her pale fingers trembling with force. Since she became a lord, how could she have been humiliated like this? When those men saw her, which one was not impressed by her beauty and temperament? Even those who refused to accept it were finally convinced by her powerful strength. And now, not only was she beaten to the ground, but her age was also exposed in public. Although as a high-level lord, tens of thousands of years old is nothing, but being called an old woman is not okay. Damn killer. She gritted her teeth, but her eyes were inexplicably hot. How dare you do this to me? But then, a strange emotion emerged from the bottom of her heart. He could have killed me with a bow and arrow. But he chose close combat. Could it be that he actually wanted to get close to me and touch the body of this queen? This queen has never been so close to a man in her life. Helena suddenly covered her hot face. Could it be? She looked through her fingers at the place where Han Xing disappeared. Han Xing actually likes this way? Once this idea came up, it could no longer be suppressed. She remembered the burning palm temperature when her neck was pinched, the other party's strong chest when she was pressed on the stage, and the divine light that finally penetrated her consciousness. Woo! Helena suddenly clamped her legs together and buried her face in her skirt. It's so embarrassing. She was obviously beaten up. Why is her heartbeat so fast? Why does her body still remember every detail of the touch? Next time we meet. She raised her head, her eyes flashing with dangerous and expectant light. I must make him pay the price. She said the most fierce words, but her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the finger marks left on her neck. At the same time, Han Xing in the preparation space suddenly sneezed. Strange. He rubbed his nose. Who is thinking about me? Is it that Helena is still thinking about revenge on me later? Han Xing thought for a while, slowly shook his head and said, Forget it, ignore this woman. If she wants to trouble me again, I don't mind beating her down completely. Thinking of this, Han Xing no longer paid attention, but continued to prepare for the next game. Buzz. Time passed quickly. The next 100 or so battles were all very fast, and Han Xing would kill the enemy at the fastest speed every time. During this period, he also met his acquaintance, the Great Beast Lord. After learning that he had played more than 500 games, but only won more than 70 games, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. After all, before the start of this game, the Great Beast Lord had watched the Origin Holy Body beside him for a period of time, and his physical strength had improved a lot. The result was still less than 20% of the winning rate, which still surprised Han Xing. This also indirectly proved how terrifying the strength of the players in this game was. Han Xing could always act so relaxed because his fighting power was too abnormal. Almost everyone he saw was killed in seconds, and the enemy couldn't even use his own killer. Who can he complain to? But the great beast lord is different. Because he is a lord who takes the second route, his fighting power basically depends on the massive arms in the territory. This also means that his battle cannot be resolved quickly, which will give other lords the opportunity to exert their full strength. This is also the disadvantage of the second route. And if it weren't for the fact that he had improved his win rate before the game started, his win rate wouldn't even reach 1%, let alone 20%. After some communication, Han Xing generously let the great beast lord kill him, contributing the first blood of this game. Although 1 bronze point is not much, it may also be the key for him to squeeze into the top 10,000. After all, only the top 10,000 will get rewards in this final. And giving away a life is no loss to Han Xing at all. His 999 bronze victory points can be said to be a sure thing for promotion. In this way, Han Xing quickly completed 1,000 battles, becoming the 4th lord to finish the battle in the whole game. In front of him were Roland, Zhou Lin, and Pin Yuani. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Challenger Han Xing, please note, you have successfully challenged 1,000 battles in the bronze arena, and have accumulated bronze victory points, 999. Please wait for all lords to complete the game, and the results of the game will be counted according to the results. Only when all 10,500 lords in this game have completed 1,000 games, and the competition party has ranked and counted them, will the next round of battles continue. Before that, those who finished early could only wait silently in the game space, including Han Xing. He directly found a place to sit on the ground, and then entered a meditative state. Time passed in a flash, and about 20 hours passed again. Hundreds of lords finished the battle one after another. You know, it took Han Xing only 12 hours to complete the 1,000 games. And the other lords took more than 30 hours, and only a few hundred of them finished the battle. At this pace, it would probably take at least 10 days for these lords to finish 1,000 games. This is not an exaggeration, but some lords have this fighting style. They often drag a battle to the limit of the game time, that is, it will take 20 minutes to decide the winner. After 1,000 games, at least half a month has passed. In fact, it is not their fault. At this level, a battle can take 20 years, or even 2,000 years, let alone 20 minutes. Han Xing also heard from Long Yu that in the Hunting Ridge Mountains in the south region, 2 high-level lords fought a life-and-death battle there, and it has been 10,000 years, and the winner has not been decided. Therefore, 20 minutes is already a very short number. On the other side, Yao Lian is fighting his 1,000th battle. Unfortunately, she encountered a top-notch evildoer this time. Battlefield Generation, Broken Sword Canyon, Sharpness Law Amplification 500%. The wind was howling, and the towering rock walls on both sides were full of broken weapons, each of which exuded a heart-pounding murderous aura. Chapter 842. Yao Lian stood in the middle of the canyon holding a large sword in one hand, the tip of the sword hanging down to the ground, and the dark red blade pattern glowed slightly like a blood vessel. And about tens of thousands of meters away from her, there was also a towering cliff. At the top stood a man in a gray-white cloak, with a long sword without a sheath hanging from his waist. When she saw the other party, a trace of solemnity appeared in Yao Lian's pupils. Because her opponent was Wu Jian, a man that even Yao Lian admitted was not as good as the other party in weapon attainments. However, on the battlefield, Yao Lian did not want to show any fear. She raised the large sword with one hand, squatted slightly, and a blood moon appeared behind her. Opposite, the man in the gray-white cloak raised his head, revealing a resolute middle-aged face. Good momentum. His voice was hoarse and low. However, you only have powerful killing power, but no corresponding defense means. Although fighting forward can make you exert your powerful combat power, once you encounter obstacles, the sword will be weakened by 3 points. The man saw Yao Lian's fighting style, and her weaknesses at a glance. Of course, it is not ruled out that Wu Jian has studied Yao Lian's fighting style in advance. Yao Lian's expression did not change at all, but said lightly, "So much nonsense." Zheng! The moment the big sword was unsheathed, the broken swords in the whole canyon trembled at the same time. Yao Lian's figure turned into a blood-red lightning. Before the sword light came, the sharp sword energy had already plowed a 1,000-meter gully on the ground. Wu Jian did not dodge, but just raised his fingers lightly. Ding! An invisible sword energy was generated out of thin air, accurately blocking Yao Lian's slash. The shock wave generated by the collision blasted spider web-like cracks on the surrounding rock walls. The first strike. Wu Jian said lightly, "You have 2 more chances." Yao Lian's pupil shrank suddenly. Her blood-cherry flash was actually blocked so lightly, but in an instant, her pupils ignited with a surging fighting spirit again. Then take my strike again. She turned around suddenly, and the big sword drew an arc of light like a full moon, obscure moon night. This strike was so fast that it exceeded the visual limit, and even the space appeared fine black lines where the blade passed. Wu Ming finally moved. He drew his sword for the first time. Clang! The clear sound of the sword resounded through the canyon, and a gray-white sword light came from behind and arrived first, splitting Yao Lian's sword force from the middle. The aftermath pushed her back tens of thousands of meters, her tiger's mouth cracked, and blood dripped down the handle of the sword. The lords who were watching the battle frowned. Everyone saw that this was an absolute crushing of fighting skills. The sword is the most powerful weapon among all weapons, and there are countless monsters among them. Wu Jian can break out of a group of monsters, so he must have his own strengths. Second sword. Wu Ming pointed the tip of his sword at Yao Lian, the last chance. Yao Lian panted violently, but a crazy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Interesting. Too interesting. She suddenly bit her tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood mist on the blade. Feed the sword with blood. The patterns on the big sword all lit up, and the blade actually grew a strange blood-colored flower vine. The broken swords in the whole canyon began to resonate, as if they were afraid of this awakened magic sword. Seeing this scene, Wu Jian frowned. The fighting skill of burning the origin? You can use it frequently here, but outside, every time you use it, your potential will be consumed. The 7 orifices of Yao Lian began to bleed, but her face was still filled with surging fighting spirit. Why should a strong man look ahead and behind when fighting? On the battlefield, I only have the knife in my hand, and I can use it to chop the enemy. That's enough. The next moment, she whispered, the flowers on the other shore are blooming. The last knife light amazed the entire battlefield. At that moment, it seemed that thousands of blood-colored cherry blossoms bloomed at the same time in the canyon, and each petal was a deadly knife aura. The swordless cloak was torn into pieces, revealing the body covered with sword scars underneath. At this time, the man finally got serious. Only the sword in your hand? It does fit your fighting style. In that case, let me show you my sword intention. He held the sword with both hands, and the gray-white sword energy rushed into the sky, sword burial style, eternal void. Boom! The moment the two extreme sharp edges collided, all the broken swords in the entire canyon were shattered at the same time. The sword energy and knife energy spread wildly in all directions, instantly sweeping over a dozen light years in radius, cutting the space into pieces. The lords, who were watching the battle, held their breath and stared at the projection screen intently. When the dust settled, Yao Lian's big sword was stuck on the rock wall, and the blade broke inch by inch. She lay among the sword corpses, and a penetrating wound on her chest was bleeding. On the opposite side, Wu Jian's half-chest was directly cut open, revealing the sword bones inside. Obviously, in this wave of collision, Wu Jian won in the end. Attention contestant Yao Lian, you have successfully completed 1,000 games and accumulated 712 bronze points. Please wait for all lords to complete the game and calculate the results based on the results. At the same time, Yao Lian's consciousness awakened in the game space. She touched her chest, and the penetrating wound there had disappeared. But her heart still ached. That was the unwillingness after the defeat. The woman said nothing, silently picked up the big sword on the ground, and entered the meditation state again. Time passed in a flash, and another hour passed. On the other side, Qing He also started his 1,000th battle. Battlefield generation, molten steel purgatory, fire law amplification 500%. The hot metal torrent rushed between the gullies, and the sky was dyed dark red by sulfur clouds. Qing He stood on a floating metal fragment, her green skirt fluttering in the heat wave, and the green umbrella in her hand was a light water barrier, resisting the surrounding heat. As her eyes looked forward, in the endless magma, a humanoid creature made entirely of liquid metal gradually rose, with dark golden ripples flowing on its surface. Seeing this scene, Qing He frowned slightly. I didn't expect. The last battle was not favorable to my battlefield. The enemy can get a considerable increase in this battlefield. She took a deep breath and didn't say much, but prepared to deal with the next battle with all her heart and soul. On the other side, the facial features of the humanoid creature gradually curved up. It opened its arms, and felt the rich fire elements around it. Haha. God really helps me. Not only is it a fire battlefield, but the enemy is Qinghe, the lord of the water system. Is the organizer going to give me victory points? After speaking, he looked at Qinghe, with a grim smile in his eyes. Very Qinghe. I will let you feel the temperature of my body, ha ha ha. Hearing the other party's frivolous words, Ching He's eyes turned cold, and murderous intent appeared in her pupils. She gently rotated the umbrella handle, and countless crystal drops of water turned into streams of light, rushing towards the enemy at high speed. Each drop of water contains the extremely compressed law of water. Wherever it passes, the hot air is instantly cooled, making a hissing sound of steaming. Heh. The fire creature sneered. If it were in the outside world, I would avoid your edge. But this is my home ground. The next moment, it waved its arms and summoned a giant magma python that roared and rushed up. Boom! The collision of water and fire exploded the sky with white fog. High-temperature steam swept across the battlefield, blocking the view. The fire creature took this opportunity to escape into the magma and approached Ching He in an instant. Fairy Ching He, I caught you. At the sound of the voice, his arm turned into a sharp metal spear and pierced Ching He's back. Ching He did not even look back, and the green umbrella suddenly turned upside down, and the umbrella was like a shield behind him. Dang! The metal spear pierced the umbrella, and it made a sound of metal clashing. The umbrella ribs trembled, and the water light barrier rippled, but it finally blocked the attack. Seeing this scene, the flamed humanoid creature raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "It can block this. It's interesting. But try my trick." After the words fell, he rushed into the air. The next moment, an invisible source of fluctuations burst out from it. The already suffocating temperature on the battlefield surged to 1,000,000 degrees again. All earthly materials, steel, stone, and soil, would vaporize the moment they came into contact with this high temperature. Even the physique of the God King level will be burned to ashes under such high temperature. Not only that, the magma within a radius of several light years was mobilized by it. Boom! Boom! Pillars of fire shot up into the sky, and finally set off a raging wave of fire. The humanoid creature waved his hand. The waves of fire are surging, burning everything. Crash! The waves several light years high rushed away, flooding the entire competition space. On the projection screen, everyone even saw the figures of the two lords, and could only see endless magma filling the screen. Under such a huge wave, Ching He's body was just like a speck of dust next to the sun. No, even smaller than dust. However, it was in this body that was even smaller than dust that a mysterious wave burst out. Where this wave swept, the waves of fire seemed to be blocked by something and stopped instantly. Then, everyone suddenly saw a lotus leaf appear in the sky of the stadium. The lotus leaf looked ordinary, just like a lotus leaf that grew randomly in a lotus pond, with dewdrops hanging on it. However, in the next second, the lotus leaf began to rotate slowly. Including Ching He below, she also gently grasped the handle of the umbrella in her hand and began to rotate. Buzz! It seemed that two lotus leaves were rotating at the same time, and in different directions, and finally set off two completely different green vortices. The moment the vortex came into contact with the magma, it directly rolled it up and turned it into a magma tornado. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying wind mixed with water vapor to fight against the magma wave that was several light years away. In the blink of an eye, the magma wave had to rotate under the influence of the wind. Finally, two magma tornadoes with diameters exceeding the scattering light year appeared between heaven and earth. The huge magma wave raised by the flamed humanoid creature was completely offset. Seeing this scene, the humanoid creature showed a look of surprise in his eyes. You actually used the wind and water essences to break my fire killer move. You are more evil than the intelligence shows. His tone became extremely solemn. However, Ching He did not waste time talking to him, and directly shook the umbrella handle lightly. Then, the speed of the two magma tornadoes increased significantly again, and they moved rapidly in the same direction. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying suction swept together, and the flamed humanoid creature was almost unable to stand under this terrifying wind force. While struggling to maintain his body, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! You want to use fire damage against me? Impossible. I am the heavenly flame saint body, immune to all fire attacks. Ching He, you can't kill me." However, the woman opposite him still didn't speak, but continued to control the two groups of fire tornadoes rotating in different directions to approach. It sounds slow, but in fact, it has been less than 2 seconds since Ching He used the lotus leaf to break the opponent's sea of fire. And in this short period of time, the two huge tornadoes have gathered. At the moment of contact, it seemed to activate some special reaction. Two different wind vortexes collided violently. Boom! A terrifying energy storm exploded instantly, sweeping the entire stadium in an instant. This violent energy involves the four origins of wind, water, fire, and space. Coupled with the energy generated by the initial collision, it reached a terrifying level, and the flame humanoid creature caught in the middle was torn into pieces in an instant. Before he was about to dissipate, he seemed to understand something, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. So that's it. It's not just relying on the power of the origin, but using several different origins to collide with each other to generate several times, or even dozens of times the explosive energy. As expected, the top demon. He didn't finish his last sentence, and his body twisted in the flames. Finally, he was completely drawn into the center of the vortex, and annihilated in the endless wind and fire. The storm gradually subsided, and the hot magma fell like rain, but quietly evaporated when it touched Qinghe's body. She still stood still, spinning the paper umbrella in her hand, and a drop of dew slid down the edge of the umbrella, reflecting the last ray of fire in the sky. Attention contestant Qinghe, you have successfully completed 1,000 games, and accumulated 789 bronze victory points. Please wait for all lords to complete the game, and calculate the results according to the results. After a while, Qinghe returned to the game space, and waited silently. Compared with her sister Yaoyan's 72% win rate, Qinghe's win rate is a few points higher. Of course, the combat effectiveness of the two sisters is actually similar. The difference is that Yaoyan's fighting style is too violent and open and closed. She tends to burst out the most powerful force in the shortest time to kill the enemy instantly. Although this style of play is fierce, it is also very easy to be targeted, so Yaoyan has lost many games to the opponent in this way. But Qinghe is different. Not only is she powerful in attack, she is also good at defense, and knows how to use various environments to create advantages for herself. Chapter 843. Qinghe is strong in all aspects, and knows how to use various environments to create advantages for herself. For example, in the last battle, she faced a magma creature that was targeting her. She used the origin of wind to crack the opponent's killer move, and integrated this killer move into her own moves, killing the opponent in one wave. This is the difference between the two sisters. Time passed slowly. About 10 days passed. More and more lords finished their 1,000 games, and returned to the game space to wait. According to statistics, the proportion of lords who have completed the game has reached more than 90%. The remaining lords who have not finished the game are either those who are only good at defense or those who are used to using various tactics and arms to deal with the enemy. The Great Beast Lord is naturally among them. After more than 10 days of fighting, he finally played the 900th game. However, in that waiting space, the Great Beast Lord looked at his victory points. Bronze victory points, 115. Seeing this number, he sighed slowly. Alas! Less than 20% win rate, I'm still too weak. With this number of win points, there's no hope of advancing to the next round of the Silver Arena. Now I just hope I can squeeze into the top one, otherwise it will be a waste of Brother Han Xing's kindness. Thinking of this, the Great Beast Lord clenched his fists, and his eyes rekindled his fighting spirit. Contestant, Great Beast, please pay attention, the 901st game is about to begin. When the prompt ended, the darkness around the Great Beast Lord quickly receded. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a brand new battlefield. Just like that, time passed in a flash, and another 3 days passed. Even the slowest Beast Lords had fought 1,000 battles. His final victory points were 137. This data cannot be said to be low, it is already a good level. After all, the people he fought this time were all geniuses and monsters picked from billions. A 13.7% win rate is already an extraordinary performance. If it weren't for the recent improvement around Han Xing, the Beast Lord might not have won even one game. Of course, I don't know if he can enter the top 10,000. In his anxious waiting, another day passed. Finally, the last lord of the Dark Tortoise clan finally fought 1,000 battles. Then, an announcement appeared in front of all the lords. All contestants, please note that the first round of the bronze competition has ended. There are 10,500 lords participating in this competition, and the number of lords with bronze points above 500 is 4,578. These 4,578 lords will advance to the bronze arena. The remaining 5,922 people will be ranked according to the bronze victory points, and removed from the competition venue. When the announcement ended, 5,922 golden light pillars rose from the competition continent. These light pillars rushed into the sky and fell in different directions. Finally, they turned into the figures of lords. They were the lords who were eliminated. At this moment, their expressions were different. Some were overjoyed, some were dejected, and some beat their chests and stamped their feet, as if they were full of reluctance. A lord with 3 eyes on his forehead gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! 499 bronze victory points, Just one victory point away, I can advance, damn it. On the other side, a lord whose body was made of pure water elements and held a trident in his hand said in surprise, "Ha ha ha. My ranking is 9,999th, just a little short of the top 10,000, great." On the other side, a lord with blue skin sighed, 10001 ST. Just one place short. Master, I'm sorry. Listening to the sharing of these lords, the other lords who were watching also watched the excitement. A lord watching the game said sarcastically, "This competition is quite fair. These eliminated lords basically show that their strength can only reach this level, and they can't compare with those real top monsters." Another lord also echoed, "Yes, when they really experience the high-end battlefield, these people's true colors are exposed. They have lost so many games in a row. I think some lords even doubt their lives. Hee hee. Look at Lord Gioji over there. He claimed that his strength would definitely make it into the top 1,000, but this time, he didn't even advance to the silver arena." These lords said gloatingly. At this time, another lord reminded, "Say less, these evildoers have been hit hard after a series of setbacks. Don't add insult to injury now." "That's right." A rough-looking man agreed. "You guys who are gloating over their misfortunes, are you stronger than them, or have a bigger background than them, and dare to laugh at them?" A mysterious man in a black robe sneered, "I think they are not dying fast enough, and they don't know who they have offended. They will regret it soon." Hearing these people's rebuttal, the lords who were originally gloating were about to say something. And at this moment, all of their faces changed wildly. Boom boom. The entire star field suddenly trembled violently, and the void was broken like a fragile mirror. In the eastern sky, a vast blue kingdom of God broke through the air. Its appearance was like a giant jellyfish, with thousands of crystal tentacles hanging down, and each tentacle was entangled with the phantom of a rushing river. The surface of the kingdom of God was rippling with water like light patterns, and the starlight was distorted wherever it passed. A Chaos Lord said in shock, That is the kingdom of the Azure Sea. The Lord of the Azure Sea actually appeared." Before they had time to exclaim, splash! A huge wave of thousands of feet poured down from the bottom of the kingdom of God, and a graceful figure holding a coral scepter stood on the top of the wave. She tapped her bare feet lightly, and a crystal staircase automatically condensed under her feet. Then, an ethereal voice rang out in the void, "I am the Lord of the Blue Sea, proficient in the origin of water and sword. All lords ranked within 7,000 in this competition can go to my Blue Sea kingdom, and I will accept you as a disciple." When the Lord of the Blue Sea finished speaking, there was a sound of inhalation around the entire competition continent. A lord of the divine realm came out to accept disciples in person, and the lords who accepted were within 7,000. This was a big news that was enough to shock the whole audience. Including some lords who had just been eliminated, there was a light of surprise in their eyes before they made a decision. Boom! The western void suddenly ignited with a burning golden flame. 9 rounds of fireballs, like the scorching sun, tore through the dimension, holding up a magnificent palace made of sun gold. 12 burning stars were hung on the eaves of the palace, and a fire dragon was sealed inside each star, which was roaring deafeningly at the moment. Hum! Amid the rolling fire clouds, a majestic man wearing a lava cloak stepped out. With every step he took, a fire lotus in the form of a golden crow bloomed under his feet. Then, a rough voice rang throughout the venue. "I, Fentian Shinzuan, am proficient in the origins of the fire and bird systems. All lords ranked within 6,000 can become my disciples." When the man finished speaking, the eyes of all the lords in the audience were once again shocked. The second lord appeared in a high-profile manner, and like by Hai Shinzuan, he announced that he would accept these eliminated lords as apprentices. For a time, I don't know how many lords looked at them with envy and desire. At the same time, crack, crack, crack. The teeth-grinding freezing sound came from the north. The temperature of the entire star field dropped sharply, and an inverted iceberg carved entirely of eternal black ice slowly emerged. Inside the iceberg were countless ice sculptures of ancient beasts. The most amazing thing was the giant ice sword on the top of the mountain that penetrated the ice layer. On the hilt sat a white-haired boy who was eating a frozen pear. The boy spat out the pear core, and the core exploded into ice flowers in the void. "I am the Lord of Black Ice, proficient in ice and the origin of time. I am not as demanding as they are. All the lords who enter the top 10,000 of this competition can enter my Black Ice Palace." The sound of thousands of swords ringing came from the southern sky. Countless bronze ancient swords formed a sword river, supporting a floating island covered with sword marks. In the center of the island was a rusty giant sword, and the chain wrapped around the sword was rattling. At the end of the chain was a one-eyed and lame old beggar. But the moment he opened his eyes, the entire Sword River trembled in submission. I, an old beggar, am here to join in the fun. Any little fellow who can pull out a long sword from my Sword River can become my disciple. At the top of the sky, an inverted black pyramid appeared at some point, with bloody eye-reliefs carved all over the surface of the tower. When the gate at the bottom of the tower opened, sticky shadows poured down like a waterfall, and countless twisted arms could be vaguely seen struggling in the shadows. I am the Lord of Eternal Night. Do you have any little fellow who is proficient in the origin of shadows and the origin of night? I will teach you what the real assassination technique is. And I, Lord of 10,000 Poisons. As huge kingdoms of God appeared from the void, at least hundreds of terrifying auras erupted at the same time. The entire competition continent was shaking violently. Those lords, who were originally gloating, suddenly turned pale, and some even knelt down directly. At this time, they finally understood why the other party said that even the last-ranked lord here was not someone they could afford to offend, because there were a large number of God Realm lords waiting outside to take these evildoers under their command, and once they became disciples of the God Lord, their status and position would rise sharply, becoming something they could not even look up to. They actually dared to mock such a person. It was simply courting death. At the same time, the lords who had just been eliminated saw so many God Realm lords appear around them, and they also offered conditions to take them in as disciples. For a moment, these lords immediately swept away the previous frustration of failure, and smiles reappeared on their faces. They all began to observe the surrounding kingdoms of God, as well as the auras of the lords, and then chose the lords they wanted to join. In an instant, streams of light shot up into the sky, rushing towards different kingdoms of God. Although the bronze competition had ended, a new grand occasion had arrived in the outside world. However, in the cracks of the surrounding space, there were more and more powerful beings hidden. They were watching the competition, looking forward to the remaining lords finishing the game. Then, it was time for them to appear. At the same time, in Han Xing's tower, a golden light fell on the empty hall, gradually turning into the figure of a middle-aged man, wearing an animal fur coat, and with a rough face. The moment he saw this figure, Long Yu on the side had a look of surprise in his eyes. Father! Including Lord Linghui, they also turned their eyes over. Lord Dasho also smiled, and then nodded to the two women. Long Yu came to him and asked impatiently, Father, how was your result this time? Did you successfully enter the top 10,000? Or are you outside the top 10,000? The great beast lord chuckled and said, I was lucky this time. I ranked 9762, and was lucky enough to enter the top 10,000. Hearing this, Long Yu and Ling Hui's faces showed joy. Long Yu shouted happily, Great! I knew that Father was the best. You will definitely be able to enter the top 10,000. Long live Father! Long Yu's performance on weekdays has always been relatively calm and elegant. Now, because she was happy for her father from the bottom of her heart, she showed this little girl's expression, which surprised Lord Ling Hui. When the great beast lord saw her like this, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He seemed to remember the scene when Long Yu jumped around him when she was a child. He also thought of another beautiful figure, and the reminiscence in his eyes turned into sadness, and there was a hint of hatred. But soon, the great beast lord covered up this emotion. He looked at the eternal soil in his backpack and whispered, It's almost there. The number of eternal soil is almost complete. When I break through to the realm of the God Realm Lord, I will avenge you. The rough middle-aged man took a deep breath and put on a kind smile on his face again. At this time, Lord Linghui asked, Those God Lords are recruiting disciples. With your ranking, you are fully qualified. Don't you want to go and take a look? Lord Dasho glanced at her, smiled, and shook his head. I still can't. If I go, my master will kick me out. And there are not many of these God Lords who are stronger than my master. Lord Linghui nodded and said no more. However, when looking at the lords outside, a deep desire appeared in her eyes. Obviously, even she wanted to have a God Realm Lord as a master. It was not only an improvement in status, but more importantly, under the guidance of a God Realm Lord, her strength could be improved faster. At this time, Long Yu said, Look, the next round of competition on Lord Han Xing's side is about to start. After hearing this, the two quickly put away their thoughts and looked at Han Xing's side. Including the grand occasion outside, because hundreds of God Realm Lords recruited disciples, it gradually subsided. Everyone turned their attention to the competition continent again. At the same time, Han Xing waited for a moment in the dark space. Then, an announcement appeared. Chapter 844. Attention, contestant Han Xing. You have successfully advanced to the Silver Arena. Next, you will fight 100 games, and each victory will earn you 1 silver victory point. No victory point will be earned for a draw or defeat. Lords with more than 50 victory points will advance to the Gold Arena. Lords with less than 50 victory points will be eliminated directly. When the announcement appeared, the remaining 4,000 lords took a breath at the same time. They are trying to adjust their body rhythm to the best condition. Because they know that although the number of battles in the future has decreased, the opponents have become stronger. After all, these opponents are all strong people like them, with a winning rate of more than 50% in 1,000 games. Except for that group of top monsters, no one dares to say that they can advance steadily. For a while, the atmosphere became tense again. A moment later, a prompt appeared in front of the remaining 4,000 lords. The first game is about to begin, please be prepared. When the prompt ended, the surrounding dark space receded and gradually revealed the game scenes. Including Han Xing, he looked around with a serious look. Battlefield Generation, Emerald Dream, Wood Element Law Amplification 300%. The fresh smell of grass and trees came to his face. Han Xing stood on a huge leaf, surrounded by towering ancient trees that blocked out the sun, and vines crawl between the branches like living things. Wood Element Battlefield? Han Xing looked around and whispered, will the opponent this time be a wood element? Before he finished speaking, a 1,000-year-old tree in front of him suddenly exploded. Boom! A mechanical giant hundreds of meters high walked out amidst the flying wood chips. Its torso was made of dark gold alloy, with steam spewing from its joints. Its left arm was a rotating chainsaw, and its right arm was a black muzzle. A mechanical synthesized voice came. Detecting opponent information. Detection completed. Opponent in this game, Han Xing. Analyzing the opponent's information, combining intelligence to infer the winning rate. Among the lords from the outside world, there are still quite a number of people who are focusing on the arena where Han Xing is. Including the group of lords, who were just eliminated, they also paid attention to Han Xing's battle. A lord ranked 8872 said in surprise, huh? This killer star has not been eliminated yet? He can break into the top 5,000 with the combat power of a mid-level lord. Isn't he too evil? During the game, it is impossible to receive news from the outside world, so this lord does not know that Han Xing has broken through to the realm of a high-level lord. A lord explained to him, Lord, you may not know that Sha Xing may have broken through to the high-level lord realm. And, through the previous 1,000 battles, we analyzed that he may become the biggest dark horse in this competition. He may even have the hope to compete with Roland, Jiutian and other monsters for the top 3 positions. What? The lord was shocked after hearing this. It was understandable that he said Han Xing was a dark horse, but now, the other party said that Han Xing may even have the hope to break into the top 3. Is he crazy, or are these lords crazy? However, looking at the serious expressions of the lords around him, he seemed to realize something. This monster in the top 10,000 stopped talking and focused on watching Han Xing's game. Including more eliminated lords, they also heard the news from Han Xing and cast their eyes over. On the battlefield, Han Xing looked at his opponent with interest. Interesting. I thought it would be a wood lord this time, but it turned out to be a metal lord. He is suppressed more severely than me in this game. However, this mechanical lord did not know Han Xing's current strength, and his information was before this game. The mechanical synthesized voice sounded again. Analysis successful. The opponent Han Xing is a mid-level lord, good at quick attack and burst. Comprehensive judgment, the winning rate is 76.33%. Start clearing the command now. The mechanical creature opened its chest, and a slowly rotating dark blue cube appeared. Quantum shield activated. It raised the muzzle of its right arm, and dazzling blue light gathered. Annihilation cannon, fire. Boom! A beam of energy with a diameter of more than tens of thousands of meters instantly penetrated the entire battlefield, and cracks appeared in the space wherever it passed. The attack of this beam was extremely fast. However, it was fast, but Han Xing's speed was even faster. It was just a casual look. Immediately afterwards, a blood-colored spiritual sword rose into the air, with unparalleled momentum, slashing towards the mechanical creature. Buzz! The attacks of both sides hit each other at the same time. The next moment, a shocking explosion rose up. It even directly enveloped the battlefield, and the projection screen outside was completely covered. Everyone stared at the projection screen intently. When the violent explosion dissipated, Han Xing and the mechanical creatures on the opposite side stood there unharmed. Seeing this scene, the lords all looked puzzled. Huh? Didn't they say that Han Xing had already broken through the high-level lord, and was competing with Roland and Ji Yutian for the top 3? How come he didn't even kill Gangu? Heh. I think they are confused. How can a little guy who was only a mid-level lord not long ago be compared with a monster like Roland? I think so too. The eliminated lords made all kinds of weird sounds, obviously not believing that Han Xing's strength was as exaggerated as they said. Including the lords, who had originally placed high hopes on Han Xing, they were also confused. Because before this, they saw that even when Han Xing faced an enemy stronger than Gangu, he would stare at him to death. As a result, how come he failed in the first battle of the Silver Arena? Could it be that his previous battles were just bluffing, and now he is showing his true strength? At this time, a lord seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, I know. Killing Star killed the enemy in seconds before, and most of the time he used mental attacks. And Steel Bone is a mechanical creature, and he is inherently immune to mental attacks, so killing Star's attack this time didn't have any effect. After hearing this, the lords also had a look of realization in their eyes. At the same time, Han Xing on the battlefield also realized this. Interesting. A creature that is inherently immune to mental attacks? This physique is indeed good. However, you also have a fatal flaw. All actions are based on data analysis, and the reaction speed is too slow. After saying this, Han Xing had already pulled the bowstring. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had used a bow and arrow to fight since entering the battlefield. When the bowstring was pulled to the full moon state, an invisible wave instantly spread out. In this huge primeval forest covering several light years, all the plants began to tremble wildly, as if they had sensed some special frequency. And then, an arrow full of destructive aura condensed in Han Xing's bowstring. Like a volcano that had been deposited for a long time, it was completely ignited. Boom! The terrifying aura swept over instantly. The aura emitted from his body alone flattened the surrounding several light years and forcibly destroyed this battlefield. Under the pressure of this aura, Gangu raised the muzzle in his hand several times, but was suppressed and unable to move. The red light on its chest was flashing wildly, indicating a dangerous signal. Warning! 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 The target's energy fluctuation is too strong, far beyond the limit of the middle-level lord. The intelligence is wrong. Lord Han Xing's strength has been corrected to high-level lord, combining the opponent's existing intelligence to analyze the winning rate. At the same time, Han Xing's arrow has been shot. Swish! The black arrow drew a trajectory in the air, like a black lightning, and disappeared in an instant. When it appeared again, it had come behind the steel bone. And in the energy core of its chest, a hole that was transparent from front to back had appeared. The genius of the mechanical race gradually lowered his head and muttered the last sentence. The overall winning rate is 0. Boom! Its huge body exploded instantly. Then, a prompt appeared. Battle ended. Winner, Han Xing. Current silver victory points, 1/100. Outside the field, the lords fell into a brief silence again. Especially those lords, who had just been eliminated. They opened their mouths and couldn't speak for a long time. It was not until a moment later that they took a deep breath. Actually, he has really broken through to the high-level lord realm. What a terrifying attack power. And that's just an ordinary attack. Is this the real strength of the Killing Star? It seems that what these guys said is true. The Killing Star is really qualified to compete with Roland, Ji Yutian, and other top monsters. At this moment, those lords completely believed in Han Xing's strength, including the hundreds of God Realm lords, who showed their own kingdoms from the void cracks. They also set their sights on that field. After a moment, the ethereal voice of the Blue Sea Lord emerged. This boy has just broken through, and he already has such combat power. His talent is the best in the past hundreds of epics. Next to him, another lord also echoed, indeed. This boy is still so young, and his future achievements are limitless. If he can join me, I am willing to devote all my resources to train him. And the other lords immediately sneered, joining you, what are you thinking? This top monster, even the high-level lords may not be qualified. Indeed, even if you accept it, you may not be able to support it. The territory of this monster is very exaggerated. Every time it advances or practices, the resources required are huge. Let's give up this idea. Listening to the discussion of this group of God Realm lords, the other Chaos lords looked at each other in bewilderment. At the same time, they also heard that this group of God Realm lords valued Han Xing. Even these God lords were not qualified to accept such a monster as an apprentice. For a moment, many Chaos lords looked at the young man in the projection screen, with envy and emotion on their faces. At the same time, Han Xing's side soon had a second battle. This time the battle was on a planet with millions of times the gravity, and was collapsing. The opponent was a top monster who controlled the laws of space. This kind of existence, that can touch the laws of space, has a very strange way of fighting. For example, they can directly transform the space around you, and let your attack hit themselves. They can also create a black hole next to you, and pull you into the black hole directly. All kinds of means can be said to be hard to defend. Just relying on this fighting method, it is not a problem to kill into the top 1,000. But fortunately, this kind of monster is not immune to mental attacks. So, before the opponent's attack came, Han Xing glared. Then he stared at his opponent to death. End of the battle. Winner, Han Xing. Current silver victory points, 2 out of 100. The process of this battle was even faster than the previous one. Those lords were even more amazed. Comparing the battles of more than 4,000 other lords, it can be seen. In the previous bronze arena, they were able to kill their opponents cleanly and neatly. But in the silver arena, the opponents are all top-level beings who have been screened through layers of screening. Everyone's combat experience and talent are basically at the same level. Except for a few monsters, it is basically difficult to crush the opponent in the silver arena. On the viewing platform, countless lords held their breath and stared at thousands of battlefield projections. In sharp contrast to Han Xing's overwhelming battle, the other lords were in a hard fight. A lord wearing thunder armor knelt on one knee, and his warhammer had broken into 2 pieces. His opponent was a tall and thin man with shadow chains wrapped around his body, who was slowly tightening the chains. However, the tall and thin man was not feeling well at the moment. His whole body was scorched black by the electricity, and his robe was tattered. Crack! The thunder armor shattered inch by inch. The Thunder Lord, who had won more than 600 victory points in the bronze arena, roared unwillingly, "Open it for me." The violent lightning exploded, but only left a few scorch marks on the chain. The tall and thin man on the opposite side sneered, ignoring the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The chain suddenly tightened. Puff! Blood gushed out from the gap in the armor. In the end, the figure of this Thunder Lord was killed on the spot. Loser, Thunder Prison Lord. Current silver victory points, 0/100. The double-blade female Lord Yuehua shuttled through the metal storm. Her opponent was a mechanical warlock suspended in the air, and hundreds of floating turrets were pouring firepower. Yuehua's sword light, and the mechanical warlock's artillery fire intertwined wildly on the battlefield of several light years, and the metal storm and blood-red blade light cut the entire star field into pieces. Dang! 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 Every time the blade and the energy bomb collided, sparks that were enough to annihilate the stars exploded. Yuehua's right arm had already been bloody, and the mechanical warlock's armor was also cut into countless cracks, and blood fell into the void like raindrops. It's not over yet. The mechanical warlock grinned, controlling hundreds of floating guns to form an encirclement, and the blazing energy torrent forced Yuehua into a desperate situation. Blood Moon Double Sky. Chapter 845. Yuehua suddenly bit her tongue, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the 2 swords. Shwa! 2 scarlet sword lights crossed and slashed out, and wherever they passed, the space shattered like glass. The mechanic's pupil shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly recalled the floating cannon to block, but Yuehua reacted very quickly within 0.00001 seconds. The 2 swords fell out of his hands. Puff! The blade pierced through his chest, and the mechanic coughed out a large mouthful of blood. But at the moment of death, he showed a crazy smile. Want to win? Not that easy. Space jump in bombardment. Boom! 3 floating cannons instantly jumped to the back of Yuehua's head and fired at 0 distance. 2 destructive energies collided in the center of the battlefield, and a supernova-like explosion swept across several light years, completely tearing the bodies of the 2 lords apart, ending in a draw. Both sides silver victory points, 0/100. In addition to these 2 battlefields, there are some battlefields that are even more tragic than this. Boom! The giant Lord Mountain punched out, and wherever the fist went past, the space shattered like fragile glass. The aftermath of this punch swept across several light years, crushing all the floating star debris along the way into powder. His opponent, the Lord of Light Eclipse, flashed like a ghost, and the 12 god-killing light blades drew a horrible trajectory in the void, and each blade light could easily cut a star. Die! The giant palm of the mountain suddenly closed, and it directly crushed all the matter within a radius of 3 light years. The terrifying gravitational collapse turned this area into a temporary black hole, and even light could not escape. A trifle. The figure of Light Eclipse walked slowly out of the black hole's horizon, and the 12 light blades formed a destructive matrix. With a single press of his hand, the entire black hole structure was dismembered by the blades of light, and the gamma ray burst swept across 100,000 light years. That's more like it. Shanwa laughed wildly, and tore open his chest, revealing the star core engine beating inside. His blood was boiling liquid neutron star matter, and every drop was as heavy as a galaxy. Big collapse. His fists collided, and supernova-level energy exploded. With the two of them as the center, the space structure within tens of thousands of light years began to collapse. Crack. Guangzhou's 12 blades pierced Shanyua's abdomen at the same time, and Shanyua's giant hand had already grasped Guangzhou's head. Let's die together. Bastards. Shanwei grinned and activated his last trump card singularity detonation. His star core engine began to overload, and his entire divine body turned into a shrinking dark sphere. The pupils of the light-eroded lord suddenly shrank, and he wanted to get out, but he found himself locked tightly. You lunatic. In a billionth of a second, the contracting singularity reached a critical point. Boom. The indescribable explosion illuminated the entire competition plane. The shock wave annihilated everything, and even the lords of the divine domain who were watching the battle from a distance had to close their eyes. When the light faded, there was only a void with a diameter of thousands of light years, and even the most basic space structure no longer existed. Another draw? The lords outside were watching the battle of these lords with a dull look on their faces. Obviously, until this time, these geniuses were forced to use all their fighting power. Facing such an evenly matched opponent, everyone exerted unprecedented strength. Every moment is a critical moment to determine the outcome. Each move's connection may decide the opponent's life or death. This fierce battle can even make people completely breathless. The lords murmured, too exaggerated. Is this the true combat power of the top monsters? It's not the same person as usual. Yes, I feel that in this state, I will even be killed by them in one blow. God, this is the real peak duel. It makes my blood boil. At this time, a lord pointed to the projection screen and said, Look. Over there, the killer star. Everyone turned their heads, and saw Han Xingzhong standing casually in the center of the battlefield in the projection, and then gave his opponent a look. The next moment, the opponent's body trembled, and then he fell down with his head raised. Seeing this scene, the lords couldn't help swallowing their saliva. This is the seventh one, right? Yes. I feel that these top lords are no different from the top 10,000 lords under Han Xing. It's normal. Don't you think about the way the killer star fights? If you can't block his first wave of mental attacks, you will basically be killed instantly. It's useless even if you block it. Didn't you see Steel Bone? He was directly immune to mental attacks, but he was still shot dead by Killer Star with one arrow. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yes. It seems that it's useless to block the opponent's mental attacks. After all these physical attacks are equally terrifying. More importantly, in addition to attack power, his survivability, movement speed, and body skills are all beyond the reach of ordinary people. In other words, this is almost a hexagonal warrior, an unbeatable monster. Why do I feel that those geniuses are a little pitiful when they meet Han Xing? Hundreds of lords, who were watching the game, also had brighter eyes after seeing Han Xing's performance. They even wanted to rush to the arena directly, kidnap this monster and take him as their last disciple. At this moment, Han Xing didn't know the situation outside, and he was still switching maps at random, killing his opponents again and again. There were some top lords who were as boring as him. Let's not talk about Ji Yitian and Roland. The people behind him, Zhou Lin, Pin Yuan and others, also killed their opponents in an absolutely invincible manner. It's been less than 2 hours since the start of the second round of the Silver Arena, and they have won 20 to 30 games in a row. At this speed, these monsters can be killed in a few hours after playing 100 games. Just like that, time passed in a flash, and another 2 hours passed. Buzz. Han Xing stood in a broken space-time turbulence, released the 9-yuan soul-destroying knife, and slashed at his opponent. This time, the opponent was a monster from the Lingmu clan, and his mental resistance was quite amazing. After being hit by Han Xing twice in a row, he was still able to stand firmly in the same place. Except for a little shaking, there was basically no other problem. The evildoer of the Lingmu clan was pale, clenched his teeth, and set branches to penetrate his body. He used this method to keep himself awake. Kill! Xing! A hoarse voice came. It's not that easy to kill me. Seeing this scene, Han Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with his opponent. He glared again. Buzz! Buzz! 2 consecutive mental fluctuations emerged. This time, it was not one knife, but 2 consecutive cuts. And it was the third knife in the 9-yuan soul-destroying knife, locking God, and the fourth knife, eating heart. The power far exceeded the previous two knives. I saw a golden and a transparent spiritual sword, which instantly crossed countless distances, and came to the front of the demon of the Lingmu clan. Then, puff, puff, after two dull sounds. No matter how unwilling it was, it could only tremble in the end, as if its soul was taken away, and fell to the ground. End of the game. Winner, Han Xing. Silver victory points, 99/100. Seeing the prompt, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. There is only one game left to finish the game in the silver arena. This battle is not bad, reaching a 99% winning rate, and one more win will be a 100% winning rate. Including many lords, they also paid attention to Han Xing, and stared at the projection on the field. They discussed, as expected of the Killer Star, the biggest dark horse in this game, his speed even surpassed Ji Yution, only Roland was slightly faster than him. Yeah. Roland has just started his 100th game. According to his fighting style, I'm afraid the winner will be decided in an instant. The Killer Star is not bad either. Each battle lasts no more than 3 seconds, and the enemy is killed by his eyes. This fighting style is simply terrifying. At this time, a lord exclaimed, "Look, Roland's game is over." His opponent is the Frostwing Dragon King, who is consistently in the top 100 of this game, and he was defeated in an instant. His fighting power is too terrifying. After hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to the arena. In a broken snowfield, a young man stepped on the collapsed skull of the Frostwing Dragon King with one foot, and his black battle robe fluttered in the north wind. The unique ice crystal blood of the dragon race flowed down along the lines of his combat boots, blooming a strange blue flower on the snow. He casually crushed the last dragon scale in his palm, and when the crystal chips fell from his fingers, the lord's exclamations exploded belatedly. Roland casually shook off the condensed blood frost on his wrist armor, and the moment he raised his eyes, all the prying eyes from the outside world were burned by the great pupils. Ah! A scream rang out, and the lords covered their eyes one after another, as if they had suffered some extremely serious trauma. Fortunately, after just a moment, the tearing pain disappeared. However, when they looked at the projection again, their hearts were filled with fear. A hint of coldness also emerged behind them. So scary. Yeah, how could Roland hurt us through the projection? Could it be that his strength has surpassed the rules of the game? Gods, this is too exaggerated. The lords were amazed, and at this moment, a vicissitudes of life voice sounded. It's not that Roland's strength has surpassed the rules of the game, but that his spiritual fluctuations have broken through another limit. Just as you cannot spy on the battle of a lord of the god realm, if you force yourself to watch the origin fluctuations on his body, you will be backfired because of your lack of perception. After hearing this person's explanation, the lord's eyes showed a look of realization. But the next second, they were even more shocked, because they understood the meaning of that vicissitudes of life voice. This means that Roland's spiritual fluctuations have broken through the limit of high-level lords and officially reached another realm. That is, the Lord of the Divine Realm. This made all the lords on the field feel incredible. Oh my god! Roland's spiritual realm has actually broken through to the realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm. He didn't show such a strong spiritual power before. What's going on? A lord replied, what else can it be? Roland must have made a new breakthrough in that half-year. Another new breakthrough? How is this possible? The lord was still very confused. Nothing is impossible. Look at Shashing. He was only a mid-level lord at the end of the 4th round. But who would have thought that he would break through to the high-level lord realm in just half a year, and become the biggest dark horse in this competition, and even compete with Roland on the same stage? At this point, the lord's eyes showed emotion. The reason why monsters are called monsters is because they can do things that ordinary people can't do, or even dare not think about. Compared with him, the gap is too big. When he finished speaking, the lords around him fell into silence. I don't know if they were hit by something, or if they were aroused to fight. When many lords looked at the projection screen, their eyes showed complicated colors. At this time, a lord said, now, I want to see Shashing and Roland fight one-on-one. These two are all-round strong men, and they have extremely high attainments in the spiritual field. They are almost cut from the same mold. If these two fight to the death, the scene will be very interesting. Hearing this, the eyes of other lords also lit up. Looking in the direction of the two projections, they couldn't help but show an expectant look. Time passed by. Soon, Han Xing ushered in the last battle. The 100th game of the Silver Arena is about to begin. Please prepare for the contestants. Han Xing appeared on a vast grassland, surrounded by endless green grass, and huge lakes comparable to the size of planets could be seen in the distance. The diameter of this battlefield once again exceeded hundreds of light years. Battlefield generation, giant insect field, plant law increased 200%. Just as Han Xing was about to look around, the entire space was suddenly filled with some indescribable gray matter. Gurgle, gurgle. It seemed that there was a sound of something crawling. Han Xing felt a sticky touch under his feet. When he looked down, he found countless wriggling eyeballs emerging from the ground. Each pupil reflected a different doomsday scene. There were stars extinguished, the world was broken, and the black hole collapsed. Then, Han Xing saw a huge shadow gradually appearing in the gray fog in front of him. Although the shadow had not yet completely appeared, it had already given him a strong sense of oppression. The body was as high as millions of meters, like a moving mountain. However, when the other party's figure completely walked out of the fog, it was a completely different style. It was a body composed of billions of suspended gray eyeballs, dripping with all kinds of disgusting mucus, and in the central area, there was a huge pupil with a diameter of more than tens of thousands of meters. Chapter 846. When it saw Han Xing's figure, the huge pupil slowly opened, and a dark golden light emerged from it. At this moment, the lords who were watching the battle outside were once again in an uproar. God, the opponent of the last battle of Shaoxing is actually it. The organizer did this on purpose? The opponents of these evil players in the last battle are very strong. Yes. And compared to Roland, Shaoxing's opponent is obviously more targeted at his fighting style. Shaoxing is going to be in trouble this time. The lords talked about it. At this time, another lord asked in confusion, who is Shaoxing's opponent? Why do you say he is in trouble this time? Can his enemy's strength be comparable to Roland? The other lords looked at the person who was speaking and found that he was a younger lord, and they understood why he asked this question. So, a lord answered, the opponent of the killer star this time is definitely not as strong as Roland. Although the Lord of 10,000 Eyes is powerful, he can only be ranked in the top 100 at most. But, the Lord paused for a moment and continued, but, the Lord of 10,000 Eyes is immune to damage caused by two types of attacks. One is mental attack, and the other is physical attack. When he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. What? Immune to mental and physical attacks? There are actually such creatures? Isn't this too outrageous? No wonder it is said that the killer star was completely restrained by him. The killer star is best at using the burst of bows and arrows, and mental power to quickly fight and decide. This time he suddenly encountered an enemy who was completely immune to two attacks. He is too unlucky. I think the physique of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes is a bit too abnormal. Immune to mental and physical attacks, who can kill it in this case? That's not necessarily true. Although the physique of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes is abnormal, there are many powerful people in the Lord continent, and there are also many genius evil lords who are proficient in other fighting methods. Otherwise, it would not be ranked only in the top 100. With this physique, it can directly impact the first place. Although everyone was discussing this, their eyes all looked at the projection screen involuntarily. They were also looking forward to this game more and more. At the same time, the creature composed of billions of eyeballs opened its eyes wide and stared at Han Xing's figure. Kill Xing. The voice of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes was like a million overlapping voices echoing, and the image of Han Xing's previous 99 battles appeared on the surface of the main pupil. So that's how it is. You actually broke through to the middle-level lord before the game started. Not only that, you even learned such a powerful mental killer move. It was silent for a moment, as if analyzing Han Xing's moves. After a moment, its thousands of pupils showed a look of enlightenment. If I'm not mistaken, you should be using the 9 yuan soul-destroying sword. Good fighting skills, and the power in your hands seems to be even more terrifying. But, it's a pity that you hit me. Your mental attack on me, your arrows will also be annihilated in my body fluids. Admit defeat. Han Xing did not answer, his right hand was empty, and a dark war bow was held in his palm. Swish. The moment the arrow left the string, all the eyeballs along the way burst at the same time. Puff. Puff puff puff. A dense explosion sounded. The arrow turned into a dark lightning and instantly sank into the body of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes, which was composed of countless eyeballs. However, after the arrow sank into the body of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes, there was no movement, as if it was completely swallowed. A sarcastic look appeared in the opponent's dark golden pupil. I said, physical attacks are useless to me. Han Xing did not reply, but glared again. Buzz. A blood-colored spiritual sword turned into a stream of light, and instantly hit the Lord of 10,000 Eyes. However, this attack did not play any role. It only caused the eyeballs on its body to ripple slightly, and then disappeared. Not only that, more shadows of eyeballs appeared in its body, and the aura on its body seemed to grow stronger again. The chuckle of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes sounded again. Not only does mental attack have no effect on me, it will even make me stronger after absorbing your mental power. Hearing this, Han Xing also frowned slightly. It must be said that encountering such an enemy, who is immune to both physical and mental attacks, is indeed extremely difficult, and even powerless. If it were an ordinary lord, he would have given up the game at this time. But that is for others. After all, for Han Xing, he has more than these two ways of attack. Give up, killer star, be devoured by me. After the words fell, countless eyeballs appeared out of thin air near Han Xing and surrounded him. Buzz! After a mysterious wave, a dazzling light burst out from all these eyeballs, as if to pierce Han Xing directly into pieces. However, these attacks only left a shallow white mark on Han Xing's body. Just like a sharp carving knife scratching through fine steel that has been tempered 1,000 times, it did not cause any effect. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes shrank slightly. It said with a trembling voice, "I didn't expect that in addition to your powerful mental attacks and archery, you also have such powerful physical strength. What a terrible man. If it weren't for my test, no one would know that your physical strength is so terrifying." Han Xing raised his head and glanced at it lightly. Has anyone told you that you are too long-winded? What immunity to physical and mental attacks? If it is really that powerful, then you can now challenge the Lord of the Divine Realm, or even the Lord of Eternity. Han. The Lord of 10,000 Eyes was about to say something, but was interrupted by Han Xing. The so-called immunity is just because the intensity of the attack has not reached your upper limit. As long as my attack power breaks through your immune limit, I can naturally kill you. Hearing this, the Lord of 10,000 Eyes suddenly felt a chill in his body, because what Han Xing said is indeed true. This so-called immunity has its limits. Otherwise, with just these two means, he can become the object of competition among countless god lords. It's just that because the immunity is very high, it is almost difficult for lords of the same level to break the limit. And after he broke through to the high-level lord, only attacks at the level of the God Realm Lord can hurt him. The Lord of 10,000 Eyes has also read Han Xing's information. When he was at the intermediate lord level, he had already exploded with attack power that reached the level of the God Realm Lord. Now, he has broken through to the high-level lord level, and this man will only become more terrifying. Just as the Lord of 10,000 Eyes was about to distance himself, he suddenly found that the surrounding time and space suddenly stagnated. Before he could react, he found that his huge body had been completely fixed, and behind him, two huge phantoms of the bright moon appeared. Then, the Lord of 10,000 Eyes stared at the human in front of him with countless pupils. He clearly saw that from the human in front of him, a wave of powerful origin fluctuations burst out, and every wave of origin fluctuations that emerged made him become several times more powerful. Buzz, buzz! After several consecutive fluctuations, the aura on Han Xing's body had completely broken through a certain boundary. At this moment, even the Lord of 10,000 Eyes showed a look of horror in his eyes, because he actually felt the pressure of the Lord of the Divine Realm on Han Xing. You can imagine what this concept is. At the same time, Han Xing gradually pulled the bowstring in his hand. Ga. When the bowstring was pulled to the full moon state, an arrow containing the breath of destruction was ready to be fired. Han Xing exhaled lightly. Under the multiple superposition of infinite domain, instant prison shadow kill, tidal arrow technique, and dark star flashing, let his attack power reach an unprecedented height again. Swoosh! As the first arrow was shot out, countless arrows swept in like a storm. The sound of the bowstring trembling tore through the stagnant time and space. The two moon phantoms behind the Lord of 10,000 Eyes suddenly collapsed, turning into countless stars gathering at the tip of the arrow. The surface of the dark arrow began to show spider web-like scarlet cracks. That was a sign that it could not bear the energy, and was about to explode. The millions of pupils of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes shrank at the same time. Impossible. Its dark golden pupils trembled wildly. You just broke through to become a high-level lord. How could you bear so much weight? Boom! The moment the arrow left the string, the entire giant insect field suddenly fell into absolute darkness. It was not that the light was swallowed, but that all observation methods failed at this moment. The lords in the spectator seats only saw the projection screen turn into distorted noise, and heard the crisp sound of the glass container being crushed by 1,000,000 times the gravity. When the vision was restored, A scene that suffocated everyone appeared on the battlefield. Hundreds of millions of dark arrows were suspended in the solidified time and space, and each arrow accurately hit the pupil of an eyeball. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of millions of arrows piercing the eyeballs at the same time strangely converged into a long dragon roar. The surface of the main pupil of the Lord of 10,000 Eyes showed flares, like a supernova explosion, and the eyeballs hit by the arrows began to be annihilated in a chain. No. You are not a Chaos Lord at all. The Lord of 10,000 Eyes squeezed out the last roar from his broken vocal cords. This is not fair. Crash. Its body collapsed like a toppled building block tower, and all the eyeballs exploded crazily. Puff. Puff, puff, puff. When the dark gold main pupil at its core was like an egg crushed by an invisible big hand, it burst out a golden blood waterfall that spanned light years. Battle prompt appears. Game over. Winner, Han Xing. Current silver victory points, 100 out of 100. Then, before everyone could react, the battle projection had already dissipated. The lords watching the battle from the outside fell into a brief silence. The next moment, an astonishing cheer rang out. God Lord. He actually killed the Lord of 10,000 Eyes directly. Isn't that too exaggerated? Yeah. I thought that the killer might use other methods, such as law resonance or space strangulation, but he actually killed the Lord of 10,000 Eyes directly with his powerful attack power. Too incredible. No one expected this result. Originally thought that this would be a tough battle for Han Xing. It is even possible that he would be defeated by the Lord of 10,000 Eyes. As a result, such a subversive scene actually appeared. The eyes of the gods watching the battle in the space cracks were even more brilliant. The eyes looking at Han Xing were also full of admiration. Obviously, Han Xing's performance was impeccable. For these overbearing God Realm lords, he was simply a perfect disciple. But unfortunately, it was not their turn to face such a monster. At the same time, when Roland and Han Xing's battles ended one after another, everyone began to pay attention to the battles of other top monsters. As expected, under the deliberate arrangement of the organizer, the opponents encountered by these monsters in the last battle were quite terrifying. At least, there was no way to easily solve the enemy as before. Many lords were caught in a bitter battle. In an illusory battlefield, broken space fragments were everywhere. The Phantom Lord and his opponent, the Abyss Devourer, had been fighting hard for nearly 10 minutes. The Phantom Lord was like a ghost, leaving afterimages with every step, while the Abyss Devourer opened his huge mouth, and even the space was torn into a black hole-like gap. Your illusion is useless to me. The Devourer grinned, took a deep breath, and swallowed hundreds of phantom clones into his stomach. Really? The voice of the Phantom Lord suddenly came from behind the Devourer. Mirror image replacement. Puff. A dark blue dagger pierced the Devourer's back, and his real body was unexpectedly replaced to the position of the illusion he had just swallowed. The Abyss Devourer roared, and his body began to disintegrate. It roared, "It's not that easy to kill me!" Black hole annihilation. Instantly, with its body as the center, a terrifying black hole expanded rapidly, directly swallowing up the entire battlefield, including the Phantom Monarch. This game, draw. The battle in another arena was also quite fierce, attracting the attention of millions of lords. The Ice Soul Apostle and the Molten Core Tyrant fought to the death. The extreme cold and heat collided in the universe, and ice crystals and magma intertwined into a picture of destruction. The Ice Soul Apostle put his hands together and chanted the spell, Eternal Frozen Era. In an instant, the temperature of the entire star field dropped to absolute zero, and even the light was frozen. The Molten Core Tyrant laughed wildly, and his body turned into a supernova. Let's see, is your freezing faster, or my explosion stronger? Boom! The ultimate collision of ice and fire, the battlefield was blown into a chaotic nebula wreckage. When the energy dissipated, both of them turned into sculptures of ice and fire, and their vitality was extinguished. On the other side, Wu Jian, who had previously killed the Demon Lotus, was now in a bitter battle. Wu Jian stood under the broken sky, and his opponent was a dragon of the end that covered the sky and the sun, Orogas. Chapter 847. Wu Jian's opponent is a dragon of the end that covers the sky and the sun, Orogas. The dragon's wings spread out, and the shadow covered the entire continent. The scales reflected the luster of destruction like obsidian, and every breath set off a storm that annihilated everything. Human, where is your sword? Orogas' voice echoed like thunder. Wu Jian said nothing, but slowly raised his hand. Kung! The invisible sword intent suddenly burst out, and it seemed that billions of swords rang out at the same time between heaven and earth. Orogas snorted coldly, and the dragon claws tore through the space and slammed down with a huge force that was enough to crush the law. Boom! The earth collapsed, and Wu Jian used his body's skills to instantly disappear from the spot before being slapped to death by the dragon claws. Puff! But despite this, his body was torn with bloody marks, and he was almost torn into pieces. Orogas laughed contemptuously. Your swordsmanship is not bad, but your speed is too slow. If I was a little faster just now, you would have been smashed to pieces by me. Hearing this, Wu Jian remained silent. Buzz! After a strange wave. The next moment, another Wu Jian appeared on the huge dragon head of Orogas. Until this time, the Wu Jian figure at the original place gradually dissipated. Obviously, this is because the speed of Wu Jian's instantaneous burst has reached another level, so this strange visual phenomenon has been caused. Even Orogas' dragon pupil suddenly shrank. The next moment, a cold voice sounded. Sword of the heart. Cut! Swish! An invisible sword mark pierced through the dragon's neck, and black blood poured like a waterfall. Roar! Orogas roared, and the dragon's tail swept across. The speed of the instant attack was even as fast as teleportation. Even with Wu Jian's reaction ability, he couldn't dodge it. Puff! With a dull sound of flesh, Wu Jian was smashed into the ground by the dragon's tail. However, this is not over yet. Orogas, whose head was almost split open, had red eyes, and was burning with raging anger. Damn you! I'm going to burn you to ashes. Crash! From its mouth, a terrifying dragon's breath spewed out, and the scorching flames turned the entire battlefield into scorched earth. Whoosh! Whoosh! The burning of the dragon's breath lasted for 3 seconds. You know, with the attack power of Orogas, the general high-level lords would be killed instantly when touched by the dragon's breath, but Wu Jian was sprayed for 3 seconds, and almost everyone thought that he had been burned to ashes, however. Cough! Cough! A weak cough sounded. In the ruins, a creature that had been burned to charcoal, and could not be seen in human form gradually stood up. But even so, a pair of calm and deep eyes emerged from the dark face. On the other side, the crack on Orogas' head was also healing quickly. But the look it gave Wu Jian was no less arrogant than before. Wu Jian is indeed a rare demon in the way of swordsmanship. But you can't kill me. Now let me give you the final blow. Orogas spread his wings angrily, and the dragon's might poured down like a tide. Its body began to show strange blood-colored lines. That was the most ancient forbidden technique of the dragon clan, dragon blood burning soul. You are proud enough to force me to use the power of the origin. Oroga's voice became hoarse and terrifying, and every dragon scale was oozing scarlet blood. At the same time, Wu Jian slowly raised his charred arm, and his fingertips trembled. His movements were slow, but with a mysterious rhythm. The charred skin began to peel off, revealing the crystal-like bones underneath. Use your body as a sheath. Use your soul as a blade. His voice was very light, but it echoed clearly between heaven and earth. With every word he uttered, more charred shells fell off. Orogas suddenly felt a palpitation, and the dragon claws swung out violently. Die! At this critical moment, Wu Jian's body suddenly burst into a dazzling white light. The light was so pure that it did not contain a trace of impurities, as if it was going to purify everything in the world. Wu Jian final style. Remaining life. Time stopped at this moment. Orogas' dragon claws were only an inch away from Wu Jian, but he could no longer move forward. He was horrified to find that his body was beginning to disintegrate from the inside. Not being cut off, not being burned, but the purest disappearance. This is impossible. The Dragon King's pupils shrank violently, and he saw that Wu Jian's figure was gradually becoming transparent. This human turned his existence into the last sword. When the white light dissipated, only a translucent illusory long sword was left floating in the air on the battlefield. The sword body was covered with cracks, but it exuded a sharp edge that made the world tremble. Clang! With the last clear sword sound, the illusory long sword shattered. Countless light spots drifted away, as if a gentle snow had fallen. This match, Wu Jian wins. The lords watching were in a dead silence. It wasn't until a moment later that thunderous applause broke out. It was obvious that the battle between Wu Jian and Orogas was wonderful, allowing these lords to truly see how powerful the top monsters were. Moreover, they were not only strong in their own areas of expertise, but also showed amazing combat effectiveness in other areas: physical body, speed, spirit, reaction ability. Almost no shortcomings in all aspects. Let the lords watching shout with excitement. In this way, one match after another continued. Finally, after 3 consecutive days of fighting, the more than 4,000 lords, who advanced to the silver arena, The competition is over. Immediately afterwards, a prompt message appeared in front of Han Xing. Attention, contestant Han Xing. Your victory points this time are 100, and you have successfully advanced to the advanced arena, the Gold Arena. Then, a message appeared in front of all the lords. All contestants, please note that the second round of the Silver Arena has ended. The number of participating lords is 4578, and the number of lords with silver victory points above 50 is 2,154. These 2154 will advance to the Gold Arena. The remaining 2424 will be ranked according to their silver victory points and removed from the competition venue. When the information ended, more than 2,000 golden lights rose from the competition continent again. All the eliminated lords were teleported back to their respective territories. Before the lords could react, the surrounding void was shaken again. Boom! The void exploded, and more magnificent kingdoms of God descended. In the eastern sky, 9 bronze chains that spanned the Milky Way broke through the air, and each chain was wrapped with runes that suppressed the eternity. At the end of the chain was dragging a bronze ancient temple that was larger than a galaxy. The moment the temple door opened, it spewed out a chaotic breath that made time and space stagnate. I am the Lord of Taishu. A vague figure stepped out of the ancient temple, and the jade stairs carrying the avenue were automatically generated under his feet. His face could not be looked at directly, and he was surrounded by the broken and reorganized universe phantoms. His mere existence stopped the stars within a radius of billions of miles. Phoenix, your performance is already amazing enough. Just follow me into Taishu Palace. When the voice was heard, a raging fire rose from a territory in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a phoenix with a body size of more than 1 light year, whose light alone illuminated countless territories, flew up and went straight into the bronze door. Seeing this scene, other lords whispered, "That is, Huang Mantian. It is said that it has been accepted by the Taishu God Lord for a long time." It turns out to be true. The western star field suddenly lit up with dazzling blood light. A pagoda built with countless skulls of powerful people smashed the dimension and descended. A bloody broken sword was suspended on the top of the tower. When the sword sounded, the blood in all the lords began to flow backwards. A beautiful woman in a red robe and barefoot walked out of the blood rain. She had a living galaxy wrapped around her waist, and each star was a refined eyeball. Shui, you didn't make it into the top 1,000 this time. I am very disappointed in you. Now, return to the blood slaughter tower to accept punishment. After saying that, the beautiful woman waved her hand and swept away a man covered in blood. Shuangyi, follow me back. Jiang'er, return to the tribe quickly. Boom! One after another, the kingdoms of God appeared. The strength of the gods that appeared among them was even more terrifying. The lords were shocked. Since they were born, they have never seen so many lords of the god realm at the same time. And at this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly waved. The entire competition continent suddenly extinguished, as if someone turned off the light source of the starry sky. In the absolute darkness, 2 blood-red moons slowly lit up. It turned out to be a pair of eyes. A huge monster comparable to the size of a galaxy appeared. His body was composed of broken plain crystal walls, and every breath spewed out a chaotic storm. When he spoke, the voice exploded directly in the minds of all living beings. My name is Devouring the World. The low-level lords, who were watching the battle, fainted in groups. Their spirits could not bear the whispers of such an existence at all. Even the high-level lords felt a strong pressure at this moment, making their minds more confused. These lords covered their heads in pain and said in horror, "Oh my God! What level of strongman is this? Why can't we bear its voice alone?" At this time, an old voice sounded, devouring the world. "You are already a high-level god lord, and ordinary little guys should not be in your eyes. Is there anything you want in it?" The pair of blood-colored moons did not speak, but swept through the surrounding lords. Finally, the eyes fell on one of the curled-up black shadows. It had no specific facial features, and looked like a mass of flowing liquid. When the swallowing world lord's eyes swept through it, the black shadow suddenly seemed to be electrocuted and stood still. This black shadow was the Shadow Devourer who had fought against the Phantom Monarch before. After a moment, the swallowing world snorted coldly, "Little guy, follow me." The next moment, without waiting for the other party to agree, he directly released a powerful energy wave and swept it out. As more and more lords appeared in the world, they also took away their own disciples. Among them, some lords took away 1, and some took away 2. Of course, there were also lords who took away 3, but they were very few. As mentioned before, the lords who could enter the top 10,000 in this competition were all 1 in a billion. And the monsters, who could enter the top 5,000 were even more rare. Even if you can take such a monster as your disciple, training them requires a huge amount of information. Even ordinary God Realm Lords cannot afford it. Therefore, in order not to mislead the students and delay the future of these lords. Therefore, most God Lords will basically only take one monster as a disciple. In this way, this grand event lasted for more than half an hour. Almost 80% of the lords, who were eliminated in the second batch, were taken in by those God Lords, and will enjoy a high status and rich resources from now on. This is also why those monsters came to participate in the competition, and wanted to get a higher ranking at all costs. Time flies. The preparation time for the second round passed. Then, a prompt appeared again. Attention all contestants. The third round of the Gold Arena is about to begin. The remaining 2,154 lords will continue to fight 100 random battles, and each victory will earn 1 gold victory point. Lords with more than 50 victory points will advance to the fourth round of the Platinum Arena, and lords with less than 50 victory points will be eliminated. When the prompt ended, all the lords looked stern and took a breath, because they knew that what they would face next was a stronger opponent and a more difficult enemy. After a gasp, the third round of the brutal competition officially began. Boom! The moment the battlefield was formed, more than 2,000 lords maximized their senses and increased their reaction ability to the limit. The next moment, all of them broke out their most powerful battle situation. Boom! Boom! Various fierce battles continued. Including Yelian, Qinghe, Wujin and other strong men, almost all of them were forced to use their full strength. In the third round of the Gold Arena, the remaining lords can be said to have basically the strength of the top 1,000. Everyone is a dragon among men, and everyone has made achievements far beyond ordinary people in their respective fields. To fight this kind of monster, you have to go all out. Otherwise, as long as there is any deviation, they will fail. However, the battle of another group of top players is still crushing. There is no need to say more about Roland, Han Xing, and Ji Yuntian. The strong men behind them, such as Zhou Lin, Jiang Heng, and Tai Yuan, are also invincible. As they displayed their powerful fighting skills one by one, their opponents fell to their hands one after another. Soon, the 100 battles of Han Crossing, Roland and other top monsters came to an end. They still won with an amazing 100% winning rate, crushing. Then, after waiting for another 3 hours, the battle of the other 2,000 lords also came to an end. Chapter 848. Attention all contestants, the third round of the gold competition has ended. The number of participating lords this time is 2154, and the number of lords with more than 50 gold victory points is 1,012. These 1,012 people will advance to the Platinum Arena. The remaining 1,142 people will be ranked according to gold victory points, and removed from the competition venue. Buzz! More than 1,000 light pillars rose up again, attracting a large number of gods to appear in the world again. And in public, they took back the lords under their respective command into the kingdom of God. After a moment, the prompt appeared again. Attention all contestants. The fourth round of the Platinum Arena is about to begin. The remaining 1,012 lords. The rules of the game are still the same. 50 platinum victory points advance, and those below 50 are eliminated. However, for many lords, this game is the most critical. Because there are only 1,012 lords who advance to the Platinum Arena. In other words, as long as more than 12 people are eliminated, they can successfully enter the top 1,000. And the reward for the 1,000th place is 5 more precious sacred herbs than the ones outside the 1,000th place. More importantly, in addition to the rewards, they also want to get a score within the 1,000th place. For a moment, most of the lords held their breath and prepared to concentrate all their energy to deal with the last battle. When the battlefield was formed, Qinghe tapped her toes lightly and floated in the sky. And in front of her, a huge monster appeared. The golden wings covered the sky, and a pair of bird eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. When she saw the opponent's figure clearly, Qinghe's pupil shrank slightly. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I didn't expect to meet the Sky Overlord right away. The enemy in the fourth round of the Platinum competition is indeed very powerful." However, her opponent did not pause at all. The moment he locked onto Qinghe, he turned into a golden lightning and disappeared instantly, and in an instant, he came in front of Qinghe. The battle was about to start. Boom, boom! 1,012 lords were divided into 506 battlefields. Except for the battlefields of a few lords, the battles of other lords were very fierce. It can even be said that it reached the level of a peak showdown. Most of the lords were forced to use their most powerful strength, and all their trump cards were played. Every move they made was accompanied by more backhands, hiding many murderous intentions. Every defense was observing the opponent's trajectory, ready to launch a fatal counterattack at any time. In this tense battle, the hundreds of billions of lords watching the competition continent actually became strangely quiet. Everyone concentrated their energy and stared at the projection screen intently, fearing that they would miss any details. Brilliant. So wonderful. It turns out that the use of the origin can be so gorgeous. Unbelievable. The attack method of the knife can be so flexible, which completely subverts my cognition. Look over there. The Lord of Sheeman actually perfectly predicted the opponent's moves 100,652 times. So scary. Watching the battles of these top lords really benefited me a lot. Many lords sighed at the excitement of these games. Each of these top 1,000 beings fought their way out with their own strength. Some of the little tricks they showed, as well as some special uses of the origin, could make these lords feel a lot. Even more, many lords entered a state of enlightenment on the spot because of watching the battles of these top monsters. They closed their eyes and began to seriously experience the insights they had just gained. In just a moment, powerful origin fluctuations emerged. That was a sign of breakthrough. Buzz. Buzz. As more origin fluctuations emerged, the number of lords who broke through reached millions in a short period of time. No one expected that watching the battles of these top lords could actually transform the strength of so many lords. A lord exclaimed, "I understand. This is why the organizers would rather consume a lot of resources and insist on holding the competition every once in a while. He wants to gather all these top monsters together so that everyone can learn their advantages through fighting and turn them into their own insights. In this way, the entire southern region will have more and more powerful people who will suddenly realize because of the battles of these monsters, and there will be more and more people who will break through to the realm of the God Realm Lord in the future. Not only can it strengthen the strength of the entire southern region, but it can also allow more monsters to participate in the competition, which will have a virtuous cycle effect." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at the Lord. After thinking for a while, they nodded one after another, thinking that what this person said was indeed reasonable. At this moment, the Lord even suffered some kind of backlash because of his overconcentration of mental power. He spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff sound, and then fainted. And as the first lord fainted, more and more lords vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Some of the serious ones even exploded on the spot, leaving only a wisp of soul fire floating on the spot. Although they reassembled their bodies in an instant, their aura still became much weaker. Puff! Puff! There were waves of dense explosions. It almost sounded like a rhythm of fireworks exploding. At this time, a deep voice sounded, "Little guys, you can watch and learn, but don't force yourself to understand. These little guys in the arena, any of their killer moves may seem simple to you, but in fact, they have gone through countless deductions. It combines the use of countless sources, and finally simplifies it, consuming a huge amount of time and energy. If you force yourself to understand, not only will you not be able to learn the mystery, but you will also faint because of insufficient understanding. In serious cases, there is even a risk of exploding and dying." Hearing the explanation of this voice, many lords' eyes showed a look of realization. They also quickly retracted their gazes, not daring to continue to concentrate on understanding the killer moves of those evildoers as before. However, they will secretly remember these killer moves in their hearts, and prepare to slowly understand and disassemble them after the game is over. Obviously, this is a wise approach. And after this game, among the hundreds of billions of lords watching, there will definitely be many people whose strength will be improved. The foundation of the southern region will also be strengthened. The lords on the field will fight their opponents with all their might. The lords outside the arena also focused all their attention and watched their battle intently. Thousands of light years in radius fell into a strange state of silence. Except for the heavy breathing of the lords, there were only the battles on the projection screens. Time passed in a flash, and a full 24 hours had passed. Most of the 1,012 lords had already fought 100 battles. Now there are only the last 100 lords left, and there are still a few battles to be fought. The lords watching from the outside also focused their attention on those lords. Among them, there were the sisters Qinghe and Yaolian. At this moment, Qinghe's eyes were shining, and countless lotus leaves were floating behind her and under her feet. These lotus leaves were slowly rotating, and each leaf exuded great power. Obviously, this is her full combat power. Even Han Xing has never seen Qinghe in such a state. Opposite her, there was a thin man covered in a gray robe, with his hands wrapped in annihilation chains that kept disintegrating and reorganizing. Ching He. A sound like sandpaper rubbing against each other sounded. Ji. Both sides revealed each other's identities. On the opposite side, Ji looked Ching He up and down. Your fighting style is very special. But you don't stand much chance against me, so you better admit defeat. Ching He didn't say anything, but looked at her victory points. Platinum victory points, 49. She only needed to win one more game and get 1 point of Platinum Holy Scripture, and she would be able to advance to the 5th round of the Diamond Arena. And her ranking will have a chance to enter the top 500, or even the top 300. Thinking of this, Ching He's eyes showed determination. Voila! She gently raised her umbrella, and thousands of lotus leaves flowed around her. Her current state was extremely special. Her black hair turned green, her pupils reflected the scene of lotus in full bloom, and even her breath carried a faint fragrance of grass and trees. Let me see. How powerful the form that has never been used before. Pure world blue lotus can be. Across the way, Ji looked at Ching He at this moment, and a solemn look also appeared in his eyes. He could feel that Ching He's state seemed to be different from the intelligence. But he didn't think much, and in just a moment, he directly attacked. Kung! Thousands of annihilation chains rushed out like poisonous snakes. Ching He lightly tapped the tip of the umbrella, and thousands of lotus leaves attacked the chains with her movements. Bang! The battle started directly. And on the other side, the blue sea was like a mirror, without a single ripple. Yao Lian stood on the water, her white cloth shoes creating tiny ripples, but in an instant, it returned to calm. She held a nearly 2-meter-long black sword in one hand, with the blade pointed diagonally at the sea. The blade did not move, but the invisible edge silently cut the sea water under her feet. The sea area of tens of thousands of kilometers fell into a strange silence because of her existence, as if even the wind did not dare to disturb this area. At this moment, a huge wave suddenly exploded on the distant horizon. A huge black shadow broke out of the water, and the tsunami it caused was enough to submerge the continent. When the raging waves slowly subsided, a half-human, half-whale body appeared. A terrifying creature covered with dark blue scales, with 3 pairs of scarlet eyes, and holding a giant halberd in its hand appeared. It was one of the top players in this competition, Sea God Garuda. A deep voice like the sea sounded. I didn't expect that my last opponent would be you. Besides, the battlefield around here seems to be more favorable to me. Garuda's voice echoed like the deep sea, shaking the space. Yao Lian just stood there quietly without saying anything. Garuda's voice sounded again. Yao Lian, I only need 1 platinum point to advance. How about you admit defeat, and give me this chance? However, Yao Lian still didn't answer. She just raised her eyes slightly. Her eyes were terribly calm. The next second. Swish. Garuda's giant halberd has arrived. Before the halberd blade arrived, the violent wind pressure had split the sea surface into a gully thousands of meters deep. However, Yao Lian's figure disappeared at this moment. No, it wasn't disappearance, but her movements were so fast that not even a shadow was left. Swish. A blood-red knife light shot up from bottom to top, like a blood mark dividing the sky and earth, silently crossing Garuda's chest. Hiss. Garuda cried out in pain. It was surprised to find that its scales, muscles, and bones were neatly cut by this knife, and deep blue blood poured out like a waterfall. Damn woman! Garuda cursed. However, the sea god is still the sea god after all. It roared, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the entire sea area was boiling, and countless water tornadoes rose into the sky, turning into cages to block all the retreat routes of the demon lotus. In my domain, you have nowhere to escape. Garuda laughed grimly, and the giant halberd fell again. Yao Lian remained silent. She just gently turned her wrist, and held a large sword horizontally in front of her. The large sword slashed horizontally lightly. Schwa! There was no earth-shaking momentum, no fancy sword light. Only a thin black line slowly emerged from Garuda's neck. The next second splash. The head of the ancient sea god slid down, and the huge body crashed into the sea, stirring up huge waves, and Yao Lian had already sheathed the sword, stepped on the sea surface that had returned to calm again, and slowly left. This competition, Yao Lian wins. Seeing this scene, the lords watching from the outside world couldn't help but be in an uproar. Because they could clearly feel that Yao Lian seemed to have become stronger, everyone exclaimed, "What a demon woman! She has been constantly enlightened in battle, and constantly improved herself in a short period of time. Now, her strength has even reached the top 300, or even the top 200. Yes. We all underestimated Yao Lian. Everyone thinks that although this woman is talented, she is not as good as her sister Qinghe. Qinghe's fighting style is varied, and she can attack or defend, which is very difficult to deal with. Yao Lian's fighting style is very strong and fierce, and it is easy to be targeted. After a pause, the Lord said with emotion, however, in fact, it is precisely because of Yao Lian's state of mind that she can go further. The pure fighting spirit allows her to constantly learn from her own shortcomings while fighting, thereby achieving transformation. This is the innocent heart that those gods are pursuing. After listening to the analysis of the lords, many people looked at the woman on the projection screen, with a little more solemnity in their eyes. Including many ancient lords of the divine domain, they also set their sights on Yao Lian. Time passed. As Qinghe and Yao Lian's battle ended, other evildoers also ended their battles one after another. An announcement appeared. Chapter 849. Attention all contestants, the 4th round, the Platinum Arena has ended. The number of participating lords this time is 1,012 people, and the number of lords with Platinum victory points above 50 is 452. These 452 people will advance to the Diamond Arena. The remaining 560 people will be ranked according to Platinum victory points, and removed from the competition venue. When the prompt ended, another 560 light pillars shot up into the sky. The lords returned to their own territories, and this time, because of the appearance of this group of lords, the vibration of the surrounding space was even stronger. Boom! Boom! Ancient and huge kingdoms of God appeared one after another, and the appearance of each kingdom of God caused a cry of surprise, because among them are some long-established old-fashioned lords of God. There are even some lords of God, who are said to have died millions of years ago. Now, because of the competition of this group of lords, all of them have gathered together, and appeared in a high-profile manner. Boom! The void trembled, as if the whole world was trembling for the arrival of these beings. In the eastern sky, a dark bronze kingdom broke through the dimension, and its surface was engraved with ancient inscriptions that had long been lost. The gate of the kingdom slowly opened, and the smell of decay swept out, and an ancient bronze coffin wrapped with chains floated out. The Lord of Burial Heaven. An elderly lord exclaimed, "Didn't he sit and die 500,000 years ago?" Kala. The coffin lid slid open with a bang, and a dry palm stretched out and waved lightly. The Lord of Xian Gu ranked 875 was pulled by an invisible force, and knelt in front of the coffin. "This is my disciple, the heir of the Book of Burial Heaven." All the lords stared at this scene in a daze, before they could come to their senses. In the western star field, 9 blood-red crescent moons lit up at the same time. The moonlight intertwined into a bridge, and a beautiful woman holding a white bone umbrella walked on the bridge. Her skirt was woven by countless wailing souls, and with every step she took, a red spider lily bloomed under her feet. Lord of the Dark Moon. It's her. The one who once turned all the creatures of the 5 kingdoms into souls with one blow. At this time, another lord was shocked. Look over there. There is also an incredible existence there. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, there was a black and white area, as if the whole world was fading. In this black and white world, a huge skeleton standing upright slowly stood up, and each of its bones was nailed with dense nails. Bone Master. This evil lord from 1,000,000 years ago was banned by the Tianji Pavilion, because his original cultivation method was too cruel. After many years, he actually appeared again. As the crowd exclaimed, various powerful beings continued to appear. Even the Tianji Divine Lord took action, and took away a man from the Golden Wing clan ranked 947th. This grand occasion continued until all the lords were assigned. As mentioned before, the gold content of this batch of lords is very high. After all, each of the beings who can break into the top 1,000 is 1 in a billion, a monster among monsters. Each of them has their own fighting style and their own strengths. Some lords even stopped at the top 1,000 because they have not fully exerted their talents. After returning, they will calm down and cooperate with the guidance of famous teachers, and they will definitely soar to the sky. When all the lords were accepted by the gods, the announcement continued. Attention all contestants. The 5th round of the diamond competition is about to begin. The remaining 452 lords. When the prompt ended, everyone stared at the game projection in front of them, because the next battle will be more valuable. Most of the monsters will be forced to show all their strength and trump cards because they encounter opponents of equal strength. In other words, this is a good opportunity for them to learn and find out the details of these lords. It is worth mentioning that the sisters Qinghe and Yao Lian both advanced to the 5th round. In other words, they have become the top 500 strong men, and the Blood Queen Helena was eliminated in the last round. As for Tugong, he was eliminated earlier. He was almost eliminated at the same time as the Big Beast Lord. Fortunately, Tugong also relied on his own defensive strength to squeeze into the top 10,000 with a thrilling score of 9,999. Wow! As the 452 lords were divided into 226 battlefields, all the lords quickly confirmed the identity and strength of their opponents the moment the battlefield was generated. Some people smiled with surprise, while others frowned. But soon, they all entered the state. Kill! With a light shout, the lords pounced on their opponents like wolves and tigers. And the moment the two sides came into contact, they burst out with their most powerful means. Heavenly destruction, all things returned to the ruins. Great collapse. Shattered. Die! Black hole fist. With a low roar, a lord with dark energy wrapped around his body suddenly punched. The space instantly twisted and collapsed, forming a terrifying micro-black hole, swallowing up the surrounding light, energy, and even laws. His opponent was a female lord riding a golden giant eagle. When she saw the attack coming, her face suddenly changed, and she immediately urged her mount to retreat rapidly. At the same time, he formed seals with both hands and shouted, "Holy Light Barrier Thousand Feather Shield." Countless golden feathers burst out from the wings of the giant eagle, turning into layers of light shields in front of him. However, the gravity of the black hole was too overbearing, and the light shield was torn and swallowed like fragile thin paper. Boom! After a destructive wave, the female lord was completely swallowed. On the other side, Qinghe's opponent was a man wearing ice crystal armor, holding a cold spear, and the tip of the spear was surrounded by the extreme cold power of freezing time and space. Lord Tianquang, Han Wuya. He was standing there, the space around him was completely frozen, even Qinghe felt her body stiffen. Han Wuya said coldly, "Qinghe, you have already lost." Hearing this, Qinghe had no expression on her face. Although she could also feel that Han Wuya's strength seemed to crush her, the pride in her heart made her unwilling to admit it. The lotus leaf umbrella in her hand gently rotated, and she said in an equally cold voice, "You will know after trying." The next moment, she took the initiative to attack. Seeing the enemy rushing, Han Wuya didn't waste any words, and shook his spear, and the tip of the spear burst out with a piercing cold light. Extreme cold eternal freeze spear. Before the spear shadow arrived, the coldness had already frozen time and space. The air around Qinghe solidified instantly, and even her movements became slow. At the critical moment, Qinghe quickly condensed 180,000 lotus leaves, trying to resist the shot, however. Puff! A continuous piercing sound sounded, and the shot directly pierced through all her lotus leaves and her chest. A bone-chilling chill froze Qinghe's body, and in an instant, Qinghe did not retreat but advanced, and actually directly faced the damage of the spear and quickly approached Han Wuya. The next moment, she said in a cold voice, "Lotus leaves infinite." Countless lotus leaves attacked from all directions, and once they hit, they would cut Han Wuya's body into pieces. And Han Wuya is worthy of being a demon who can enter the top 500, and his reaction speed is ridiculously fast. In just a moment, he flashed and disappeared at high speed. When he appeared again, he was behind Qinghe. An ice spear appeared out of thin air in his hand again, and he thrust it forward, aiming directly at Qinghe's heart, and Qinghe also sensed the trajectory of this man's movement. In an instant, he condensed, compressed, and suspended endless lotus leaves behind him. When the lotus leaves were pierced by the ice spear, boom! A terrifying blue energy and ice energy quickly burst out, flooding the entire projection screen. Countless lords held their breath and stared at the stadium, and when the energy fluctuations gradually dissipated, Han Wuya's broken figure stood in place, with thousands of scars cut by the lotus leaves on his body. On the opposite side, Qinghe still stood in place with an elegant posture. However, an ice spear was inserted into her heart. The whole person was frozen into an ice sculpture by the terrifying cold. Crack! After a clear cracking sound, Qinghe turned into pieces all over the ground. This competition, Han Wuya wins. The lords outside immediately started a heated discussion. What a strong battle, worthy of being the top 500 lords. Although Qinghe lost, her strength and combat awareness are worthy of her ranking. Yes. At the moment of contact, they played at least hundreds of thousands of games, and in the end Qinghe lost a little bit. But it doesn't matter, Fairy Qinghe has proved her strength. It's not that she is too weak, but that the opponent is too strong. Among the more than 400 lords, who advanced to the 5th round this time, humanoid creatures accounted for only 30%. Among them, only 5% of the 30% are female lords. Especially, lords like Qinghe who are strong and beautiful are even rarer. So, she has a huge number of loyal fans. These lords are explaining for Qinghe, and they are not disappointed by her failure at all. In addition to Qinghe, there is another battle in another arena that is also eye-catching. That is the battlefield of Qinghe's sister, Yaoyan. At this moment, Yaoyan is still dressed in white, with a large sword in her right hand. Her blood-red pupils are locked on the opponent in front of her, as if analyzing the opponent's weaknesses. On the opposite side, there is a metal giant as majestic as a star. Its body is forged from countless divine golds, and every inch of its joints is inlaid with law gears. It can crush galaxies with a wave of its hand. This one is the Lord of 10,000 Machines, Teak. Yaoyan. It is said that your sword can cut through everything. Tikai's voice was like the friction of millions of gears, harsh and cold. I wonder if you can break my metal body? Yaoyan did not answer, but slowly raised her big sword. As she moved, it was gradually covered with a layer of blood-colored flames. The temperature of the space within a radius of several light-years rose sharply, and even the starlight was burned and distorted. Obviously, after this period of fighting, Yaoyan's strength has been qualitatively improved, and the big sword has also ushered in a new combat form. Tikai's voice continued to sound. Your sword makes me feel a burst of burning feeling. This is a form you have never shown before. After a pause, he seemed to realize something. Did you break through in the battle? You are really a rare fighting demon. However, Yaoyan just glanced at it coldly. Don't talk nonsense. I'm in a hurry to kill you and go to the next battle. Hearing this, Tikai's breath stagnated. It sneered. Okay, let's fight over there. The right arm of Teak suddenly transformed into a giant star-slashing blade that spanned the galaxy and chopped down at Yaoyan. Mechanical Divine Punishment Star Severance. Before the blade light arrived, many stars along the way had been silently annihilated. Yaoyan still looked cold, but she also knew that the opponent was very powerful and did not underestimate the enemy at all. Holding the hilt with both hands, it suddenly raised up. Blood Moon Rainbow Slash. Boom! The moment the red blade light collided with the giant mechanical blade, the entire battlefield was split into two. The shockwave swept out, and more than a dozen nearby stars were instantly vaporized, and even the space was cut into a black crack that was several light years long. Tai Hai's mechanical body was repelled tens of thousands of kilometers. A hideous knife mark appeared on the chest armor, and molten metal drops fell into the void like blood. What a terrible attack power! Tai Hai's voice was filled with fear and shock. Obviously, the combat power displayed by the transformed Demon Lotus has made him feel strongly threatened. Ka-la-la. The gears in its body turned frantically, and the wound began to repair at a very fast speed. The Demon Lotus did not give it a chance to breathe. It stepped on the void and turned into a red meteor, approaching in an instant. Blood Moon. Kill against the light. Swish. Her sword light slashed billions of times in an instant, and each sword accurately chopped on the node of the log gear of Teak. The entire starry sky was filled with red knife marks. From a distance, it looked like a blood-red crescent moon covered with knife marks. The repair speed of Teak finally couldn't keep up with the destruction, and the core gears broke one after another. Impossible. My mechanical divine body is specially designed to overcome all physical attacks. How could you destroy my divine body? Teak roared and shouted angrily. It's not that easy to kill me. It roared, and its arm suddenly merged into a star-destroying cannon that spanned the galaxy, and the energy at the muzzle gathered crazily. Galaxy Annihilation Cannon. Buzz! A dazzling white light burst out, and all matter along the way was annihilated. However, facing this white light, the Demon Lotus's expression was still cold. She held the knife upright in front of her with both hands, and the blade was emitting red flames, which suddenly expanded into a giant flaming blade spanning light years. Blood Moon Great Annihilation. Cut! The blood-colored giant blade and the Annihilation Cannon collided with each other. Boom, boom, boom. The entire starry sky fell into an absolute white, and all celestial bodies within billions of kilometers evaporated at the same time. When the light faded, the mechanical body of Tiekue had been shattered, and the core gears were completely melted. Although Yaoyan's body was blasted into a charred black, she still stood firmly in place. Winner, Yaoyan. Chapter 850. When the result of the game was announced, the whole place fell into a brief silence. Then, there was a cheer like a landslide and tsunami. One knife forced through the ultimate move of the iron skeleton and destroyed its mechanical body. How terrifying! Is this the true strength of Yao Lian? Too strong. The performance of the goddess Yao Lian now gives me the feeling that she has even surpassed her sister Qin He. After this lord finished speaking, other lords echoed. For a time, Yao Lian's popularity soared all the way, and she was even about to surpass her sister Qin He. However, this is only the first game. You know, even in the Diamond Arena, even if there are only 452 lords left, these participating lords have to play 100 games before they can end. In other words, they have a high probability of encountering powerful enemies that they have never encountered before. As I said, except for the top few monsters, no one dares to say that they can win the opponent in this round. Almost every battle was fought with all their strength, and every battle forced them to show all their trump cards. Despite this, most of the battles ended with both sides being injured. Even if they defeated their opponents, the winners would be seriously injured. It is almost difficult to win the game with a perfect attitude. However, it is precisely in this high-intensity life and death battle, coupled with the stimulation of various opponents. These monsters have burst out with unprecedented potential. After each stop, they will summarize the reasons for the failure of this battle in their minds, and constantly simulate the battle with the opponent. Other lords concentrated all their energy and integrated these battle insights. Boom! Boom! A monstrous momentum rose up. Many lords actually made breakthroughs in the battle like Yao Lian. Their sudden burst of fighting power was jaw-dropping, and the lords watching the battle were very excited. And this change also made the rankings that were about to be fixed become more elusive. No one knew the final ranking of these lords until the last moment of the game. However, compared to the life and death battles and desperate breakthroughs of these hundreds of lords, the battles of the other 7 or 8 lords seemed very dull and boring. So far, they have not been forced to use all their fighting power. In almost every battle, the enemy was killed in seconds not long after it started. Even when facing these top 500 players, there was no exception. Obviously, these top monsters are Roland, Ji Yutian, Zhou Lin and others. Of course, Han Xing is also among them. During his battle, he encountered many special lords. Those immune to physical and mental attacks are not to be mentioned. There are also some that have no entity and exist completely in the form of energy. No matter how many times you kill them, they will be resurrected infinitely. And some monsters with weak attack power, but extremely strong defense, and can even temporarily turn on the invincible state. In addition, there are some lords with weak combat power, but with anti-injury shells, which can rebound all mental and physical damage to the target. These guys have caused Han Xing a lot of trouble. But in the end, they were all solved by Han Xing in an absolutely crushing manner. So, his battle was not as exciting as that of Yao Lian, Qing He and others. And it seems that because the organizer deliberately did it, they have not encountered any opponents of equal strength until now. Just like Han Xing has not met Ji Yutian and Zhou Lin, those monsters have not encountered enemies of the same level. Obviously, this is the arena where the organizer is going to put them for a peak showdown. Han Xing whispered, that is to say, I will encounter many monsters in the last round of the arena. Thinking of this, not only was there no fear in his pupils, but a surging fighting spirit burned. Just right, I also want to see how many places I can rush into in the state of full burst. The next moment, the darkness in front of his eyes faded. A white planet with a diameter of more than 5 light years appeared in front of him, accompanied by an unprecedented gravity. Battlefield generated successfully. White dwarf, gravity 1 million times. When he looked forward, a man in a black robe appeared with nothing in his hands. He was standing there, but he was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, exuding a terrifying sword spirit. This man was the sword-wielding demon, Wu Jian. When the lords watching the battle outside saw Han Xing's opponent, they were immediately shocked. Everyone, look, Sha Xing's opponent this time is Wu Jian. This match may be a bit interesting. When everyone heard the two keywords Sha Xing and Wu Jian, they immediately became interested and looked over. They said excitedly, Sha Xing finally met a more powerful opponent. Wu Jian himself is a sword demon with amazing combat experience. In this competition, he has made a new breakthrough. Now, everyone believes that Wu Jian can steadily enter the top 100. I wonder if he can break the invincibility myth of Sha Xing. However, just when everyone was looking forward to this fierce battle, but they saw that Han Xing didn't even move, and continued to give Wu Jian a look. Then, Wu Jian, who was highly expected by them, and could even steadily enter the top 100, suddenly froze. After a puff sound, he exploded into pieces. Seeing this scene, the whole audience fell into a stagnation again. Until Han Xing's image sounded from the projection, and the tsunami-like exclamation sounded again. Monster! What an unreasonable monster! That's Wu Jian. He is known as a sword demon who rarely appears in a million years, but you killed him with a single stare. You didn't give him any face at all. Yeah. Sha Xing is too abnormal. His mental attack can kill the top 100 geniuses in seconds. How much power does it take to do this? Poor Wu Jian. At the same time, Han Xing appeared in the waiting space and shook his armor casually. Drops of crystal blood fell from his body. However, with the injection of a special energy, his injuries recovered quickly, including the consumed mental power was restored to full value. Just now, although the situation of the battle looked simple, the strength was more complicated than what the group of lords saw. At the moment the battle began, Wu Jian realized the power of Han Xing and quickly slashed tens of thousands of sword chi to attack him. Han Xing slashed out 3 spiritual swords in succession before he destroyed Wu Jian's attack power. Then, Wu Jian sensed Han Xing's terror again, so he released sword domain in an instant, turning the entire white dwarf into his home. Countless sword energy swept and attacked Han Xing from all directions. If he had reacted a little slower at that time, he would probably have been directly hit hard by his burst and beaten into the invincible state of immortal body. However, Han Xing's current reaction ability is also top-notch. He directly used the 4 Sword of 9 Yuan soul-destroying sword, Heart Devouring, the 5th sword, Breaking Thoughts, the 6th sword, Destroying Memory. 3 swords followed by 1 sword, and Wu Jian was killed on the spot. So, the actual battle was much more dangerous than they had expected. But because they fought too quickly, most Chaos Lord level masters could not see it. All they could see was Han Xing staring at Wu Jian to death, with a look. At this moment, he whispered, "This Wu Jian, his fighting power and explosive power are indeed quite amazing. This time he suffered from the intelligence loss. He didn't know that I suddenly had the means of mental attack, so he was killed instantly by me. If we meet again next time, he will definitely switch his fighting style." But only for a moment, Han Xing's face reappeared a smile. "But I can use more than one fighting style. So far, this game has not forced me to reveal many trump cards. I also want to see if I can fight those top monsters with full fighting power." Thinking of this, Han Xing gradually tightened the Eternal Night War bow and started the next battle. On the other side. After rebirth, Wu Jian shook his head subconsciously. Han Xing's 6 consecutive spiritual swords just now caused him heavy damage. Until now, he still felt a tingling pain in his head. And what's more terrifying is that he found that his memory was missing a piece. Obviously, he was affected by Han Xing's spiritual sword. Wu Jian rubbed his temples and murmured, "Killing Star, spiritual sword. This is a combination I have never imagined. Those 6 swords, even if I prepared in advance, I couldn't resist. It seems that you should have broken through to the high-level Lord realm. This kind of improvement is really terrifying." He sighed, and a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. The last time he felt this way was when he fought Ji Yutian. Unexpectedly, Wu Jian also felt the same feeling on Han Xing this time. But soon, he cheered up again. "You are all getting stronger. I can't fall behind. Although I am still a long way from you now, I will continue to get stronger. Until the day when I completely surpass you." Wu Jian's pupils were full of fighting spirit, and he quickly rushed to the next game. Just like that. In the 5th round of the Diamond Arena, more than 400 lords fought a peak duel. The hundreds of billions of lords in the outside world watched intently, almost holding their breath. Waves of breakthroughs emerged. There were lords from the outside world watching, and there were also those monsters who were playing on the field. Time passed in a flash, and another 24 hours passed. So far, the 5th round of 452 lords and 100 games have all ended. All contestants, please note that the 5th round of the Diamond Arena has ended. The number of participating lords is 452, and the number of lords with more than 50 diamond points is 204. These 204 will advance to the Star Arena. The remaining 248 will be ranked according to diamond points and removed from the competition venue. When the prompt ended, 248 light pillars shot up into the sky. The 248 eliminated lords officially ended all the competitions and returned to their own territories. It is worth mentioning that among this group of lords, the sisters Yaolian and Qinghao were also there. They were eliminated with a score of 431 and 314 respectively. However, compared to the prediction before the start of the competition that the sisters could enter the top 2,000 at most, it has exceeded too much. Qinghao is quite satisfied with this result. Yaolian is still a little unwilling, because in several games, because the opponent's fighting style is too weird, she did not perform well. If she seizes the opportunity in these few games, she might be able to advance again. However, no matter how unwilling she is, her game is over. She can only learn from experience secretly, and strive to perform better next time she encounters these enemies outside. Similarly, The 248 people who were eliminated also received olive branches from many ancient beings. Some lords agreed to join, while others refused. Yes, the monsters who have reached this ranking have the right to refuse. And those ancient beings did not force it. Because they know that these monsters have their own paths, and even if they are trained, they may not be able to bring out all their potential. Therefore, it is better to let them grow on their own rather than misleading them. Perhaps, among these evildoers, there will be several giants in the future. Time passed quickly. With the end of the 5th round, the 6th round, the Star Arena began. This is also the penultimate round. After the Star Arena, the remaining lords will enter the King Arena, which is also the last battle. In the last arena, all lords will fight with other lords, and then be ranked according to their personal victory points. In other words, the King Arena will be the most valuable game. Here, all evildoers will fight. It will also let other lords see the true strength of these top evildoers. In the expectation of everyone, the announcement appeared. Attention all contestants. The 6th round of the Star Arena is about to begin. 248 lords remaining. When the prompt ends, the battlefield is generated. Boom! All lords burst out with unprecedented fighting power at the moment the battle begins, and they want to kill their opponents at the fastest speed. After another round of screening, the quality of this batch of lords is much higher than the previous round. Their combat experience and reaction ability have basically reached the current limit. Often in a moment, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of games have been played. So, this caused a weird scene. In the eyes of the lords outside, they saw the two sides of the game appear. Then they looked at each other. The next second, the two sides came into contact. After another second, the battle was over. Either one side fell, and the other side won. Or both sides were injured. But the weird thing is that most of the Chaos Lords can't see the process of their fight clearly. It's like watching a stuck movie. There is only the beginning and the end, and there is no process in between. Chapter 851. The lords watching the game said, "Oh my god. This game is unbearable to watch. I can't even keep up with the movements of these monsters. Yeah, I don't even know how they made their moves, but the battle is over. Good guy. It seems that our attempt to spy on their trump cards through the battle of these top monsters is not feasible." They all felt regretful. However, the group of lords of the God Realm watched very seriously. Some lords of the God Realm even concentrated all their mental power and entered a state of selflessness. It was not until a moment later that these gods came back to their senses and said with amazement, "Unbelievable. I actually gained new insights in the battles with these little guys. Yes. I have been unable to solve a problem of fusion of moves for many years, but I actually saw the miracle of breaking it in the body of that kid with a battle axe. My spear field has also made new progress under Han Wuya's spear skills." As more and more gods exclaimed, the origin of the breakthroughs fluctuated wildly. From this, we can imagine how evil these lords are. It is incredible that the lords of the God Realm have gained insights by relying on the strength of the Chaos Lord Realm. These 200 lords, as long as they do not die in the future, will almost 100% become God Realm lords. And they are not ordinary God lords, at least they are at the middle level God Lord level, of course, compared to the peak duel of other lords. The battle between Han Xing and Roland and other evildoers is still boring. Especially the latter. In Han Xing's battle, he occasionally uses bows and arrows and mental attacks, switching between battles. Roland was so strong that he was unreasonable. Every time he started a battle, he would crush his opponent with his powerful mental power and stun him on the spot. Then, he would launch an attack and take him away. Except for a few monsters, who could force Roland to move his feet and take out his weapons. His battles were basically the same. In this area, with the attention of hundreds of billions of lords, the 24 hours ended quickly. In the 6th arena, the battle of more than 200 lords also ended. All contestants, please note that the 6th round of the Star Arena has ended. There are 204 participating lords this time, and there are 103 lords with more than 50 star points. These 103 people will advance to the final round, King Arena. The remaining 101 people will be ranked according to star points and removed from the competition venue. Buzz, buzz. 101 beams of light shot up into the sky, sending the eliminated lords back to their respective territories. However, at this moment, the competition continent presented a strange silence. Those ancient gods hidden in the void did not appear, and the other gods did not speak. Including the other Chaos Lords, who were watching the game, they all fell into silence. Because everyone was waiting for the 7th round, which was the last round of the game, In this depressing atmosphere, time passed by minute by minute. 5 minutes later, the announcement sounded on time. Attention all participating lords. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the layers of competition and trials, and come to the final round of the competition. When the announcement appeared, everyone raised their heads and looked intently at the huge and boundless competition continent in front of them. Then, the prompt message appeared again. Now, the remaining 103 lords will enter the King's Arena. For the fairness of this competition, the King's Arena will not continue to randomly generate battlefields. The battlefields of all competitions will be unified as the void starry sky under normal gravity. Your goal is to fight with the other 102 lords and defeat them with all your means. Every time you win a game, you will get 1 King's Victory Point. When 102 games are over, they will be ranked according to their individual King's Victory Points. If the King's Victory Points are the same, the ranking will be based on the time when the 102 games ended. Now, the battle begins. When a series of announcements ended, all the lords looked at each other again, including Ji Tian, Zhou Lin, Han Xing and others. Their eyes became serious, because they all heard the ranking mechanism later. If the King's Victory Points are the same, the ranking will be based on the time when the game ended. In other words, they not only have to ensure the winning rate of the game, but also the time of the game. If you can defeat the enemy as quickly as possible, you must not drag your feet. After all, except for Roland, who is recognized as the monster with the highest probability of winning the first place, other monsters dare not say that they can win every game. In other words, if the winning rate is the same, the next competition is the speed of the battle. Thinking of this, all the lords raised all their spirits and prepared to burst out the most powerful combat power at the moment the battle began to defeat the enemy. Huh? In the dark space, Han Xing exhaled lightly. Peak duel. I've long wanted to see the strength of these top monsters. Let me see how strong you are. The next moment, the dark space in front of him faded, and Han Xing appeared in a vast starry sky. As announced, all battlefields will be fixed as empty starry sky. Here, all lords will not get special bonuses, and everything depends on their own strength. Just when Han Xing regained his vision, an ice spear with a piercing chill has approached Han Xing's eyebrows. At the critical moment, Han Xing quickly raised his bow to block. Dang! The bow collided with the tip of the spear, and the shock wave swept across several light years, and the stars along the way were instantly turned into dust. A figure wearing azure armor and holding a spear appeared. It was the monster who defeated Qin He before, Han Wuya. After the first attack failed, Han Wuya did not hesitate at all, and the ice spear in his hand drew millions of trajectories. Ice burial. Instantly, the temperature of the entire star field dropped sharply. The absolute zero cold waves swept in all directions, and even the space was frozen into spiderweb-like ice patterns. Each ice pattern was a fatal spear in tint, blocking all of Han Xing's retreats. Seeing this scene, Han Xing's mouth slightly raised. Interesting. The next moment, his figure suddenly blurred. The Qianji Liuguang step was activated, and he disappeared directly on the spot, and at the moment of pulling away, he burst out a massive arrow attack. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of thousands of arrows wrapped in chaotic energy burst out at the same time. Each arrow accurately hit the spear intent node, and the frozen starry skies suddenly collapsed. The two figures flickered in the broken ice crystals, and every collision triggered a supernova-like explosion. 0.3 seconds. Only 0.3 seconds had passed since the battle began. Han Wuya's spear shot out like a dragon, and a straight piercing penetrated 3,000 light years. Wherever the spear passed, even the starlight was frozen into ice. As Han Xing dodged sideways, 3 arrows were shot out in a triangular shape. The arrows kept splitting during the flight, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a rain of millions of arrows. 0.5 seconds. Congeal. Han Wuya's spear tip touched the ground, and the absolute zero field unfolded. All arrows froze 100 meters away from him, and the surface was covered with frost. But Han Xing suddenly let go of the bow, and put his 2 fingers together to make a knife gesture. Explode. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic energy inside the frozen arrow exploded, and the ice crystal field was immediately riddled with holes. Han Wuya groaned and retreated violently, and a blood flower exploded on his left shoulder. 0.8 seconds. Han Wuya wiped the ice from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. You are strong, but I will be stronger than you. He turned into an ice-blue aurora, and the gun's force suddenly accelerated to the limit. At this moment, every blow of his broke through the shackles of time, as if stabbing from the past, present, and future at the same time. The Chaos Lords who were watching from the outside were still in a state of confusion. And some of the God Lords had already stood up. They said in amazement, "Time and space overlapping guns. This is to touch the threshold of the origin of time with its unparalleled gun speed. After many years, there is another monster who can touch the origin of time." However, facing this terrible shot, Han Xing's eyes did not fluctuate at all. Not only that, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Using the power of time in front of me, I think you are not dying fast enough." At the moment when the words fell, the body of the beast of time was triggered. The next moment, Han Wuya's extremely fast shot was frozen in an instant. It was at this moment that Han Xing suddenly attacked. Swish! Swish! Hundreds of thousands of arrows gathered into a point, like a torrent, sweeping towards Han Wuya. Bang! His spear broke into pieces, and his ice crystal body exploded into light spots all over the sky. 0.9 seconds. It was not until this time that Han Wuya got rid of the state of time suspension. However, he could no longer rewrite the fate of his own death. Bang! Bang! Battle is over. Winner, Han Xing. Current King's victory points, 1. The lords in the entire arena were still in a daze. Because they still didn't see the fighting movements of Han Xing and Han Wuya clearly. After all, in this 0.9 seconds, they attacked each other hundreds of thousands of times, and burst out many killing moves. The connection of various moves was so fast that people couldn't keep up. It would be really weird if these lords could keep up. However, the group of lords in the divine domain were shocked. They originally thought that Han Wuya, who had touched the law of time, could seriously injure the killer even if he couldn't kill him directly with this shot. However, the fact is that even if the opponent used the power of time, he was still killed on the spot by Han Xing with a faster speed and more fierce attack power. At this moment, the group of gods looked at Han Xing with a serious face. One of the female lords in a light gauze said in a serious voice, "Did you see it clearly? How did he do it?" "I didn't see it clearly, but being able to surpass Han Wuya's gun speed is not something that can be achieved by simply being fast. This Han Xing definitely has another killer weapon. Or maybe he also touched the power of the origin of time." As soon as this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. As mentioned before, time and space are one of the supreme origins. However, there are very few lords who can control these two origins. But once a lord who controls these two origins appears, he must be in existence that crushes the same level. It can be seen from the Wuxian God Lord. His Qianli realm is just similar to the origin of space, and he only has the combat power of a primary God Lord. But ordinary mid-level God Lords dare not offend him at all. So, they were so shocked. A Lord God muttered, "The origin of time. Are you sure?" The Goddess God glanced at him, and said lightly, "Of course not, otherwise what are we discussing with you here?" The Lord God was startled by her words, but did not say much. After a moment, an old voice said, "Pay attention again. This killer star, I guess there are many people eyeing him now." Hearing this, the other Lord Gods looked around. They did sense the emergence of ancient auras, and locked their eyes on the arena where Han Xing was. At the same time, after finishing the first battle, Han Xing exhaled lightly. Huh? He shook the bow in his hand and sighed. It is worthy of being the last king's arena. The fighting power and speed of these guys are indeed beyond imagination. Even I have to take it seriously. However, the opponent's strength did not make Han Xing feel timid at all, but his fighting spirit was boiling in his heart. Zheng Heng. The bow in his hand trembled slightly, as if it was eager to fight a stronger enemy like its owner. Voila! When the dark space retreated, Han Xing appeared in the familiar universe again. Battlefield generated successfully, the second game is about to begin, just like the first game. At the moment the battle started, a black shadow turned into lightning and rushed towards him, and Han Xing also reacted in an instant. The bowstring shook, and 3 arrows shot out in a triangular shape. Shwa! The arrows suddenly split in mid-flight, turning into millions of streams of light, blocking all of the black shadow's evasive routes. The black shadow stopped abruptly, crossed his arms, and the dark golden armor glowed with a faint light. Absolute shadow wall. Boom boom boom. The rain of arrows bombarded the barrier, exploding countless space cracks. And at the moment when the explosion was at its brightest, Han Xing had flashed behind the black shadow, and the bowstring passed like a blade. Swish! The black shadow's protective barrier was torn like paper, and a blood line appeared on his neck. Battle end. Winner, Han Xing. Current king victory points, 2. The total time of this match was less than 0.5 seconds. Han Xing exhaled lightly, and slowly put away his bow and arrow. Then, He returned to the dark space and prepared for the next match. The next was the third, fourth, and fifth games, until the 24th game. During this period, the battle process of almost every game was similar. Because of the settlement rules, the opponents were eager to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. However, after discovering that Han Xing's strength was more terrifying than expected, they subconsciously lost their sense of proportion and disrupted their attack rhythm. It was this moment of negligence that allowed Han Xing to quickly seize the flaw and kill the enemy with one blow. This is how it is in this peak battlefield. Chapter 852. Any negligence will be caught by the opponent and magnified infinitely, like a snowball, and eventually lead to one's own defeat. In particular, everyone's combat power is similar, and it is even more important not to take risks easily. More and more lords discovered this, and quickly adjusted their mentality. They began to choose to play steadily, first analyze the opponent's strength, and then make targeted moves. In this way, although it will increase the time of the battle, it is worth it compared to losing a little king's victory point due to impulse. At the same time, the dark space in front of Han Xing retreated and reappeared in the starry sky. Lord Han Xing, please pay attention. The 25th game has begun. When the prompt ended, the opponent this time seemed very quiet, and did not play like a mad dog like other lords. Kill Xing. A female voice sounded, mixed with a bit of surprise. Sure enough, just as I guessed, you have broken through to the high-level lord realm. No wonder you can enter the final arena. But unfortunately you met me. The next moment, the surrounding void suddenly rippled with emerald green. Saluo, Wanxiang. As her voice fell. In an instant, the entire starry sky bloomed with amazing vitality. Countless giant vines grew wildly from the void, and in a blink of an eye, they intertwined into a plant kingdom covering several light years. The carnivorous plant opened its bloody mouth comparable to that of a planet. The cloud of spores flashed with deadly fluorescence, and the 1,000-meter-high tree man took steps that shook the starry sky. A woman in a green dress sat on the top of a giant tree, her fingertips whispering a leaf. Han Xing, if you want to kill me, break through my plant army first. She snapped her fingers, and billions of plants rioted at the same time. Seeing this scene, Han Xing whispered, a traditional troop lord? It's rare in this kind of competition. And summoning so many powerful plant-type troops at one time does have some strength. He quickly pulled the bowstring. Buzz! The next moment, hundreds of thousands of flaming arrows broke through the air. As the arrows flew, they ignited the space, and the vines turned to ashes wherever they passed. The star field with a radius of several light years was instantly burned into a sea of fire. However, seeing this scene, the woman chuckled. It's not feasible to use the origin of fire to deal with my plant army. In my domain, withering is rebirth. As she tapped her fingers, a green wave rippled. The tougher second-generation vines immediately sprouted from the ashes, and the surface was covered with a metallic luster. Hualala! The endless army of plants launched an overwhelming attack on Han Xing, blocking all his retreat routes. Seeing this scene, Han Xing whispered, as expected of a lord who can enter the final game with a military system, he really has some tricks. However, at this moment, Han Xing once again performed Tianji Liuguangbu and disappeared directly on the spot. The next moment, tens of thousands of arrows whizzed out from behind the woman, turning into a meteor shower, sweeping directly towards her. However, the female lord seemed to have expected it. She raised her white hands lightly, and countless vines rose from the void, forming tens of thousands of thick plant walls, blocking all of Han Xing's arrows. Puff! Puff puff puff! There were dense penetration sounds. Han Xing's attack finally penetrated more than 7,000 layers of the opponent's plant wall, and completely lost its power. The woman's chuckle sounded. Physical attack will not work. I know you have strong explosive power, but my plant barrier can reduce your attack layer by layer until it is completely blocked. So, your advantage has basically been restrained by me. Han Xing did not speak. At this time, the woman's tone suddenly changed. Now, it's my turn to fight back. Before the woman finished speaking, the entire star field suddenly trembled. She raised her fingertips lightly, and billions of vines broke out of the void, like countless ferocious giant pythons, instantly covering the entire starry sky. The ground, the sky, and even the space itself were distorted, as if the plant life of the entire universe was awakened under her will. Hualala! The vines intertwined into a sea, and each one flashed a strange green light. The tip was as sharp as a blade, tearing through the vacuum and sweeping towards Han Xing. Swoosh! Han Xing used Tianji Liuguang's step and disappeared on the spot. However, the female lord seemed to have expected his extreme speed. She said softly, thousands of flower stamens bloom. At the same time, countless huge carnivorous plants bloom from the starry sky. Corrosive poisonous mist spewed out from the depths of the stamens, and even the space was dissolved into dark cracks. What's more terrifying is that the plants in the entire star field seemed to come alive. The towering ancient trees on the planets rose from the ground, and their roots turned into tentacles, spreading wildly in the void. The flames on the surface of those stars were entangled by vines, and were swallowed up and extinguished. Even the mosses in the meteorite belt expanded into a giant net that covered the sky and blocked all retreat routes. In a short moment, the space of several light years in radius completely became a purgatory for plants, and Han Xing's figure was submerged in the endless green frenzy. The woman's laughter echoed in the starry sky. "Killer Star, no matter how fast you are, can you escape from this cage of life? This battle, you have already lost." Hua la la. The endless army of plants strangled frantically, as if to completely annihilate all the microorganisms inside. Even the Lord who was watching outside couldn't help but sweat for Han Xing at this moment. After all, lords like this who are good at fighting with arms are different from lords of other systems. Once the occupation is controlled by the opponent, it will be difficult to recover the disadvantage. Although Han Xing can also summon territory arms to fight, his territory foundation is too shallow compared to the lords, who can break into the top 100. Just as everyone was worried, the riot of plants in that area continued. This female lord was not stupid. She knew that before the announcement appeared, it meant that the battle was not over. Therefore, she would never stop attacking before she completely strangled Han Xing. The female lord was suspended in the air, controlling the plants to attack crazily, with a bloodthirsty light flashing in her eyes. And at this moment, she seemed to sense something, and suddenly raised her head and looked up. The next moment, an arrow wrapped with chaotic aura flew quickly. Swish! The arrow broke through the air, and the void twisted wherever it passed, and those extremely tough metal vines were easily torn apart like paper. The female lord's pupils showed a look of shock and confusion, as if she didn't understand when Han Xing broke free from the encirclement of the plants and suddenly came to her head. She didn't even notice it. But in just a moment, the female lord reacted. She bit her lower lip lightly, and with a stroke of her fingertips, a giant golden tree grew wildly, forming a green barrier. However, a casual voice sounded in her ears. "It's useless." The female lord was about to reply, but was surprised to find that the arrow disappeared into space at the moment it was about to hit the barrier. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, and all kinds of information about Han Xing and battle scenes flashed quickly in her mind. At this moment, scenes seemed to flash in her pupils, including one shot by Han Xing, and those arrows disappeared out of thin air. When it appeared again, it had penetrated the scenes of other lords. Not good. It's a space-based method. The female lord's expression condensed, and she turned into a green light and quickly dodged. The speed of the instantaneous burst was actually the Tianji Liuguang step used by Han Xing when he was a mid-level lord. As mentioned before, every lord who can reach this level has strong strength. Not only their combat power, but also their survivability and mobility. However, Han Xing's arrows seemed to have predicted the direction of the female lord's escape. On her forward path, an arrow appeared out of thin air, and then with a swoosh, it pierced through her eyebrows. Puff! After a clear penetration sound, the power of the law contained in the arrow instantly exploded in the female lord's body. In a short moment, her body exploded on the spot with a bang. Then, the army of plants covering a radius of several light years suddenly stopped moving collectively. The next moment, they withered collectively, as if all their vitality had been drained. Even the huge golden tree collapsed at this moment. Battle end. Winner, Han Xing. Current king victory points, 25. When Han Xing's voice disappeared from the projection screen, the outside world was in an uproar again. What a terrifying player. He has almost no weaknesses. Even though Lord Wanya had set up a plant formation and formed an advantage in military types, he still easily turned the tables. Yes. It's too terrifying. In front of a monster like Killing Star, as long as your frontal strength cannot crush him, no matter how many means you have, it will be useless. Instead, he will easily break it and kill it. Monster. I feel that among the last 100 lords, there are not many who can defeat Killing Star. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this is the last arena. All lords will clash. Killing Star will definitely fight monsters, like Roland and Ji Yuntian later. Before he finished speaking, his voice suddenly froze in his throat. Including all the lords in this area, they all fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the projection screen, and their pupils shrank violently. On the battlefield of the void, two figures were facing each other from a distance. On the left was Killing Star, wearing starry sky armor and carrying a pitch-black bow. The most dazzling dark horse of this competition, he defeated 4 rounds of strong opponents as a mid-level lord and was praised as a rare genius in this era. On the eve of the final, he broke through to the high level and became one of the strongest contenders for the championship. On the right side is the long-established Ji-Yuan. This legendary lord who shook the void with his fists has never lost since the start of the competition. He crushes his opponents with overwhelming force in every battle, and is recognized as the favorite to win the championship of this competition. At this moment, these two most dazzling stars finally met on the stage of the finals. The entire viewing area seemed to have been paused, all the lords held their breath, and even the air froze for a moment. The next second, a deafening roar erupted. Wow! Shashing versus Jianshan? Lord God, it's going to start so soon? Someone exclaimed. It's going to be a good show. Another lord stood up suddenly, his eyes flashing with excitement. One is a new monster who came out of nowhere, and the other is an invincible boxer who suppressed the era. This duel will definitely be one of the most exciting battles in this tournament. But Shashing has just broken through the high level not long ago. Can he really compete with Jianshan? Someone hesitated. Jianshan has won consecutive. Even Roland, the 10-time champion of 10 championships, may not be able to win, and the Killer Star. At this time, another lord retorted, that's not necessarily true. The Killer Star is also a rare monster in the world. This guy can't be measured by common sense at all. His fighting instinct and growth rate are just like. He paused, as if looking for the right words to describe. It's just like a monster born for battle. I support Ji-Yuan. He will definitely continue the invincible legend. What a supernova, one punch to blow. Ji-Yuan supporters shouted loudly. I support the Killer Star. Shoot through Ji-Yuan, and let them see the strength of the biggest dark horse in this competition. Han Xing supporters also occupied a voice. Jianshan. 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 Kill Star. Kill Star. Kill Star. Various fierce shouts came one after another. Some lords even mobilized countless people in their territories to shout the names of their supporters in order to make their voices louder. The terrifying sound waves swept over one after another. Before this peak duel started, the lords watching the battle were completely excited, including those ancient beings hidden in the cracks of space. They also set their eyes on the projection screen at this moment. An old man with white hair but deep breath slowly stroked his beard and whispered, Jianshan's fist, Kill Star's arrow. Interesting. Let's see what kind of sparks these two top monsters, who are also good at frontal attacks, can collide with. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena, afraid to miss any moment. They all knew that this duel would be recorded in the history of Southern Region Tianju Challenge. On the field, two voices stood in the air several light years apart. The vast galaxy flowed under their feet, and the light of the stars reflected on the armor of the two, but it could not cover up the oppressive feeling of tearing the sky. Opposite Han Xing, a man dressed in plain cloth and about 2 meters tall looked at him. The man was tall, but his muscles were not exaggerated, and he looked very well proportioned and restrained. And on his hands, there was a fist of white cloth wrapped around him. The whole person looked quite peaceful. However, it was this peaceful temperament that made Han Xing feel a strong sense of crisis. It was a kind of restraint to the extreme, harmless to people and animals in normal times. Once it erupted, it would be a collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. Chapter 853. At this moment, both sides recognized each other's identity. Ji-Yuan on the opposite side slowly raised his head. His voice was low and heavy, as if the entire star field was trembling under his words. Killing Star. I thought you would grow up for a while before you were qualified to stand in front of me. Han Xing spread his hands and said casually, yeah, I didn't expect the opponent I met this time was so weak, and I got into the finals inexplicably. And then it has been going on until now. If other lords heard his Versailles words, they would probably be so angry that they wanted to beat him to death. What opponent is so weak? What inexplicably got into the finals? Where can the hundreds of billions of lords participating in this competition put their faces? But fortunately, the projection screen can only see their movements, and those lords can't hear what Han Xing said. At this moment, Ji-Yuan's mouth slightly raised an arc, and he seemed to be a little interested. You are similar to what I know, with extraordinary talents and a casual personality. Compared to Roland, who is a cold iron block and doesn't take anyone seriously, I would rather exchange some cultivation methods with you. Similarly, I will also share my cultivation experience with you. Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes lit up slightly, and he seemed to be interested. He nodded and said, okay, after the game is over, we can find a time to exchange ideas. Speaking of which, I haven't officially come into contact with top monsters like you. Ji Yuntian also said readily. Okay, then it's settled. But now, let's get started. I also want to see if the arrows of the killer are as sharp as the rumors say. Han Xing raised his lips slightly, brushed the black bow behind him with his fingertips, and slowly pulled the bowstring. Don't worry, you will experience it. The next moment, Han Xing took the lead in launching an attack. Swish. The first arrow shot out at a speed faster than lightning. Immediately afterwards, tens of thousands of arrows followed closely, blocking all the space. Each arrow contained extremely strong penetrating power, as if to pierce the space of the entire stadium. However, just when these arrows were about to hit the gray-robed man opposite, boom! The void of tens of millions of kilometers suddenly collapsed. Ji Yuntian moved. Like a beast king out of a cage, he exuded a violent aura. Compared to his previous calmness, Ji Yuntian now was just like a human-shaped world-destroying beast. The aura on his body alone shook all the arrows fired by Han Xing into powder. Then, he rushed towards Han Xing with boundless power. His figure instantly crossed several light years, and wherever his fist passed, the stars exploded and time and space were distorted. Before the attack arrived, Han Xing felt a terrible sense of oppression coming at him, as if the whole world was pressing down on him. Pure violence, pure crushing. This punch was enough to collapse the entire star field. What a terrible punch! If you resist it, you will definitely not be able to bear it. Han Xing subconsciously flashed this thought in his mind, and a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes. As expected of a monster that can consistently compete for the top 3, the strength of this evildoer is beyond imagination. However, in just a moment, Han Xing suppressed the thought in his heart, the solemnity in his eyes disappeared, and turned into a flame full of fighting spirit. Come on! Since I broke through to the high level, I have never met an opponent of equal strength. This time, let me see how far I can go when I burst out with all my strength. Infinite domain. Bless. Lord of the Galaxy. Open. Instant prison shadow kill. Open. Eternal shadow end. As skills are opened crazily one by one, Han Xing's momentum is like a breeze in the sea, and it suddenly surges into a devastating storm. His figure disappears at the same moment, and the Dark War bow is pulled to the full moon. The arrow of the falling god, explode for me. After a low shout, the arrow wrapped with the laws of destruction, flames, and explosions penetrated the galaxy, and collided with Ji Yuntian's fist wind. Bang! The universe seemed to be silent for a moment at this moment, and then rumbled. The terrifying shockwave swept across millions of light years, countless stars extinguished, black holes collapsed, and even time and space itself were torn into countless cracks under this blow. The lords, who were watching the battle, saw this scene and took a breath at the same time. It was not until this moment that they really realized that the battle between these two people was completely different from the battles of all the lords before. The energy released by this wave of collision alone has far exceeded the limit of the Chaos Lord. You can even regard these two people as two lords of the God realm. Countless lords stood up, holding their breath and concentrating on looking at the projection screen. Including most of the God Lords, they also cast their eyes here, and when the waves of the explosion dissipated, the two figures stood several light years apart again. There were wisps of smoke on their bodies, but they had not suffered any substantial damage. Good arrow. You are worthy of being the supernova of this competition. Ji Yuntian's laughter resounded through the void. Han Xing also had a casual smile on his face. Your punch is also very good. From the previous wave of collision, they all knew how strong their opponent was. This is an enemy that cannot be easily defeated. Even if you are not careful, you will be defeated by the opponent. However, the more this kind of enemy, the more they can feel their blood boiling. The two looked at each other, and the surging fighting spirit ignited in their pupils again. The surging breath even set off two storms, which kept colliding. Boom! Boom! Ji Yuntian's steady voice sounded again. In order to show respect, I will use all my means next, just to be able to defeat you. After the words fell, he took a step forward, and the entire star field trembled with his footsteps. Han Xing responded, Come on. I will also go all out. Just as he was talking, Ji Yuntian's fist wind had already hit. The space along the way was shattered like a fragile mirror, and Han Xing directly performed Tianji Liuguang's step and disappeared on the spot. However, Ji Yuntian's footwork was equally strong, and he pressed forward step by step, like a wolf eyeing its prey. Buzz! Buzz! The figures of the two kept flashing in the void, and every time they stopped, there would be a shocking explosion. Han Xing's bow shook continuously, and billions of arrows poured down like a rainstorm. and each arrow was enough to penetrate a star. Ji Yuntian's fist was mighty, and every blow crushed thousands of arrows. The figures of the two people intertwined wildly in the universe, and wherever they passed, the galaxy rolled back and the dimension collapsed. In just less than 2 seconds, the two had changed their positions tens of thousands of times in a row and fought millions of times. The fierce battle almost made the lords, who were watching, breathless. Everyone clenched their fists and stared at the projection screen. Especially in that tower. Long Yu, Ling Hui, and the great beast lord had all stood up, and their hearts could not help but rise to their throats. At the same time, after a few seconds of fighting, both sides knew that they would not be able to defeat their opponents in a short time. Ji Yutian was the first to explode. He shouted, "Han Xing, get ready, my punch will be very strong." Jitian broken world. He punched with both fists, and the entire universe was squeezed by his fist, and countless galaxies were annihilated in an instant. Han Xing's pupil shrank slightly, and he also sensed how terrifying the explosive power contained in Ji Yuntian's punch was. Unlike him, he used different laws to superimpose and cause a qualitative change explosion. Ji Yuntian's punch only had one law. It was this pure destructive power that made Han Xing feel extremely daunted. This is a real martial arts demon, a pure battle lord, however. In terms of explosive power, Han Xing has never surpassed anyone. He looked fierce and gritted his teeth and said, "If that's the case, then come on." The first arrow of the tidal arrow technique, the second arrow, the third arrow, the fourth arrow, the seventh arrow. Add it to me. Boom. The Eternal Night War bow in his hand instantly burst out with infinite power, and at this moment, Han Xing seemed to have set off a huge wave behind him. This arrow has not been shot yet, but its power is no less than Ji Yuntian's Jitian Shattered World. And Han Xing's face turned pale instantly. Using the tidal arrow technique 7 arrows in a row, the consumption of each arrow will increase geometrically compared to the previous arrow. This was also the first time that he had fired so many arrows in succession, but in return, he also gained unprecedented attack power. Go ahead, shoot him through. As the words fell, the arrow shot out, and the universe lost its color. Boom! The two people's ultimate killing moves collided, and the entire battlefield was completely torn apart, and even the Void Law was wailing. Including Han Xing and Ji Yuntian, they were also completely engulfed by this torn energy. This wave of collision even completely exceeded the first attack. And this once again made the hearts of countless lords, who were watching, rise to their throats. In the expectant eyes of the crowd, the light in the projection screen gradually dissipated. There were still two figures standing proudly. Han Xing on the left had short hair scattered, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were still as sharp as a knife. Ji Yuntian's fist was stained with blood, and his chest was pierced by an arrow, but he still stood proudly in the starry sky. Although the injuries of the two were in their eyes, they both had smiles on their faces. "It's so exciting! It's so exciting!" Ji Yuntian laughed. "I haven't had such an exciting battle for a long time." Although Roland and Zhou Lin are equally powerful, their fighting style is too insidious. I hate fighting against them. But you are the opponent who makes my blood boil the most. Ji Yuntian's voice was like thunder, echoing in the broken star field. The arrow wound on his chest slowly healed, but the fighting spirit became more and more intense. Han Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the flame of excitement was also burning in his eyes. He slowly raised the Eternal Night War bow, and a dark arrow condensed on the bowstring again, and laughed. "What are you waiting for? Keep going!" Boom! Ji Yutian stopped talking nonsense, and his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Han Xing, punching down with a mountain-like force. Han Xing's pupil shrank suddenly, but his reaction was not slow at all. He blocked with his bow, and at the same time, his steps changed, and his figure retreated like a ghost. Bang! The fist and bow collided, and the terrifying shock wave exploded again. Han Xing was repelled several light years, but Ji Yutian followed him like a shadow and approached again. "Your arrows are very strong, but in close combat, how many punches can you block from me?" Ji Yutian shouted in a low voice, and the fist wind poured down like a rainstorm, and each punch was enough to shatter the galaxy. Han Xing's eyes were sharp, and his figure shuttled through the fist shadows, but he was still hit by several fist winds, and blood splattered. And at this moment, Ji Yutian seized Han Xing's decline, and continued to pursue him. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Han Xing was like a human-shaped ball, being blasted away by Ji Yutian wave after wave, leaving him no room for counterattack. As mentioned before, in this kind of top monster competition, There can be no mistakes. Once you make the slightest mistake, it will be caught by the opponent and magnified infinitely. Then, there will be no chance of a comeback. This is the situation that Han Xing is facing now. In the outside competition, the lords saw this scene, and their breathing became more and more rapid. Some lords couldn't help but whispered, looking at this situation, Sha Xing is about to lose. Indeed, Ji Yutian is too abnormal, and he doesn't give him any chance to fight back. Horrible! As the former 10-time champion, Sha Xing is still far behind in combat experience. At this time, some lords who supported Han Xing retorted, "You are talking nonsense. Sha Xing's ability is more than just archery. Don't forget, he only used mental attacks to get into the finals, and his trump card hasn't been used yet. That's right, Sha Xing is just testing Ji Yutian's strength. When he explodes again, the result of this game will be obvious." However, after hearing this, the group of lords also retorted, "Hee hee. Sha Xing is indeed strong and has many means, but he must be able to use them. He is in this state now, Ji Yutian doesn't give him any chance at all. That's right. Sha Xing is bound to lose." The lords watching the game outside quarreled again. At the same time, at this moment in the arena, Han Xing is still constantly urging Tianji Lu Guangbu to disappear on the spot, and continuously blocking Ji Yutian's attacks. However, this guy's fighting talent is really too evil, and he almost doesn't give Han Xing any chance to breathe. Moreover, during the continuous dodging, Han Xing also endured a lot of his punches, and even his immortal body had cracks. If it weren't for the original holy body that was constantly providing endless vitality to repair his injuries, Han Xing would have been defeated at this time. In a flash, Han Xing thought quickly in his mind. This can't go on any longer. Ji Yutian's punches are constantly accumulating, and each punch will be more amazing than the next one. Once he stacks up, the latter will completely explode, and he will definitely be able to blow up my immortal body in an instant. I have to find a way to break the current situation. For Han Xing, he now has many ways to break the situation. The simplest and most direct way is to use the heaven-defying ability of Time Pause to interrupt Ji Yutian's rhythm and take him away directly. Chapter 854. However, once this method is used, it will definitely be recognized by some sharp-eyed ancient beings, and they will know that he has mastered the ability of time. In addition, there is another way to turn the tables, that is, let Ji Yutian blow himself up directly, and then trigger the invincible state of immortal body. During that invincible time, Han Xing can kill him back. In addition, at all costs, directly burst out the remaining 3 arrows of the tidal arrow method, or cut out 9 spiritual swords at once. In a very short time, Han Xing made a decision. In that case, then use my strongest burst state to defeat you head-on. At the moment the words fell, he pulled the bowstring with his right hand. Buzz! A terrifying energy wave instantly spread. Ji Yutian naturally noticed Han Xing's intention, and a smile appeared on his lips. Han Xing, I am in the advantage now. You want to explode your killing move, it is impossible. The next moment, he pounced over again like a wild dragon, with boundless fist intention. However, Han Xing knew that Ji Yutian would not give him the opportunity to explode, so, at this moment, he used his other trump card, Time Acceleration, but he kept a watchful eye and only accelerated at the moment of attack. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, his attack speed increased a lot in a short period of time, rather than the influence of the law of time. The 7th arrow. Buzz! With Han Xing's low shout, the first arrow broke through the air, and the arrow was wrapped with destructive tidal force. The space collapsed inch by inch wherever it passed, sweeping across the entire star field like a tsunami. Ji Yutian's pupil shrank suddenly, and his forward-moving figure suddenly paused, and he crossed his fists to block. Bang! The arrow collided with the fist, and a terrifying shock wave exploded instantly. Ji Yutian was forced back several light years by this arrow, and even a tiny crack appeared on his fist, but before he could catch his breath. Tidal Arrow Technique 8th Arrow. The second arrow followed closely, and the power of this arrow was even more terrifying than the previous one. There was even an illusory ocean phantom around the arrow, as if the entire star field was submerged by the tide. Ji Yutian roared, his muscles knotted, and his fist burst out again, hitting the arrow hard. Jiwu Bengtian. Bang! This collision caused the entire battlefield to tremble violently, and Ji Yutian's fist was bleeding, but he still blocked the arrow. However, Han Xing's offensive was not over yet. Tidal Arrow Technique. The 9th arrow. The last arrow, the moment it was shot, the entire universe seemed to fall into dead silence. This arrow has surpassed the scope of the tide, and the arrow is wrapped with the breath of the end, as if it can annihilate even time. Ji Yutian's face finally changed. He felt the threat of death. Ji Wu's true body is immortal. He shouted angrily, runes all over his body lit up. His body burst into brilliant light like immortal divine gold, and his fists once again met the arrow. Boom! The terrifying explosion swept across the entire star field. Ji Yuntian's figure was completely submerged, and countless stars turned into dust under this blow. The lords of the outside audience stood up one after another. All of them widened their eyes, and looked at the projection screen with horror. They had never expected that Han Xing, who had already fallen into a slump, would turn the situation around with a strong force after the explosion of 3 consecutive shocking arrows. Not only that, even Ji Yutian was submerged in this terrifying attack, and his life or death was unknown. At this moment, all the lords couldn't help but have an idea in their minds. So, is this the real strength of the killer star? At the same time, Han Xing's face was as pale as paper. The continuous burst of 3 arrows almost drained his strength, but he still stared at the center of the explosion. He knew that this kind of enemy would never die so easily, and a stronger attack was needed. In this case, Han Xing's mouth was bleeding. Then come again. Use my strongest attack to send you away directly. The moment the words fell, an invisible spiritual storm erupted from his body. In the sky above his head, 6 spiritual swords of different colors gradually condensed. The appearance of each spiritual sword made his face even paler. Later, Han Xing even had blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and his body began to tremble violently. It was obvious that he had first forcibly burst out the 9 tied arrows, and now, he was simultaneously performing the first 6 swords of the 9-element soul-destroying sword, which had completely overdrawn his mental and physical strength. If this wave of bursts could not kill Ji Yutian in seconds, then the loser would most likely be Han Xing himself. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, 9-element soul-destroying sword. Soul-breaking, bone-eroding, soul-locking, heart-devouring, thought-breaking, memory-destroying. Kill it for me! The moment the words fell, 6 spiritual swords crossed the space and rushed directly into the explosion before the power of the tied arrow method had dissipated. And they accurately found Ji Yutian, who was trying his best to resist, and directly slashed into his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Ji Yutian was shocked all over, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. Spirit, mental attack. Terrible guy. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Puff! 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 6 spiritual swords slashed down in succession, and Ji Yuntian's consciousness was chopped into pieces in an instant. Before his consciousness dissipated, Ji Yuntian's face showed a look of relief. He slowly transmitted his voice. Killer Star, you are worthy of being the most dazzling new star in this competition. You are really strong. Remember, be careful of Roland. Boom! When the voice dissipated, Ji Yuntian's body was also shattered in an instant. Then, the announcement information appeared. The game is over. Winner, Han Xing. Accumulated King's Victory Points, 26. With the appearance of the announcement information, and until Han Xing's figure disappeared from the projection screen, the lords who were watching the game were still in silence. There was a dead silence around, and even a slight sound of falling leaves could be clearly heard. Pa! 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 Crisp applause suddenly came from a corner. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the white-haired ancient lord slowly stand up, with a rare admiration flashing in his turbid eyes. What a killer! His voice was hoarse but powerful. First he broke Ji Yuntian's invincible fist with tidal arrows, and then he killed him with spiritual secrets. This battle wisdom, this ruthless and decisive. He paused, looked around, and said word by word, even this old man has never seen such a thing in his life. This sentence was like a thunderclap, instantly setting off the whole audience. Wow! The entire viewing area was completely boiling. Win! The killer really beat Ji Yutian. Too scary. That's Ji Yutian, the peerless evildoer who is known as the Eternal Fist. Did you see the last 3 arrows and 6 swords? It's an unimaginable killer combination. I can't think of any existence that can survive such an attack. Exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Discussions came one after another, and countless lords were excited and blushed. Some people frantically recorded the details of the battle, some danced and imitated Han Xing's movements, and some even knelt on the ground and worshipped him. In a corner, the Blood Queen Helena grabbed the corner of her skirt tightly, her nails deeply sunk into her palms, but she didn't feel it. She bit her lower lip tightly, her voice trembling. This pervert can even kill Ji Yutian. How can I seek revenge on you later? After Helena tasted the taste of failure twice in a row at the hands of Han Xing, she had a shadow in her heart about this man. So I kept thinking that if I meet him again in the future, I must regain my face and break the shadow in my heart. However, the scene before her made her feel desperate. Such a monster was not something she could defeat at all. Even if the opponent used all his strength, she would not even have a chance to attack and would be killed instantly. Thinking of this, Helena could not help but feel frustrated. At this time, she could not help but have another thought. In the previous few battles, the killer could have killed me instantly, but he chose to kill me slowly. Could it be he did it on purpose? Just to stay with me for a while longer and touch my body? Thinking of this, Helena subconsciously lowered her head, her face flushed. However, she couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth, and a desire emerged in her heart. I really want to be ravaged by him again like last time. On the other side, two gang, who had been eliminated long ago, stood there, stunned. Oh my god! My benefactor actually defeated Giantion. That's... The big guy swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and a look of shock also appeared in his pupils. What kind of monster did I meet? And in a territory that was suspended in the void, and looked like a giant lotus pond. The sisters Qinghe and Yaolian stood on the edge of the lotus pond, standing on the water. They stared at the projection screen in the distance, and looked at each other. After a moment, Yaolian turned her beautiful face and asked, "You had expected this? Sha Xing can defeat Giantion, so you asked him to help us explore the secret realm?" The beautiful lady in green shook her head after hearing this. A helpless smile appeared on her beautiful face. I didn't expect he could reach this level. At the beginning, I asked him because he was very good at body movement and very fast, and he was a very suitable candidate to enter the secret realm. He was able to reach this level, which not only exceeded my expectations, but also exceeded everyone's expectations. Yaolian nodded slightly after hearing this, and looked at the man in the projection, and the fighting spirit appeared in her eyes again. For her, she was not afraid of other monsters being stronger and more evil than herself. No matter what kind of opponent it is, Yaolian will do her best and take it as a goal to surpass. The stronger the goal, the more motivation she has to become stronger. This is why Yaolian can keep improving. At this time, Qinghe suddenly smiled. Sister Yaolian, Han Xing's combat effectiveness this time exceeded expectations. It seems that his success rate in this secret realm trip has reached more than 80%. If he brings us the thing back, our potential can be further improved. By then, although we won't reach the level of Killer Star and Roland, but compared to these top 100 players, it should be about the same. Yaolian nodded slightly, and asked calmly, in this case, do we need to pay him a little more? Although the guy is mean, what he said is indeed reasonable. The little reward we paid before was already a great bargain to be able to ask him to help. After hearing this, Qinghe looked at his sister, and a helpless look appeared in his eyes. She also knew that Yaolian's character was more straightforward than hers, and she didn't know how to adapt. She also never disdained to take advantage of others. If Han Xing could really succeed this time, it would be like helping them a lot, and the benefits would be far more than the dozens of kilograms of eternal soil in front. Qinghe said softly, at present, we don't have much to give him. However, there is a hidden area in that secret place, which may hide some treasures. Before entering, I can tell him the location. The income from it should be enough to pay him this time. Yaolian nodded slightly, and said no more, but continued to look at the projection of the stadium in front of him. Compared with those who have intersected with Han Xing, they all felt relieved and emotional. However, some of the lords of the God realm could not sit still. Especially when they knew that Han Xing had not joined any forces yet, their auras suddenly shook wildly. This boy is such a talent. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely become a giant who dominates one side. An old man said in a deep voice, such a person should join my Xianbing palace. A cold voice sounded, Xianbing is immortal. You are a mid-level god, and your combat power is still at the bottom. How dare you say you will accept such a monster? Even if you can afford it, can you afford to raise it? Or do you just want to accept this little guy, let him grow up, and then wait for him to rise, and give you feedback? You have a good plan. How outrageous. The Xianbing god was furious, and the cold air around him instantly condensed into countless ice crystal blades, freezing the entire void. However, the owner of the cold voice was not afraid at all, and sneered, What? Are you angry because I hit the nail on the head? If you ask me, this kind of evildoer should come to my netherworld palace. A figure shrouded in black fog suddenly appeared. My palace contains ancient soul cultivation secrets, which are just suitable for his spiritual attack method. Bullshit! A loud shout suddenly exploded, and a burly man with thunder wrapped around his body stepped on the void, and came, Your netherworld palace's insidious skills are also qualified to teach such a genius. He looked around and said in a loud voice, I Thunder Prison God Court am willing to treat him as a core disciple, and all resources are at his disposal. Hee. A light laugh suddenly sounded, and the sound was obviously very light, but it made all the arguing gods quiet down. Chapter 855. A refined man in a white robe walked slowly towards them. With every step he took, a golden lotus blossomed under his feet. Why are you arguing? He said gently. Such a genius should be chosen by himself. But? He changed the subject, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. I Tianji Pavilion am willing to treat him as the son of God and promise to help him reach the realm of God Lord with all my strength. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Old Tianji, are you crazy? The son of God? That is the identity that can inherit the position of pavilion master. Hasn't your Tianji Pavilion always been secluded from the world? Why this time? Faced with everyone's shock, the pavilion master of Tianji just smiled slightly. This child is worth it. These three simple words silenced all the god lords. Yes, a monster who can kill Ji Yuntian as a high-level lord is indeed worthy of any force to cultivate. The great beast lord in the tower subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Including Long Yu and Ling Hui beside him, they all listened to the dispute of the gods with a dull look on their faces. After a moment, Ling Hui said, Isn't the Tianji Pavilion the power where your master, the Wuxian God Lord, belongs to? The two women looked at it. The great beast lord nodded with difficulty, indeed. I didn't expect that the pavilion master would come out in person for Han Xing and pass on the position of the Holy Sun to him. I guess even my master didn't foresee it at this moment. After hearing this, Ling Hui and Long Yu also showed emotion and relief on their faces. As friends of Han Xing, they all hope that Han Xing will achieve greater success in the future. But in their hearts, they also knew that after this battle, once Han Xing joined those big forces, there would not be many opportunities to meet them again in the future. Perhaps after several years, when their potential is exhausted and they stay in a certain realm waiting for the end of their lives, they can occasionally hear the name of this old friend. By then, I'm afraid Han Xing will no longer remember them. When they thought of this, the two women's faces showed a look of loss. At the same time, at this moment, Han Xing was in that dark space, receiving healing from a mysterious power. He didn't know about the discussions of the lords outside, nor did he know that some gods had offered various amazing conditions in order to compete for him to join the forces. Han Xing still closed his eyes, and felt the wonderful feeling of his body constantly healing. After a moment, he exhaled gently. The recovery function of this special space is really amazing. In the battle just now, I burst out with the 9 tidal arrows, and the 6 9-yuan soul-destroying knife, overdrawing all my strength. Even if Ji Yuntian didn't die, I couldn't hold on for long and would die on the spot. Unexpectedly, in this space, all my injuries were healed in just a few seconds, and my physical condition reached its peak again. At this moment, Han Xing gradually stood up from the ground. Feeling the surging power in his body, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Bursts of explosion sounded, which were the sounds of pure physical strength. After a while, he sighed, This battle with Ji Yuntian has benefited me a lot. After this game, summarize the gains of this battle, and go to him to learn from him when you have time. I guess there will be some improvement in combat skills. It must be said that fighting against such a top monster is indeed a comfortable thing. When the strength of both sides is similar, coupled with a life and death battle, one's weaknesses can be magnified infinitely soon. For example, Han Xing lacked sufficient melee ability, so he was constantly suppressed by Ji Yuntian after getting close. Ji Yuntian also lacked sufficient mental defense means, and was taken away by 6 mental swords in one wave. Obviously, after the battle, both sides will make up for these shortcomings. As long as you relax a little, you will be surpassed by this monster. That sense of urgency and pressure will force you to keep moving forward. At this time, Han Xing also remembered the last words Ji Yuntian said before he was about to be defeated. He told me to be careful of Roland. What does this mean? Is it because Roland's strength is stronger than his, or because of other reasons? Han Xing thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. After all, there is too little information about Roland. His fighting style is also very simple, directly using powerful mental attacks to crush opponents, and there are still few monsters who can resist. After a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, Forget it. Anyway, we have to fight later. When the time comes, let's see what this recognized number 1 monster can do. Thinking of this, he no longer continued to struggle, but adjusted his breathing and prepared to deal with the next game. Voila! When the dark space in front of him disappeared like a tide, Han Xing appeared again in the boundless starry sky. Attention, contestant Han Xing, the 26th battle is about to begin. Han Xing looked up and saw that his opponent this time was a melee monster who used double swords to fight, and his fighting talent was quite amazing. However, after experiencing the peak battle with Ji Yutian, Han Xing basically didn't have much feeling for this kind of enemy. Not long after the game started, Han Xing quickly used Tianji Liuguang's step and disappeared on the spot, and took the initiative to attack. Before the enemy could react, the tidal arrow method burst out with 6 consecutive arrows. Hualala! The 6 huge waves, carrying the power of sweeping the world and the momentum of crushing everything, rushed towards the enemy at a high speed. Under the suffocating sense of oppression, the pupils of this evildoer even showed despair. You know, even Ji Yutian was beaten to vomit blood when facing Han Xing's 6 arrows. And this lord was caught off guard and had no chance. Boom! When the huge waves swept past, the lord's figure also disappeared on the spot, and was completely torn into pieces by the arrows. The announcement information emerged. Game over. Winner, Han Xing. Accumulated King's Victory Points, 26. After the battle, Han Xing casually swung his longbow, and his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Even the lords who were watching the battle from the outside didn't have much emotion. After all, they had just watched the peak battle between Han Xing and Ji Yutian. Such a crushing battle could no longer arouse their excitement. Of course, this does not mean that the opponent is not strong enough. Those who can reach this level are all worthy of the gods' fight. It's just because the opponents they met were too abnormal. In this way, in the next 20 consecutive games, Han Xing basically crushed his opponents. With a 100% winning rate, he accumulated 54 victory points. There are 102 lords participating in this competition, which means that Han Xing only needs to fight 48 more battles to completely end this competition. However, just when he was about to start the 55th game, this time he met a very interesting opponent. Pin Yuani. As a monster slightly inferior to Ji Yutian and Roland in this competition, he also attracted much attention. In particular, after seeing Pin Yuani and Xia Xing collide, he attracted most of the attention. On the field, the two figures looked at each other across a distance of several light years. In the endless void, Han Xing's breath was like a dazzling star, shining with endless brilliance and murderous intent. On the opposite side, Pin Yuani's breath seemed to disappear on the spot, and could not be sensed at all. If Han Xing had not been able to see the existence of the opponent with his naked eyes, he would probably have thought that something had gone wrong in this competition. At the same time, after seeing the opponent dressed in black and holding a pair of shining daggers in his hands, Han Xing also roughly knew the opponent's fighting style. Obviously, Pin Yuani is an assassin. In a one-on-one situation, assassins can be said to be a natural enemy of archers like Han Xing. What's more, he was able to stand out from a group of lords and enter the top 100. In addition, Pin Yuani's popularity has always been very high. This time his ranking is expected to enter the top 10, and he is also known as the #1 assassin in the South region. If we look at the professional ranking, this guy deserves this title. Even Han Xing did not become arrogant because of his victory over Jian Tianho. Still put in 120% of his energy, ready for this battle. However, Pin Yuani on the opposite side didn't seem to be in a hurry to take action, but instead focused his eyes on Han Xing, looking him up and down. When he was caught by his eyes, a piercing chill came over his body, as if all the weaknesses in his body had been locked. As long as the opponent swung lightly, he could defeat himself through these weaknesses and win the game. Obviously, this should be some kind of original combat skill of Pin Yuani, which can see through the enemy's weaknesses in a very short time, and then launch the most effective and deadly attack. However, as the original holy body in Han Xing's body automatically operated, this invisible chill instantly dissipated. The coldness in Pin Yuani's pupils disappeared, and he seemed to have suffered some kind of backlash, and groaned. Before he could react, 3 spiritual swords instantly crossed countless distances and slashed directly at his sea of consciousness. Sensing the horror of these 3 spiritual swords, Pin Yuani's pupils shrank suddenly. In an instant, his hands trembled slightly, and at least hundreds of invisible spiritual blades shot out and collided with the spiritual swords emitted by Han Xing. Buzz, buzz! Waves of invisible spiritual storms swept past. A moment later, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Pin Yuani's mouth. Obviously, in this wave of spiritual collision just now, Pin Yuani was suppressed by Han Xing. In the outside world, the lords looked confused, because they only saw that Pin Yuani and Han Xing were standing there without taking action, as if they were sizing each other up. As a result, Pinyuani suddenly bled from the corner of his mouth for no apparent reason, as if he was injured. With the realm, except for a few lords, they certainly could not see the danger just now. If Han Xing failed to crack his weakness lock, he would be directly wiped out by Pinyuani with some invisible means, and if Pinyuani did not block his spiritual sword, he would also be killed on the spot. This is the duel between top monsters. Sometimes a breath or a look can make the difference between life and death. At the same time, Pinyuani wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Han Xing excitedly. Yes, after feeling the horror of Han Xing's attack just now, he did not feel fear, but excitement, like a bloodthirsty hound, smelling its favorite prey. The pupils are full of madness. Killing Star. You are more powerful than I thought. A hoarse voice sounded. No wonder the Lord of Desire specifically reminded me to be careful of you during the game. But he also specifically said that no matter what happens, you will be killed at all costs. Han Xing raised his eyebrows. Kill me at all costs? Do I have a grudge against that god of desire? Pinyuani's mouth gradually curled up. Poor guy. He doesn't even know why he is being targeted by a god. With this intelligence-gathering ability, even if you break into the top 100 this time, I don't think you will live long. Hearing his ridicule, Han Xing rolled his eyes at him and said speechlessly, Originally, I didn't know who the god of desire was, and I didn't know why he targeted me. But now that you mention it so specifically, I know it. That guy should be Yuing's master? I just destroyed the Shadow Pavilion not long ago. This guy couldn't do anything to me, so he planned to make trouble for me in the competition. And you should be one of his lackeys. When Han Xing finished speaking, the smile on Pinyuan's face froze slightly. How did you know? Han Xing rolled his eyes at him again. Do you still need to guess? You guys are arrogant and stupid in the same vein. And that Lord of Desire, go back and tell him that if you want to deal with me, just come over. I don't mind beating him to death together. When he said this, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Although their words could not be transmitted through the projection screen, these Lord-level beings in the God realm would feel something when others talked about them. He would definitely understand what Han Xing meant. Sure enough, in the gap of the void outside, a breath filled with madness, anger, desire, and pain suddenly broke out. A strange man, with a pale face and a white robe sat on a chair made of women, staring at the projection screen with a gloomy face. After a moment, he said gloomily, A small Chaos Lord, relying on himself to break into the top 100 this time, dares to provoke me. Very good. After the game is over, I will let you experience the fate of provoking a God Realm Lord. From him, there was endless murderous intent, as if he wanted to crush Han Xing with his eyes at a distance, and in the corner of this palace, an invisible shadow emerged. The vicissitudes of life gradually sounded, goes smoke. This kid has already broken into the top 100. Chapter 856. Based on this boy's performance, he may even be able to enter the top 3. Those old guys won't let you take action against such a monster. The voice reminded, and once they find out that you, as a lord of the God realm, violated the rules of the southern region and dealt with a Chaos Lord, who is also the future Eternal Seed, you will definitely be punished by those old guys, and even Eternal will take action. You must think it through. Listening to the reminder of the shadow in the corner, a trace of resentment appeared in the eyes of the pale-faced lord of the God realm. Hee. Of course I know that killing such a monster will be punished by those old guys. But I can start from other aspects. As long as no one sees that I did it, even those old guys will not easily deal with a lord of the God realm without evidence. When he finished speaking, the shadow in the corner sighed. Alas, it seems that you have made up your mind. I also know that for someone like you who specializes in the origin of desire, you should follow your heart and act according to your inner desires. But as an old friend, I still advise you to think twice before you act. Top monsters like this rise very quickly, and they also have great luck, making them the most difficult to kill. Even if we have the power to crush them, we can't kill them easily. And once we offend this monster, we are likely to become a stepping stone on their road to rise, the villains and supporting roles in those legendary stories. You must think it through. Listening to the persuasion of the shadow, the man in white robe fell silent. At the same time, after hearing Han Xing openly shouting at the Lord of Desire, Pinyuani's face became completely gloomy, and the dagger turned at his fingertips, and the cold light was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Arrogant guy. Let me see if your strength is as strong as your tone. Swish. His figure suddenly disappeared, and the entire starry sky seemed to be erased by some force, and even the light could not escape. This is the real way of assassination, erasing one's own existence and merging into the void. Han Xing's eyes condensed. Original holy body was fully opened, immortal body was fully opened, and the invisible holy light flowed on the surface of his body. He did not rush to attack, but slowly closed his eyes, and pulled the bowstring silently. 3 light years to the left, a meteorite suddenly cracked. Zheng! Han Xing's bowstring vibrated, and the moment the arrow left the string, Ping Yuani's dagger had already pierced his back. Puff! The dagger pierced through the shadow, and Han Xing's real body appeared thousands of kilometers away without knowing when. And the arrow that was shot turned back strangely in midair and pierced Ping Yuani's throat. A trifle. Ping Yuani crossed his daggers and chopped the arrow. But the next second, his pupil shrank suddenly. The chopped arrow turned into thousands of fine needles, each of which was wrapped in a chaotic aura. What a terrible archery! This guy really has some tricks. This was the thought that subconsciously appeared in Ping Yuani's mind. But in just a moment, he eliminated the thoughts in his mind. Humph! It's just archery. My assassination technique is specifically for this kind of guy. Thousand tribulations. Ping Yuani shouted, his figure spread out like smoke, and the fine needles penetrated the phantom, shooting several stars behind into sieves. Puff! Puff! A dense collision sound rang out, and Han Xing's split arrows were all chopped into pieces by him within 0.01 seconds. Every collision, dense cracks burst out in the void. When the last arrow was chopped into pieces by him, a smile appeared on the corner of Ping Yuani's mouth. However, before he could react, the next second, the arrows that had completely dissipated were recondensed in an instant. And the next moment, they disappeared directly from the spot. Puff! Fast. Too fast. When Ping Yuani reacted, there was already a sharp pain in the back of his head, as if he had been completely pierced by the arrow. At the critical moment, Ping Yuani's figure suddenly turned into mist. The arrow also turned into an invisible source of power, and disappeared from the spot. Ping Yuani's forehead was covered with cold sweat after he had regrouped. If he hadn't used the life-saving secret technique just now, he would have been seriously injured. What's more terrifying is that Han Xing's arrow can actually predict his assassination trajectory. At the same time, the man on the opposite side sneered again. Too slow. Your speed is like a child who has just learned to walk in my eyes. Is this the so-called first genius assassin in the South region? I think you are not even as good as the top assassins I met before. Listening to Han Xing's mocking voice, Ping Yuani's face flushed. He shouted angrily, "Shut up. It's just that you have the upper hand temporarily. What's there to be proud of? You don't understand the art of assassination at all. I can keep making mistakes, keep trying, and survive mistakes and learn from them. But you, if you make a mistake once, it's the moment of death." The next moment, Ping Yuan said in a deep voice, "Next, I will let you see my true strength, the real way of assassination." When he finished the last word, the figure suddenly became blurred. Including the breath on his body also dissipated again, as if he had completely disappeared from the battlefield. The next moment, Han Xing suddenly felt a sharp pain in his temple. He suddenly turned sideways, and a dark blue dagger rubbed his throat. Before Han Xing counterattacked, he felt a piercing chill from behind, and the second dagger was already against his back. Puff! The dagger pierced through the phantom, and Han Xing activated Tianji Liuguang's step, and the figure reassembled thousands of miles away, but a blood mark was left on his neck. The lords who were watching the battle outside stood up one after another, exclaiming, "What a fast series of assassinations! Yes! He is worthy of being the #1 assassin in the South Territory." If Killing Star had been a little slower, he would have been taken away on the spot. This is the peak combat power of Ping Yuani. Everyone was shocked, and many of Ping Yuani's supporters were in a carnival at this moment. After all, Ping Yuani was injured in a row after just one encounter, and his performance was really not very good. Now that he broke out again, these supporters instantly became excited. At the same time, the figure of Ping Yuani gradually emerged on the field. He raised the bloody dagger in his hand, and made a provocative gesture to Han Xing. "Killing Star, have you seen my strength? Next, I will let you experience more of what despair feels like." The next moment, Ping Yuani's figure disappeared again. When he appeared, he had already quietly approached Han Xing's side. The tricky and strange attacks came like a tide. Every time he appeared, there were folds in the space, and the trajectory of the dagger was tricky to the point of anti-logic. A slash was clearly aimed at the left abdomen, but it actually attacked Han Xing's right eye. The killing move that seemed to go straight to the throat actually came out from the shadow under his feet. There were even a few attacks that appeared from Han Xing's trajectory, as if he had predicted his evasive route. Ding ding ding. Han Xing bent his body to block, sparks flew. His Tianji Liuguang step was running to the extreme, but he was still forced to retreat step by step, and his armor was soon covered with fine knife marks. As a top assassin, Pinyuani's footwork is also his strong point. In terms of speed, he is even faster than Jiution. And with his swift offensive, once he seizes the opportunity, he will not give anyone any room to resist. Looking at the scene where Han Xing was beaten back by Pinyuani, and his blood kept surging. Many supporters of Han Xing stood up, clenched their fists, and looked at the projection screen nervously. On the other hand, the supporters of Pinyuani raised their weapons and shouted excitedly. At the same time, after a series of bursts, Pinyuani left a series of knife marks on Han Xing, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Killing Star, it's over. My killing move is ready, you have no chance. Now, Pinyuani suddenly appeared from 9 time and space nodes at the same time. 9-fold absolute shadow kill. Die for me. 9 fatal trajectories block all escape routes. This move has been unleashed. So far, no one below the Lord of the Divine Realm has been able to resist it. The hearts of the people watching the battle from the outside world were in their throats. The next moment, Pinyuani slashed 9 times and 1 time at a time, and attacked Han Xing from different time and space trajectories at the same time. This is an attack that goes beyond the concept of speed. As long as it is used, it will definitely hit. It can even be regarded as a weapon of causality. Boom! The overwhelming killing intent swept over, and Pinyuani's dagger suddenly pierced Han Xing's heart, however. Just when his dagger penetrated the skin about 1 centimeter, a special pattern emerged from Han Xing's body surface. But his dagger seemed to be stuck in steel, and it was difficult to move it in. I got you! Han Xing sneered and grabbed Pinyuani's wrist. At this moment, Pinyuani's tide of killing intent dissipated instantly like a deflated ball. Including the lords, who thought the outcome of this match was already determined, all of them showed incredible looks in their eyes. Oh my god! What happened? Didn't Shaoxing get hit by Pinyuani's special skill, 9-layered absolute shadow kill? How come nothing happened? Did Pinyuani's attack go wrong? At this time, a lord replied, no, there was no mistake. Pinyuani's special skill hit, but Shaoxing used his powerful body and some special strengthening secret technique to withstand the attack at that moment. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience exploded again. After all, what does it mean to resist Pinyuani's special skill with a physical body? This is something that even Jiution, who is good at the physical field, can't do. Now it is actually done by an archer who is good at long-range attacks. It is simply against common sense. Although they also heard that Han Xing finally used some kind of strengthening secret technique to resist Pinyuani's attack, they still cannot deny his powerful physical strength. At the same time, Pinyuani on the field also reacted quickly after the initial panic. A trace of coldness appeared in his pupils, and he said coldly, even if you resist my 9-layered absolute shadow kill, so what? You are an archer, and I am an assassin. You dare to fight me at this distance. I think you are looking for death. The next moment, a dagger wrapped in destructive turbulence pierced Han Xing's head. Seeing that the dagger was about to hit, Han Xing still stood where he was. When his dagger hit Han Xing's phantom, an arrow with penetrating power also burst out from the back of Pinyuani's head. Puff! Puff! 2 penetrating sounds sounded at the same time, and both sides simultaneously delivered a fatal blow to the enemy. However, after one blow, the entire stadium was silent for a few seconds. The next moment, Pinyuani's body suddenly exploded. Puff! A burst of explosion sounded, and he was blown into countless pieces on the spot. On the other hand, although Han Xing also had a huge gap on his head, and along this gap, countless cracks appeared along his body. Like a porcelain doll, it was about to explode at any time, but he still stood firmly in place, and a strong vitality continued to emerge in his body to repair his injuries. The announcement information appeared. The game is over. Winner, Han Xing. Current King victory points, 55. When the results of the game were announced, Han Xing disappeared from the projection screen. The next moment, the lords outside burst into cheers, like a tsunami again. Win! Killstar wins again! Ha ha ha! I said that Killstar could beat Jiution. How could he lose to Pinyuani? It is worthy of being the biggest dark horse in this competition. It has defeated 2 top 10 seeded players in a row. It seems that there is a chance of being in the top 3 this time. Killstar. Invincible. Han Xing's supporters were overjoyed. Including Ling Wei, Long Yu and others in the tower, a relieved smile appeared on their faces. On the other hand, the group of Pinyuani's supporters were gloomy at this moment, and they wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Including those lords of the god realm hidden in the void, they all had different expressions at this moment. in the kingdom of desire at this moment. The man in white robe and pale face sat on the throne of the human body. His face was as gloomy as water. The next moment, he waved his hand casually, and a line of blood suddenly appeared on the necks of tens of thousands of beautiful women crawling below. Puff! Puff! Instantly, tens of thousands of blood columns gushed up. The whole hall turned from a solemn place into a hellish Shura field. The air was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. Tens of thousands of beautiful heads rolled to the ground, and their faces still retained pious and confused expressions. And at this moment, the man in white robe seemed to still feel unsatisfied after slaughtering tens of thousands of lives. He said with a face full of resentment, "Waste Yuan E." He actually lost to an archer in close combat. And he was a guy who had just broken through to the high level not long ago. I invested so many resources in you, but you are so vulnerable. After this game, I don't think he needs to come back. As his murderous intent erupted, countless creatures in the entire kingdom of desire turned pale in an instant, and crawled on the ground in fear. Chapter 857. A shadow in the corner said solemnly, "The result of this battle is not Penyuani's fault. He didn't expect that the killer's physical strength was so strong. And this killer is also ruthless and decisive. In order to determine the winner as quickly as possible, he used himself as bait to force Penyuani to show up and engage in close combat with him. And he dared to burst out killing moves at the same time as Penyuani to compete with physical strength. During this period, as long as there is a problem in any link or misjudgment, he will definitely be defeated. But he still won in the end." After a pause, the man said with emotion, "A lord who can think of such a crazy way of fighting and implement it. Either he is extremely confident in his own strength, or he is extremely crazy. Obviously, this guy is both." Hearing the evaluation of this shadow, the white-robed man on the throne fell silent for a rare time. After a moment, he asked in a deep voice, "Guiyuan, you are one of the few people I can trust. What do you think? What should I do next?" Hearing the question of the man in white robe, the black shadow was silent for a moment. Then he asked, "Guiyin, do you have to deal with this little guy?" The man in white robe shook his head. "It's not that I have to deal with this little guy, but the source of desire that I have cultivated must deal with him. This person destroyed the Shadow Pavilion, killed my disciple Shadow, and planted the seed of revenge in my heart. If I can't let this seed take root, sprout, and bear fruit, my path of desire will fall into a sluggish state. The speed of cultivation will plummet. Recently, you should have noticed my changes." After a pause, he said seriously, "Strictly speaking, this is no longer a grudge between him and me, but a dispute of ideas and principles." When the white-robed man finished speaking, the shadow in the corner nodded slightly. "I understand. If you want to deal with this kind of evil, you need to make a foolproof plan and make many preparations. And once you succeed, you have to find a way to deal with those old guys. In addition, you must ensure that you kill with one strike. Even if the opponent is just a high-level Chaos Lord, you must face the enemy of the same level, and even regard him as an opponent who surpasses you. Be sure to use all means to kill him instantly. Otherwise, if you fail once, there will be endless troubles. I suggest." Listening to the shadow's narration, the white-robed man's eyes gradually showed surprise, and he couldn't help interrupting, "Ghost Smoke. Do you mean you want to help me?" Hearing this, the shadow laughed helplessly. "You also said that I am one of the few people you can trust. This Lord Continent is full of intrigues and deceptions, especially for people like you and me who specialize in evil ways. It is extremely rare to find a partner you can trust in this world. So, I will naturally help those you want to deal with." After hearing this, the white-robed man's pupils gradually showed a touch of emotion. Ghost Smoke. At the same time, Han Xing was resting in that dark space, gradually recovering his strength. He felt the surging vitality in his body, and the injuries that were being repaired, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Sure enough. It's almost what I expected. With my current physical strength, I won't die immediately even if I resist the guy's attack. On the contrary, guys like this who are proficient in assassination will put all their energy into speed and attack, and will not focus too much on physical strength. So, I easily seized the opportunity and took him away in one wave. In fact, Penyuani is really strong. Especially the last wave of special skills. Even the Lord of the Divine Realm has no room to dodge, but will be severely injured by one wave. But he is facing Han Xing, and the ending has long been determined. After all, even if Han Xing didn't resist his attack just now, and was killed in one wave, the nirvana effect of immortal body will pull him back from the brink of death and grant him an invincible state for up to 10 seconds. For strong people of their level, in 10 seconds, he could have killed the opponent countless times, it can be said that Han Xing was basically invincible. But, through this battle, I have confirmed which God Realm Lord wants to deal with me. The Lord of Desire? I remember it. Thinking of this, a chill appeared in Han Xing's pupils. Before he could think about it, the darkness in front of him receded again. The 56th game for him was about to begin. Wow! The curtain opened, revealing an empty and endless void. This time, his opponent was a woman from the Magic Power clan. After seeing Han Xing, the woman's pupils shrank slightly. She said in a shocked tone, "Killer Star, you can actually make it to this stage. To be able to break into the top 100 with the strength of a mid-level Lord Jane." Before she finished speaking, swish! Several arrows swept out with endless waves. At the same time, there were 3 or 4 spiritual swords. The double attack swept out at the same time. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the woman first endured the attack of the spiritual sword, and was directly beaten to the point of consciousness collapse. Immediately afterwards, the 5-level tidal arrow technique, wrapped in endless impact force, fell on her body. The next moment, the woman exploded into countless fragments on the spot. End of the game. Winner, Han Xing. Accumulated King's Victory Points, 56. Han Xing casually put away his longbow without even looking at his opponent. After all, anyone with a slightly normal mind can think that no matter how powerful a mid-level lord is, it is impossible for him to break into the top 100 among the top monsters in the entire southern region. But she hadn't reacted yet. This reaction ability also meant that she wouldn't go too far. Even among this group of lords, she was at the bottom. Therefore, Han Xing didn't waste much effort at all. He just used his powerful fighting power to crush them head-on. Next, he continued to participate in peak battles. And he fought with some powerful monsters one after another. Bakar, Orma, Jing Han. These powerful people who are said to have the top 10 fighting power, each of them has extremely powerful fighting power. Even Han Xing was forced to use all his means when fighting with them, just like when he fought with Ji Yitian and Pinyuan Yi. In every battle with these top monsters, Han Xing was in danger, and even several times he was about to be overturned and crushed by these monsters. But in the end, Han Xing's outburst completely killed the enemy. These monsters are very powerful, and their strength is also amazing. The top 10 evaluation is not in vain. However, Han Xing is even more weird. Yes, it can only be described as weird. Because in every battle, he basically has no advantage, and was suppressed by these top monsters from the beginning. But every time at the last critical moment, that is, the moment of fighting for life, Han Xing was able to suppress these top monsters and kill them. It subverted the imagination of those lords who were watching again and again, and also subverted the imagination of those lords of the God Realm. They never thought that a little guy who had just broken through the high level could be shocked so many times, and every time it was so unexpected. Just like that, Han Xing made great strides forward, either in danger or in a crushing manner. With a 100% victory rate, he played all 99 games. Now, he still has the last 2 games to play. The gods outside the field quickly calculated, and knew who Han Xing's opponents would be in the last 2 games. The Lord of 10,000 June, Zhou Lin. The incarnation of heavenly law, Roland. Moreover, everyone gradually discovered a pattern. That is, although this game is randomly matched from the other 101 lords, those lords with high winning rates are generally not encountered at the beginning. Instead, they will be matched with the corresponding opponents according to your winning rate later. And as your winning rate continues to increase, the chance of matching with the opponent will decrease, until all the lords have been defeated. Then, 2 lords with similar winning rates will face off and start a peak showdown. Now, there are only 2 lords on the field who maintain a 100% winning rate. Roland, Kill Star. As the most likely to win the championship in this competition, Roland has a 100% winning rate, which is understandable. Kill Star is also the most popular dark horse in this competition, and his 100% winning rate completely subverts all imaginations. Now, everyone has foreseen it. These 2 will definitely have a peak battle in the last battle. At the same time, the champion and runner-up of this competition will be decided, because, except for the 2 of them, other monsters have already lost 1 or 2 or 3 games, and there is no chance to catch up. Now the only unexpected factor is, the battle between Han Xing and Zhou Lin has not started yet. At present, Zhou Lin has played 100 games with a record of 99 wins and 1 loss. As long as there is one last battle, the battle will be completely over. And his opponent in the last battle is Han Xing. If he could defeat Han Xing, he would win the runner-up with a record of 100 wins and 1 loss. And Han Xing would be squeezed to 3rd place, or even 5th or 6th place. Therefore, these last two battles are extremely important to these three people. Countless lords watching from the outside held their breath and cast their eyes on the battlefield of the three evildoers Han Xing, Roland, and Zhou Lin. Not many people paid attention to the battlefield projections of other lords. On the three battlefields, Roland had fought 100 battles at the fastest speed and was waiting for the opponent of the last game. As for Han Xing and Zhou Lin, the darkness in front of them receded like a tide. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Attention, contestant Han Xing. The 100th game is about to begin, please be prepared. When the announcement information ended, the figures of Han Xing and Zhou Lin appeared at the same time. The two looked at each other across several light years. Except for Han Xing, who was wearing starry sky armor and carrying a black longbow. Opposite him, a strange figure appeared. It was a man wearing a dark silver star-patterned robe, surrounded by countless tiny star fragments, as if the center of gravity of the entire universe was concentrated on him. His face was cold, and his eyes were like two collapsed stars, so deep that they seemed to swallow all the light. The most eye-catching thing was the small black ball suspended in his hand. Like a constantly collapsing and expanding micro-black hole, its mere existence made the surrounding space appear strangely curved. Obviously, this person is Han Xing's opponent, Wanjun Lord Zhou Lin. Kill the star. The man on the opposite side spoke first. I have fought with Ji Yutian and Orima before. I heard from them that this time a monster like you appeared in the competition. You can actually defeat these guys one after another. You really have amazing talent and strength. Han Xing did not have any emotional fluctuations because of the other party's praise, but asked calmly, have you finished fighting with Roland? Hearing this question, Zhou Lin was stunned, and then nodded with some regret. Seeing his reaction, Han Xing also roughly knew the result of the battle. So he continued to ask, how strong is Roland? Zhou Lin replied in a low voice, very strong. After a pause, he shook his head and said, no, he is simply an invincible monster. He has completely surpassed our level, and can even be regarded as a lord of the divine domain. Even if I try my best, I can't cause him any serious injuries. When Zhou Lin finished speaking, Han Xing nodded thoughtfully, with a solemn look on his face. Is the gap so big? It seems that Roland has a cliff-like lead over other top monsters. At this time, Zhou Lin seemed to realize something. Killer Star, after you and I fight, the last battle should be Roland, right? Han Xing nodded slightly. Sure enough. Zhou Lin said with emotion, I guess no one expected this result in this competition. An unknown mid-level lord has reached this level. After a moment, he shook his head and asked, Sha Xing, do you need me to help you and let you have a 100% chance of winning against Roland? Han Xing raised his head and looked at the man with extraordinary temperament in front of him. He also understood Zhou Lin's meaning. He wanted to give up this game directly and let Han Xing and Roland have a peak showdown. It must be said that this person's magnanimity is extraordinary. After all, if he gave up this game, he would most likely be squeezed to the 3rd or even 4th place. And the reward for this ranking is more than a little different from the reward for the 2nd place. The most critical thing is the last secret book of the Origin Combat Skills. The 3rd place only has a high-level Chaos Lord level Origin Combat Skills. And the 2nd place has a Primary God Lord level Origin Combat Skills. If it were an ordinary Lord, he would have agreed directly. However, Han Xing shook his head and said, no need, just show your full strength. I don't like victory that comes from charity. Han Xing slowly pulled the longbow, and the divine light of destruction gathered at the tip of the arrow. Chapter 858. I don't like a victory that comes from charity. What's more, Han Xing's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Fighting you in your prime is the best opportunity to test my strength. Zhou Lin was slightly startled, then laughed up to the sky. Good. What a killer star. You are worthy of being the biggest dark horse in this competition. In that case, the micro-black hole in his hand suddenly shrank violently, and the entire starry sky began to distort. Then let you see what the real Wanjun is. Boom. The terrifying gravity wave erupted instantly. The space within a radius of several light years was like paper kneaded by an invisible big hand, and all matter collapsed towards Zhou Lin's palm. Han Xing's figure was dragged over uncontrollably, and even the arrows shot out were twisted and deformed in midair. First level starfall. Zhou Lin pressed down with one hand, and the gravity of the entire battlefield suddenly increased by 1,000,000 times. The space under Han Xing's feet collapsed directly, forming a gravitational abyss with a diameter of several light years. Tianji Liuguang's step. Han Xing's figure flashed, but he found that the direction of gravity around him was constantly changing. It was falling down in the last second, and it was pulled to the left in the next second, and then it became a spiral twist in the blink of an eye. It's useless. Zhou Lin's voice came from all directions. In my domain, gravity is defined by me. In the outside viewing area, many god domain lords look solemn. This is disordered gravitational field. Even the god domain lords will lose a layer of skin if they fall into it. And at this moment, Han Xing suddenly stood still. Feeling the constantly changing scene around him, his voice sank slightly. Gravity is defined by you. In that case, I will forcefully break through your domain. The next moment, Han Xing's state began to superimpose crazily, and his momentum continued to rise. Then, an arrow that integrated the three original powers of gold, water, and fire shot out instantly. Swish! The arrow contained destructive power beyond the limit, and the gravitational rules collapsed wherever it passed. Even this gravity domain was torn apart by this arrow, and in an instant, Han Xing drew his bow and shot an arrow. Tidal arrow technique. 4 arrows in a row. Voila! The raging wave swept out, carrying unparalleled destructive power. Even if Zhou Lin resisted this move head-on, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Seeing 4 devastating arrows breaking through the air, Zhou Lin's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. He suddenly crushed the miniature black hole in his hand and shouted, 4th level Guishu barrier. The broken black hole matter instantly formed a twisted star ring in front of him, and all the arrows that attacked had strange deflections when they touched the star ring. It's useless. Han Xing suddenly changed his tactics and flicked the bowstring with his fingers. Explode! Boom! 4 arrows exploded at the same time, and the violent energy storm tore a gap in the star ring. Zhou Lin groaned. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were more eager to fight. Good, good, good. You are worthy of being a monster with a 100% winning rate. This is worthy of my full strength. He suddenly put his hands together, and the star fragments around him spun wildly. 5th level 10,000 stars attraction. In an instant, the entire starry sky seemed to have been paused. All the free energy, broken stars, and even space itself began to gather towards Zhou Lin crazily. His figure, surrounded by endless starlight, looked like a god controlling the universe. Even Roland didn't dare to take this move head-on. Zhou Lin's voice echoed in the starry sky, Killer Star, let me see your limit. Countless star fragments turned into streams of light, bombarding Han Xing at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Each stream of light contained terrifying kinetic energy enough to penetrate the galaxy, and there were millions of such attacks. Han Xing took a deep breath and felt the horror of this attack. Its destructive power was not inferior to his Tidal 9 arrows, and even contained some causal characteristics. In other words, this wave of attacks could not be avoided, however. Such a terrifying attack would also be severely damaged if it was the Lord of the Divine Realm. Even if Han Xing had original holy body and immortal body, he would be killed instantly. There are no exceptions. At the moment of life and death, a trace of cruelty appeared in Han Xing's eyes. Since we can't dodge, let's fight with our physical strength. Let's see who can't bear it first. After saying that, Han Xing's bowstring trembled lightly, and 5 arrows were fired in succession. Swish! Swish! The last 5 arrows of the tidal arrow method were all activated, and all of Han Xing's strength was drained in an instant. This was the first time he used the tidal arrow method to the extreme. The terrible consumption made him fall into a weak recharge in an instant, as if he would faint in the next second. Han Xing bit his tongue hard to keep himself awake, looking at the 5 layers of huge waves carried by his 5 tidal arrows. They collided head-on, with Zhou Lin's ultimate killer move, Wangxianjian. Boom! At the moment, when the 5 layers of huge waves collided with the millions of stars, the entire starry sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand. The terrifying energy shock swept across hundreds of thousands of light years. The star debris, space fragments, and even the free law power along the way were completely annihilated at this moment. The lords watching the battle outside subconsciously took a step back, and even the lords of the divine domain held up their shields with solemn faces. These 2 little guys are really crazy. An old god lord murmured, this power is almost catching up with the god lord level fight. Another god lord echoed, yes. As expected of the top 3 monsters, this combat power has completely exceeded the limit of the Chaos Lord. These 2 people have unlimited potential, and their future achievements will not be lower than those of high-level gods. In the center of the battlefield, Han Xing and Zhou Lin's figures were swallowed up by the energy storm at the same time. The tidal waves and the starlight tore and devoured each other. The space continued to collapse and reorganize, and the flow of time became chaotic. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound rang out. A tiny crack appeared in Zhou Lin's 10,000 stars attraction field. What? His pupils shrank suddenly, and he watched in disbelief as his ultimate killer move was disintegrated bit by the tidal arrow. What shocked him even more was that Han Xing's figure actually stepped forward step by step against the energy storm. You? Zhou Lin's voice was hoarse. How could your body? Han Xing was covered in blood, and the light of a mortal body had dimmed to the extreme, and even original holy body could not be repaired. But his eyes were still as sharp as a knife. I said, I want to fight you with my body. Bang! The last tidal wave hit, and 10,000 stars attraction completely shattered. Zhou Lin's figure flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string, and all the star fragments around him were annihilated. He raised his head with difficulty, looked at Han Xing, who was also shaky, and suddenly laughed. It's cruel. I lost. Before disappearing, Zhou Lin looked at Han Xing deeply. Go and defeat Roland. To vindicate us. The so-called evildoers. Battle ended. Winner, Han Xing. Current King's victory points, 100. The entire starry sky fell into a strange silence. In the outside viewing area, all the lords held their breath. The fierceness of the battle between Han Xing and Zhou Lin also exceeded everyone's imagination, and was worthy of everyone's evaluation of him. If there was no Han Xing in this game, Zhou Lin would be the well-deserved second place. However, compared to this crazy battle, everyone is more excited about what is going to happen next. They know that what they are going to witness next will be the real peak battle of this competition. Two monsters with a 100% winning rate will collide with each other. Before this, if the Killing Star and Roland were put on the same battlefield, almost no one would say that Han Xing had the hope of defeating Roland. But now, everything is uncertain. After all, this person is in existence that constantly creates miracles. Until the last moment of the game, even those eternities cannot predict the result. The surrounding starry sky is silent, and everyone is looking forward to the arrival of the last battle. At the same time, in a dark space, a slender figure stood quietly in the void, as if integrated with the surrounding environment. He has a long blue hair as deep as the deep sea, with a star-like glimmer flowing between his hair, gently dancing with the flow of cosmic energy. His face was stern and perfect, like a work of art carved by the gods themselves. His eyes were a rare silver blue color, and the depths of his pupils seemed to contain endless patterns of laws. The most eye-catching thing was the translucent spiritual sword in his hand. The sword body flowed like water, sometimes solid like crystal, sometimes illusory like fog, exuding a palpitating sense of oppression. This person was the strongest demon in this competition, Roland, an absolute strongman, with the title of Incarnation of Heavenly Law. At this moment, Roland seemed to sense something and slowly stood up. His pupils, as deep as the beginning of the universe, ignited the will to fight. Is it finally out? My opponent in the last game. The figure murmured, is it Zhou Lin? Or Sha Xing? Or Ji Yuntian? I hope these guys can give me a little surprise. Then, the dark space around him receded like a tide. In an instant, Roland's eyes were locked on his opponent. In front of him, a slender figure appeared. The figure was wearing starry sky armor, carrying a black bow, and exuding a sense of unity. This aura was very similar to Roland's, but a little immature. When he saw his opponent, Roland was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. It's really you. Killer Star. Roland's voice was as calm as water, but it made the entire starry sky tremble. On the opposite side, Han Xing took a deep breath, and the original holy body and immortal body in his body automatically operated to the extreme. That was a situation that only occurred when encountering an enemy beyond imagination. Obviously, Roland's strength far exceeded Han Xing's expectations. The two looked at each other, and at this moment, both sides saw a special signal from each other's pupils. That kind of signal is a sign that only appears when facing a strong enemy. Buzz? The entire battlefield fell into absolute silence, and even the faint light of the stars seemed to be frozen. At this moment, although the two sides did not speak, their auras had collided like the tides of the universe, and the invisible ripples were stirring in the void, tearing apart all the dust and laws along the way. After a moment, Roland's silver blue pupils flickered slightly, and a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Killer Star actually withstood my mental shock. Your growth rate is indeed beyond my expectations. Han Xing's eyes condensed slightly, and the earth-yellow divine light continued to emerge from his body. The source of the holy body in his body was like a solar furnace, constantly providing him with endless energy. He slowly raised his hand, and the eternal night war bow behind him slid silently into his palm, and the dark bow body flowed with a dark light that swallowed the light. Roland, you are also very strong, really strong, Han Xing said sincerely. Obviously, Roland was the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered. The sense of oppression from the opponent was too strong. Even when facing a lord of the god realm, Han Xing did not have this feeling. However, the more powerful the enemy was, the more Han Xing's fighting spirit was aroused. He said firmly, "But I will win this battle." Roland laughed softly, and the translucent spiritual sword in his hand shook lightly. In an instant, the entire starry sky seemed to be shrouded by some supreme law, and even time became slow. "Then let me see whether your confidence is worthy of your strength." Boom! Without any sign, the two attacked at the same time. Han Xing pulled the bow like a full moon, and an arrow wrapped with the law of destruction instantly pierced through the void, and the space collapsed wherever it passed. Roland just raised his sword and slashed it, and the spiritual sword light was like rippling water waves, and he actually directly wiped out the arrow that was enough to shoot a star. The Chaos Lords watching the battle outside could not see the mystery of this sword, but those Lords of the God Realm instantly widened their eyes. Is this spiritual interference with reality? This is a method that can only be performed by the spiritual power of the true God Lord level, and Roland can actually use it skillfully. What a terrible monster! However, Han Xing's movements were faster. At the moment the arrow was erased, he directly performed Tianji Liuguang's step, and came behind Roland like a ghost. An arrow wrapped with dark gold and threefold origin shot out. Swish! Roland did not dodge, but took the arrow with his left hand. Boom! Two forces that were powerful enough to shatter the star field collided, and the shockwave directly overturned several dead stars outside the battlefield. In the explosion, a figure stood there unscathed, with only bursts of black smoke coming out of his palm. The physical body has also broken through the limit of the Chaos Lord and reached another level. Han Xing's heart was lifted. Roland's fighting power once again exceeded his expectations. However, although he was shocked, he did not stop his offensive. Weak point shooting, fatal blow, star-piercing arrow, these small skills he learned at level 20 or 30, now exerted unprecedented attack power in his hands. Each arrow was wrapped with at least 3 origins, enough to easily kill a high-level lord ranked in the top 5,000. However, all these attacks were cut off by Roland's light swing of the spiritual sword in his hand, or he used some strange body movements to dodge them. Chapter 859. Roland's figure flickered like a phantom, and his spiritual sword light was sometimes solid like a magic weapon, and sometimes illusory like a dream. Wherever the sword passed, even Han Xing's immortal body was cut with tiny cracks. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blood marks appeared on Han Xing's body, and drops of divine blood glittering with starlight oozed out from them. Each drop contained the power to destroy a large world. The lords watching the battle outside saw this scene and exclaimed, "Sha Xing is bleeding." Yes, this is the first time so far that Sha Xing has been beaten to bleeding without even touching the enemy's body. Roland is too strong, worthy of being the scheduled champion of this competition. This strength is completely different from Zhou Lin, Ji Yutian and others. At the same time, Han Xing was trying his best to resist Roland's ethereal and strange swordsmanship. At this time, a faint voice sounded in Han Xing's ears. "Your arrow is good, but it's still a little short." Before he finished speaking, Roland's spiritual sword light suddenly split into thousands, like a galaxy falling, and each sword light contained a different origin. Time slowed down, space cut, and the soul was shaken. Han Xing's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw this scene. The origin of time. That's the power of time. This was the first time he saw someone other than himself display the supreme origin. The power of time, Roland's talent, and evil once again exceeded Han Xing's expectations. This guy is a truly peerless evil. However, the opponent's killing move has arrived, and Han Xing is not allowed to have more time to think about these. Roland's spiritual sword light is not like ordinary spiritual attacks. It can not only directly attack the sea of consciousness, but also destroy the body. At the critical moment, Han Xing's 1,000 yuan soul shield was fully activated in his mind, and immortal body and original holy body were running rapidly. At the same time, in an instant, he backhanded stars flashing and shot directly at Roland's forehead. Schwa! Puff! The sword light and arrow light exploded at the same time, and the entire battlefield was engulfed by the dazzling light. The Chaos Lords, who were watching the battle outside, had all held their breath and focused all their energy on the projection screen. The two people on the field were obviously just Chaos Lords, and the combat power they burst out in the battle at this moment was even more terrifying than some primary God Lords. More and more ancient beings were alarmed by this peak duel, and continuous shocks came from the void. When the light completely dissipated, the two had retreated and kept a distance. The void under their feet had already broken into turbulence. At this moment, Han Xing's body had hundreds of sword wounds added again, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Although Roland on the opposite side was still graceful, there was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. After this wave of collision, Han Xing looked more miserable, but Roland's injury was more serious. The gods were completely shocked. What? Roland was suppressed by the killing star. In a head-on confrontation, he was injured so badly. What a terrible killing star. Roland has already exploded his killing move. Others will only think about how to resist this wave of explosion, but he is still thinking about how to cause greater damage to the enemy. The combat experience of these two people is too terrible. Listening to the comments of the gods, the other Chaos Lords were even more shocked, because in the scene just now, it was obvious that Roland suppressed the killing star, but now the one who was more seriously injured was Roland. What does this prove? It proves that Han Xing has indeed reached that level, the level where he can fight Roland head-on, and even defeat him. When they thought of this, all the Chaos Lords breathed quickly, because they knew that this battle would definitely be recorded in the history of the southern region, and it would never be forgotten or even surpassed even after millions or tens of millions of years. At this time, an ancient voice sounded, Roland. A real evildoer. He won't be defeated so easily. The real battle has not yet begun. This voice seemed to sound in the depths of everyone's consciousness, making people subconsciously think that this person is definitely not simple. This also made them look forward to the next battle even more. At the same time, on the starry sky battlefield, Roland felt the blood dripping from his eyebrows, and there seemed to be countless sword energy surging in the blood, containing some kind of destructive power. Then, he slowly raised his hand, and a dark purple source of power condensed on his fingertips. Just point at the center of the forehead, and the wound will recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and disappear in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Han Xing's Yuanchu holy body is constantly running, and the dense sword wounds on his body have completely disappeared. Both of them are in the realm of Chaos Lord, extremely powerful. This strength is not only reflected in their combat power, but also in their physical strength and recovery ability. They can be called all-round hexagonal warriors without dead ends. Roland slowly exhaled and said calmly, Killer Star. You really exceeded my expectations. No wonder you can defeat Ji Tian and Zhou Lin one after another, and come to me. After so many battles, you are the first one to injure me. At this point, he changed the subject. To show my respect for you, I will go all out and defeat you in the most perfect form. Han Xing's face did not fluctuate at all, and he said calmly, Really? I also want to see how powerful the so-called first demon in a million years is. You will see. While the two sides were talking, they each urged their own physical strength and continuously opened various states. There were annual rings rolling in Roland's pupils, his hair moved without wind, and the spiritual sword in his hand became clearer and clearer, as if it was coming from the spiritual world to reality. And Han Xing also opened various skills one after another, the Lord of the Galaxy, the Ultimate Shadow Prison, the Infinite Realm. Crack! With a clear shattering sound, it was as if the space was broken, and it was as if it had broken through some limit. The breath of both of them broke through the limit and reached another level. The entire battlefield was distorted under their pressure, and the space was shattered like a mirror, revealing a dark void turbulence. Boom! Under the collision of this wave of aura, all origins were directly annihilated. Anyone below the Lord of the Divine Realm would surely die. Killer, get ready, my sword will be very powerful. Roland's calm voice sounded again. Before he finished speaking, the spiritual sword in his hand suddenly collapsed and turned into millions of origin veins, each containing a different and most powerful origin. Time, space, destruction, creation. These origin veins interweave into a network of laws that covers the sky and the sun, covering the entire battlefield. Heavenly law, all things return to the ruins. As Roland whispered, the origin net suddenly shrank. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. Even the most basic particles were decomposed into nothingness. This is the real origin annihilation. The gods watching the battle outside all changed color. He actually used the killer of the God Realm Lord again. Monster. Too monster. Although this boy's realm is Chaos Lord, his understanding has already reached the realm of God Realm Lord. No, even ordinary God Realm Lords can't reach his level. Han Xing also looked serious at this moment. He felt an unprecedented death threat under this wave of attacks. What's even more weird is that Roland's move has some special locking function, as if it can lock Han Xing in any timeline. Even if he used the killing move of temporarily freezing time at this time, he would still be hit by Roland's attack. To put it bluntly, it was a causal attack. Han Xing's eyes turned cold. Since you can't avoid it, let's fight head-on. See who dies first. After saying that, he pulled the Eternal Night War bow again. Buzz! Buzz! The bowstring trembled continuously, and arrows were shot one after another. And each arrow was superimposed with a layer of huge waves. At this moment, Han Xing directly shot out 9 tidal arrows at the same time. Not only that, he also superimposed 2 or 3 kinds of original power on each arrow. Gold, earth, fire, moon, destruction, damage, penetration. This was the most powerful attack he had ever made. Before the huge waves broke out, the space behind him had been completely shattered, and the price was that Han Xing's burst completely drained his strength, even to the point of overdraft. In other words, if Roland didn't die after this arrow, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. However, such a desperate fighting style naturally brought unparalleled attack power. Boom! The raging waves swept out, and directly submerged the origin net woven by Roland with sword energy. The gods watching the battle outside exclaimed again. Mid-level God Lord Realm. What a joke. How is this possible? He is obviously just a high-level lord who has just broken through. Even Roland can't burst out such attack power. How did he do it? Monster. This is the real monster? After hearing this, the group of Chaos Lords were at a loss. They asked one after another, what is the mid-level God Lord Realm? What even Roland can't do? What are those big shots talking about? At this time, a God Lord answered their group. Then, the group of Chaos Lords also fell into a stagnation. What? Killing Star's attack reached the level of the middle-level God Lord. Did I hear it right? That's an attack that spans 2 major levels. The gap between them is like heaven and earth. Even those big shots have admitted it. It must be true. Oh my god. Killing Star is so terrible. With this attack, even Roland will probably be taken away in one wave. On the battlefield, Roland, who had just burst out with a killing move, turned pale. Obviously, that move consumed a lot of his energy. However, before he saw the killing move work, what he waited for was Han Xing's huge wave that broke the limit of the God Lord. The huge wave swept across the entire battlefield, and each wave contained different original power. The sharpness of gold, the thickness of earth, the violence of fire, the softness of the moon, the violent destruction, the rampage of destruction, the sharp penetration. The 7 origins merged perfectly, turning into a terrifying torrent that could annihilate everything. Roland's pupils shrank violently. He had never thought that a Chaos Lord could actually launch such a terrifying attack. Boom! The moment the huge wave collided with the origin net, the entire battlefield collapsed completely. The turbulent flow of the void was torn into pieces, and even time was briefly stagnant. Crack! A creepy shattering sound rang out, and the origin net that Roland had carefully woven was torn apart. Impossible! Roland's silver-blue long hair fluttered in the violent energy. He formed seals with his hands, and a brilliant silver light burst out from his body, trying to resist this destructive impact. However, Han Xing's attack was too overbearing. The 7 kinds of origin power overlapped with each other, and the 9 arrows of tide were launched at the same time, resulting in a destructive force far beyond imagination. Puff! Roland spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string, drawing a dazzling blood line in the void. In the outside viewing area, everyone held their breath and stared with their eyes wide open. Roland is going to lose? The first evildoer in a million years was actually defeated head-on by the Killing Star? How is this possible? However, the group of gods still did not speak, because they knew that this battle was definitely not that simple, and Roland would not be defeated so easily. On the battlefield, because of Han Xing's full-strength burst, the entire Starry Sky battlefield had completely turned into energy turbulence. A broken figure was suspended in the air, his body was full of cracks, and blue divine blood continued to flow out. A head of long hair floated in the air, as if he was in the sea. This figure was Roland. On the opposite side, a figure with a longbow on his back, and wearing a Starry Sky armor stood in place. Although he was not seriously injured, the wave just now also drained all his strength. Han Xing's face was as pale as paper, and his body was shaky. Who? Han Xing resisted the weakness of his body, and tried his best to pull the heavy Eternal Night War bow. He knew that this was the weakest moment for Roland. As long as he shot another arrow, he could kill this monster instantly. Crack! Crack! The sound of the bowstring being tightened kept ringing. Under the tense eyes of everyone, Han Xing finally pulled the bowstring to the full moon state, and then shot it out. Swish! The dark arrow was like a black lightning, piercing the heart of the broken figure, just when everyone thought that Roland was going to be killed by Han Xing's blow. Puff! With a muffled sound, the arrow actually stopped in the void half a meter away from Roland's body. At this time, the figure lying flat in the void suddenly stood up. Then, he looked at Han Xing, with an unprecedented seriousness on his face. Killer Star. You are really strong. A hoarse voice sounded, with a hint of murderous intent. But do you think you can defeat me so easily? Before he finished speaking, Roland's body suddenly began to fade, turning into countless silver-blue light spots that dissipated in the void. At the same time, the rules of the entire battlefield began to distort, time flowed backwards, and space was reorganized. The God Lord who was watching the battle outside exclaimed, "Time is flowing backwards." No. What is this? Han Xing stared at the direction where Roland disappeared, where a divine light fell. Chapter 860. A silver-blue figure slowly emerged from the sky. Roland stood in the air, surrounded by faint musical notes, which continued to merge into his body. Every note made his aura expand rapidly. High level limit, primary God Lord limit. At this moment, Roland's aura has completely surpassed the scope of Chaos Lord, and even faintly touched the realm above the primary God Lord, that is, the intermediate God Lord. This is my true form. Roland's voice echoed throughout the starry sky, like the sound of heaven, which made people feel awe. The origin returns to one, the true body of the heavenly law. As he whispered, the 9 origin halos merged into one, turning into a giant silver sword that spanned the starry sky. On the sword body, the sun, the moon, the stars flowed, and all things were born and died, as if carrying the will of the entire universe. The gods in the outside world were completely shocked. Roland. Intermediate God Lord. What did I see? Too exaggerated. I thought the attack power of the intermediate God Lord that the killer star just burst out was amazing enough, but Roland actually touched this realm with his flesh. Although only. It was just a touch, but the gap between them is no less than the gap between Chaos Lord and Primary God Lord. Hearing the comments of these God Lords, the Chaos Lords were also in unparalleled shock. What? Roland actually touched the realm of the intermediate God Lord. How did he do it? This is too unreasonable. He is obviously just a high-level Lord. It's over. Killer Star is in danger now. He has entered a weak state after the wave of attacks just now, and now he has no chance at all. For a moment, Han Xing's supporters showed strong concerns, including Linghui, Longyu, the Great Beast Lord in the tower, and Qinghe, Yao Yan and others who were watching the battle in other territories, all clenched their fists. They stared at the projection screen nervously. Killer Star, you are proud enough to force me to use the heavenly law true body. Roland looked down from above, and there was no emotion in his silver eyes. At this moment, Han Xing's face was solemn, and he felt an unprecedented pressure. As mentioned before, his previous burst had drained all his strength. If the enemy did not die, then he would most likely die. Now, Roland not only did not die, but also burst out with a combat power far beyond imagination, which was really despairing. At the same time, Roland raised his right hand and said calmly, "Now, let's end this battle." The silver giant sword slowly fell, and wherever it passed, time and space froze, and everything returned to silence. This sword is called Heavenly Law End. It is the ultimate killing move created by Roland after he comprehended the 9 origins, claiming to be able to cut off all causes and effects and annihilate eternal time and space. Facing this unavoidable sword, Han Xing took a deep breath, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Boom! The sword light annihilated everything, and Han Xing's body collapsed inch by inch under the terrifying power of Heavenly Law End. Flesh, bones, and soul were all chopped off. Everyone saw with their own eyes that Han Xing was killed instantly without even struggling under the sword. The outside viewing area was dead silent. After a moment, a series of sighs sounded. It's over. Yes, the killer star was defeated after all. It's a pity that he was the one who had the greatest chance of defeating Roland among the hundreds of billions of lords in this competition, but he was still completely suppressed and killed. Roland is still too evil. Of course, Shashing is not bad either. It is amazing enough to kill Roland once, and force out his heavenly law true body. Indeed, Shashing has just broken through the high-level Chaos Lord realm. Let him settle down for a while. Maybe he can really fight Roland on equal terms. Many lords had regrets in their eyes. For them, Roland has been invincible for too long. Since his rise, No one has been able to break it. Even Ji Yutian and Zhou Lin were crushed by him in the previous battle. And Han Xing is the closest to killing Roland in history. But even so, he was still defeated by the second form of this peerless evil. It cannot be said that Han Xing is not strong enough, it can only be said that the enemy is too evil. Even Ling Wei, Long Yu and others did not say much. For them, Han Xing's ability to rush to this ranking is completely beyond their expectations. Even if he didn't get first place, second place is an unparalleled honor. And because of his dark horse status, he might attract the attention of some old antiques, and be accepted as a disciple. From today on, the entire southern region will remember Han Xing's name. Friend Han Xing is really unexpected. After the game is over, I will find him to have a drink to celebrate his second place. The rough laughter of the great beast lord rang out. In the distant Tianji Divine Kingdom, Tianji Divine Lord took a sip of tea with a cup in his hand. You are worthy of being the successor of Tianji Liuguangbu that I chose. You rushed to the second place for the first time. Your future achievements are limitless. Including Qinghe and Yaoyan, people also showed a hint of admiration in their eyes. That was an affirmation of the strong. However, just when everyone thought the battle was over. Boom! A heartbeat like an ancient war drum suddenly sounded in the void. At this moment, the lords watching the battle outside suddenly quieted down and looked at the projection screen. They thought they had heard it wrong. Then the next second. Boom! Another dull heartbeat sounded, with a strong rhythm. At this moment, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. Those gods said in doubt. Such a strong heartbeat, such a terrible vitality, even made me feel a little bit of fear. Could it be? There are changes in this game? Everyone was curious again, and stared at the game with full concentration. In the void, Roland's chest rose and fell violently, and waves of blue mist steamed from his body. Obviously, the previous wave of attacks also consumed a lot of his strength. Especially, he was still maintaining the heavenly law true body, and exerting a combat power far beyond his own realm. Boom! When the heartbeat sounded again, Roland frowned. He instinctively realized that something was wrong, and raised his spiritual sword to fight again. However, he was facing the same situation as Han Xing at this moment. The first wave of explosion was too fierce. Even if they had amazing physiques, they had not recovered yet. So, he could only watch some drastic changes in the location where Han Xing was annihilated. Sizzle! It was like the sound of something being ignited. There, a wisp of golden flame ignited out of thin air, and then quickly spread, turning into a blazing fire of nirvana. In the flames, a figure slowly condensed. The fire of nirvana recast my true self. As Han Xing's voice resounded through the starry sky. In the eyes of everyone in shock, his body began to condense flesh and blood again, recast jade bones, and his aura rose steadily. In the flames, a man wearing starry sky armor and carrying a black bow appeared again. At this moment, Han Xing not only recovered from his injuries, but also surrounded by a layer of brilliant golden divine light. What's more terrifying is that his aura completely broke through the shackles of the Chaos Lord at this moment, and entered a new realm. The effect of the initial God Lord level immortal body nirvana can not only revive Han Xing with full blood after his death, it will also grant him 15 seconds of invincibility, and his combat power will leapfrog to a higher level in the outside world. In other words, in these 15 seconds, Han Xing is equivalent to a true God Realm Lord, and he can ignore all attacks. The God Realm Lords and Chaos Lords in the outside world were completely shocked. God Lord. What did I see? Killing Star also has a second form? Oh my god. Are these monsters so perverted? Too scary, the combat power in the normal form is already unattainable, and it turns out that is not their peak state. The dazed voices of the lords continued to sound. And Ji Yutian, Zhou Lin, Pin Yuan and others who were eliminated in advance all stared at the projection screen in a daze, and fell into a short state of unconsciousness. So this is the real gap between us and the top monsters? Too exaggerated, we worked so hard before, but we only fought with their first form. It's really despairing. Ji Yutian and Zhou Lin sighed. Pin Yuani, who had previously threatened to make Han Xing pay, was now pale. He looked for help at the man on the throne, his master, Lord of Desire. However, Lord of Desire's face was also livid. He remained silent, not knowing how to speak for a moment. After a moment, Lord of Desire sighed and said, "Ghost smoke. You're right. This kind of evildoer is a person with great luck, with too many means to save his life, and it's too difficult to kill." In the corner, the low voice of the Black Shadow sounded, "You finally figured it out. Are you ready to give up on killing Star now?" However, Lord of Desire shook his head firmly. "No. The Black Shadow and Pinyuini were stunned at the same time. Through this battle, I have seen that this kid has a great way to save his life. Next, I will make a detailed plan and go all out. Treat him as an enemy of the same level, and then kill him with one blow. There was an unprecedented determination and murderous intent in his voice. The two were silent for a moment, and finally sighed. At this time on the field, Roland took a deep breath and looked at Han Xing with a serious look. You really exceeded my imagination. But it's not that easy to defeat me. In the center of the battlefield, Han Xing slowly raised his head, and there seemed to be stars in his eyes. Really? I really want to see what other tricks you have. Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared. Boom! The next moment, Han Xing appeared in front of Roland and punched out. It was simple and rough, but it contained the terrifying power to destroy the galaxy. He actually relied on his current primary god-level combat power to give up the arrow attack and switch to a frontal attack. At this moment, Roland, who was in a weak state, took a deep breath. He shouted, "Heavenly Law, Divine Light." The spiritual sword in his hand fell down suddenly. However, at the moment of contact with Han Xing's fist, the spiritual sword was instantly blasted with cracks. Crack! With a clear shattering sound, Roland and his sword were blasted thousands of miles away by this punch. How is it possible? During the backward flight, the pupils of this peerless evildoer showed an unbelievable look. He just wanted to stabilize his body and counterattack. However, Han Xing's offensive had just begun. Swish! 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 He pulled open the Eternal Night War bow with one hand, and shot 9 arrows in an instant. Each arrow was entangled with a different source of power, and the trajectory of the arrows even split time and space. Although the power of this wave of arrows was not as terrifying as the previous 9 tied arrows, the destructive power was even greater than that of Han Xing's current state of being a primary god. Even Roland felt a fatal sense of crisis under this wave of explosion. Heavenly Law, all laws are empty. Roland roared, and the silver giant sword split into thousands, trying to cut off these arrows, and more sword energy was blasted towards Han Xing. However, crack! An arrow broke through the air and directly penetrated his shoulder. Puff! The second arrow tore his abdomen. Boom! The third arrow shattered half of his body. Not only that, the sword energy that fell on Han Xing was also offset by the golden protective power on the surface of his body, and even his hair was not disturbed. After all, the 15 seconds of invincibility of the immortal body is truly invincible. It can resist all forms of attacks. It is not something that Roland's level can break. And at this moment, Roland finally panicked. He frantically urged the origin of time to try to reverse the injury. But Han Xing's attack also contained the power of time. The two forces offset each other, greatly slowing down his recovery speed. It's over. Han Xing's voice was like the whisper of the god of death, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He put the bow in his hand back on his back and stood calmly in place. The next moment, 7 spiritual swords burst out from his pupils in succession: red, dark black, gold, pure white, silver, transparent, dark purple. 7 different colored spiritual swords correspond to the 9 yuan soul-destroying sword: soul-breaking, bone-eroding, soul-locking, heart-devouring, thought-breaking, billion-destroying, and luck-cutting abilities. This is the first time that Han Xing has used 7 spiritual swords in succession, especially with the blessing of his God Realm Lord Realm. The explosive attack power is completely beyond imagination. In just a moment, the 7 swords merged into one, turning into a spiritual blade that annihilates everything, and slashed towards Roland fiercely. Buzz! Before the blade arrived, Roland's body was covered with dense cracks, and even his consciousness space was filled with spiritual storms. Obviously, the power of this attack was far beyond imagination. It was not until this moment that Roland finally felt the crisis of death. No! I can't lose! Roland's eyes were red with anger, and he shouted, "Heavenly Law, burn my true self." In an instant, an unprecedented terrifying aura burst out from him again. The silver giant sword swelled in the wind, turning into a pillar of law that penetrated the sky and the earth, colliding with the spiritual sword. Boom! Chapter 861. Since both of them are extremely good at mental attacks, they all activated their second forms this time. This wave of collisions far exceeded all the previous ones. The entire battlefield void completely collapsed, and countless space cracks spread, even affecting the outside viewing area. The lords watching the battle clearly saw that in the competition continent in front, waves of chaotic auras spread. Even Roland's roar could be faintly heard. This weird scene made all the lords gasp, because they had already foreseen what happened. Hiss! Oh my god. The battle between these two people actually forcibly tore the space of the competition continent. Is this really a battle between two Chaos Lords? Why do I feel it is more terrifying than the battle between two God Realm Lords? Crazy. This must be crazy. The gods were completely stunned at this moment. They tore the space of the competition continent apart. Are these two little guys trying to poke a hole in the sky? Incredible. The Southern Region Prodigy Challenge has been held for so many sessions, and I have never heard of any evildoers battle that tore the space apart. No matter who these two little guys are, their future achievements are already limitless. Yes. This is destined to be a battle that will go down in history. Just as everyone was discussing, a vast and ancient breath descended. When this breath appeared, all the spectators felt their souls tremble, as if they were enveloped by some supreme will. The area within tens of thousands of light years became silent. I saw a hazy figure appear above the broken void, gently raised his hand, and the spreading space cracks were quickly repaired as if time was going backwards. After a moment, the space of the competition continent returned to normal. The Supreme Will also disappeared without a trace. But everyone knew that it was Eternity who had just made a move. This also made everyone feel a little unreal. The battle between two little guys at the level of Chaos Lords could actually cause this Supreme Existence to make a move, which was beyond their imagination. However, they didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, the projection screen has gradually recovered, and everyone has cast their eyes over again. They all want to know what the result of this game is. In the center of the battlefield, the energy turbulence gradually subsided. At this moment, Han Xing stood in the void unscathed, his breath like the abyss and the sea. On the opposite side, Roland knelt on one knee, the silver giant's sword shattered inch by inch, and the blue divine light on his body quickly dimmed. He looked up at Han Xing, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but suddenly smiled. Killer Star. You win. After a moment, countless cracks appeared on his body, and then it turned into fragments all over the sky and dissipated on the spot. Then, a notice message appeared. The game is over. Winner, Han Xing. Current King's victory points, 101 points. Then, a golden divine light rose from the center of the competition continent, like a sacred pillar that penetrates the sky and the earth, reaching a height of tens of thousands of light years. Even at countless distant distances, the golden light column can be seen. Then, a vicissitudes of life sounded. This Southern Region Tianju Challenge has officially ended. Now announce the ranking of the competition. After the words fell, the golden stone tablet appeared in the air again. It emits a more blazing light. Those below the primary lord level will feel a stinging pain in their eyes just by looking at this light, and they can't open their eyes at all. Even those lords can only squint their eyes to watch at this moment. Under their gaze, names and their rankings gradually appear on the golden tablet. First place, Han Xing, King's victory points, 101. Second place, Roland, King's victory points, 100. Third place, Zhou Lin, King's victory points, 99. Fourth place, Ji Yutian, King's victory points, 99. Fifth place, 100th place, Bakar, King's victory points, 56. The names of the current 100 were all announced. It was not until this time that the hundreds of billions of lords watching the battle outside came back to their senses. The next moment, the entire starry sky was completely boiling. Kill the star! Kill the star! Kill the star! The sound was like a tide, sweeping across the entire star field. Countless lords' faces flushed, and they cheered. No one expected the outcome of this game to turn out like this. A mid-level lord with little reputation, no one had even heard of his name before the game started. But he rose all the way, defeated his opponents one by one, and continued to get stronger. In the end, he actually defeated Roland, the first demon in a million years, and topped the list of the Southern Region's prodigies. This is simply a miracle. Who would have thought that Roland would be defeated by a little guy in this game? I guess no one will be able to replicate this game in the future. Yes, from now on, the title of the first prodigy in the Southern Region will change hands. A new legend is born. Everyone knows that after today, Han Xing's name will spread quickly throughout the entire South Region, and even to the North Region, West Region, and East Region. Even to the Central Continent that is known to be full of powerful people. Everyone will remember the scene when this evil-like existence, like a comet rising, defeated Roland and ascended to the throne of God, in that tower. Ling Wei, Long Yu and others were so excited that they trembled all over. Even Ling Wei, who was indifferent, couldn't help but clench his fists at this moment. They witnessed the birth of a myth with their own eyes. A young lord, who had met by chance before actually came to this step. Great. Han Xing. Long Yu murmured, from now on, you will soar into the sky. On the other side, Yao Lian and Qinghe looked at each other, and a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. Yao Lian said in a low voice, he has such a strong fighting power, he should have a greater chance of entering that secret realm, right? Qinghe nodded slightly and said, yes, before this, I only inferred that he had a 50% success rate. Now, it has soared to 90%. At this point, her beautiful face showed an arc. Sister, it seems that we really picked up a treasure this time. Ji Yutian, who had been teleported, bumped his fists, his eyes full of admiration. Haha. You are worthy of being a killer star. You actually defeated Roland. If there is a chance later, I must find you to spar with you again. Zhou Lin floated in the air and said with emotion, I didn't expect that you didn't show your full strength when fighting me. Is this the real gap between us and the top monsters? After a pause, he also chuckled, but no matter what, you defeated Roland. Killer Star, I admire you. And in the higher void, a group of beings with vast auras were also holding an emergency meeting against Han Xing and Roland. At this moment, Han Xing didn't know about the outside world's discussion about him, because he had been flooded with a large number of system prompts. Participating Lord, Han Xing, please pay attention. You have won the first place in this Southern Region Prodigy Challenge. You get the ranking reward. Eternal Soil * 300 kg. Earth God Stone * 300. Sky God Stone * 300. Sacred Herb * 50. Primary God Lord Level Origin Combat Skills Secret Book * 1. Primary God Lord Level Origin Sacred Artifact * 1. Qualification to enter the core battlefield of the Southern Region Secret Realm. At this moment, Han Xing looked at the large amount of Eternal Soil and God Stone that suddenly appeared in his backpack, and a strong joy appeared in his eyes. Not only that, he also saw an ancient secret book, a black box, and a transparent token. Obviously, these are the last three most precious rewards. However, before Han Xing could check, the system prompt that swiped the screen sounded again. Ding! Survivor Han Xing, please pay attention. You have successfully participated in the special event, Southern Region Prodigy Challenge. Mission, Extreme Challenge completed. Rewards are being calculated based on your final ranking. Calmation successful. Your final ranking is 1. You get the 100th place reward, Eternal Soil * 30 kg, self-selected attribute source power * 3 billion, self-selected God Domain Lord Skill Book * 1, legendary points * 2 million. You get the top 10 rewards, Eternal Soil * 50 kg, self-selected attribute source power * 5 billion, self-selected God Domain Lord Skill Book * 2, legendary points * 2 million. Ding! Because you finally achieved the excellent result of the first place, you are now given an additional reward. Special Title Reward, Beyond the Limit. Special Reward, Eternal Soil * 200 kg, self-selected attribute source power * 20 billion, Holy Heart * 3, legendary points * 5 million. At this point, a series of reward prompts finally ended. This also made Han Xing fall into ecstasy. Fuck. 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 Is this wave of rewards so exaggerated? Double rewards, double gains. This is too cool, ha ha ha. At this moment, he laughed out loud, completely unlike the demeanor of the first demon in the southern region. Before he could take a closer look, a golden light enveloped him. The next moment, Han Xing was teleported out of the competition space. Buzz? After a dizzy spell, when Han Xing regained his sight again, he found himself in the tower. At the same time, several figures have appeared in front. In addition to Lingwei, Longyu, and the big beast, Tugong, this guy, also came here at some point. After seeing Han Xing, smiles appeared on their faces. The rough voice of the great beast lord was the first to sound. Brother Han Xing, it's beyond our imagination. TSK. The #1 evildoer in the South Territory, I can actually be brothers with a monster of this level. It's something I never dreamed of. Tu Gang next to him was also excited, although I know that my benefactor is very powerful and must be ranked very high. But I didn't expect that you could actually defeat that monster. Long Yu whispered, congratulations, Han Xing. Only Lingwei stood aside. Facing everyone's congratulations, Han Xing responded with a smile. He first released Muqing and Xiao Meiqiu from the territory space. Then he smiled and said, it's also a fluke that I can win the first place in this competition. Roland doesn't know me, and he suffered 2 big losses. If he knew that I have the attack power and resurrection ability to kill him instantly, I guess he would change his style of play. After a pause, he said solemnly, Roland is indeed the #1 evildoer in the South region in the past million years. His methods are not simple. He definitely has many trump cards that he has not used yet, but my head-on fighting style and explosive power have disrupted his rhythm. After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. But Long Yu said, although Roland is indeed very strong, you are not weak either. You have just broken through to the high-level lord, and there are still many opportunities for improvement. Roland has been in the high-level lord realm for tens of thousands of years, and has already reached the limit. So in terms of potential, your potential is much higher than his. Everyone was slightly stunned, as if they did not expect Long Yu to make up for it in this regard. But thinking about it carefully, what she said does make sense. Han Xing has just broken through now, and he has the fighting power to kill Roland. When he settles down for a period of time in the future and reaches the limit of the high-level lord, what will happen? When they thought of this, everyone looked at Han Xing with shock. At this moment, Han Xing also smiled and shook his head. What Long Yu said was indeed true. He had too many opportunities to improve in the future. Not to mention the various skills waiting to be upgraded to the initial God Lord level. He could improve his strength by digesting the massive rewards in his backpack this time. Even if Roland already knew his fighting style. But how could he know how fast Han Xing would become stronger? Maybe after a while, Han Xing's strength would reach another level again. If they still wanted to target Han Xing's fighting power based on this competition, they would definitely suffer a big loss. Han Xing smiled and asked, by the way, how was your guessing result? Did you win? Hearing this question, Long Yu and Ling Hui looked at each other, and a smile appeared on the faces of the two women at the same time. Long Yu nodded and replied softly, yes, I won. This time your odds are 3.5. I bet 2 billion, and I got 7 billion origin coins back, which is equivalent to a net profit of 5 billion origin coins. Ling Hui next to him also nodded softly. I also made almost 5 billion. When the two women finished speaking, the big beast lord and two gang next to them took a breath at the same time. After all, 10 billion origin coins is also a very amazing number for them, the high-level lords. And now, they have directly won so much, enough to make them feel envious. Hiss. The great beast lord asked in disbelief. You two actually bet 2 billion origin coins on Han Xing, brother? Long Yu blinked and replied, yes, Han Xing lord said he wanted to challenge the limit, so we followed him and went crazy. After hearing Long Yu's answer, the great beast was silent for a long time. After a moment, he said solemnly, next time there is such a thing, remember to bring me with you. If I knew that Han Xing was going to challenge the top 3, I would have bet all my wealth on it. What a pity. Miss such a chance to make a fortune. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, looking heartbroken. And the Ling Hui lord on the side said lightly, you bet all your wealth, with your cautious character, before you are sure that Han Xing can enter the top 3, would you dare to bet? Chapter 862. Ling Hui lord said mercilessly, I'm afraid you just think that Han Xing will be eliminated after entering the top 100 at most this time? Being exposed by Ling Hui in public, Lord Das Ho blushed and said embarrassedly, who said that? I believe that Lord Han Xing could enter the top 10 from the beginning. Then why didn't you bet? Ling Hui continued to ask. I. Lord Dasho's face turned red, and he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. In the end, he could only make up a lame excuse to get by. The atmosphere in the tower gradually became lively. After a while, Han Xing said, okay, this game is over, and there should be many things waiting for us to deal with next. Wait for me to digest it, and then I will contact you later, and then we will explore the Lord continent together. Hearing this, everyone on the field had different expressions. The Big Dai 2 gang asked tentatively, Benefactor, you said you want to explore the Lord's continent with us. Han Xing replied casually, explore the secret realm together, kill some source beasts, and enter the ancient battlefield secret realm. What's the problem? Everyone was stunned again when they heard this. 2 gang asked hesitantly, but now you are the #1 evildoer in the South region. If you stay with us again, won't it be? He hesitated, then mustered up the courage to say, isn't it a bit too low of status? Hearing this question, Han Xing was stunned for a moment. He also noticed that in addition to 2 gang, the other people also looked at him with tentative eyes. Obviously, they are also very concerned about this issue. What do you mean by losing your status? Han Xing asked. 2 gang thought for a moment and said awkwardly, after you become the first demon in the South region, you will definitely be invited by many major forces. Even a behemoth like Tianji Pavilion is ready to train you as a saint. There will definitely be some powerful people who will come to contact you later. When you become a disciple of these powerful people, you need to concentrate on practicing, and you won't have many opportunities to meet us. And in the future, as your strength continues to improve, we can't keep up with your pace, and we are even less qualified to stand beside you. Tu Gang finished speaking in one breath. In fact, he and Han Xing have not known each other for a long time, and he doesn't really care about these things. He just asked on behalf of the Great Beast Lord and Lingui Lord and others. Han Xing listened silently, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. He looked at Long Yu, Lingui, and the Great Beast in turn. But he found that when these three people looked at him, their pupils were a little flustered, and they even dodged subconsciously. Han Xing also understood what they meant. After all, it was exactly as Tu Gang said. In the future, as Han Xing's strength continues to improve, the people he contacts are also getting stronger. It won't be long before they don't even have the qualifications to fight side by side with Han Xing. However, Han Xing smiled and shook his head and said, "Why do you think so much? Everyone has their own opportunities and their own way of cultivation, including me." Everyone raised their heads and looked at him when they heard it. Han Xing continued, "I have my own path, and I don't need anyone to interfere. If any great man takes a fancy to me, just provide me with cultivation resources. But if he wants to interfere with my cultivation method, then I don't need this master. Anyway, I, Han Xing, have come all the way without accepting their guidance, and I still reached the first position in the southern region." When he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the tower was silent for a moment, and everyone understood what Han Xing meant. After a moment of silence, the Great Beast Lord was the first to laugh heartily. "Ha ha! What a good way to go your own way. You are worthy of being the #1 demon in the southern region today," he said in admiration. "Friend Han Xing, I seem to know why you can rise all the way, break through the siege, and become the #1. Tu Gang also nodded in agreement. "I seem to understand the characteristics of the benefactor that other demons do not have. That is absolute self-confidence, complete belief in one's own strength, and not relying on others. Even Roland has a mysterious eternal teacher. But in your heart, you firmly believe that even eternity is not qualified to teach you." Tu Gang swallowed his saliva and said solemnly, "No wonder you can kill Roland." At this moment, everyone looked at Han Xing with admiration. But Han Xing looked at them blankly, and didn't know how they thought of this. In fact, Han Xing did not believe in himself, but believed in the system and his SSS-level talent, infinite absorption. With these two things, his improvement will be endless. If there were no bottlenecks at each level, he would have already rushed to level 140, 150, or even achieved eternity. However, Han Xing was too lazy to explain too much, so he let them think whatever they wanted. It was good to have some psychological comfort. At this time, Han Xing seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, this time, Das Ho and Tudong, you are both in the top 10,000, which means you have obtained a place in the ancient battlefield secret realm. I remember that each place can bring 2 people. Including me, there are a total of 8 places." After a pause, he continued, "However, since I promised to give 2 places to Lord Tianji, there are still 6 in total. Then including Lingui and Longyu, there are still 4 left. You can choose these 4 places by yourselves. See if you can bring your friends, preferably those who start from high-level lords." Das Ho and Tudong were slightly stunned. Speaking of which, they really don't have any good high-level lord friends. However, this quota is extremely precious. Even if it is traded on the black market, anyone can be sold at a sky-high price. I don't know how many high-level lords are trying their best to squeeze in. It is said that in that ancient secret realm, even rare materials such as eternal soil are everywhere, and the legendary holy artifact can also be found. So, the two nodded. "Okay, I know." Han Xing also nodded slightly. "Okay, let's do this for now. Wait for me to digest it, and I will contact you later." Everyone said no more, and each person flashed and left here. After all, this tower was originally Han Xing's residence. It was just that Han Xing made them use this place as a temporary base during the competition. When they all left, Han Xing, Miao Qing, and Xiao Meiqiu were left. In this competition, Miao Qing and Xiao Meiqiu participated in the first few games, and other heroes in the territory also played a role. But in the later part, the enemies encountered were too strong. As long as your troops did not reach a certain scale, they would basically be killed in seconds. Just like Han Xing killed the Plant Lord in seconds in the top 100 finals. It is difficult to win the game in such a high-end battlefield by relying on the power of troops. Of course, this does not mean that troops are not important. On the contrary, territory troops are quite important. In fact, everyone overlooked a point. It does not mean that the strength of the Lord and the strength of the troops are separated. Some lords invested all their resources in the territory because they specialized in developing troops. This led to his own personal strength not being able to keep up, and then he was beheaded directly. Some lords, like Han Xing, cannot use their territory troops because of their strong personal strength. But if Han Xing can develop for a longer period of time and increase the scale of his troops, he can develop many different ways of fighting. Even as long as his troops reach the level of the Great Beast Lord, it will be easier to fight Roland. Of course, it is too difficult to develop two lines, and the resources consumed are several times that of the lords, who develop a single line. Therefore, almost more than 99% of the lords can only develop one line. This is also the case with Han Xing now. However, the difference is that after this competition, he should have more time to develop. It won't be long before he can make up for his shortcomings in terms of arms. Then he can reach the point where he can raise his arms, and a large number of high-level arms rush over to overwhelm the enemy, Han Xing thought with hope. Miao Qing Meigu, you guys go downstairs to rest first. I adjust myself and digest the gains from this battle. Miao Qing, who was wearing a pink dress and holding a guqin in her arms, bowed slightly and said respectfully, Yes, sir. Meigu stepped on her shoulder and also made a howling sound in response. Then, the man and the wolf left the top floor of the tower. After a while, Han Xing exhaled lightly. Now, it's time to count the rewards this time. Because he not only won the first place in the challenge competition, but also completed the System Task Extreme Challenge. Therefore, he got too many reward props, some of which he had never seen before. I did a quick count. After the competition, I got a total of ranking rewards and task rewards. Eternal Soil * 580 kg. Earth God Stone * 300. Sky God Stone * 300. Sacred Herbs * 50. Primary God Lord Level Origin Combat Skills Secret Book * 1. Primary God Lord Level Origin Sacred Artifact * 1. Selected Attribute Origin Power * 28 billion. Selected God Domain Lord Skill Book * 3. Legendary Points * 9 million. Heart of the Sacred Artifact * 3. Title, Beyond the Limit. Looking at the backpack, there are a wide variety of materials. Even with Han Xing's determination, he couldn't help but take a deep breath at this moment. This reward is really exaggerated. You know, any one of these things can be sold at a sky-high price. It will make countless lords fight for it, and now, all of them are gathered in one person's hands. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Han Xing whispered, There are too many things. Let's check them one by one. First of all, 580 kilograms of eternal soil, 100 kilograms of which must be returned to Tianji God Lord. Han Xing decided to invest all the remaining 480 kilograms into the territory to increase the scope of the territory and improve the foundation. Including the 300 Earth God Stones and Sky God Stones behind, they are also prepared to be invested in the territory. In this way, not only will his personal strength be fed back by the territory, but also get a considerable improvement. The attack power and defense power of other arms will also be greatly improved. As for the sacred herb at the back, the effect of this thing seems to be amazing. Eating one plant directly can increase your lifespan by 5 million years, and can also permanently increase your health by 20%. In addition, it is also the main material of the Eternal Life Secret Medicine. And this time, I was directly rewarded with 50 plants. Counting the one plant rewarded in the previous ranking, there are a total of 51 plants. Han Xing decided to take out a herb and taste it immediately. After all, the sacred herb he obtained last time was given to the Great Beast Lord, and he even ate it himself. The next moment, a green herb appeared in his hand. The leaves were flowing with emerald luster, and the roots were still wrapped with a few strands of golden energy threads. Just by holding it in his hand, he could feel a surge of vitality flowing into his limbs and bones along his fingertips, and even his breathing became refreshing. It is worthy of being a wonder that can increase his lifespan by 5 million years. Han Xing sighed. This herb alone can develop into a magical plant comparable to the world tree in the world of living beings. The next moment, he opened his mouth without hesitation and threw the whole plant into his mouth. Chew. Chew. Han Xing chewed and savored the taste of this herb carefully. It was a bit bitter at first, and then after chewing it, the bottom of his tongue had a sweet mountain spring taste. Then, Han Xing swallowed the whole herb directly. A few seconds ago, his body did not change at all. And in the next moment, boom! It seemed as if there was a spring thunder explosion in his body, and his internal organs were washed by the emerald green energy tide. A surge of vitality continued to wash through his body, causing a trace of black impurities to seep out of the surface of his skin. Han Xing looked at this scene in amazement. Wow! Since I achieved the Origin Saint body, I thought there was no impurity in my body, and I had truly become a flawless physique. As a result, this herb can actually force out a little more. This effect is really amazing. However, since his physique was already close to flawless, the black impurities forced out by the herb were not many. And soon, under the nourishment of vitality, his skin quickly transformed into a crystal white jade. Boom! At this moment, Han Xing's body surface continued to burst out with 9-color divine light. And the meridians in his body were running like a huge world machine. As the top 3 magical physiques in the Origin continent, the Origin Saint body not only has powerful recovery and defense capabilities, but also has extremely amazing digestion capabilities. For other high-level lords, it may take several years or even decades to completely digest the vitality contained in it. However, as Han Xing's body roared, the vast vitality contained in it was absorbed at a speed of 1,000,000 or even tens of millions times. When the last bit of energy was integrated into the bone marrow, Han Xing's bones burst out with a crisp sound like fried beans, and his height actually increased by half an inch. Chapter 863. Taken successfully. Lifespan increased by 5 million years, maximum health permanently increased by 20%. Number of times remaining to take, 2. At this moment, Han Xing was feeling the surge in his health with a satisfied look on his face. And when he saw the prompt at the back, he was shocked. Damn! This thing is not a one-time thing, and it can be taken twice more? That is to say, I can increase my lifespan by another 10 million years, plus 40% of my health? Thinking of this, Han Xing swallowed his saliva. After all, he hasn't lived to 1,000 years yet. 3 herbs directly increased his lifespan by 15 million years, which is simply exaggerated, but after the shock, he was ecstatic. After all, for Han Xing, 15 million years of lifespan is too far away, and he can't feel it now. But the 60% increase in health is real. Thinking of this, Han Xing took out 2 more sacred herbs without hesitation and threw them directly into his mouth. After chewing them, he swallowed them directly. Boom! 2 sacred herbs entered his stomach at the same time, and the majestic vitality exploded in Han Xing's body like a tsunami. What flowed in his blood vessels was no longer blood, but the brilliant green essence of life. Countless ancient life runes appeared on the surface of his skin, and every flash of the rune made the surrounding air tremble. And the most amazing thing was that this vast life energy spread outward uncontrollably, turning into a green light rain, falling on every inch of land in the entire Linghui territory. Hualala. Green light rain continued to fall. The workers who were carrying or outside the mine suddenly stopped their work and looked at their hands in shock. The skin that was originally covered with calluses and wrinkles became smooth and tight at a speed visible to the naked eye. My waist doesn't hurt anymore? An old man with a hunched back suddenly stood up. His cloudy eyes became clear again, and even the fallen white hair grew back, black as ink. Oh my God! My disease is cured. A woman who had been lying in bed for a long time sat up suddenly. Her pale cheeks quickly regained their color, and even the stubborn disease that had tortured her for years disappeared in an instant. The children laughed and ran. Their bodies became lighter, as if they had endless strength. The elderly warriors were shocked to find that their decaying bones and muscles were rejuvenated, and even stronger than when they were young. It's the Lord! It's the Lord's gift! Someone knelt on the ground excitedly, looking devoutly in the direction of the Lord's mansion. Miracle! This is a real miracle! Praise the Lord! He gave us a new life. Countless people were in tears, and knelt in the direction of Lord Linghui. However, what they didn't know was that this miracle was not given by Lord Linghui, but the aftermath of Han Xing's absorption of the sacred herbs. Of course, Han Xing didn't care about these at the moment. Because he looked up and down at his jade-like skin, every pore exuded a sacred luster, and looked extremely sacred. Not only that, he felt that a vast power was emerging from his body, and he was more flexible and light than before. The system prompt appeared. Ding! You have taken 2 sacred herbs, your lifespan has increased by 10 million years, and your maximum health has been permanently increased by 40%. Number of times remaining, 0. Han Xing looked at his lifespan, which had skyrocketed, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, so I still have 48 sacred herbs left. I give a few to Linghui and Longyu later, so they can also feel the improvement. I can keep the rest for myself, and see if I can find the so-called eternal life secret medicine formula. Then I make some in batches with my god-level craftsman talent. The effects of these secret medicines will definitely be stronger than sacred herbs. He thought with hope. Then he continued to check the next harvest. Next, it's the Primary God Lord level Origin Combat Skills Secret Book. This Origin Combat Skills Secret Book is actually fundamentally different from the Selected God Domain Lord Skill Book that follows. Origin Combat Skills. As the name suggests, it involves the origin, such as Tidal Arrows, Thousand Cloud Soul Control Sword, and Sky Extreme Flowing Light Step, all of which belong to Origin Combat Skills. And the Selected God Domain Lord Skill Book that follows is equivalent to burst skills such as Instant Prison Shadow Kill, Broken Moon, and Meteoric Arrow. In terms of value alone, this Origin Combat Skill is actually more powerful. So, Han Xing took out the ancient secret book from his backpack. Buzz. When the Primary God Lord level Origin Combat Skills secret book was taken out, the surrounding air suddenly solidified. The surface of the secret book was covered with a layer of dark golden lines, and each line flowed slowly like a living thing. A low humming sound could be faintly heard from it, like the breath of some ancient beast. As soon as Han Xing's finger touched the cover, the whole secret book suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light, and mysterious runes flew out from the pages, condensing into an illusory figure in front of him. The figure's face could not be seen clearly, but his gestures contained the power of destroying the world, as if any random movement could tear the galaxy apart, especially the eyes of the figure, which flowed with 3 different colors of red, green, and gold. As if it could penetrate the soul, and when Han Xing looked at the figure, vicissitudes of life sounded in his mind. A qualified successor has been detected. Begin to pass on the original combat skills Triple Sky Eye. Then, the whole secret book suddenly turned into 3-color streams of light, pouring into his eyes, like a galaxy. The moment the 3-color streams entered his eyes, Han Xing felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and the world in front of him suddenly split into 3 completely different scenes. The left eye glowed blood red, and all living things in the field of vision showed clear life veins. The right eye burst out emerald green light, and could see the energy trajectory flowing between heaven and earth. And in the deepest part of the pupil, a bright golden light shone, as if it could see directly the essence of all things. Inheritors, please pay attention. The Triple Sky Eye is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the Eye of the Void, which can see through illusions, see through the enemy's weaknesses, and look directly at the origin. The second level is the Eye of Time Tracing, which can capture fragments of time and foresee the future of 3 seconds. The third level is the Eye of Extinction, which can trigger the power of the origin of extinction, directly reach the enemy's weaknesses, and wipe it out from the root. Each level corresponds to the 3 levels of the Primary God, the Middle God, and the High God. Seeing this information, Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Oh? This time it's actually a pupil-type origin combat skill. It just so happens that I now have body skills, mental combat skills, and physical combat skills. This pupil technique makes up for my shortcomings in this area, he thought with satisfaction. At this time, the vicissitudes of life in his mind sounded again. It is detected that the inheritor's strength is a high-level Chaos Lord, and can withstand the first level of the Eye of Void at most. The memory is being inherited. Boom! The blood-red light spun wildly in Han Xing's left eye, and countless mysterious runes poured into his sea of consciousness like a tide. At this moment, his temples were throbbing, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. The memory contained in this inheritance is too vast. After all, this is an origin combat skill at the level of a lord in the divine domain. If it were other high-level lords, let alone accepting the inheritance, they would not even be qualified to spy on it. However, at this moment, Han Xing's original holy body came into play again. Hualala. The 9-color divine light circulated in the body, instantly adjusting the body to the best state. The pain and swelling gradually disappeared. At the same time, the 1,000-yuan soul shield deep in the mind also began to exert its power, filtering all those mysterious runes and slowly absorbing them. With the double blessing, Han Xing could absorb them with confidence. Buzz. The 9-color divine light continued to flow, and Han Xing's momentum continued to increase. In just less than 10 minutes, Han Xing completely absorbed this vast memory. When he opened his eyes, his right eye was still normal black, and his left eye had turned into pure blood red. As he looked around, the space in front of him collapsed, as if even the space could not bear his sight. In his mind, the vicissitudes of life sounded again. The inheritor has officially accepted the first level of the Eye of the Void. Subsequent levels will be opened after the realm reaches the corresponding level. Then, the system prompt also appeared. Ding! Survivors, please pay attention. You have successfully learned the special origin combat skills. Triple Sky Eye. Triple Sky Eye, Initial God Realm Lord level. Skill Introduction. Raise the pupil technique to the extreme. practice the pupil technique to the extreme, you can see through the illusion, reverse time, and destroy everything. The triple pupil technique progresses layer by layer, and those who practice it to perfection can determine life and death with one glance, and can mess up the world with one glance. First level, Eye of the Void. 1. Increase the critical hit rate by 100%, and the hit rate by 100%. 2. When encountering hidden enemies, increase the probability of seeing through by 50%. 3. Weakness penetration. When the gaze stays on the same enemy for 1 second, the opponent's weakness will be seen, and the damage of the next attack will be increased by 300% to 1000%. Note, this effect should be used with caution. If you stare at a target with a higher level or spirit than you in a non-combat state, the opponent will notice it. Second layer, Eye of Time, unlocked. 1. Ignore 30% of the target's defense when attacking. 2. If the attack hits the weakness, there is a chance to trigger a flaw chain, making the target enter a 3-second vulnerable state, all resistance reduced by 50%. 3. Predict the future, can sense danger within the next 3 seconds in advance. This effect can be triggered once every 1 minute. Third layer, Eye of Nirvana, unlocked. 1. Look directly at the origin of the soul, and all attacks will carry 30% true damage. 2. Instant Death Demon Eye. When the attack hits the enemy, there is a certain probability of killing the opponent instantly. The triggering probability depends on the level difference between the two sides and the instant death resistance. 3. Root Obliteration. Look directly at the target's origin and directly attack the foundation of its existence. There is an 80% probability that the opponent will die immediately. If the enemy is not killed instantly, it will cause real damage to the enemy equal to the sum of its own spirit and attack power *3255%. Note, using root obliteration requires a large amount of origin power. After using it, the user enters the pupil overload state and loses vision and perception within 10 minutes. After reading the properties of this pupil technique, Han Xing's pupil shrank slightly, and an incredible look appeared in his eyes. Damn! This triple eye looks so scary. Before, I only heard the description of that voice in my mind, so I didn't know how strong this pupil technique was. And now, when this skill is described in detail by the system, and there are specific values. At this moment, Han Xing truly realized the heaven-defying nature of this pupil technique. Apart from anything else, just learning the first level of Eye of the Void can bring him a huge improvement, especially the weakness insight ability. As long as you keep your eyes on the enemy for 1 second, you can see through the enemy's weakness. And the damage caused by the next arrow will be increased by at least 3 times. You know, Han Xing's current attack power is already very amazing. If it is increased by 3 times again on this basis, it will be even more exaggerated, of course. This ability also has a limit, that is, the minimum 1 second gaze. For these lords, they can fight more than 100,000 times in 1 second. It is obviously impossible to make the enemy stand still and let you look at him for a second. In addition, it cannot be used against those strong men easily when not in combat. Otherwise, the opponent will notice it and think that you are spying on him, thus causing unnecessary trouble. But no matter what, the effect of this pupil technique is still very powerful, especially there are further advancements. Once he learns the third level, Han Xing can even use the Eye of Annihilation with an 80% chance of instant death. At that time, combined with his terrifying attack power, whoever he stares at will die. Han Xing took a deep breath. The blood-red light in his left eye gradually disappeared, and his breath returned to calm again. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. This pupil technique can improve my combat effectiveness a lot. This wave is profitable." Then, Han Xing continued to check the next trophy. Next, it was the organizer's reward, a special prop, the primary god-level origin holy weapon. Han Xing has always known that the weapons used by the Chaos Lords, and most of the God Lords in the Lord Continent, are called original weapons. This is the first time he has encountered such an original sacred artifact. Han Xing took out the Holy War Bow Eternal Knife from his back. I wonder what the difference is between this origin sacred artifact and my holy artifact. With anticipation, he took out a dark box from his backpack. There was no energy fluctuation on the surface of the box, and it looked ordinary. And when Han Xing touched it with both hands, the dark box opened automatically. Zheng! The moment the dark box opened, a faint blue light poured out like flowing water. The temperature of the whole room suddenly dropped, and fine ice crystals condensed on the ground. Even Han Xing's body surface was condensed with a layer of frost. This shows how strong the frost origin contained in the things in this box is. When Han Xing looked over, he saw a simple necklace quietly suspended in the center of the box. Chapter 864. There is a necklace in the box. The silver chain flows like a galaxy, and the pendant is a deep blue gem. The interior seems to contain the entire night sky, and countless stars slowly rotate in it. It's a necklace this time? Han Xing subconsciously touched the Galaxy Dream Chaser necklace on his neck, and then picked up the pendant in the box. Obtained, Primary God Lord Level Origin Sacred Artifact Starry Sky Tears. Starry Sky Tears. This name is quite meaningful. But what does it do? Thinking of this, he quickly checked the properties. Tears of the Starry Sky. Quality, Primary God Level Origin Sacred Artifact. Level 130. Lord Armor, 182-9524-229, 1524. Equipment Attributes. All attributes of the wearer are increased by 3 million, and all attribute resistance is increased by 30%. Additional Special Effect 1. Starry Sky Shelter. Automatically triggers Starry Sky Barrier when receiving fatal damage. Immune to this damage. Cooling time 24 hours. Additional Special Effect 2. Starry Sky Resonance. After activation, it can produce deep resonance with any holy weapon. Ming, making the weapon temporarily gain the Origin Penetration attribute. Attack ignores 50% defense, lasting 15 minutes, cooling time, 3 disappears. Attached Special Effect 3. Star Track Coming, God Lord Level Special Effect. Release all the star power sealed in the necklace, so that you can get the Galaxy Reversal Effect. 1. Normal attack is transformed into Star Arrow Rain, attacking all enemies in range at the same time. 2. Star Track traces will be left when moving, and all enemies touching the star track will receive origin damage equal to attack power asterisk 245%. 3. After the effect ends, the last hit triggers the starfall, summons a devastating meteorite, causing range damage of attack power asterisk 2458% to the enemy. Effect duration, 1 minute, cooldown time, 24 hours. After reading the properties of this necklace, Han Xing's pupil shrank. Damn! So strong? Is the property of this thing a bit abnormal? He swallowed his saliva and looked at the necklace with stars in his hand seriously. Obviously, its properties are much stronger than the Galaxy Dream necklace on his neck. Although both are holy level necklaces, Galaxy Dream brought him great help in the early stage. Even in the later stage, Han Xing spent a few stone tablets to strengthen this necklace to level 100. However, as his strength gradually improved, the properties of this necklace did not keep up. Of course, those special effects are still quite powerful. For example, the Star Soul special effect can increase skill damage by 40%, Star Vision can increase attack distance by 500%, and Star Dream can reduce skill cooldown by 50%. But, compared with this Starry Sky Tears, it is indeed a little worse. This also made Han Xing a little hesitant. Should I replace the Galaxy Dream Chaser necklace? If I replace it, although the attributes will be improved, my Lord of the Stars relic set effect will not be usable. In this way, not only will the combat power not increase much, but there will even be a negative improvement. Han Xing was entangled. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Forget it, let's just wear the Galaxy Dream necklace for now." Compared to that, the set effect of Lord of the Stars is a little more powerful. Just as Han Xing was about to put the Tears of the Starry Sky into his backpack, he suddenly saw a system prompt. Ding! Survivor Han Xing, please pay attention. It is detected that you are holding 2 holy relics of the same part at the same time, and the original attributes match, so you can fuse them. Attention! After fusion, the level and attribute bonus of the necklace will take the highest value of the 2 necklaces, and only the special effects on one necklace can be used. The necklace special effects can be flipped once every 1 hour. Note 2. If there are set parts in the fused holy relics, it will not affect the set attributes. When this series of prompts appeared, Han Xing's eyes suddenly showed surprise. Damn! 2 biological necklaces can actually fuse. Is it so amazing? This effect is tailor-made for me. He looked at the necklace in his hand excitedly, and his fingers trembled with excitement. However, what Han Xing didn't know was that holy objects have the characteristic of attracting each other. Especially holy objects of the same origin and series will resonate and fuse under certain conditions. But this situation is extremely rare, and may not occur once in a million years. Fuse now. Han Xing made the choice without hesitation. Ding! Fusion begins. In an instant, the 2 necklaces were suspended in the air at the same time, blooming with dazzling starlight. Galaxy Dream turned into countless silver light spots, while Starry Sky Tears turned into a blue galaxy. The 2 rays of light intertwined in the air, gradually forming a dazzling star wheel. The entire Lord's mansion was illuminated as if it were daytime, and the power of the nearby stars gathered crazily. Han Xing could even feel that the star power in his body was also uncontrollably surging towards the star wheel. Fusion progress 10%, 35%, 72%. Voila! The star wheel was still accelerating, and the original power of the two necklaces gradually merged together. Finally, a light brighter than the sun burst out. Boom! The dazzling light exploded, but after Han Xing learned the triple sky eye, his vision had reached a terrifying level. Even if he stood in front of the sun and looked directly at the explosion of the star, he would not be affected at all. In front of him, there was a beautiful necklace floating, which seemed to contain a galaxy with countless stars flowing in it. When he reached out and grabbed the necklace. Obtained, Tears of Starry Sky Dream Casting, Primary God Lord Level Origin Sacred Artifact. Successful. Han Xing took a deep breath and couldn't wait to check the attributes. Similar to the previous description, the attributes of the necklace have not changed. It's just that the level has become 130, and the increased attributes have reached 3.5 million. In addition, there is an additional switching mode. Starry Sky / Galaxy Dream Casting Mode Switch. Not bad. In this way, I can use the special effects of Tears of Starry Sky at ordinary times. Wait until the above equipment effects are lost, enter the CD state, and then switch back to Galaxy Dream Chaser. In this way, you can enjoy the special effects of the two sacred artifacts without affecting the effects of the suit. It's so beautiful. Han Xing sighed, and then put the necklace on his neck with satisfaction. In an instant, his attributes were improved again. Han Xing nodded and said, "Very good, the organizer's first prize has basically been checked. It is indeed similar to the rumors, and it can bring a huge improvement. This does not include the undigested Sky God Stone and Earth God Stone. Just the original combat skills, and the holy necklace alone made his strength soar. Next, it's the system's reward." Han Xing suppressed his excitement and continued to check. The next one is the original power of self-selected attributes. This time, the system rewarded me 28 billion, and I only need 2 billion to upgrade a skill from high-level Chaos Lord to Primary God Lord level. So, what attribute of original power should I choose? Han Xing did not decide immediately, but looked at his remaining original power. Fire Element Power, 82.812 billion. Physical Element Power, 89.283 billion. Light Element Power, 42.332 billion. Dark Element Power, 30.242 billion. Water Element Power, 24.912 billion. Spirit Element Power, 11.592 billion. Gold Element. Space Element Power, 2.542 billion. Time Element Power, 2.215 billion. Not bad, the most are still Fire and Physical Element. The next are Light and Dark Element. These main element powers are enough for me to continue strengthening several skills. Han Xing calculated in his mind. However, elemental power like this is relatively easy to get. Go out and kill some strong enemies, and you can absorb a lot. The hardest ones to get are the space and time systems. Moreover, my Time Beast body, as a life-saving skill that can compete with original Saint body and immortal body, should also be upgraded again. In that case, thinking of this, Han Xing made a decision quickly. That is, choose the time system origin, and then upgrade Time Beast body to the initial God Lord level in one fell swoop. In this way, he has 3 heaven-defying physiques, and his survivability is off the charts. It is simply difficult for him to die. Do you choose the time system origin power? Yes. Choose successfully. You have obtained the time system origin power * 28 billion. Looking at his character panel, the time origin power exceeded 30 billion, and Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Good, after digesting the other rewards, I can concentrate on upgrading several skills to the initial God Lord level. In this way, I can have a few more killer moves. He thought with hope, and continued to check. Next, there are 3 self-selected God Domain Lord skill books. This kind of skill book has been introduced before, which is similar to the explosive skills such as the Falling God Arrow, Shattered Moon, and Piercing Shot. The difference is that it is at the God Domain Lord level. In other words, as long as Han Xing comprehends it, he can directly have 3 more God Domain Lord level killer moves. If converted into the original power, it is equivalent to saving him at least 100 billion original power. With anticipation, Han Xing took out all 3 skill books from his backpack. Schwa! 3 simple skill books floated in front of Han Xing, and suddenly unfolded at the same time, turning into golden words flowing in the air. Each word contained terrifying energy fluctuations, combining into tens of thousands of skill options, illuminating the entire room with golden light. God's Domain Lord level skill library opened. Please select 3 from the following categories. 1. Destruction system. Heaven collapse and earth shattering. Summon meteorites to bombard a 100 light-year radius, causing a destructive blow lasting 10 seconds. 9 Heavens Thunder Prison. Induce the 9 Heavens God Thunder to form a thunder domain, and enemies within the range will receive 300% thunder damage per second. Flame of the Burning World. Release an inextinguishable source of fire until the target is burned into nothingness. 2. Space-time system. Eternal Moment. Freeze the time flow of a single target for 1 to 5 seconds. Void Jump. Can teleport unlimited times within a 5 light-year range, lasting 30 seconds. 3. Trickery system. 10,000 Shadows God Killer. Splits out 1,000 clones with 30% attack power. Death Curse Mark. Marks a target, and all damage received by it increases by 500%. Soul Withering. Directly attacks the enemy's soul, ignoring physical defense. 4. Star system. Suitable for the Lord of Stars set. Starburst. Detonates all the star power within the range, causing a chain explosion. Galaxy Pour. Summons the Galaxy Phantom to wash the enemy. Black Hole Annihilation. Creates a micro black hole to swallow the target. 5. Element system. In front of him, a total of 18 series appeared, with a total of 742 skills for him to choose from. Han Xing was overwhelmed by the sight, and almost didn't know which series to check specifically. After a moment, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Don't be impatient, you have to choose slowly. Han Xing calmed down, scanned them one by one, and analyzed them step by step. Although these skills do not list the specific effects and values of the skills, they still simply note the functions of the skills, so that he would not blindly choose just by looking at a name. Han Xing sighed. It is worthy of being a self-selected skill. You can choose anything. There are even the most powerful time and space skills. Of course, I can't choose these 2 origin combat skills just because they are the rarest. I have to consider the long term. After all, this kind of rare origin combat skills are destined to be difficult to improve, so it is still necessary to consider it comprehensively in combination with one's own strength. He analyzed secretly. After pondering for a moment, Han Xing finally made a decision. Choose Instant Eternity, Soul Withering, Death Curse Mark. Choose successfully. Transferring memory. Attention! The memory and source power contained in the God Realm Lord level combat skills are too huge. Please be prepared. As the prompt sound fell, 3 dazzling lights sank into Han Xing's brows again. In an instant, a huge amount of memory began to impact the depths of his consciousness. This time, the vastness of the memory was even more terrifying than when he just comprehended the Triple Heaven Eye. After all, no matter how powerful the Triple Heaven Eye is, it is only one book, and this time, it is a full 3 combat skills, and the mental load is also *3. In an instant, Han Xing's pores on the surface of his body began to ooze blood, and his pupils instantly turned pale, but in the next moment, the 1,000-yuan soul shield in his mind began to filter the massive amount of information, allowing him to gradually accept it. Original Holy Body also began to operate automatically. Buzz! Han Xing's breath calmed down, and the blood on his body evaporated instantly. These 2 skills, one to protect the spirit and the other to protect the body, combined together, are simply amazing. Next, Han Xing steadily absorbed the vast memories in the 3 skill books. In these memory fragments, he saw various scenes and pictures. Sometimes, Han Xing transformed into a silver-robed god, standing at the end of the long river of time. Facing the surging chaos tide, he raised his hand and lightly tapped, and the entire long river solidified instantly. Those chaotic torrents that were enough to annihilate the world were actually frozen in time and space. Chapter 865. Sometimes, Han Xing transformed into a black-robed archer standing on a sea of corpses and bones. Every time he drew his bow, a gray light pierced through the sky and earth. The evil spirits that were hit did not dissipate, but began to disintegrate from the inside like weathering, and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke. Boom! When the last memory was integrated, Han Xing suddenly opened his eyes. In his pupils, the left eye was flowing with silver time ripples, the right eye was beating with gray soul flames, and there was a blood-colored curse mark looming between his eyebrows. Comprehension success. You have successfully learned the initial God Lord level combat skills. Momentary Eternity, Soul Carving, Death Curse Mark. Han Xing gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then checked the attributes of these 3 skills. Skill, Momentary Eternity. Level, Initial God Domain Lord level. Skill effect, condensing the origin of time, causing a single target to fall into a state of time stagnation, Duration 0.1 to 3 seconds, depending on the enemy's realm. Cooling time, 60 minutes. Special effect. For targets in a stagnant state, critical damage is increased by an additional 50%. Skill, Soul Withering. Level, Primary God Realm Lord level. Skill effect. Concentrate your own mental power at one point and shoot a soul arrow at the enemy to directly attack its spirit. Causes, Spirit plus attack power * 4654%, mental damage to the enemy. Special effect. After hitting, there is a 50% chance of causing the enemy to fall into a soul shock state, falling into a dizzy state for 0.1 seconds to 5 seconds, and reducing its mental attributes by 10% to 30% for 5 minutes. Cooling time, 60 minutes. Skill, Death Curse Mark. Level, Primary God Realm Lord level. Skill effect. Mark a target, and increase the damage it receives by 100% to 300% in the next 10 seconds. Special effect. During the marking period, the target's healing effect decreases by 80%. Cooling time, 30 minutes. After reading the attributes of the 3 original combat skills, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction again. Not bad, and it helps me a lot. These 3 original combat skills don't have as many descriptions as other God Domain Lord level combat skills. These are 3 pure auxiliary and violent control skills. Whether it's the force stagnation of Moment of Eternity or the damage increase of Death Curse Mark. For me now, it's even more powerful. Especially Soul Withering, it's a perfect match with the triple Sky Eye. And, there's a more critical point, these 3 skills can be used at the same time. This is also the main reason why Han Xing chose them. Compared to choosing those powerful burst skills, these 3 auxiliary plus burst skills are the most suitable for him. After all, Han Xing is not short of attack power now. What he lacks is a powerful means to show his attack power. Obviously, Moment of Eternity can do this. And Death Curse Mark can make his explosive power even better. Soul Withering is used for mental attack. Perfect match. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Although the rewards for this time have not been checked out yet, his strength has already been greatly improved. It can be said that as long as he digests the time origin selected earlier, the ability of Time Beast Body can be upgraded to the initial God Lord level. His strength will definitely be able to usher in a qualitative change. If he meets Roland again, even if the other party has been prepared and knows Han Xing's moves, the outcome will be the same. After all, even if it is that monster, he would not have thought that Han Xing would usher in such a powerful improvement again in such a short time. Even though Roland also has the reward for ranking second, it is no longer helpful to him. To use a more popular metaphor, Roland and Han Xing are like 2 huge water tanks. At present, Roland's water tank is full, and even if more water is poured into it, it cannot make its volume larger. And Han Xing's water tank is only half full, or even less than 1/3. That's why it is said that Roland will only get further and further away from Han Xing in the future. Unless he encounters some incredible opportunity again and turns this water tank into a pool or pond, he will never be able to catch up with Han Xing's strength. Shaking his head, Han Xing didn't think much and continued to check other rewards. I have selected the 3 skilled books of the Lord of the Divine Realm. Next is the award of legendary points. This time, I was awarded a total of 9 million legendary points, including the 1.5 million legendary points that were not used up before. That is to say, I still have a total of 10.5 million legendary points to use. When this number was obtained, Han Xing couldn't help but show a strong joy on his face. Since coming to the Lord Continent, there are fewer and fewer ways to obtain attributes such as legendary points. And Han Xing needs this attribute point to extract skills, so he was troubled for a while. But now, with this competition, it can be said that he has become rich. Yes, 10 million legendary points, according to 100,000 legendary points to extract an ordinary skill, I can extract 100 times. Combined with my infinite draw, all these skills will be upgraded to the level of the Lord of the Divine Realm. From now on, any arrow I shoot will be someone else's ultimate move. No, it's even more destructive than other people's special moves. When the time comes, the enemy will want to explore my fighting style, but will find that I don't have any fixed fighting style at all. That scene must be very interesting. Han Xing thought happily. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, it is too difficult to complete this idea. Not to mention whether he can use up hundreds of skills. Just upgrading all these skills to the realm of God's Domain Lord is also a big project. After all, even his own skills at the level of God's Domain Lord are few and far between. Han Xing shook his head and said, again, too much is not good, too many skills are not good. Now, I'd better integrate the current fighting style first. And at this moment, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Survivor detected. Han Xing has more than 10 million legendary points. Automatically open the advanced hidden turntable, Lord Turntable. The next moment, a huge red turntable appeared in front of him. This time, there were not only patterns of various skill books on the turntable, but also patterns of various props, scrolls, and even weapons. Moreover, the quality of these props, scrolls, and weapons seemed very high, and even Han Xing felt something. Oh my! What is the Lord Turntable? Han Xing was surprised. At this time, he saw a note next to the turntable. Introduction to the rules of the Lord Turntable. When the survivor's legendary points exceed 10 million, the turntable will automatically appear. In the Lord's Wheel, you will draw various precious props, scrolls, skill books, weapons, equipment, etc. Among them, all skill books are hidden original combat skills, and the level is not lower than the initial God Lord level. The props and scrolls include the Heart of Time, the Heart of Space, the Holy Beast Pet Egg, the Lord of the Divine Realm, the Eternal Lord Recruitment Scroll, etc. The quality of weapons and equipment is at least the quality of holy objects, and the level is not lower than level 100. Attention! In this wheel, the probability of drawing all items is the same, and all items are unique. The items that have been drawn this time will not appear again next time. Each draw requires 10 million legendary points. Do you want to draw? After reading the long introduction of this wheel, Han Xing's pupils gradually showed shock. Is it so exaggerated? There are even Holy Beast Pet Eggs and Eternal Lord Recruitment Scrolls. Moreover, the equipment and weapons drawn are at least level 100 holy relics. This is too outrageous. Han Xing took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with excitement. Obviously, he was already very tempted. However, if you want to draw the rewards on the turntable, the price is not low. You need 10 million legendary points. Even Han Xing has accumulated for a long time to draw this time. If he wants to save 10 million next time, I don't know when it will take. But the rewards on the turntable are too tempting. Origin combat skills, holy equipment, even Holy Beast Pet Eggs and Eternal Lord Recruitment Scrolls. Each of them can make his strength improve again, and the most important thing is that the things in this hidden turntable are of high quality. Even if the things drawn are relatively poor, they can bring him a significant improvement. Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath. Let's go for it. He gritted his teeth and locked his eyes on the start button in the center of the turntable. Draw ding. Consume 10 million legendary points and start drawing the Lord's turntable. Boom! The huge red turntable suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and countless runes flowed in the void, as if connected to a mysterious treasure house. The pointer spun wildly, and every pattern it passed made Han Xing's heart beat faster. Heart of Time, Blade of the Abyss Dragon, Holy Light Origin Combat Skill. Every time the pointer passed, Han Xing's breathing suddenly stagnated. After spinning continuously for 3 seconds, and the pointer had rotated hundreds of times, Han Xing took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Stop! The next moment, the pointer's speed gradually slowed down, and Han Xing's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He watched the pointer constantly passing over various props, and couldn't help praying in his heart, You must give me a fierce one. Whatever the Heart of Time, the Heart of Space, the Holy Beast Pet Egg, I can accept it. As he watched, the pointer's speed became slower and slower. Especially in the last 2 seconds, the pointer's speed was almost like a turtle crawling, slowly and firmly passing over those props. When the pointer stopped on a huge pet egg, and gradually stopped, Han Xing's pupil shrank slightly, and he said excitedly in his heart, Pet Egg? Could it be the Holy Beast Pet Egg mentioned by the system? Fuck. This wave is going to be a success. The first time he drew this precious pet egg, which made Han Xing even feel a little unreal. However, just when he thought that the pointer was going to stop completely. But at the last moment, it crossed the grid of the pet egg and stopped on a dark scroll. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but complain, Fuck. Are you kidding me? I said it's not that easy to draw this thing, damn it. He cursed in frustration. However, the next system prompt made him shut up instantly. Ding! The draw was successful. Congratulations on getting the item. Captain Alicia Recruitment Scroll, Divine Domain Lord Level. Captain? Divine Domain Lord Level Recruitment Scroll? Han Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, as he finished drawing, the hidden keyboard in front of him disappeared. Then, a dark golden scroll fell into his hands out of thin air. Han Xing held the dark golden scroll, his heart beating like a drum. The surface of the scroll was flowing with a storm-like breath, and a female silhouette in a silver-white long skirt could be vaguely seen, heroic, but with a suffocating majesty. Good guy. Is this the recruitment scroll? Han Xing carefully looked at the scroll in his hand, and sighed in his heart. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have obtained such a prop. I just don't know what the specific method of use is. He quickly glanced at the attributes. Captain Alicia Recruitment Scroll, Divine Domain Lord level. Unique prop. Effect. After use, you can summon the Storm Fleet Commander Alicia to serve you. Note, Alicia is a God-level Lord, with an initial level of 140, primary God Lord, and comes with the command authority of the Storm Fleet. Description. Alicia was once the Supreme Commander of the Storm Peak, commanding the Storm Fleet, which is a fusion of magic and technology. She used thunder as a spear and hurricane as a shield, and established a great reputation in countless plane wars. Due to the turbulence of time and space, her fleet was drawn into the dimensional rift and can only be resummoned through a special contract. How to use. Inject your own magic power into the scroll, and recite the contract spell loudly with the stars as a witness, with the storm as a contract. Listen to my call, Alicia. Note. Since Alicia automatically becomes your territory creature after being summoned, you need to use this scroll in your territory. After reading the properties of this recruitment scroll, Han Xing was slightly startled, and the expression on his face was also a little stunned. Is this summoning method so childish? You actually have to recite such a stupid spell, he complained speechlessly. However, after seeing the description of Alicia's level and combat power on the scroll, he still endured it. Han Xing took a deep breath, and first followed the prompts and entered his own territory with his consciousness. Buzz! A familiar light broke through the clouds. Countless creatures in the territory looked up and muttered something, because they knew that this was the will of their lord, a sign of returning to this main world. Han Xing regained his sight again, and was already standing on the highest mountain in the entire territory world. On the mountaintop of hundreds of thousands of meters, the wind was howling, and the clouds were dense. However, because of his arrival, the wind turned into a breeze, the dense clouds automatically dispersed, and the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles became empty. Chapter 866. Han Xing stood on the top of the mountain, taking in the vast mountains and rivers below. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. After I broke through to the high-level lord this time, the area of my territory has also doubled greatly. Compared to the previous mid-level lord, it is at least more than 20 times. Although his internal territory is equivalent to the only star in the universe. But the volume is much larger than that of ordinary stars. There is no problem at all to accommodate hundreds of billions of lives to live and develop on it. However, this time Han Xing did not come to inspect the territory, but to use the recruitment scroll. The next moment, he slowly injected the energy in his body into the scroll according to the prompts. In an instant, the runes on the scroll swam like living things, shining with dazzling blue-white light. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and recited according to the notes. With the stars as witness, with the storm as covenant. Listen to my call, Alicia. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky, and dark clouds gathered overhead at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amid the howling wind, a huge magic warship slowly descended from the clouds. Zizi! Zizi! Boom! The storm and thunder continued to sweep, and in an instant, they enveloped the sky of the entire territory, and completely surpassed the power of the Chaos Lord. The creatures in the entire territory looked at the sky tremblingly, muttering, "Oh my god! What happened? Is the end of the world coming? What a terrifying momentum! I feel a power more terrifying than the Lord. What is this?" The creatures in the territory were extremely confused. At this moment, Han Xing was staring at the scene in front of him. In front of him, in the center of the violent hurricane and thunder, the huge magic warship had completely revealed its shape. The warship was streamlined, covered with scale-like magic armor on the surface, and a giant storm eagle with wings spread was carved on the bow. The magic engines on both sides spewed out lightning-like energy streams. What was even more shocking was that behind this flagship, there were 12 smaller frigates, each surrounded by a visible storm barrier. At the same time, Han Xing noticed that there was a lone figure standing at the bow of the leading warship. She was wearing armor inlaid with thunder crystals, a long sword wrapped in lightning hung at her waist, and her blue eyes seemed to contain endless storms. A head of silver hair fluttered in the air, and her whole body exuded a palpitating breath. She stood at the top, looking down coldly at Han Xing under the mountain. Obviously, this woman is the captain mentioned in the recruitment scroll, Alicia. Boom! A thunderbolt fell, as if announcing the appearance of the fleet. At the same time, the woman standing at the bow slowly spoke, "Swear by the storm, guided by thunder. I am the storm captain, Alicia. This young lord, are you the one calling the fleet? Han Xing's face did not change, and he nodded slowly. Yes, I summon you. From now on, you will serve me. After hearing this, Alicia did not make any move, and the 12 frigates behind her had turned their guns. The violent lightning accumulated in the magic gun barrel, making a heart-pounding buzzing sound. The whole sky was instantly covered by dazzling blue light, as if Han Xing would be blown into pieces in the next second. How dare you? A steady voice came from the fleet behind him. The figure of a middle-aged man, with the vicissitudes of life, and wearing silver-blue armor was looming. The great storm captain never surrenders to anyone, not to mention that you are a little guy who has not even reached the level of a lord of the divine domain. Although I don't know how you summon the fleet, you are not qualified to make us surrender. Boom! The thunder power accumulated by the fleet became more and more pure, and it seemed that it was about to burst out with terrifying power, and Han Xing and his territory were all blown into pieces together. Han Xing narrowed his eyes, and looked at the fleet in the sky with interest. Speaking of which, this was the first time he used this kind of scroll, and he didn't know he would encounter such a situation. Now, the guys here think that they are too weak to be worthy of their surrender. However, this situation is easy to deal with. Although, the strength of the fleet in front of him is indeed amazing. Han Xing has already calculated it silently in his mind. Excluding the woman standing on the bow, this fleet can also burst out the combat power of the God Realm Lord level when it is fully burst out. Add that woman, that is a full 2 God Realm Lord level combat power. It is indeed a capital of pride. But it is obvious. Even if there are 2 God Realm Lords, Han Xing can easily kill them all when he bursts out with all his strength. Buzz! The pupil of Han Xing's left eye suddenly turned blood red, which was a sign that the first level of the 3 heavenly eyes, the Eye of the Void, was about to be activated. With Han Xing's current mental power, anyone who is locked in his sight, below the Lord of the Divine Realm, will almost certainly die. At this moment, the woman on the bow slightly raised her right hand in a white glove to stop the movement of the fleet. She neither looked down on them nor showed contempt. Instead, she said calmly, Lord, please forgive my subordinates for their rash actions. But they have reason to do so. The Storm Fleet has never yielded to any strongman, including this time. However, this time you summoned us from the space turbulence. According to the ancient law of the contract, we do owe you a cause and effect. Alicia slowly raised her right hand, and a long sword wrapped in thunder condensed in her palm. If you can prove that you are worthy of the loyalty of the Storm Fleet with your strength, then... She suddenly jumped down from 1,000 meters high, her silver hair flying in the wind, and the long sword pointed directly at Han Xing's forehead. I will admit that you are our new master. The system prompt appeared. Ding! Trigger instant challenge task. Hold on for 5 minutes under Alicia's attack. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing smiled. If you had said it was so simple earlier, wouldn't it be easy to solve? Seeing Han Xing's reaction, Alicia was slightly startled. She seemed to not understand why a Chaos Lord was not panicked by her challenge, but was eager to try. However, she didn't think much about it. No matter who the target was, out of respect for the opponent, she would go all out. The next moment, Alicia raised the thunder sword in her hand. Boom boom! The violent thunder poured down, accompanied by a violent storm. In the thunderstorm, the size of the long sword suddenly exploded, turning into a giant light blade 1,000 meters long. Then, she gave an order. Storm Fleet, all ships fire. The middle-aged man in the fleet had a grim smile on his face, as if he had foreseen the scene of Han Xing being blown to pieces by the fleet. Then, the magic runes on the hull lit up layer by layer, converging into 12 thunder beams that were enough to penetrate the continent. Boom! 13 attacks hit Han Xing's position at the same time, and the terrifying explosion instantly razed the entire mountain to the ground. The shock waves swept across thousands of miles, and even the sky was torn into a dark crack. The entire territory was shaking violently. Is it over? The silver-armored adjutant squinted and looked at the center of the explosion. Even Alicia looked at the explosion area calmly. In her opinion, as a high-ranking lord, Han Xing could not survive under such a level of concentrated fire. He might even have been blown to pieces. So, she slowly put away her right hand, which was a gesture to indicate the end of the battle of the fleet. However, when the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene in front of her subverted everyone's imagination. In the center of the concentrated fire, a figure stood there calmly. Except for a little smoke rising from his body, no injuries could be seen. Han Xing looked at the fleet and the woman in the lead with a calm look. Then, he stretched casually and said, Is this the so-called strength of the Storm Fleet? It doesn't seem to be very good. To be honest, I am a little disappointed with your strength. If the storm fleet is only this strong, I will seriously consider whether to recruit you into the territory. Hearing this, all the members of the fleet were slightly startled. The next moment, their faces showed shock, humiliation, and anger at the same time. The face of the silver-armored adjutant instantly turned red, and veins on his forehead bulged. Arrogant. How dare you insult the glory of the storm fleet? He suddenly drew out the sword at his waist and roared, "All ships listen to orders. Start the overload mode. Let this ignorant kid see what the real wrath of the storm is." Buzz. The 12 frigates lit up with dazzling red light at the same time, and the magic runes on the hull began to flash wildly. The whole sky was dyed blood red. As if the end of the world had come, Alicia raised her hand to stop the fleet's action. She stared at Han Xing with her silver eyes and whispered, "How did you do it?" As the captain of the storm, she knew the power of the previous volley better than anyone else. Even if it was a true lord of the god's domain, it would be impossible to take it so lightly. Han Xing smiled slightly, with a calm smile on his face. "As you can see, I am the master of this territory. Do you have any other stronger means? If not, you can go back directly." "Go back?" Alicia looked at him blankly. Han Xing nodded and said, "That's right, I don't keep idle people in my territory. If your storm fleet only has this strength, there is no need to join." At this moment, Alicia's pupils shrank violently, and an incredible look appeared in her eyes. She had never thought that one day someone would say to the storm fleet, "Don't keep idle people." Including the members of the fleet behind her, they were all trembling with anger at this moment, and the blood-red thunder accumulated to the extreme. However, they could not do this without the captain's order. At this moment, Han Xing remained unmoved by their anger. He did it on purpose to force out all the strength of this so-called storm fleet. As mentioned earlier, if the strength of this fleet is not strong, then keeping it in the territory will be useless. At this moment, Alicia took a deep breath, and her silver hair moved without wind. "It seems that we underestimated you." She slowly raised her right hand, and a diamond-shaped crystal shining with lightning emerged from her chest. "In this case, let me show you the real trump card of the storm fleet." All crew members listened to the order. "Start the punishment mode?" "Yes." 12 frigates responded at the same time. Then, an amazing scene happened. All the warships began to disintegrate and reorganize, turning into flowing liquid metal. They gathered above Alicia's head, merged with the lightning crystal, and finally formed a thunder giant that was 10,000 meters high. The giant was made of liquid metal, and countless magic runes flowed on its surface. Its eyes were two leaping thunderstorms, and every breath caused the earth to tremble. "What is this?" Han Xing narrowed his eyes, and finally showed an interested look. Because even he felt a strong sense of crisis in front of this respected thunder giant. You know, with his current strength, even an ordinary primary-level god can't pose any threat to him. This also means that the thunder giant in front of us may have a combat power that exceeds that of a primary god lord. That is, a mid-level god lord. Storm Titan, ultimate combat form. Alicia's voice came from inside the giant. It is formed by the fusion of 13 warships, and its combat power is completely comparable to that of a mid-level god lord. She manipulated the giant to raise his palm, and a thunderstorm ball with a diameter of 1 kilometer condensed in the palm. "Now, do you still think we are not qualified?" Han Xing looked up at this behemoth, and the smile on his mouth became deeper and deeper. "Interesting. This is more like it. Your strength has indeed reached the standard for joining my territory. Now, let's start signing the contract." However, after hearing this, Alicia was slightly stunned again, as if she couldn't keep up with Han Xing's brain circuit. Including the inside of the thunder giant behind her, the crew members came to discuss with disdain. "I think this guy is just playing tricks on us. Yes, he knows that he can't take the attack of the Storm Titan, so he said that. I think this guy is just a guy who likes to brag." At this moment, Alicia shook her head slowly and said, "If you want us to join, it's still the previous condition. Take our attack head-on for 5 minutes first." However, facing the storm fleet and the mockery of the crew members, Han Xing still had a faint smile on his face. "Do you know? In fact, I'm not good at defense." His voice was very calm and natural. "Compared to that, I'm better at attacking. Change the condition from defending for 5 minutes to I defeat the entire fleet within 3 seconds. What do you think?" 3 seconds? Alicia's silver eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Before she could speak, waves of rage came from the inside of the Storm Titan. Chapter 867. Before Captain Alicia could speak, waves of rage were heard from inside the Storm Titan. "This guy is crazy. He actually said that he could defeat the Storm Fleet in 3 seconds. He is so arrogant. That's right. Even if a mid-level godlord came, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Captain, show him some color. The crew members were furious at this moment. After all, when the storm fleet shuttled through various spaces before, every time it appeared, it frightened the enemy. This was the first time they were despised like this, and the one who despised their existence was a high-level chaos lord like an ant. The crew members wanted to launch the most terrifying attack immediately and blast Han Xing into pieces. However, Alicia was silent for a moment, and then slowly raised the thunder sword in her hand. At the same time, the Storm Titan also raised its huge metal arm, and countless ancient thunder runes appeared on the surface of the liquid metal. Okay. Her ethereal and steady voice sounded, then let me see how you can do it in 3 seconds. Before she finished her words, a huge spiritual fluctuation had already erupted from Han Xing's body. At that moment, Alicia felt a fatal threat. This fatal feeling, even when she faced enemies of the same level, she had never felt it. However, now, she actually felt it from a high-level Chaos Lord. Not only that, with the explosion of the young man, the entire territory began to tremble violently. Boom boom. The invisible power quickly gathered towards the young man, making his spiritual fluctuations more and more violent. It was as if the power of the whole world was blessing this young man. At this moment, Han Xing's left eye had turned completely blood red. And in an instant, the time delay effect on the body of the time beast was activated. The first level of the triple sky eye needs to stay on the enemy for 1 second to see their weaknesses and enhance the attack power of the next attack. However, under the time delay effect of at least dozens of times, even 0.1 seconds can be used by Han Xing as more than 10 seconds. So, in his field of vision, the huge storm titan in front of him was completely seen through by him in an instant. In Han Xing's blood-red left eye, the whole world turned black and white, with only countless scarlet weakness marks flashing. He saw red dots light up one by one, on different parts of the Storm Titan's body. Obviously, those were the weaknesses of the crew members of the Storm Fleet. Then, the woman standing in the center area was also marked with a red dot between her eyebrows. Not only that, even the huge energy core in the chest area of the huge Storm Titan was marked with a huge red dot. Obviously, the weaknesses of the entire Storm Fleet have been marked. Found it. A smile appeared on Han Xing's lips. Then, his eyes were fixed on the red dots. Then, invisible spiritual swords condensed. Buzz, buzz. Hundreds of spiritual swords were aimed at the crew members. These were just the attack methods after Han Xing's spiritual power condensed, and he did not use the 9 yuan soul-destroying sword. However, as the spiritual fluctuations on his body emerged again, at this moment, 6 spirit swords of different colors joined the spirit sword queue above. The first red sword was aimed at the silver-armored adjutant in the fleet. The remaining 5 swords were all aimed at Captain Alicia. In the state of slowing down time, these spirit swords were all suspended in the air, ready to go. The next moment, Han Xing whispered, "Time is up." Hundreds of spirit swords trembled at the same time, making a harsh buzzing sound. At the moment, when the flow of time returned to normal, schwa 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 schwa. Hundreds of cold lights cut through the sky with unparalleled power. As a lord of the divine domain, Alicia also has rich combat experience. In an instant, she realized the horror of Han Xing's move. Not good. Everyone pay attention. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly raised the weapon in her hand, wanting to cut off all these spirit swords. However, all of Han Xing's spirit swords have integrated the ability to accelerate time. She had no time to react at all, as the swords had already pierced into every marked weakness. Puff! 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 The invisible sound of slashing sounded. Ah! The silver-armored lieutenant suddenly covered his forehead and screamed. He felt a red-hot blade piercing directly into his brain. The other crew members also fell to the ground in pain, some holding the back of their necks and twitching, and some curled up in front of the control panel and foamed at the mouth. The most shocking thing was the chest of the Storm Titan, where 5 spirit swords of different colors pierced into the energy core in a ring. With a bang, the energy core exploded. Boom! The giant thunder giant began to tremble violently, and the chaotic and violent storm and thunder power burst out from its body. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, emitting dazzling light, as if it would disintegrate in the next moment. When this violent energy reached a certain critical point, boom! After a violent explosion, the Storm Titan collapsed as if its skeleton had been taken away, and the liquid metal armor dripped like melted wax. 13 warships were forced to disintegrate from the fusion state, falling from the sky with black smoke. Alicia knelt on one knee on the wreckage of the flagship, her silver hair messy. 5 spiritual swords were nailed to her eyebrows, throat, heart, and other vital points. Although they did not really penetrate, the death breath emitted by the tip of the sword made her body stiff. Including the other crew members, all of them had white eyes, as if all their mental power had been taken away, floating in the air. At the same time, they heard a satisfactory voice. Yes, the strength of this wave of mental attack is perfectly controlled. Alicia raised her head and stared at the sky in front of her. In front of her, a man wearing starry sky armor, a glittering necklace around his neck, and a black longbow on his back slowly walked over. All the spiritual swords trembled slightly with his footsteps. A smile appeared on Han Xing's lips. If I wanted to kill you just now, you would have been wiped out in the first second. He looked down at Alicia, who was shocked. Now, do you understand what to do? The entire storm fleet was silent. The crew members held their aching heads, their eyes full of fear. They finally realized that the young man in front of them had just demonstrated a terrifying strength that was enough to crush the Lord of the Divine Realm. Alicia took a deep breath, then slowly knelt on one knee. Storm Fleet is willing to surrender to you. Behind her, all the crew members also struggled to get up and knelt on one knee. Greetings, Lord. At this moment, the entire Storm Fleet completely surrendered, and even the silver-armored adjutant did not express any opinions. Obviously, Han Xing has completely conquered them with his own strength. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Ding! Recruitment successful, Storm Captain. Alicia has joined your territory. Ding! Recruitment successful, Storm Fleet Adjutant. Ferdinand has joined your territory. Ding! When the system prompts on the screen ended, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, Alicia also commanded the fleet to converge the energy breath. The violent energy that enveloped the entire territory's sky gradually dissipated. The people in the territory felt a smooth breath. At the same time, several streams of light quickly rushed to Han Xing's side at a speed that crossed time and space. Then, they turned into several human-shaped phantoms. It was the heroes in the territory, Xiao, Shuang, Aiden, Ingwe, and others. They had already felt the terrifying fluctuations when the battle began. But because they had not received the order from the Lord, they did not dare to rush over rashly. But everyone held their weapons in their hands, ready to participate in the battle at any time. When the battle was over, Han Xing gave them orders, and the heroes rushed over as fast as possible. After they came to Han Xing, they bowed collectively. Greetings, Lord. Han Xing waved his hand and said, Xiao, Shuang, come and meet the new members. Hearing this, everyone was slightly startled, and then all looked at the storm fleet and the silver-haired woman standing in front. Zhao's pupils shrank slightly. As the strongest spearman in the territory, he felt the suffocating pressure from Alicia for the first time. He subconsciously tightened the spear in his hand, and the spear body made a slight buzzing sound. Shuang was forced to emit a strong icy breath, and whispered, such a strong thunder power. Including the eyes of others looking at Alicia, they were also full of vigilance. At this time, Han Xing's chuckle sounded, relax a little. From now on, Alicia and her storm fleet are partners in our territory. At the same time, Alicia's silver hair fluttered, and she nodded slightly to everyone. In the future, please take care of me. Hearing this, the tense atmosphere on everyone gradually dissipated. At this time, Shuang and the crowd stepped forward and looked at the fleet with an exclamation, unbelievable. I have only heard of warships that combine magic and technology in legends. It is said that this kind of warship can not only adapt to various terrains, but also has unparalleled explosive power. Now it seems that it is more powerful than the rumors. Hearing Shuang's praise, the crew members of the Storm Fleet relaxed a little. Just now, they suffered an unprecedented blow under Han Xing's attack, and even doubted their own abilities. Now they finally regained some confidence. A young crew member spoke first. Your strength is also very strong. Although the aura on your body is at the high-level Chaos Lord, your strength is far stronger than some high-level lords. You are worthy of being a hero under the Lord's command. The other crew members also praised. For a moment, the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Including the only woman among the heroes, the always aloof Ingwe has come to Alicia's side and whispered to her. Han Xing looked at this scene with satisfaction, clapped his hands and said, okay, next you will lead the Storm Fleet to get familiar with the territory for a while. I will call you when there are tasks in the future. Everyone responded respectfully, yes, Lord. The next moment, Xiao, Aiden and others led Alicia slowly into the distance. Han Xing looked at the fleet moving away and nodded with satisfaction. Then, his consciousness flashed, and he exited the territory space again. Huh? Han Xing let out a long sigh and sighed. I didn't expect that there would be so many twists and turns when I was just digesting 10 million legendary points. But the final result is not bad. Not only did I draw a powerful recruitment scroll, but there was also a powerful fleet in the territory. It must be said that the appearance of the storm fleet came at the right time for Han Xing's current strength. After all, his personal strength has reached a very terrifying level, and the strength of the territory is still shallow due to the short development time. Alicia has the combat power of the God Realm Lord, and she is not an ordinary God Realm Lord. When she bursts out with all her strength, she can even reach the combat power of the middle-level God Lord. In addition to Han Xing's infinite domain increase, it can be said that this shortcoming has been greatly improved. After a period of improvement, there will be more and more God Lord level heroes and arms in the territory. Han Xing's territory strength will also usher in a blowout-like improvement. Thinking of this, he nodded again with satisfaction. He continued to think in a low voice. Now, the legendary points have been digested, and the rewards for this competition have basically been checked. The remaining 3 sacred hearts and a title. Take your time to check. The next moment, a glowing object appeared out of thin air in Han Xing's hand. The light ball slowly flowed, like a beating heart. Upon closer inspection, it was a strange existence interwoven by countless fine golden runes. Each rune seemed to wriggle like a living thing, emitting a frightening law fluctuation. This thing is the Sacred Heart. Check the attributes. Sacred Heart. Quality, unknown. Item type, special. Item effect. The heart contains the essence of pure sacred power, which can be integrated into the sacred object to increase its basic attributes by 300% and the level by 30 levels. Note, for the same holy object, up to 3 holy hearts can be used. When he saw the attribute description above, Han Xing's pupil showed surprise. Damn! It's actually a prop that can upgrade holy objects. This thing has similar attributes to the mysterious slate, but the improvement is far beyond the slate. A full 300% attribute improvement, too abnormal. At this time, he looked at the Lord of the Stars suit on his body. Except for the tears of the starry sky on his neck, the levels of other holy parts have been upgraded to level 70 by him, including the Eternal Night bow in his hand, which is also level 70. In other words, if he uses all 3 holy hearts on a piece of equipment, it can even directly upgrade its level to level 160. You know, that is a high-level God Lord level equipment. However, Han Xing also knew that he couldn't do this now, because his own level is only level 120, equivalent to a high-level Lord who has just broken through. Chapter 868. Han Xing is only at level 120 now. It will take a long time to upgrade to level 130. After thinking for a while, Han Xing whispered, "Now, let's use a heart of the holy relic on the Eternal Night bow to upgrade its level to level 100. As for the remaining 2, I will distribute them after I upgrade to level 130. Thinking of this, he took out the dark bow behind him. The moment the Eternal Night bow appeared in Han Xing's hand, the star pattern on the bow automatically lit up, and produced a wonderful resonance with the heart of the holy relic. The space between the 2 holy relics began to distort, and there was a faint starlight thread pulling each other. Do you want to consume the heart of the holy relic *1 and strengthen the holy relic, Eternal Night? Han Xing took a deep breath and confirmed without hesitation, yes. As he confirmed, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. Buzz! The heart of the holy relic melted into the bow, and the liquid nebula flowed along the star lines. Wherever it passed, the dark bow began to show bright star spots. The bowstring vibrated automatically, making a clear sound, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. Infusion. Current progress, 15%. Current progress, 30%. Current progress, 45%. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the progress bar continued to increase. Han Xing could clearly feel that a qualitative change was taking place inside the war bow. The original energy shackles of level 70 were violently broken, and the power of Eternal Night stored in the bow was growing exponentially. Boom! When the evolution progress reached 100%, the war bow suddenly broke free from Han Xing's palm and floated in the air. The bow body, which was originally 1.5 meters long, quickly expanded and extended to 2 meters in the blink of an eye. The black bow body became darker and purer. Evolution completed. The level of the Eternal Night war bow increased by 30 levels, and the basic attributes increased by 300%. At this moment, Han Xing held the war bow in his hand, which seemed to have undergone a transformation, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. "Oh buddy, you seem to have become stronger." Buzz? The Eternal Night war bow trembled slightly, as if responding to the words of its master. At the same time, Han Xing checked the properties of the new Eternal Night War Bow. Weapon, Eternal Night. Quality, Holy Relic. Equipment type, Bow, Main Weapon. Equipment level, Level 100. Attack power, 12.1525 million to 13.3542 million. Additional special effect 1. Agility plus 60,000, Strength plus 40,000, Hit rate plus 50%. Additional special effect 2. Starry Night. Additional special effect 3. Domination. Additional special effect 4. Dark Fate. Additional special effect 5. Eternal Night. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction again. Very good. The transformation of Eternal Night has greatly improved my attack power again. Although, at his level, the increase of several million points of attack power is nothing. But a mosquito is still meat. Moreover, a few million points of attack power is not a mosquito meat. After all, this increases the basic attributes, and it is still quite powerful when applied to various skill multipliers. He put the remaining 2 hearts of holy relics into his backpack. He whispered, "Next, the last thing to gain is the attributes of the title." He quickly checked it. Title, Beyond the Limit. Quality, Unknown. Title Introduction. In one difficult challenge after another, you surpassed your own limits, defeated all kinds of powerful enemies, and finally stood at the top. Title Attributes. All attributes increased by 100%, critical damage increased by 50%. Additional effect. Beyond the limit, when receiving fatal damage, you are forced to retain 1 point of health and gain 5 seconds of invincibility. After activation, all attacks will be critical hits, and the critical damage will be increased by 300% for 20 seconds. And the peak will effect is activated additionally, when all surrounding friendly forces are. Attributes are increased by 20%, and morale will never collapse. Note, the interval for triggering this special effect is 72 hours. After reading the attribute introduction of this title, Han Xing's eyes were already filled with strong amazement. Damn! Is it so exaggerated? After receiving a fatal injury, not only is the blood force to be locked, but there is also 5 seconds of invincibility. Even, it will increase my critical damage by an additional 300%. He said with a shocked face, "This effect is too amazing." The title Beyond the Limit, just in terms of the basic effect, is already very abnormal. And when it is put on Han Xing, it can usher in a qualitative change. After all, he himself has an unimaginable attack power, and a 100% critical rate. At this moment, after another 300% increase in those 20 seconds, Han Xing didn't know how powerful he was when he burst out with all his strength, and the most important thing is the 5-second bloodlock and invincibility effect. You know, his current immortal body Nirvana itself has the effect of rebirth and invincibility. And after rebirth, he can have a combat power that crosses one level. In other words, when Han Xing is in a desperate situation, he can have 2 opportunities for a Jedi burst. The first is Beyond the Limit, and the second is Immortal Body Nirvana. Han Xing can even imagine the scene of fighting with the enemy. Every time the opponent thought that he was about to kill Han Xing, he found that he not only became indestructible, but also greatly increased his lethality. It was not easy to survive the first wave of bursts, and just about to deal with the opponent. As a result, the opponent was resurrected with full blood and burst out with even more terrifying combat power. That scene is really despairing. Even Han Xing couldn't help shaking his body. Even I don't want to encounter this kind of enemy. But when I have this ability, it's great. Thinking of this, a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Han Xing clapped his hands and put on the title Beyond the Limit. Instantly, his attributes were greatly improved again, and his aura also soared. So far, the gains from this game have been reviewed. Compared with the battle with Roland, his strength can be said to have been greatly improved. According to estimates, Han Xing's previous full-strength burst may only kill 1 God Realm Lord. Now, dealing with 2 God Realm Lords should be no problem at all. Moreover, he can improve again next, that is, to upgrade Time Beast's body from the high-level Chaos Lord level to the primary God Lord level. By then, this heaven-defying physique will definitely usher in an unprecedented transformation. Even Han Xing himself is looking forward to it more and more. He suppressed his excitement and whispered, "According to previous experience, it takes a lot of time to upgrade such high-level Chaos Lord level skills to the initial God Lord level. It will take at least half a month. This time is probably no exception, or even longer. In that case, then start the transformation now. Do you want to consume the Time Origin *30 billion to upgrade the Time Beast's body to the initial God Lord level?" Just when Han Xing was about to click OK, he suddenly sensed something. This feeling is very special and mysterious. It was as if he was being stared at by something, and was going to die on the spot in the next second. The vague sense of crisis kept lingering around, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Han Xing's heart was already filled with turbulent waves, but his face did not change at all, and there was still a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. In a flash, his thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Just now. This is a crisis transmitted by the body's instinct. Not only that, the body of the beast of time, and the body of the origin of the holy body both gave me warnings at the same time, which means that this is definitely not an illusion. Then, why do I have this feeling? Is someone going to kill me? Or is there going to be a battle between strongmen nearby, and I will be affected? In his heart, Han Xing tends to the first one. Someone is going to come and assassinate him directly after the game. Thinking of this possibility, his heartbeat has accelerated uncontrollably, and his blood is slightly boiling. A lot of questions came to his mind. Who was so bold? He dared to assassinate the number one genius of this Southern Region Challenge after the game? Was he not afraid of Yongheng's attack? Or did he have the means to deal with Yongheng, who wanted to kill him, the Lord of Desire? Or some other existence? All kinds of questions popped up all at once, and the sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. It seemed that he would be split in half in the next second. However, the more such times, the more Han Xing knew that he had to stay calm. He took a long breath, kept a faint smile on his face, and said, "Yes, the reward this time is really rich. I heard that Senior Wuxian will come to discuss with me on behalf of Tianji Pavilion, which should be about getting me to join Tianji Pavilion. I just don't know. What kind of conditions will Tianji Pavilion offer?" Han Xing said to himself. At this time, his heart was once again filled with turmoil, because, after he finished speaking, the sense of crisis not only did not weaken, but became even stronger. What does this mean? It means that the enemy is near him. He has even sneaked into the tower without knowing it, and when the other party heard that the Wuxian God Lord was coming, he almost couldn't control himself and attacked him. This is too scary. Han Xing didn't even know how the other party came. The existence that can do this is probably at least above the level of a mid-level God Lord, or even stronger, and now, a mid-level God Lord is actually risking being destroyed by eternity to assassinate him. Han Xing only felt a burst of cold sweat on his back. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said to himself, calm down, calm down. The other party is in the dark, I am in the light, and I am very powerful. Until now, he should not know that I have discovered his existence. What I have to do now is to save myself, and keep the battlefield as far away from Linghui's territory as possible. Otherwise, if an existence of this level takes action, it will definitely wipe out the roots and leave no trace. He will not only attack me, but also destroy the two territories of Linghui and Dasho, and kill all living things. This is not Han Xing's alarmist words, but a psychological calculation based on the other party. If it were him, he would do the same. Moreover, the destructive power of a strong man at the level of the Lord of the Divine Realm is too terrifying. It would take only a snap of a finger to destroy the two territories. With his immortal body, and transcending the limit, Han Xing has a full 10 seconds of invincibility, and it is not difficult to resist a wave of explosions from the other party. Therefore, what we have to do now is to minimize the losses as much as possible. So, Han Xing raised his head and looked around. He frowned slightly. At the same time, I also felt that the breath was becoming more and more stagnant. The other party seemed to think that he was discovered. However, after a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, I am too nervous. This is the center of the South region. There is an eternal existence nearby. How could anyone attack me here? I also made an appointment with the Lord of Tianji and prepared to return the eternal land that I owed him some time ago. Take advantage of the time now, and go to the Tianji territory. Thinking of this, Han Xing stood up from the cross-legged posture and patted his pants. As he stood up, the sense of crisis condensed and dissipated. It seemed that he was also hesitating whether to take action at this time. However, until Han Xing's figure disappeared from the spot, the killing intent still did not erupt. Obviously, he also felt that it would be easier to kill Han Xing in an open place than in a crowded place like this. There would be less cleanup work afterwards. 10 seconds later, Han Xing's figure turned into a stream of light, and he rushed to Tianji's territory alone. His speed was not fast, maintaining the speed of an ordinary god domain lord. From Linghui's territory to Tianji's territory, the distance is almost more than 30,000 light years. With his current speed, he can arrive in half a minute at most. During this journey, he will also encounter many huge territories suspended in the air. But Han Xing usually avoids them, and deliberately chooses some sparsely populated areas to walk. However, until 20 seconds passed, Han Xing was almost close to Tianji's territory, and the sense of crisis still lingered around, but he had no intention of taking action. Han Xing frowned slightly. Don't you want to do it yet? Are you not ready, or do you think the timing is wrong and want to find the next opportunity? Although he felt doubtful in his heart, there was no flaw in his expression, and his speed of movement did not slow down at all. Just as Han Xing was about to go to Tianji territory first and then decide on the next step, he suddenly bumped into an invisible black ball. The next second, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The originally bright starry sky disappeared, replaced by a distorted void space. Countless broken law fragments floated around like glass, and a few dead star wreckages could be vaguely seen in the distance. Field? Han Xing's pupil shrank suddenly, and he immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. Who dares to plot against me? He roared, and instantly pushed the Tianji Liuguang step to the limit, and the speed soared more than 10 times. However, the terrifying thing is that this field not only contains special law power, but also a trace of time power. It even made his speed drop significantly. Damn it! Han Xing cursed, with an angry look on his face. Who dares to plot against me?